Chapter 1. A vivid crimson sunset painted the white clouds in the sky, as the sun's rays filtered through the brilliant red clouds, casting a warm glow upon the earth. After the beautiful spectacle, evening descended and the sky darkened. In the night sky over GZ City, a shooting star quietly streaked across the horizon. Some say that shooting stars can grant beautiful wishes, but who truly knows if that is the case? In a dimly lit room, the glowing computer screen played the long-running series Detective Conan, while a disheveled young man sat in front of it, exuding an air of despondency. Suddenly, he exploded in a fit of rage, shouting, "Lin Yu, why are you such a worthless fool?" After venting his frustration, Lin Yu's expression shifted to one of tranquility, as if the earlier outburst had not originated from him at all. Lin Yu was quite ordinary, possessing a face that was passably pleasing, leading a remarkably mundane university life, and enjoying a love that was simple yet beautiful. However, like many others, he found himself facing the bittersweet reality of graduation season, often dubbed the season of breakups. Lin Yu's girlfriend had ended their relationship, her reasoning being quite straightforward. At 22, freshly graduated and unemployed, Lin Yu could not provide her with the stability she desired. She did not wish to squander her time and youth on him. Lin Yu was not one to wear his heart on his sleeve. When his girlfriend, Xie Xian, uttered the words of separation, he responded with an air of indifference, simply saying, "Okay." He pedaled his bicycle back to his rented room with a calm demeanor, opened his computer, and resumed watching Detective Conan, as if nothing had transpired. An eerie quiet enveloped the scene. Like the stillness that precedes a storm, as he watched Conan, tears began to well in his eyes. He started to sob, then broke down in loud cries, questioning his existence, tossing objects about. Only the more affordable items were discarded, as he was reluctant to part with anything of value. After his emotional outburst, Lin Yu returned to his usual self, one of his few commendable traits being his ability to recover from sorrow without allowing it to interfere with his responsibilities. Feeling hunger pangs after his catharsis, Lin Yu ventured into the kitchen to boil some noodles. He plopped down a chair, eating while watching Conan. Just as he was relishing his meal, he noticed the computer screen suddenly warp and distort. Sensing something amiss, Lin Yu hurled his noodles at the computer and attempted to flee, but before he could escape, an overwhelming force pulled him in, half of him still shouting, "My heavens, what is happening?" before he was engulfed by the computer and fell into unconsciousness. XX News reports that this evening, based on reports from the public, a fire broke out in an apartment in the city. The identity of the young man has been confirmed as Lin Yu, who, in a fit of heartbreak after a breakup, accidentally spilled noodle soup onto his computer, igniting the fire, leaving no remains. Furthermore, as this young man has no relatives, the matter has been handed over to the relevant authorities. XX News urges the public to cherish life and prioritize safety. At that moment, the unconscious Lin Yu found himself in a dream, laboriously learning various languages, combat techniques, and the use and mechanics of firearms. In his dream, Lin Yu wept, overwhelmed by the arduous learning process, desperately wishing to escape, yet a powerful force compelled him to absorb this knowledge. Once Lin Yu had mastered these skills, he gradually began to awaken. Upon regaining consciousness, he was bombarded by an influx of knowledge, causing an excruciating pressure in his head. He curled up, clutching his hair as if it might alleviate his pain, yet the tears forming in the corners of his eyes indicated his suffering was far from over. After about 10 minutes, the knowledge began to settle within his mind, and the pain slowly subsided. Lin Yu opened his eyes, only to find himself in an unfamiliar environment, gazing around in bewilderment, his expression filled with terror and confusion. Indeed, if one were to truly traverse into another realm, the initial reaction would undoubtedly be one of disorientation and despair, rather than excitement and joy. After all, humans are social beings suddenly being transported to an unknown place, surrounded by unfamiliar faces and circumstances, would naturally evoke fear. Returning to the present, Lin Yu was engulfed in dread. He closed his eyes, attempting to recollect the events that had transpired. The computer morphed into a monstrous entity that swallowed him whole and forced him to endure a tormenting educational experience. and upon mastering the knowledge, he awoke. Had he truly crossed over? As this realization dawned upon him, Lin Yu slowly opened his eyes, struggling to lift his heavy head, gazing vacantly at a 45-degree angle upwards, and sighed deeply. Resigned to his fate, Lin Yu began to scrutinize his surroundings, noticing that he was surrounded by small children, the oldest no more than 8 or 9, and the youngest merely 6. Perplexed, Lin Yu wondered why he had been cast among a group of children in such a foreboding environment. Was this the work of human traffickers? A sudden glance at his hands revealed their diminutive size. Was this tiny appendage truly his? Panicking, he stood up and touched his face, realizing he was nearly the same height as a nearby 7-year-old child. Taking a deep breath, he reminded himself to remain calm and composed. Yet, despite being an adult in mind, his body trembled involuntarily with fear, unable to suppress the dread that surged within him. Lin Yu began to observe his surroundings intently, his mind instinctively analyzing the current situation. In this small room, there were 10 children in total, including himself, all aged between 6 and 9, a mix of boys and girls. 2 little girls, frightened, had begun to cry, while several timid boys gazed around in panic, and the remaining few wore indifferent expressions. The largest boy among them began to bully the others, claiming the timid ones as his subordinates. 2 defiant children attempted to reason with him, resulting in a heated commotion. What on earth was going on? Lin Yu felt bewildered. Was this a kidnapping? Where were the abductors? Leaning against the wall, Lin Yu pondered deeply, when suddenly he raised his gaze and spotted a surveillance camera mounted on the ceiling, one of those 360-degree, all-seeing types. Lin Yu's face darkened. Someone was observing this room. But why? An unsettling premonition washed over him, igniting an inexplicable sense of panic. Shaking his head, he tried to dismiss the strange thoughts and fell into deep contemplation. In the monitoring room, several men clad in black fixated on 10 screens, each displaying a different room, all containing 10 children. The leader of the black-clad men, dressed in a dark trench coat, with long silver hair cascading over his face, appeared cold and ruthless, his gaze chilling enough to suggest he would not hesitate to kill anyone. His eyes were fixed intently on the boy in front of camera 1, who was lost in thought against the wall. The boy had shown remarkable perceptiveness when he glanced at the camera. The man silently hoped the child would survive. A strange smile crept across the man's face, one that was unsettlingly sinister. The man retrieved a pack of blue Cartier from his pocket, extracting a cigarette and placing it between his lips, one hand casually tucked into his black pants, as he slowly approached the direction of the small black room. As the door swung open, a beam of harsh light flooded in, illuminating the dim space. Lin Yu, squinting against the blinding brightness, tensed instinctively. Though previously skeptical of the concept of murderous intent as depicted in novels, at this moment, he found himself a believer. The moment he laid eyes on the cold, merciless man in black, it felt as though a demon had emerged from the depths of hell. Perhaps it was merely a psychological effect, but the air around him seemed to chill the instant the man entered. The man's gaze suggested he was indifferent to the lives he could extinguish. A faint scent of blood lingered in the air, almost palpable. Lin Yu glanced at the other children, delicate flowers raised in a greenhouse, who were clearly frightened by the man's aura of menace. The more timid ones instinctively huddled closer to each other, seeking a semblance of safety. The man, cigarette dangling from his lips, regarded the children with disdain, his eyes scanning them as if they were mere corpses. The atmosphere grew heavy with an oppressive silence. With a twisted smile, he produced 2 short-bladed daggers, placing them deliberately on the rickety wooden table at the center of the room. Coldly, he addressed the group, "Little brats, only one of you can walk out of this room alive. If a second person crosses that threshold after you, I'm afraid you'll meet your demise. Think carefully. Is it someone else who dies, or is it you?" Ah-ha-ha-ha. His sinister laughter sent chills down Lin Yu's spine, and he shrank into the corner, striving to diminish his presence, taking deep breaths in an effort to maintain his composure. What kind of place was this? Was it some sort of sinister organization, training assassins, or using people as lab rats for dissection? As these thoughts raced through Lin Yu's mind, his terror deepened. What should he do? Was he truly expected to kill someone? Although Lin Yu's mental age was 22, in his past life, he had been a law-abiding citizen, too timid to even harm a chicken. The thought of taking a life was utterly unacceptable to him. Despite the skills he had been forced to learn in that dream appearing impressive, psychologically, Lin Yu remained the ordinary and unremarkable university student he had always been. What is the current situation of Lin Yu? It resembles the character Duan Yu from Demigods and Semi-Devils, possessing an array of unparalleled martial arts manuals, yet essentially just a novice. Although he has the psychological and skill potential, it is an inevitable process. Such resilience must be honed through gradual experience within the organization. After the man in black finished speaking, he cast another glance at us and exited the room, leaving the small dark space enveloped in profound silence, only interrupted by the sound of the door being locked from outside. The atmosphere among the children in the room grew tense, and eventually, a small boy could no longer contain himself and began to weep. His cries triggered a chain reaction, with the sounds echoing throughout the dim chamber. Time passed agonizingly slowly, and Lin Yu felt a rising agitation as he listened to the children's sobs. At that moment, a relatively sturdy boy among the children stood up and approached the old, dilapidated wooden table. The other children ceased their cries, staring at him in bewilderment, curious about his intentions. Lin Yu watched the boy, and an unsettling premonition flickered through his mind before he could voice it. With a fierce glint in his eyes, the boy abruptly seized a dagger from the table and swung it towards the nearest child. Simultaneously, he shouted, "I don't want to die." Though strong, the boy was still just a child. He did not strike a fatal blow, merely injuring the child's shoulder, causing blood to flow profusely. Another alert child, seizing the opportunity during the moment of shock, grabbed another dagger and thrust it towards the sturdy boy's neck, severing an artery, and blood gushed forth, pooling on the ground. The other children swiftly joined in this frenzy of mutual slaughter. Only Lin Yu remained huddled in the corner, desperately trying to diminish his presence, relieved that the bloodthirsty children had yet to notice him. A wave of astonishment washed over Lin Yu. How could these children descend into such brutality? It seemed that when faced with the threat of death, the selfish and grotesque nature of humanity was laid bare. Could it truly be that which Xuanzi proclaimed at birth? Human nature is inherently evil? The scene in the small dark room grew increasingly gruesome, as the children, being so young, lacked the understanding of lethal wounds, resulting in a chaotic flurry of strikes. Severed limbs and dismembered body parts flew about, and the floor was slick with blood, accompanied by a nauseating stench. At this point, Lin Yu, witnessing the carnage firsthand, could no longer contain himself and doubled over, retching violently onto the ground. By now, the slaughter had concluded, led by the astute boy who had acquired the dagger after the sturdy one. However, this boy was now drenched in blood. His clothes, hair, and even his face were stained, his eyes bloodshot. Noticing Lin Yu retching nearby, he tightened his grip on the dagger and approached him. Once Lin Yu finished vomiting, he sensed the boy advancing towards him, and a wave of terror washed over him. Could it be that he was destined to perish here? In those fleeting seconds, Lin Yu engaged in an intense internal struggle. Having triumphed in the recent bloodshed, the boy felt a sense of pride at having outdone so many others. He regarded the frail and timid Lin Yu, believing he could easily eliminate him. He stepped closer, raising the dagger with both hands, a smirk of triumph forming at the corners of his mouth. At that moment, Lin Yu saw the dagger poised to plunge into his throat and felt a surge of resolute survival instinct. "I want to live." Unconsciously, Lin Yu recalled the lethal combat techniques from his dreams. As the dagger descended, he sprang to his feet, seizing the boy's hands and using his own force to drive the blade into the boy's throat. The boy slowly collapsed, his eyes wide with shock and a hint of unwillingness. Lin Yu, feeling drained, sank to the ground, gasping for breath. "I've killed someone. I've killed someone." My body trembled as I stared at my blood-soaked hands, my vision blurring, and I realized that tears were streaming down my face. I wept quietly for what felt like an eternity. After a release of emotions, Lin Yu finally regained his composure. He surveyed the scene of severed limbs and bloodstains, a wave of desolation sweeping through him. Just then, the door swung open, and a man in black stood outside, observing him. Lin Yu, wearing a calm expression, rose and exited the room. The man in black smirked darkly, a glimmer of surprise passing through his gaze, and then said, "I have good news and bad news for you. The good news is congratulations, you have qualified. The bad news is your hell has only just begun." Ha! He paused momentarily before adding, "Come with me." I remained silent, quietly following the man in black, casting a fleeting glance back at the small dark room, a place I never wished to enter again, akin to a waking nightmare. Turning away, I quickened my pace to keep up with the man in black, my resolve to survive growing ever stronger. At last, Lin Yu underwent his first psychological metamorphosis, beginning to mature. Following the man in black, we traversed an expanse of open ground for about 10 minutes, arriving at a warehouse that appeared to span several hundred square meters. At the entrance stood two robust figures, unmistakably the type with brute strength and simple minds, clad entirely in black attire. Yet, they were far less intimidating than the man in black beside Lin Yu. This man, cold and detached, shot a glance at me before addressing one of the black-clad figures. "Chartreuse, open the door and take him inside." He is newly selected and shows promise. Chartreuse? What on earth was that? A name? Shouldn't an assassin organization use code names instead? Although our protagonist, thanks to his dreams, had mastered various languages, Lin Yu couldn't fathom the connection to liquor, remaining blissfully ignorant. Chartreuse glanced at Lin Yu, whose face was a canvas of confusion, then returned his gaze to him, as if silently questioning, "This one. Are you sure?" The black-clad man nodded slightly. With an air of resignation, Chartreuse turned to Lin Yu. "Very well, follow me." Observing Chartreuse's disdainful expression, Lin Yu internally scoffed while trailing behind him into the vast warehouse. Curiosity piqued as he surveyed his surroundings. They approached a stack of wooden crates, and Lin Yu wondered what Chartreuse intended to do. Suddenly, Chartreuse forcefully pushed several crates aside, crouched down, and appeared to find something. With a firm press, Lin Yu felt the floor tremble beneath him and hurried over to where Chartreuse was. At that moment, the floor where Lin Yu had been standing began to open slowly, revealing a staircase descending into darkness. Following Chartreuse down the stairs, Lin Yu was enveloped by a pitch-black chill that obscured his path. Chartreuse produced a black card, aligning it perfectly with a slot in the wall, and inserted it. Instantly, the tunnel illuminated, though it was eerily empty. Continuing deeper into the passage, they reached a stone wall at the end, beside which lay a device for fingerprint scanning. After Chartreuse placed his hand on it for analysis, the stone wall gradually ascended, revealing an elevator. Once inside, Chartreuse again used the black card to scan a device next to the elevator door. Lin Yu idly glanced at the floor numbers, shocked to discover there was a -10. After the scan, Chartreuse pressed the button for level -4, and they exited the elevator. As Lin Yu followed Chartreuse, they passed numerous doors. He surmised that -4 must be the dormitory area. They stopped at room 4021, entering a 5-person dormitory that was currently unoccupied. Chartreuse tossed a white card to Lin Yu, stating, "From now on, you are number 1. This card denotes your current rank. The organization's hierarchy consists of white, red, yellow, blue, and black, and you presently hold the lowest rank. Your advancement depends on your abilities moving forward. That's about it. For more information, refer to the documents on the desk." Lin Yu regarded Chartreuse with disbelief. This was incredibly irresponsible. Before he could voice his thoughts, Chartreuse had vanished. Helpless, Lin Yu took a seat at the desk and began to read. Half an hour later, he gleaned a basic understanding of his situation. This was a branch of the organization focused on cultivating talent, and he had presumably been captured to be trained as an assassin. The base consisted of 10 levels, with Lin Yu currently lacking the clearance to access anything below -7. Level -4 was the dormitory, -3 was the training area, and -5 the enchanting elder sister gazed at Lin Yu, a captivating smile gracing her lips, causing him to feel a chill run down his spine as he inwardly lamented his ineptitude at feigning youthfulness. "What a delightful little brother you are. Allow me to summon them for you. I am always eager to assist," she purred lazily, her voice laden with seduction. Lin Yu trembled at the thought, wondering if this alluring lady had a penchant for younger boys and what nefarious intentions she might harbor. "That sounds wonderful. Thank you, big sister. You are truly stunning," he replied, a hint of nervousness in his tone. "Oh, you are quite the charmer," she giggled, watching as the sister in black slipped into the bathhouse. A fleeting thought crossed Lin Yu's mind, but it slipped away just as quickly. Before long, two girls rushed out, evidently having lost track of time while bathing. The elder sister in black followed closely behind. "Now that you have been brought out, I shall take my leave," she said. And the girls hurriedly expressed their gratitude before she waved them off and departed. Lin Yu watched her leave, an unsettling familiarity lingering in his mind, though he could not quite place it. A few children approached him, their eyes sincere as they thanked him, to which Lin Yu simply smiled in response. "It's nothing. Let us gather together," he suggested, deciding to put thoughts of the sister in black aside for later. The group hurried back to their dormitory, room 4021, standing in formation as they awaited Chart's arrival. Sure enough, it wasn't long before Chart appeared, and Lin Yu felt a wave of relief wash over him. They had narrowly avoided being caught. Chart glanced at them briefly. "Follow me," he instructed. Without uttering a word, they obediently trailed behind him into the elevator, pressing the button for the training area on the lower 3 levels. As the elevator doors opened, Lin Yu was taken aback by the vastness and grandeur of the training area. A map displayed prominently nearby indicated a substantial yellow zone designated for weighted running, a deep brown area for shooting and throwing training, and a green section likely serving as an armory for weapons and ammunition. Adjacent to the armory was a yellow-gray area for weighted exercises involving tires and sandbags. Other sections of the map were marked with restricted access. As Lin Yu only possessed a basic white card, Chart led them to the yellow area for running, emphasizing the importance of physical conditioning regardless of the type of assassin they would eventually become. Upon reaching the training ground, he instructed them to strap sandbags to their legs. Lin Yu bent down to pick up a sandbag, weighing at least 4 kilograms. 2 would amount to 8. A bead of sweat trickled down his forehead. "Is this a mistake? Are we really expected to run with such heavy weights?" he thought, anxiety creeping in. Chart's subsequent words plunged Lin Yu into despair. "I am not particularly familiar with your endurance levels, so let us start with 10 laps to see how you fare. Those who are late will double the amount." Is this a joke? Lin Yu thought. 10 laps on a 400-meter track amounted to 5 kilometers. How could 4 children, merely 7 or 8 years old, be expected to run 5 kilometers while carrying 8 kilograms? He sighed, realizing that being an assassin was far from easy. Previously, he had assumed that snipers merely aimed and shot, effortlessly earning millions. Now, he understood the arduousness of the path ahead. Nevertheless, he steeled himself, fastening the sandbags to his calves. When he stood up, he wobbled unsteadily and fell, feeling as if the weight was insurmountable for running, let alone for 5 kilometers. As they began to jog on the track, Lin Yu and the other children quickly found themselves exhausted, drenched in sweat after just half a lap. "You lot are pathetic. If you continue like this, you'll be the first to drop dead," Chart berated them. Just then, a memory of running techniques and breathing patterns from a dream surfaced in Lin Yu's mind. "Hey, listen up. Adjust your breathing. Inhale, exhale, inhale again. Following this rhythm should help," he shouted to the others. Following Lin Yu's guidance, they managed to improve significantly, though their individual perseverance remained the ultimate factor. Even with a better approach, the exertion was undeniably grueling for children. "Only 1 lap left. We can do this. Just a bit more." Yet, despite their determination, fatigue set in. 2 girls collapsed onto the track, and Lin Yu noticed the boys were also nearing their limits. "You two, help carry a girl. I'll take another. We can't stop until we finish, or Chart 1T let us rest," Lin Yu urged, hoisting one girl onto his shoulders, struggling against the overwhelming fatigue that made his legs feel foreign. The boys grumbled, but they complied, trailing behind Lin Yu as he pressed on. At that moment, a man dressed in black appeared beside Chart. If Lin Yu had glanced over, he would have been astonished to recognize him as the man from the small black room. "The first subject shows decent physical capabilities. The rest remain uncertain," the man mused, taking a drag from his cigarette and exhaling a cloud of smoke. "Those I find worthy cannot possibly be lacking." Chart shrugged indifferently. "Currently, there is nothing particularly remarkable, at best average. If you want him, take him." The man replied with a slight smile. "Remember, you said that. Don't regret it later. I'll be coming for him once this mission is complete," Chart warned. Finally, Lin Yu and the others completed their laps, collapsing onto the ground, utterly drained, their limbs numb with exhaustion. "So far, your endurance has been commendable. Take some time to recover. Formal training begins in 3 days, Chart announced, casting a glance at the man in black. "Ah, the first subject isn't too shabby. It's rare for someone to catch Jin Si," he added. In a daze, Lin Yu realized Chart was speaking to the same man he had encountered before, whom Chart referred to as Jin. Suddenly, clarity struck him. As a longtime fan of Detective Conan, He was well aware of who Jin was. Am I somehow in the world of Conan, or is this merely a coincidence? He pondered, scrutinizing Jin's hat, hair, and expression. Well, it appears to be the real Jin. I can't tell if this is fortunate or unfortunate. Still, it might be advantageous. Jin holds a high position within the organization and could be a significant ally. Lin Yu sighed, shaking his head. But whether I can survive under his command remains uncertain. It's foolish to be thinking about such things when I know how ruthless Jin can be. As Lin Yu mused, Jin observed his shifting emotions. From shock to a foolish grin, then to a look of desolation. Furrowing his brow, he spoke in a low, ominous tone. I have a task for you. I will return in half a month. Don't get yourself killed. With hands casually tucked into his pockets, he strolled away. Gradually, the others departed as well, leaving Lin Yu in a state of inner turmoil, pondering the meaning of don't die. After grappling with his thoughts, Lin Yu silently exited the training ground, making his way towards the bathhouse. Upon arrival, he casually tossed his clothes into the basket designated for dirty laundry. Cold water cascaded from his head to his feet. And at that moment, the only fitting word to describe his feelings was refreshing. After cleansing himself of the sweat, he settled into the bath, closed his eyes, and began to reflect. What was most urgent at present? What should he do next? One question followed another. For now, he could only accept the situation as it was. The priority now should be to elevate his status, as he was merely a novice, unable to engage in many activities or possess the necessary authority. The quickest way to enhance his status was likely to possess special talents or extraordinary intelligence, which he believed he could manage. After all, Lin Yu was already 22 years old in his previous life. How could he be less knowledgeable than a 7-year-old? His intelligence was up to par. Next came the question of ability. He had a dream of possessing a golden finger, and in that dream, he had learned firearms and combat with great effort, suggesting that it must have some significance. However, that was merely a dream, and he had yet to experience it in reality. He considered himself at a minimum level of competence in that regard. Without further ado, he stood up, ready to run, only to realize how cool it felt. He had forgotten that he was still in the bathhouse and had not yet put on his clothes. Embarrassed, he dressed quickly and began asking around until he finally located Chart's room. He knocked frantically on Chart's door until he finally emerged, looking quite irate. Get in here quickly. How embarrassing. Once inside Chart's room, Lin Yu immediately noticed that it was vastly superior to the novice quarters. It was well equipped, unlike their shabby dormitory. Seeing Lin Yu's envious expression, Chart couldn't help but beam with pride. Envious, are you? After leaving the novice card, you get your own room. And you can decorate it however you like. It's wonderful. I want that too. That's not possible since you're still just a novice. By the way, why were you so eager to find me? Oh, I want you to help me test for special abilities to upgrade to a red card. You think it's that easy to upgrade to a red card? You've barely been here. Chart, how can you know I can't unless you test me? Let's give it a shot. Chart still wore an expression of disbelief. Fine, let us temper your enthusiasm. Don't think that just because you have Jin's favor, you can get carried away. First, Chart led Lin Yu to the teaching area on the second basement level, where they found a professor. Chart smiled at Lin Yu. If you want to elevate your status quickly, your intelligence must surpass that of others. Given that you are only 7, you should at least tackle questions at the junior high level. I'll have the professor help you prepare for the exam. Lin Yu regarded Chart as if he were foolish and, before Chart could react, addressed the professor. Please give me a junior high third-year exam paper. The professor glanced nervously at Chart before responding, Young man, the third-year exam is too difficult. Perhaps you should start with something simpler? Chart, visibly annoyed, retorted. Just give him the third-year disc and let him take the test. I want to see how impressive this kid really is. The old professor hurriedly rummaged through his desk and soon produced a disc. This is the exam for the third-year level. You just need to insert it into the computer, and it will display the questions. Lin Yu took the disc without a word, opened the computer, and immersed himself in the sea of questions. The problems were not particularly challenging, just a bit rusty from disuse. It was a piece of cake for him. About an hour and a half later, he completed the exam and handed the disc back to the professor, while Chart and the professor stared at Lin Yu in astonishment. In truth, the professor had been observing Lin Yu as he worked. Initially, he hadn't cared much about how well a 7-year-old could perform on a third-year exam. But as he watched, his indifference turned into shock. There is no need to grade it. He got almost all of them right. He is a genius. Chart felt somewhat gloomy. He had intended to deflate Lin Yu's ego, but this prodigy had actually completed the exam. Hurry up, let's go to the shooting range. I want my own room as soon as possible. Reluctantly, Chart led Lin Yu to the shooting range, where he selected a handgun with less recoil for Lin Yu to try out. Lin Yu aimed at a target 50 meters away and took a shot, missing the mark. Chart sighed with relief. Thankfully, this guy was still relatively average in shooting skills. Lin Yu frowned, although the recoil was minor. It was still quite jarring for his small frame. He adjusted his angle based on his memories. Bang! With the second shot, it seemed he had found his rhythm. And Lin Yu continued until he had emptied the magazine. Chart, having put down his binoculars, was astonished. For a first-time shooter, Lin Yu had scored an 86. His first shot had been off, but he had hit a 6 on the second, and the subsequent 8 shots were all bullseyes. It was simply terrifying. Do you want to shoot more? Can this score earn me a red card? With this score on your first try, you certainly qualify. Then I won't shoot anymore. After 10 shots, my hands are already numb. Given my current condition, I simply cannot endure the recoil of a handgun. True. But you've exceeded the capabilities of an average person. I'll submit a report shortly, and you should receive your red card by tomorrow at the latest. Congratulations. That's fantastic. Lin Yu rushed back to the dormitory, and by the time he returned, it was quite late. Everyone was already asleep, so he quietly climbed into bed, contemplating what to do once he obtained his red card the next day, before drifting off to sleep. The following morning, Lin Yu groggily rose from his bed, raising his hand to run it through his hair, only to feel a sharp pain. It felt as if his hand might break. Stretching his legs brought a similar painful response. This must have been the result of excessive exertion from the previous day, causing a buildup of lactic acid. No wonder Chart had mentioned giving us 3 days to adjust our bodies. It was to help us acclimate to the intensity of the training. Yet yesterday, he had still gone to shoot, and the recoil had exacerbated the pain in his hands. Despite his internal complaints, he struggled to rise for his morning routine. He sought out Chart, especially concerned about the results of the red card evaluation, and before Lin Yu could finish preparing, Chart had already come to find him. With a beaming smile, Chart presented him with the red card. It has been approved. The organization places great importance on exceptional talents. Your room is conveniently located right next to mine, 4067. Lin Yu gazed at the red card with excitement. He had finally escaped the novice status. He hadn't expected the red card to come so easily, and in his joy, he completely overlooked the pain in his body. By the way, Chart, I have a red card. What card do you have? Oh, I have a yellow card. What's it to you? Lin Yu shot him a disdainful look. I just entered and already have a red card, while you're still stuck with a yellow card. How miserable must that be? Upon hearing this, Chart's expression turned sour. Do you think everyone is as exceptional as you? Furthermore, you should know that the higher one climbs in the organization, the more challenging it becomes. What do you know? Lin Yu regarded Chart's outburst with indifference. Calm down, calm down. I was just making an observation. I'm off to check out my room now. So I want to keep you. Goodbye. As Lin Yu contemplated the imminent moment of entering his first room within the organization, an inexplicable surge of excitement coursed through him. Lost in thought, he found himself standing at the threshold of room 4067, producing his red card and inserting it into the device on the door. With a decisive click, the door swung open. Although the organization distinguished ranks by 5 colors, white, red, yellow, blue, and black, each card contained a unique chip, accessible only by the holder's fingerprint. These cards encapsulated the holder's identity, qualifications, and specialties, akin to an identification card for ease of reference by superiors. Upon entering the room, Lin Yu was greeted by an expanse of approximately 80 square meters. The entrance revealed a cozy living area complete with a television, coffee table, sofa, and refrigerator. Further inside lay the bedroom, furnished with a spacious 1.8-meter bed and bedside table. His gaze swept across the room. Landing on a computer beneath an air conditioning unit, everything necessary was present. While not vast, the accommodation was sufficiently equipped. It seemed that with the issuance of the red card, Lin Yu's significance to the organization had begun to manifest, and thus, his privileges gradually aligned with his status. Venturing further, he discovered a frosted glass door leading to a bathroom, where a large bathtub awaited, a delightful prospect for future baths. Basic toiletries were readily available, rendering this room akin to a luxurious VIP suite in a hotel. Should anything be lacking, assistance could be sought from the storeroom, as many individuals at the base, due to their limited abilities, were relegated to service roles. The hierarchy within the base was particularly rigid. The lowest tier, referred to as small whites, were easily crushed underfoot, which fueled Lin Yu's urgency to elevate his rank. Notably, small whites were subdivided into various service categories, including teaching, research, and newly trained assassins like Lin Yu. Assassins. being the organization's revenue generators, enjoyed slightly higher status. However, all small whites remained vulnerable to mistreatment. Reflecting on this, Lin Yu felt a pang of melancholy, shaking his head at the notion of sympathizing with others after having gained a modicum of status. In an organization of assassins, it was often the overly sentimental who met the swiftest demise. Should he confide in the few young ones from his dormitory, inviting them over for a visit? He dismissed the thought. Moving into a new place warranted a celebration, and thus he set off toward the dormitory. Before long, he arrived at the dormitory entrance, where a group of young individuals were engaged in animated discussion. Upon noticing his arrival, one boy grabbed Lin Yu's hand, pulling him to sit on a nearby bench. They had been deliberating on their shared experiences of exhaustion, a bond born from mutual hardship. "Let us introduce ourselves," he suggested. "We can share our resources in the future, supporting one another as comrades." "That's a splendid idea," Lin Yu mused, recognizing the foresight in this young lad's proposition. In such an environment, finding trustworthy companions was indeed a rare treasure. "I'll start. I'm number 1, but you may call me you, as only those I trust may address me thus." Only sincerity begets sincerity, he thought. If they could forge genuine bonds through shared struggles, such friendships would prove steadfast. Growing up in an organization like this was inherently lonely. Thus, having companions to rely on was invaluable, for betrayal could lead one into an abyss. "Now, it's my turn. I'm number 3. You can call me Duan." The clever boy chimed in excitedly. "I'm number 5. My name is Anai," said a shy girl. "I'm number 2, and you can call me Qianxia," a vibrant girl declared. "Finally, I'm number 4. Just call me Xiongyan," a sturdy-looking boy added. In that moment, everyone tacitly agreed to omit their former surnames. Lin Yu smiled inwardly, recognizing that the organization had meticulously selected these individuals. Even as children, they were undoubtedly formidable characters. Without his past memories, he mused, he might not measure up to this group. Should he devise a strategy to cultivate alliances? Such thoughts seemed burdensome, so he resolved to let things unfold naturally. Overly deliberate actions often yielded contrary results. With a light chuckle and a shake of his head, he suddenly recalled his original purpose for returning to the dormitory. "Right. I intended to share some good news with you all." "What good news?" the group inquired, eyes fixed on Lin Yu. "I wanted to inform you that I now have my own independent room. You're all welcome to visit." Qianxia regarded him with skepticism, her expression suggesting disbelief. "Having an independent room is a privilege reserved for those with a red card or higher. Are you teasing us?" Displaying his red card with a beaming smile, Lin Yu replied, "You need not doubt. I have indeed ascended beyond the status of a small white as a holder of the red card. My intellect has paved the way." The group gazed at him in astonishment. How could this happen so swiftly? Anai murmured timidly, "Could it be that you possess some extraordinary talent to acquire a red card?" She continued, recalling that currently, only individuals with special abilities achieve such status. "Indeed. You are correct, Anai. I am a genius," Lin Yu exclaimed with laughter, eliciting admiration from Duan. "That's truly enviable. I wish to obtain a red card as well." He confessed. "What's so remarkable about it?" "I will have one eventually," Qianxia retorted, visibly displeased. Xiongyan gazed at Lin Yu's red card with longing. Swallowing hard as he asked, "So, are you inviting us to your room for a visit?" "Yes, indeed. After all, we are part of the same cohort. And we should consider ourselves classmates," Lin Yu replied, but before he could finish, Xiongyan exclaimed excitedly, "What are we waiting for? Let us go. I've heard independent rooms are fully equipped, and the living area must have plenty of delightful treats for guests." Qianxia nodded in agreement. "Exactly. If the room is fully equipped, it must also have a washing machine. Our clothes need washing, so let us head to 4067. The group entirely overlooked Lin Yu, grabbing their clothes and preparing to depart. At that moment, Anai timidly interjected, "But it seems only card holders can open the room. If you don't accompany us, how can we enter?" "Good point." The group turned their gaze toward Lin Yu, but before he could respond, they tugged him toward room 4067. Lin Yu suppressed a smile, bemused by their boldness and lack of decorum. As he lamented the folly of befriending such exuberant companions, they had already pulled him to the door. Qianxia crouched down, playfully pinching Lin Yu's cheek. "My dear Yu, isn't it time to open the door?" Lin Yu shivered at her playful tone, while Duan chuckled at their antics. "You know what? Let us just head inside first," he suggested, turning to Qianxia. "You too, remember this is U.S. room. Let us be respectful, as we are about to wash our clothes." Lin Yu and Qianxia exchanged knowing glances, both huffing in amusement. With a sigh, Lin Yu fell silent. He approached the door, inserted the red card, and upon the doors opening, the children rushed in. Wow. Ultimately, these little rascals were merely children, and Lin Yu began to feel a sense of paternal affection. He beamed at them, observing their expressions, which were even more exaggerated than his own upon arrival. A fleeting sense of accomplishment washed over him, only to be swiftly dispelled. After their initial surprise at the room, the group instinctively treated Lin Yu's space as their own. Qianxia searched for the washing machine while Anai trailed behind, clutching clothes. Xiangyan was the first to dash to the fridge in the living room, rummaging for delicacies, while Duan naturally settled onto the sofa, picking up the remote to turn on the television. Lin Yu watched their bustling figures, his eyelids twitching slightly. These folks exhibited no awareness of being guests. Yet, he soon shook his head and chuckled. There was nothing wrong with their behavior if they had been overly reserved. He would have been at a loss. Their presence infused the room with a warmth reminiscent of home, creating a delightful atmosphere. Meanwhile, Qianxia and Anai finally located the washing machine, tossed in the clothes, and returned to the living room where Lin Yu and Duan were seated on the sofa. Engrossed in television, Xiangyan, crouched by the coffee table, was indulging in a feast rather than savoring it. Upon spotting Qianxia and Anai, Xiangyan exclaimed, "Hurry over. The stuff in Yuji's room is delicious. Once we return to the dormitory, there'll be nothing left." Lin Yu and Duan turned to look. Duan, smiling, added, "Indeed. Come and have a taste. This freshly brewed red tea is delightful. There won't be any treats back at the dorm." Lin Yu waved his hand, chuckling, "No worries. If you wish to eat, you are always welcome. This is what makes it feel like home, so lively." Qianxia, pulling an eye, plopped down on the sofa with an air of casualness. "You don't need to tell me. I would come anyway. Why would I miss out on something good? Be careful. I might just eat everything you have." Lin Yu observed Qianxia with a teasing glint in his eye. "All right, if you eat everything, I'll have someone prepare more. Give it your best shot. You won't burst." Instantly, the atmosphere in the living room shifted, charged with an impending storm. Duan, exasperated, intervened as a peacemaker. All right, let us tone it down. It's rare to have such leisurely moments. Why not indulge in some gossip instead? Quarreling is rather unproductive. Let us enjoy some tea." The two, aware of the need to restrain their tempers, took small sips of the fragrant red tea. Despite being part of an organization, their current lives were rather pleasant. The lively banter and laughter created a warm ambience. Just then, Xiangyan, his mouth full, chimed in, "Yuji, do you need a little brother? Take me in. I'm very obedient." Lin Yu raised an eyebrow, amused by the unexpected proposition. It was indeed a commendable suggestion. After all, they were still novices, and the cutthroat nature of the organization could pose challenges without protection. It was not a matter of doubting their capabilities, but rather ensuring their safety until they earned the red card. Adopting a sage-like demeanor, Lin Yu replied enigmatically, "To be my little brother? Your discerning eye is commendable." He then glanced at the others. "What about you all? Care to consider? The benefits are plentiful." Qianxia's shoulders began to tremble, as if suppressing something. Her gaze at Lin Yu filled with the threat of an impending slap. Meanwhile, Lin Yu remained unfazed, savoring his tea. Qianxia, feeling defiant, retorted, "I'm quite capable on my own. I don't need that guy's protection." And I approached Qianxia, gently saying, "Come on, Qianxia. Yuji is only looking out for you." Hearing Anai's words, Qianxia's tone softened unconsciously. "Well, I don't need it anyway." Lin Yu turned to face them, fully aware of their hushed conversation. With a soft sigh, he reflected on the children who emerged from that grim black room. They were not simple souls. The harrowing experiences had rapidly matured them, stripping away their innocence. "There is no need for concern. I merely suggested it casually." After that, Anai guided Qianxia back to the sofa and smiled at Lin Yu. "It's nothing, Yuji. I was just comforting Qianxia." Lin Yu contemplated for a moment before speaking solemnly. "I understand that you may harbor some apprehensions or fears towards me. We all emerged from that dark place, and your sense of caution is not unwarranted. It signifies your strength and potential for independence in the future." He paused, shifting his gaze to Qianxia. "While there may be admiration, it should not create distance. Qianxia, I did not find your earlier banter inappropriate. In fact, it suggests you view me as a friend, which is quite commendable." Duan, after some thought, hesitantly added, "Yuji, I acknowledge your role as our leader. I understand you wish to provide us some protection, and my recognition of you as a leader stems not from seeking personal gain, but from your genuine desire to help us." Lin Yu smiled at Duan, recognizing his intelligence. This sentiment, if expressed by him, might have made the others uneasy. But Duan's words effectively bridged the gap, placing the leadership back in Lin Yu's hands. After a session of heartfelt discussions, Lin Yu successfully closed the distance between them, establishing himself as their leader, except for Qianxia, who seemed a bit of a tsundere, reluctant to yield. However, Lin Yu chose to overlook it, recognizing her as merely a stubborn child. After a lively bout in Lin Yu's room, the group prepared to return for training. As the schedule for white cards was quite rigorous, while the red cards enjoyed a more relaxed regimen. On their way back to the dormitory, Qianxia reflected on Lin Yu's words. I truly believe you consider me a friend. That's wonderful, really. The charming face unexpectedly flushed as Qianxia, in a girlish manner, covered her face with her hands, attempting to cool the warmth radiating from her cheeks. She hurriedly followed Xiangyan and the others, yet an inexplicable sensation stirred within her, fleetingly vanishing before she could even grasp it. After bidding farewell to the group, the once lively room fell into an eerie silence, the emptiness accentuating Lin Yu's solitude on the sofa as time ticked away. Eventually, unable to endure the oppressive atmosphere any longer, Lin Yu resolved to explore the surroundings of the organization. As he wandered about, he naturally stepped into the elevator, contemplating the unvisited basement level 2, pressing the -2 button. The elevator glided downwards, and upon its doors opening, he was greeted by the enticing aroma of cooked dishes mingled with the scent of oil. Around him, gleaming stainless steel long tables and benches were neatly arranged, with a sparse number of individuals scattered about. To his surprise, level 2 was the dining hall. It amused him that after several days in the organization, he had yet to discover the place where meals were served. With a self-deprecating smile, Lin Yu, enticed by the delicious smells, touched his empty stomach, realizing he had only sipped tea in the room and had eaten nothing substantial. The variety of dishes in the dining hall was unexpectedly delightful, showcasing Chinese, Japanese, Western, and French cuisines that made one salivate at the thought. Reflecting on the canteen of his previous life in his homeland, he couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy. Could it be that assassins enjoyed such lavish treatment now? Approaching the food counter, Lin Yu intended to place his order, but the grim-faced man in black serving the food tossed a plate at him without so much as a glance. Lin Yu frowned, taken aback by the poor service. Excuse me, I haven't tea even ordered yet. Why give me this? I don't like these dishes. The surly man retorted with evident impatience. You little brat. Be grateful for what you get. Don't think you can complain. This isn't your home. Seeing the disdainful expression on the man's face, Lin Yu understood the situation all too well, a classic case of arrogance. The dining hall staff, mere novices in their roles, mistook Lin Yu for just another newcomer due to his youth, carelessly bullying him. With this realization, Lin Yu smirked at the man, anticipating that once he revealed his red card, the man's demeanor would undoubtedly shift. Just as he was about to produce his card, a pair of delicate hands suddenly appeared before him, pinching his cheek, causing Lin Yu to stiffen. These slender, unblemished hands bore a coldness, hinting at a history of wielding a firearm. Lin Yu recognized the telltale calluses on her fingertips, a mark of a seasoned shooter. This woman was far from ordinary. Turning to face her, he was surprised to see the black-clad sister from the other day, the one who had summoned Qianxia for them. Why had her aura felt so strange just moments ago? She wore a smile, yet it seemed oddly sinister. Oh, I had no idea my people could be bullied by such scum, she remarked, her voice laced with a seductive undertone that sent a shiver down Lin Yu's spine. It dawned on him that she was coming to his defense. She truly was a commendable older sister. The man in black, now trembling and terrified, stammered, I sincerely apologize. Lady Belmode, I had no idea this white card belonged to you. Hearing this, Lin Yu's expression grew increasingly frigid. The implication of the man's words was clear. He had assumed Lin Yu was merely a white card, unaware of his true affiliation. Before the black-clad sister could interject, Lin Yu could no longer contain himself. Oh, is that so? How did you know I was a white card? Was it my age? I'm truly sorry to disappoint you, he retorted, retrieving his red card from his pocket. At that moment, the man's face turned ashen. He realized he had gravely misjudged the situation. Initially, he had thought Lin Yu was just a young white card, believing himself clever for picking on someone perceived as weak. To his dismay, Lin Yu was indeed a red card holder, individuals capable of eliminating him without a second thought, and he had repeatedly overstepped his bounds. The realization struck him hard, and he collapsed onto the ground, fully aware of his impending doom. How could someone like me, favored by Belmode, possibly be of lowly status? This organization cannot afford to harbor those who look down upon others like you, Lin Yu remarked, as Belmode, with a smile, took him by the hand and led him away. Internally, Lin Yu was a whirlwind of emotions. Belmode, No wonder that golden-haired beauty seemed so familiar. She was indeed the infamous Belmode. In the original narrative, her character was a complex blend of good and evil, her alluring gaze captivating many. Yet Lin Yu had never considered her in that light. But why was Belmode here? Compared to Jin, her presence was not much more favorable. He had to keep his facade intact. The naive child persona could not falter. Belmode guided Lin Yu into a private booth, offering him a mysterious smile as she handed him the menu. "Little brother, order whatever you desire. It's on me," she said, finally snapping back to reality. Lin Yu surveyed his surroundings and marveled at the exceptional service afforded to the organization's second-in-command. "Thank you, Sister Belmode. With your wealth, I want to hold back." Sister Belmode? Lin Yu's address caught her off guard. No one had ever called her that before. It sounded quite pleasing, restoring her composure. "It's nothing. It's just the first time someone has addressed me this way, but I quite like it. Please continue to call me that." "Of course, Sister Belmode." Lin Yu smirked. "I didn't expect you to be so formidable. You've already passed the red card assessment? At such a young age, you must possess some extraordinary talent." He flicked his bangs with a sense of self-importance, revealing his bright, white smile. "Indeed, sister, you must trust your judgment. I am a genius." Standing before you is the rising star of the assassin world. Belmode sipped her soda, casting a sidelong glance at Lin Yu. "Is that so? Just because you've obtained a red card, you're this elated? Can you guess what my status is?" Lin Yu pouted dismissively. "Sister, your smile is so sinister. It's clear you hold a significant position. No need to guess." Belmode, unfazed by Lin Yu's insolence, replied nonchalantly, "How can you say that? This beautiful face of mine is merely a confident smile. Seeing those around you terrified of you like mice before a cat. You must be either a blue card or a black card, right?" Belmode chuckled softly, placing her cup down. "You are correct. I recently ascended to a black card. The highest status within the organization. Perhaps you should consider currying favor with me?" Before she could finish, Lin Yu felt something soft and tearful cling to her leg, pleadingly looking up at her. "Sister Belmode, let me cling to you." Belmode looked at the child with a bemused expression. If it were an ordinary person, even someone as robust as Chait, they would be shaken by the tremors of their own speech. Yet here was this child, firmly clutching his own thigh. "Oh, you are indeed my adorable little brother. If I do not allow you to cling to me, then who else would?" "Ah ha 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 ha." This woman, even without having read the original work, emanates an unfathomable aura, entirely different from the terrifying presence of Jin. Belmode's gaze narrowed slightly as she observed Lin Yu's clumsy performance in front of her, choosing not to expose him. Was it merely a matter of survival? A facade merely to exist before her? It seemed that in this world, he was perhaps the only one she found utterly unmanageable. After spending a leisurely afternoon tea with Belmode, he returned to his room. Entering, he flopped onto the bed, exclaiming, "Ah, life is truly wonderful." In this tranquil moment of idleness, Lin Yu's mind began to wander once more, contemplating his current situation. Although he had ascended to the red card status, his position remained precarious. The black-clad man from earlier served as a prime illustration. In this ruthless organization, strength reigns supreme. Training was to commence tomorrow. Despite being a red card holder, his rapid advancement left his physical capabilities lagging behind. Thus, the training intensity would likely remain at the white card level for now. Chait would probably wait until he adapted before gradually increasing the training intensity to that of a red card. The organization, though it could hardly be termed that, divides its rigorous training into 5 categories: physical strength, endurance, reflexes, defense, and offense. Yet any form of training must adhere to the principle of gradual progression. There is no justification for subjecting a child, who has scarcely undergone high-intensity training, to the hellish red card level that even adults struggle to endure. Lin Yu pondered, feeling his body stiffen, and turned to lie on his side, murmuring to himself, "My training progress is akin to that of Xiong Yin and Xian Xia. I should still be training alongside them." He mused that their training must be nearing completion. Feeling restless, he hesitated to approach them, pondering whether it might diminish his standing as their leader. While Lin Yu's thoughts were still entangled in indecision, his body, however, was remarkably obedient, already slipping into his shoes and making his way towards the door without a trace of hesitation, heading directly to the 4021 dormitory. The distance was not particularly great, and soon he arrived. Upon entering, he found Xiong Yin and the others sprawled on their beds, utterly exhausted. It seemed he had arrived just in time. The training session had just concluded. Lin Yu observed Xiong Yin and the others, their exhaustion evident, and a mischievous grin spread across his face as he stroked his chin. "Oh, weren't you all so lively while eating in my room? How is it that after just one afternoon, you all resemble corpses on the bed?" His mouth parched, Lin Yu paused, caressing his non-existent beard before adopting a more mature tone. Ah, young people, life is so beautiful, the sunset's so splendid, yet you squander your time and youth like this. Do you not realize that such a lifestyle leads nowhere? In response to Lin Yu's gleeful mockery, the group unanimously retorted, get lost. Lin Yu, sensing the mood, quickly offered consolation. All right, today I can only afford to tease you. Tomorrow I might be training even harder than you. Qianxia, skeptical, questioned, is that true? Your training progress is about the same as ours. How could it possibly be worse? Lin Yu wore an expression of sincerity. It is indeed true. The greater the ability, the harsher the training. As a red card holder, my training intensity is naturally higher than yours. What you undergo is merely devilish training. Mine is akin to hellish training, entirely different levels. In his heart, Lin Yu mused that it indeed resembled hellish training, but that was contingent upon his body adapting first. Qianxia, believing Lin Yu's grandiose claims, fell for his ruse. As their energy gradually returned, they engaged in playful banter, discussing gossip and life until the clock struck 9 in the evening, signaling it was time for Lin Yu and the others to return. Upon arriving back in his room, Lin Yu's first action was to run a bath. Earlier, Xiongyin had greeted him with an exuberant hug right after their training, leaving Lin Yu drenched in sweat. As he soaked in the tub, a hint of nervousness for the next day's training washed over him, only to be swiftly overtaken by a wave of drowsiness. He hastily donned a pair of undergarments and climbed into bed, surrendering to sleep. The following morning, Xiongyin, Qianxia, and the others stood at Lin Yu's door, ringing the bell while our protagonist struggled to rise from his slumber, still dazed and half asleep. Ah, pervert. Upon opening the door, Lin Yu stood there clad in nothing but his underpants, squinting as if still lost in dreams. Qianxia, unable to contain herself, delivered a swift kick to Lin Yu's rear. Ah, Lin Yu was instantly awakened, hastily dressing and washing up before joining his companions for a cheerful journey to the training area. Upon arrival, Chade awaited them. For reasons unknown, Lin Yu felt an inexplicable urge to punch him, chuckling to himself. Chade ignored Lin Yu's lascivious expression. Today's task is relatively simple. Each of you shall bind 2 blocks of lead to your legs and then dig a hole in the grass over there. Dig a hole? Is it really that easy? The group exchanged skeptical glances, suspecting that Chate's nature suggested otherwise. A sly grin crept across Chate's face. Indeed, it's just digging a hole. Bind the lead blocks and dig a hole 20 centimeters deep. Remember, each of you must dig a hole of that size. Hey, Chate, what are you laughing about? Number 1. I recall you just advanced to red card status. In that case, you should dig a hole 25 centimeters deep. With a resigned spirit, Lin Yu ultimately relinquished his resistance, grasping the lead weights and silently shedding tears. These weights were significantly heftier than the sandbags from before, each weighing no less than 4 kilograms. With 2 weights on each leg, he bore a total of 16 kilograms. Amidst his overwhelming turmoil, Xiongyin and the others had already secured their lead weights and commenced digging the pit. Despite the arduous task, they gritted their teeth and persevered. Witnessing this scene stirred profound emotions within Lin Yu. These youngsters had merely trained a day longer than he had, yet they trained without complaint. While he felt he had fallen behind, as their leader, he felt a twinge of shame. However, it must be acknowledged that in their organization, the consequences of not striving to grow stronger were far graver than merely receiving reprimands from parents for poor academic performance. The price of negligence in their realm was death, one's very life. Lin Yu strapped the lead weights to his calves and, with heavy steps, joined the excavation efforts. Indeed, the task assigned by Chat was far from the simplicity he had imagined. He had barely begun when fatigue coursed through his limbs, leaving him numb. Chat glanced at the group, seemingly bored, and remarked as he watched them toil. If you wish to acclimate to these lead weights, try not to remove them, keep them on during meals and sleep, except when bathing. This digging exercise will effectively enhance your coordination and endurance. Lin Yu lost track of time and depth, only aware that his sweat had begun to mingle with the earth they were excavating. As he observed others completing their tasks one by one, he continued to dig, spurred on by an unspoken competition. Eventually, he could no longer endure the strain and collapsed into the pit he had dug. Seeing him fall, the others rushed over to assist him. Yet he murmured in a daze, I haven't finished digging. I must complete it. Qianxia frowned and addressed Chat. The pit number 1 is digging is significantly deeper than ours. It must have surpassed 25 centimeters by now. Chat, caught off guard by the revelation, averted his gaze. I never claimed he hadn't finished. He simply wishes to continue digging, and what can I do about that? Realizing he had been played by Chat, Lin Yu's eyes sparked with indignation. Chat feigned ignorance, measuring the depth of Lin Yu's pit with a ruler. Ah, congratulations, number 1. You have once again surpassed your limits, digging down to 32 centimeters. Hee hee. Lin Yu regarded Chat with exasperation and noticing the lack of engagement from the others. Chat awkwardly cleared his throat to ease the tension. All right, you may fill in the pits you've dug. Tomorrow, we will continue, and the workload will increase. So brace yourselves. He then left without further ado. Xiongyin and Duan assisted the nearly exhausted Lin Yu out of the training area and to the door of room 4067, where he could barely muster the strength to open the door. Once inside, Xiongyin laid him on the bed while Qianxia and Anai searched for ointment for his strains. Duan thoughtfully prepared a basin of warm water in the bathroom for Lin Yu to wash his face. Ah, this is exceptionally perfect. This feels like the treatment a leader deserves. If only someone would come to massage my legs right now, it would be utterly delightful. Just then, Qianxia and Anai returned with the medicine. Upon seeing Lin Yu's mischievous grin, Qianxia inexplicably felt a surge of annoyance. She poured the medicinal alcohol into her palm and forcefully rubbed it onto Lin Yu's arm. His face immediately shifted colors, turning crimson before deepening to purple. Ah, that hurts. You're committing murder. Lin Yu writhed on the bed, clutching his arm and groaning in agony. Qianxia, her expression unchanged, urged him, get up quickly. I need to apply the medicine. Time passed swiftly, and a new day dawned. Lin Yu and his companions arrived at the training area once more. Chat, noticing their arrival, announced, today, we continue digging, aiming for 25 centimeters. Number 1 will dig 35 centimeters. Lin Yu was thoroughly displeased. Why do they only have to increase by 5 centimeters while I must increase by 10? Chat, indifferent, replied, who told you to dig 33 centimeters yesterday? Our training aims to push your limits, and since you have already achieved that, you must dig deeper. How sensible that was. Lin Yu found himself at a loss for words. Silently, he strapped on the lead weights and trudged toward the grassy area to commence digging. Drawing from the experience of yesterday's excavation, this endeavor, although requiring greater depth, felt more manageable than the chaotic digging of the previous day. After enduring blisters and bloodied hands, he finally completed the task. Though equally challenging, this methodical approach conserved considerably more strength than the previous day's disorganized efforts. Just as Lin Yu believed the training was coming to a close, Chat, surveying the exhausted group, declared, since the pits are dug, let us practice weighted jumps 100 times in the pits. Number 1 will do 200. This will continue in the same manner, only increasing in depth and weight. And remember, after jumping, fill in the pits. Don't even think about slacking off, as laziness incurs dire consequences. I shall take my leave now. Indeed, Chat departed. Yet Lin Yu's training was far from over. He faced the daunting task of 200 weighted jumps. Dazed, he crouched in the pit, launching himself powerfully into the air, only to neglect the weight of the lead on his calves, resulting in a spectacular tumble. The others erupted into laughter, and Lin Yu felt a wave of despair wash over him. After gathering himself, Lin Yu resumed jumping, losing track of time and count as sweat cascaded into the pit with each leap. Qianxia silently counted beside him. Lin Yu's legs grew numb, his vision blurred by sweat, teetering on the brink of collapse, yet he continued to jump. It was not until Qianxia called for a halt that he stopped, his vision darkening as he fell into the pit. The others promptly lifted him out and hurried to room 4067. When Lin Yu regained consciousness, it was already 10 in the evening. Duan and Anai had treated his legs and arms, and he felt a resurgence of vitality. Engaging in jovial conversation with his companions, he couldn't help but reflect on the arduous yet fulfilling life within the organization. It's getting late. We have training tomorrow. So let us head back to rest, Xiongyin said, overly eager to please. Yes, leader, we shall depart. This regimen of digging pits and weighted jumps persisted for nearly half a month. Another morning arrived, and today Chat did not lead them to the pits but instead to the shooting range. This change excited the group, who had grown weary of the monotonous digging. Not only would they finally bid farewell to the tedious task, but shooting was a dream for many children. Chat observed the eager children and remarked, humph. While anyone can fire a handgun, not everyone can shoot well. Handgun training requires a minimum level of physical fitness. It goes without saying that the better one's physical condition, the easier the training will be. He paused, scanning the group before continuing. Shooting a handgun doesn't necessitate immense physical stature, but arm strength is crucial. Greater strength provides a longer period of stability, aiding trigger operation. This is precisely why I had you dig for half a month. If your arms are weak and lack strength, how can you hold the gun steady enough to shoot accurately? Lin Yu and the others displayed expressions of sudden realization, comprehending that Chart's training was intricately interlinked, with each step holding its own rationale. It was akin to digging a pit. Individual physical capabilities varied, and consequently, the steadiness of one's hands differed. For instance, a professional photographer could capture clear images even under slow shutter speeds due to prolonged practice. Before undergoing pit digging training, Lin Yu, despite his extraordinary talent and the golden finger of dreamlike memories, barely managed to pass the red card assessment. Yet he sustained an arm injury from the recoil of the pistol. Position yourselves according to the target numbers, Chart instructed. Each individual was provided with a Glock 17 9mm pistol, a firearm relatively compact and lightweight with manageable recoil, making it suitable for them, particularly due to its ample magazine capacity for practice. Through Chart's detailed introduction and elucidation, the group gradually became acquainted with the Glock 17 specifications and shooting techniques, adjusting their aim and entering a state of focus. Given Lin Yu's inherent talent and golden finger, coupled with his diligent efforts, by the end of the afternoon, he had achieved a remarkable feat of hitting the target consistently from within a 50-meter range. The peers, including Xiong Yin, gazed in awe at Lin Yu's extraordinary prowess. Although they managed to hit the target 7 or 8 times out of 10 throughout the afternoon, the disparity with Lin Yu's performance was staggering, leaving them feeling somewhat disheartened. In a bid to keep pace with their leader, they resolved to exert even more effort. After an afternoon of shooting, Lin Yu felt a noticeable soreness in his arm. Despite having undergone rigorous pit digging training, the impact from the pistol's recoil proved somewhat overwhelming. However, he could not deny the effectiveness of Chart's pit digging training previously. He had nearly succumbed to the dreadful recoil after firing only a few shots. Now, he could endure an entire afternoon, suggesting that he ought to incorporate more pit digging training going forward. Observing the group as shooting, Chart seemed to have discerned Lin Yu's thoughts and spoke up. In fact, training your arm strength and chest muscles can yield swift results with push-ups, especially when combined with running. If you can perform 50 consecutive push-ups and run 5 kilometers, you will understand the effectiveness of this regimen. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu smiled knowingly at Chart. "Thank you, Teacher Chart," he replied, leaving Chart momentarily taken aback. Wondering if Lin Yu had genuinely expressed gratitude, a rare occurrence indeed. As shooting training officially commenced, the others, eager to master their skills, diligently engaged in physical training. Since that day, Lin Yu seemed to have developed an infatuation with shooting, spending his time at the shooting range, even persuading Xiong Yin to accompany him, exhausting a considerable portion of the ammunition available. Eventually, Chart intervened, instructing Lin Yu to reload the magazines with the bullets he had used during this period, prompting him to take a break. The reasons behind Lin Yu's fascination with shooting were manifold. Having grown up in the heavily regulated environment of the Great Celestial Empire, where even purchasing a knife required real name verification, he harbored a desire for firearms. Moreover, every boy likely harbors a childhood dream involving guns, imagining himself brandishing a pistol to confront a thug tormenting a young girl, declaring, "Release her, let me handle this." Ultimately, Lin Yu believed that wielding a gun granted him the power to protect those he cared about. Rather than an obsession with firearms, it was a pursuit of strength. He yearned for formidable power, knowing that only absolute strength could safeguard those around him. Lin Yu was, at heart, a person who valued emotions. Those who place great importance on their relationships are often acutely aware of their capabilities, recognizing that only with formidable strength can they attain a sense of security and protect their friends. Perhaps one day, he would encounter another significant person in his life, someone worth protecting with considerable strength. In merely half a month, Lin Yu had achieved the remarkable ability to hit a target flawlessly within 200 meters with a handgun, a feat that caught the attention of the organization as higher-ups and earned him a bit of a reputation within the base. Whispers circulated about a prodigy who, at the tender age of 8, had ascended to the red card level, hitting targets flawlessly within 200 meters. Indeed, they were speaking of Lin Yu. In the living room of room 4067, Lin Yu reveled in the gossip circulating among Xiong Yin and the others, exclaiming, I didn't realize I was so formidable. But then again, how could I not be, being your leader?" The group exchanged bemused glances, watching Lin Yu indulge in self-admiration. Just then, a knock echoed at the door. Qianxia opened it to reveal Chart. "Ah, Chart, what brings you here?" she inquired, puzzled. Chart, with a mischievous grin, turned to Lin Yu and said, "I have good news. Qingjiu has returned and specifically asked to see you." "Oh, Qingjiu is back?" What does she want with me? Lin Yu exclaimed, startled. Have you forgotten that a month ago, Qin Jiao expressly requested you? Hurry to the training ground. She is waiting for you to evaluate your skills. With a face clouded with despair and tears glistening in his eyes, Lin Yu trudged toward the training ground. Upon entering, a chilling atmosphere enveloped him, and he looked up to see a figure clad in a black trench coat, long silver hair cascading down, with a hat and bangs partially obscuring her face. Ah. So this is Qin Jiao, he thought. Sensing his presence, Qin Jiao turned and spotted Lin Yu standing at the entrance. Why are you just standing there? My time is precious. If you pass my evaluation, you will become one of my subordinates, she commanded. Lin Yu, irritated by her pretentious tone, retorted. As if being your subordinate is something impressive. What isn't it for me? Immediately, he clamped a hand over his mouth, realizing he had spoken out of turn. Would Qin Jiao take offense? Observing Lin Yu's reaction, Qin Jiao smirked slightly, though to Lin Yu, it resembled a devilish grin. I permit those with strength to exhibit a bit of defiance before me, provided you can pass my evaluation. Otherwise, her gaze turned icy as she continued. As for the benefits of being my subordinate, rest assured that while you are under my protection, no one in this space will dare to lay a hand on you, except for me, of course. Lin Yu raised an eyebrow, contemplating, that doesn't sound too bad. No one can bully me, and Qin Jiao seems formidable. However, Qin Jiao paid no mind to Lin Yu's internal musings. Enough talk. Let us see what you're capable of. Lin Yu shrugged nonchalantly. Sure, what do you want to test? Ignoring his words, Qin Jiao slowly finished her cigarette, exhaling the smoke before discarding the butt and extinguishing it beneath her shoe. The display seemed impressive, but to Lin Yu, it was merely pretentious. As a killer, there are 5 essential skills you must master to survive. I will evaluate you based on these skills. Your performance will determine whether I accept you. Lin Yu displayed a puzzled expression. 5 essential skills? I've never heard of that. The first one is straightforward. Physical training. You are to climb a 50-foot bamboo pole and complete 50 pull-ups. I'll give you 3 days. After that, I will only consider the results. I don't need 3 days. I can do it right now, Lin Yu confidently asserted. Lin Yu raised his head confidently to meet Jin's gaze. It was not that Lin Yu was so arrogant as to think he could easily pass, but rather that Jin had mentioned he had coincidentally done it before. Recently, Lin Yu had become quite enamored with shooting. In order to build the arm strength necessary to withstand the recoil, he had engaged in various strength training exercises, including climbing bamboo poles and utilizing parallel bars. Jin looked at Lin Yu with a hint of surprise, seemingly not expecting him to accomplish it so swiftly, though he quickly masked his astonishment. Oh, is that so? I despise arrogant individuals, but it's best if you can do it. Jin led Lin Yu to the training area, observing him as he appeared eager to begin. Approaching the bamboo pole, Lin Yu rubbed his hands together, took a deep breath, and started to climb. Initially, due to his previous training, he ascended with ease. However, after reaching 40 feet, his arms began to tremble, veins bulging, and he struggled to maintain his grip. Nonetheless, with a solid foundation, he gritted his teeth and persevered to 50 feet. Yet, his arms seemed to reach their limit, and he slowly slid down the pole. Upon reaching the ground, Lin Yu sat there, gasping for breath as if liberated. Jin squatted down in front of him, observing him intently before speaking slowly. You performed adequately. Take an hour to recover, and then we will proceed to the parallel bars. Having set a precedent with the bamboo climbing, Lin Yu found the parallel bars to be not particularly challenging after an hour of rest, though he was thoroughly exhausted upon completion. Congratulations. You have finally completed the first task. Given your current condition, we cannot proceed with physical training, so the second task will be memorization training. Lin Yu slumped on the ground, looked at Jin in confusion. Memorization training? Is it about memorizing something? I will provide you with a tape recording. For instance, memorize the hobbies, habits, and work scope of an American businessman. All information given to the trainees is crucial, as a minor character encountered in the process often becomes key to completing the task. I will give you time to prepare. Come find me when you feel ready. As he turned to leave, Lin Yu called after him, but Jin, I don't know where to find you. 4005. Oh, got it. Jin suddenly halted, turning back to Lin Yu. You must particularly memorize the appearance of important figures who are adversaries of the mafia, so you can handle unforeseen events and critical moments. This is the purpose of the memorization training. Without waiting for Lin Yu to respond, he turned and left without looking back. Lin Yu watched Jin hurriedly depart and smiled. It seemed Jin was not as frightening as portrayed in the original text, at least not at this moment. Jin cast a sidelong glance at the foolish boy, contemplating whether raising someone like Shiburi in such an environment was truly wise. Children of the organization like him had already perished. Yet, Lin Yu was clever. His innate talent could easily be described as that of a natural-born killer. A second-generation assassin, perhaps? Initially, Jin had merely intended to treat him like an ordinary child of the organization, but matters seemed to be evolving in an unexpected direction, the implications of which remained uncertain. When Jin mentioned that the second task was memorization training, Lin Yu momentarily froze, for such training posed no difficulty for him. Why? Because he possessed a unique advantage. Despite being a dream, it was an absurd dream in which he had learned techniques for rapid memorization. Upon awakening, Lin Yu had found himself with an impeccable memory. But why did Lin Yu not immediately inform Jin of his capability? Simply put, he was being willful. The physical training had thoroughly exhausted him, and he required a moment of respite, especially since Jin had mentioned he would not be leaving the area anytime soon. Feeling sufficiently rested, Lin Yu approached room 4005 with renewed vigor and knocked on Jin's door. The door opened promptly. Upon seeing Lin Yu, Jin said nothing and turned to search for something, with Lin Yu following him inside and shutting the door behind him. At that moment, Jin rummaged through a box and produced a tape recording. So, shall we begin now? Are you ready? Lin Yu looked at Jin earnestly and replied, I am ready. Jin inserted the tape into the recorder, and after a segment of audio played, he said, You may begin to recite the content just heard. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yu began. Rodriguez Benny, age 32. Enjoys tending to the flowers in his backyard after returning home, and is accustomed to basking in the sun for half an hour after lunch. His work has never taken him beyond Manhattan, and he maintains a good relationship with Mrs. Smith, often discussing pet-related matters. Jin listened intently, eyes closed, and after a moment, he opened them and remarked, Although you did not fully recite the content of the recording, you managed to convey the essential details about the character. I will just barely consider the second memorization task completed. Before Lin Yu could celebrate, Jin added, The third task is night training. You will place thumbtacks on the floor. Blindfold yourself, and use your hearing to identify their locations. You may return to study this at your leisure. Come find me when you are ready. You may leave now. I am quite busy. Lin Yu gazed at Jin with wide eyes. Oh. After exiting room 4005, Lin Yu found himself in a state of turmoil on his way back to his room. This night training would not be easy. What should he do? Upon returning to his room, Lin Yu sat on the living room sofa, eyes closed as if deep in thought. After much contemplation, he wore an expression of resignation. It seemed there was no alternative but to tackle the night training step by step. The following morning, Lin Yu gathered Qianxia and the others, explaining the details of the night training and seeking their assistance. After a brief discussion, Qianxia said seriously, I believe it is best to practice this training methodically, as it could one day be a matter of life and death. We cannot afford to take it lightly, especially not with someone like Jin. Lin Yu glanced at Qianxia, agreeing, Indeed, I share the same sentiment. These training exercises are indispensable. Only by excelling can we hope to survive. Then let us rearrange the living room to create space for the night training, he declared. Without hesitation, they quickly cleared a section of the living room. Lin Yu casually found a piece of black cloth to blindfold himself, sitting in the center of the designated area. After some adjustment, he announced, I am ready. You may begin. Yongyin tossed a thumbtack, which arced gracefully through the air before landing with a sharp sound on the smooth floor. Lin Yu, with his keen hearing, stood and walked toward the direction of the fallen tack, crouching down to feel the floor. Qianxia observed Lin Yu's crouched form and said, You may only touch one spot on the floor. You cannot move. If you do not touch it, you fail. Upon hearing Qianxia's words, Lin Yu paused before deciding to proceed with the touch. Regrettably, he did not succeed. Lin Yu and the others attempted the exercise over a dozen times before finally managing to locate the tack in the hushed confines of a particularly tranquil room. The sound of a thumbtack falling to the floor was, without a doubt, too simplistic. It was clear that the enigmatic Jin would never employ such an elementary challenge during the nocturnal training. After some deliberation, the group collectively decided to engage in conversation while tossing thumbtacks, thereby generating a cacophony to heighten the difficulty of the exercise. As anticipated, even Lin Yu's keen auditory senses could not discern the faint sound of the thumbtack amidst the clamor. Consequently, countless thumbtacks were thrown from the morning until noon, leaving everyone exhausted. Finally, Xiongyin could no longer contain himself and suggested, How about we take a break for lunch? We need sustenance to continue. This sentiment echoed the unspoken thoughts of the group, and they proceeded towards the dining hall. Regardless of his role as the leader or as the participant who had trained alongside them, it was expected that Lin Yu would treat everyone, The others unhesitatingly selected the most delectable and expensive dishes, causing Lin Yu's brow to twitch, realizing his funds were likely dwindling again. As Lin Yu dined, the clinking of the iron spoon against the plate momentarily startled him. If he wished to identify a sound, he first needed to recognize it, akin to locating a person. One must remember the sound of the thumbtack to isolate it. With this revelation, Lin Yu hastened his meal, urging everyone to return to the room for further training. Upon their return, Lin Yu persistently tossed thumbtacks, the crisp sound of impact reverberating throughout the room. Feeling it was sufficient, he casually handed a thumbtack to Xiongyan. I am ready. Let us proceed. Ultimately, after numerous failed attempts, Lin Yu succeeded in pinpointing the sound of the thumbtack. Holding the thumbtack with palpable excitement, he celebrated his hard-earned success. And Nai, contemplating beside him, proposed, "Shall we attempt this a few more times to enhance our memory?" Lin Yu, brimming with enthusiasm, wholeheartedly agreed, his tone exuding confidence. Indeed, it is prudent to practice further to improve our accuracy. With Lin Yu's ears now attuned to the sound of the thumbtack, he was able to disregard all surrounding noise, rendering him unaffected by the raucous sounds generated by Xiong Yin and the others. As night fell, the group returned to their dormitories, yet Lin Yu, unable to contain his excitement, ventured to room 4005 at midnight, knocking fervently on the door. Before long, the door swung open, revealing Jin, who regarded Lin Yu with an ominous gaze, as if to convey that without a reasonable explanation, he would not hesitate to eliminate him. Lin Yu flashed a bright, toothy grin and said, "I am prepared to undertake the nocturnal training assessment. Did you not say I could come to find you at any time?" Upon hearing Lin Yu's declaration of readiness, a flicker of surprise crossed Jin's otherwise stoic expression, though it was quickly concealed. "Very well, step inside." Upon entering Jin's room, he retrieved 2 tape recorders from the storage area and switched on the television. Fixing Lin Yu with a cold stare, he stated, "My time is precious. You have a maximum of 5 minutes. Exceed this limit, and you will fail the assessment." He tossed a blindfold to Lin Yu and cranked the volume of the television to its highest setting. As Lin Yu donned the blindfold, Jin discarded it onto the floor. Aware of Jin's cunning nature, Lin Yu focused intently on listening for the sound of the thumbtack. As anticipated, the moment he put on the blindfold, he heard the thumbtack hit the ground, catching Jin off guard. Without hesitation, Lin Yu moved toward the direction from which Jin had thrown the thumbtack, crouching down without immediately reaching out to touch it. Though he felt confident, Lin Yu wanted to be absolutely certain, for caution was paramount. After pondering for several seconds, he reached out and soon felt a small, sharp object. A grin spread across his face as he removed the blindfold and triumphantly held up the thumbtack towards Jin, who was seated on the sofa. The entire process, from the moment Jin threw the thumbtack to Lin Yu retrieving it, took less than 2 minutes, surprising even the usually composed Jin. However, being a veteran of high-stakes situations, he quickly regained his composure. "I must admit, you are indeed impressive. This has taken me aback. Yet, do not forget, there are 2 more assessments to complete. Since you have passed the nocturnal training, let us proceed to the olfactory training." Olfactory training? What on earth is that? If it had been Qian Xiao before him, a frown would have already marred her brow, ready to confront Lin Yu. But facing Jin, he merely regarded Lin Yu with a mild gaze and explained, "Olfactory training is the ability to discern the distinct scents of various perfumes worn by individuals." Lin Yu stared blankly at Jin, his tone laced with boredom. "While I am aware that olfactory training must be useful, I still wish to know why it is necessary to distinguish between different perfumes." Had Chap been present, he would have been astonished. Typically, inquiries of this nature directed at Jin would receive an immediate dismissal. Yet, inexplicably, Jin exhibited remarkable patience towards Lin Yu. Consider this. When you walk for an extended period in a bustling area, such as a street or an airport, and you repeatedly encounter the same perfume scent, what does that signify? Observing Lin Yu's bewildered expression, Jin abandoned his line of questioning before he could respond and continued, "It indicates that you are being followed. Only those with keen reflexes and acute senses can thrive in this world." In truth, Lin Yu was equally surprised by Jin's willingness to patiently instruct him. Having read the original Conan series, he understood Jin's reputation as a cold-blooded killer, a label that seemed to define him. Jin, noticing Lin Yu's dazed expression, furrowed his brow and asked, "What are you daydreaming about? Are you not listening to my words?" "Oh, I heard you. I will head back to practice now," Lin Yu hastily replied, dashing out before Jin could respond. Once outside Jin's room, Lin Yu exhaled a sigh of relief, contemplating that he could no longer rely solely on the original narrative to define a character. After all, that perspective was confined to the protagonist's viewpoint. This realm did not follow a scripted plot. Its inhabitants were vibrant individuals with their own thoughts, and he was not the protagonist. Sometimes, knowing the storyline could be a hindrance, fostering a rigid mindset. For instance, having read the original work, Lin Yu's first impression of Jin was that of a ruthless, malevolent figure, while he viewed Kudo Shinichi as the embodiment of intelligence and justice. Such perceptions were detrimental, akin to the way certain travelers might recklessly pursue the protagonist, deeming the antagonist as irredeemably evil without considering their own allegiances. The protagonist might not necessarily welcome them. And as for Lin Yu's perspective, what of Jin's coldness? If he teaches him how to survive, then he is worthy of gratitude. What of Vermouth's countless murders? What of it? She treated herself to a meal to vent her frustrations. After all, how much worse could things get? Finally, having cast aside her rigid thinking, Lin Yu realized it was time to contemplate how to practice this olfactory training. To distinguish between various fragrances, one must, of course, possess the perfumes themselves. As a holder of a red card, Lin Yu, in a rather extravagant manner, selected a dozen different perfumes from the storeroom and had them delivered to room 4067. As night fell, it was time to rest. The next morning, upon witnessing the dazzling array of perfumes, Lin Yu thought they might bear a resemblance to the sound of thumbtacks. She decided to commit these fragrances to memory. Thus, she proceeded to smell each of the dozen perfumes in succession. Did Lin Yu manage to remember them? Regrettably, while she initially recalled the first few, after sampling them all, she forgot every single one. Lin Yu pouted, lamenting, "They're all just scents. How can anyone tell them apart?" Indeed, when it comes to perfumes, one must consult a woman. Although Qianxia and Anai were not quite women yet, they were at least half of one. Perhaps women, when confronted with fragrances, would unlock new skills automatically? Lin Yu then called upon the others to join her in room 4067. Upon seeing the array of perfumes, Qianxia and Anai exclaimed in delight. Lin Yu, unable to bear the ruckus, approached them and said, all right, enough with the exclamations. Quickly, let's think about how to train. If I master this, I'll gift you all the perfumes. Sound good?" Qianxia's eyes sparkled with excitement as she gazed at Lin Yu. "Really?" she asked. "Of course. What use would a man have for perfumes?" Ignoring Lin Yu, Qianxia rushed to discuss strategies with Anai. Anai turned to Lin Yu and said, "Actually, fragrance is something you can remember simply by being around it long enough, much like how we can smell the scent of food on Xiongyan." Lin Yu, feeling exasperated, replied, "True, but all these perfumes smell so similar. How could I possibly distinguish one from another?" "Brother Yu, didn't you say that the purpose of identifying perfumes is to detect if someone is following you?" "Yes. What's your point?" "The scents that frequently surround you will become familiar over time. If you pay attention, you'll notice the familiar aroma nearby. Does this really require training?" Lin Yu paused, pondering the insight. "You're right. It makes sense. Smelling them just once isn't sufficient. But if a scent keeps appearing, my nose will remember. I just need to stay vigilant." Realizing this, he shook his head and laughed. "I was overthinking it. The essence of this training is simply to maintain constant vigilance." And I smiled at Lin Yu and said, "Brother Yu, the earlier exercises misled you into believing it was more complicated than it truly is. Thank you for the perfumes. Otherwise, I would have been stuck here." Lin Yu expressed his gratitude, but the others had already happily divided the fragrances and were preparing to leave. Disregarding Lin Yu's attempt to launch into a lengthy discourse, Lin Yu felt a twinge of irritation. As the leader, he felt he had lost all authority. Lamenting the lack of manners among the youth today, with nothing to occupy him, Lin Yu decided to seek out Jin, aiming to complete the fourth training assessment. Upon arriving at Jin's room, Jin, with an impassive expression, stated, "Due to the complexities of this assessment, I will take you outside for it tomorrow." Lin Yu squinted at Jin, marveling, "Wow, what a thespian. I almost fell for that. By the way, does this olfactory training truly require practice? Surely, with a bit of vigilance, one could remember scents?" Lin Yu mused. To his surprise, Jin responded, "You are quicker than I anticipated. Indeed, olfactory training is merely a gimmick. To follow someone, one must conceal their scent and certainly not be foolish enough to apply perfume." Lin Yu, enlightened, regarded Jin with understanding. "So, your insistence on this training was simply to gauge my mental agility?" Jin replied nonchalantly, "Not much more than that." At that moment, Lin Yu felt a surge of frustration, wishing to voice countless complaints but refraining. In room 4005, Jin and Lin Yu exchanged glances, with Lin Yu finally asking, "I have completed 4 assessments. What is the final one?" Jin stood, casting a condescending glance at Lin Yu, who felt irked by the disparity in their heights, yet was powerless to change it. "The gun snatch training." Lin Yu was taken aback. Gun snatch? You mean I have to take a gun from you? How is that even possible? Jin scoffed, exuding confidence. You should be grateful that you won't be trying to take it from my hands. Otherwise, you would never succeed. Lin Yu was annoyed by Jin's overconfidence but could not argue, for it was indeed true that at present, success against Jin was utterly implausible. What does this gun snatch training entail? Jin's lips curled into a slight smile as he explained, I will throw you a handgun. And you must dive to retrieve it while I will use another gun to prevent you from doing so. Once you have the gun, you must shoot and hit me to pass. Once it begins, there will be no end. Even if your knees bleed, you will not be permitted to stop. Jin paused, gazing deeply into Lin Yu's eyes. I won't attack you, but I will obstruct you. You must persist until you strike me. Do you understand? Otherwise, I will wear you down. Lin Yu looked at Jin, puzzled. But if I hit you, you'll be injured. What then? What if you hold a grudge against me? Jin narrowed his eyes, chuckling softly. What makes you so confident that you can hit me? Are you even certain you can retrieve the gun? Besides, I would be foolish to be injured over such a trivial training. The bullets will be made of rubber. Lin Yu broke into a sweat, realizing he had indeed been overthinking the situation. I truly cannot comprehend how you managed to pass the previous assessments with your intellect, he remarked. I enlisted external help for my training. You should be envious. So, how is this gun snatch training conducted? Lin Yu asked. This training primarily assesses your perseverance and endurance. Relying on a last-minute effort won't yield significant results. It's better to adjust your mindset and rest for a few days before training properly. Lin Yu contemplated this, adopting a nonchalant demeanor. That makes sense. Fine, I will heed your advice. After leaving Jin's room, Lin Yu headed straight to the training ground, bypassing room 4067 entirely. Trusting Jin's words felt unwise. Without enhancing his training, he would surely be exhausted in mere moments during the gun snatch exercise. Lin Yu strapped lead weights to his legs and began running. Though uncertain of the precise approach, given that the gun snatch training was a test of willpower and stamina, running seemed the most effective method. Thus, he ran relentlessly, as if in a marathon, for nearly 3 hours, driven by an insatiable fervor. Upon returning to his room, Lin Yu was nearly exhausted to the point of breathlessness. After taking a shower, he lay on his bed, contemplating how to devise a targeted training regimen based on the scan information provided by Jin. Disarming, repelling, and striking Jin. It seemed he would have to challenge the moving targets at the shooting range tomorrow. Given Jin's extensive experience within the organization and his elevated status, even if he did not shoot at me, hitting him would undoubtedly be no simple feat. This matter was beyond the assistance of Qinxia and Yuhiko. It was best to refrain from troubling them and practice alone. As he pondered, the fatigue from his recent training overwhelmed him, and he fell into a deep slumber. Awakened early the next morning by his biological clock, Lin Yu quickly completed his morning routine and headed towards the shooting range. In his past life, Lin Yu had been a lethargic recluse, burdened by numerous bad habits, with irregular sleeping patterns, particularly exemplified by his notorious morning grumpiness. However, since joining the organization, his life had transformed into a remarkably orderly routine, with his biological clock now reliably set to 6 o'clock sharp each morning. Upon arriving at the shooting range, before even stepping inside, Lin Yu was greeted by the familiar and melodious sound of gunfire. The thunderous echoes of gunshots inexplicably stirred excitement within him. Approaching the 50-meter moving target, Lin Yu selected a conventional handgun and began his practice. Although it was a moving target, he quickly adapted. Aside from a few initial misses due to unfamiliarity, he soon found that every shot thereafter struck true. Yet, rather than reveling in his success, Lin Yu furrowed his brow. This was merely a moving target, not Jin. The moving target was neither particularly fast nor erratic, but what about Jin? His speed remained an unknown. But it was inconceivable that he would move in a predictable manner, especially since he would likely employ his firearm to disrupt Lin Yu's attacks. Thus, it was imperative that Lin Yu enhance his speed and agility. It was only through trial that he recognized the vast chasm separating him from Jin, not merely a minor gap, but an insurmountable distance. Even if he had the advantage, seasoned veterans like Jin would remain unfazed. Clearly, he needed to enlist Char to assist him in training to dodge bullets and improve his agility. Otherwise, he would have little chance of success. However, seeking Char's assistance proved less straightforward than anticipated. Char seemed disinclined to engage, dismissively waving his hand and impatiently stating, "Didn't Jin mention that disarming training tests one's perseverance and patience? Go play around for a couple of days before returning to Jin for your assessment. There is no need for bullet dodging training." Lin Yu's discontent was palpable, clearly etched across his face as he stood in front of Char's door, silently glaring. Finally, after 5 long minutes, Char could no longer endure Lin Yu's silent reproach and, albeit reluctantly, accompanied him to the training ground, enduring a full day of practice. In stark contrast to Lin Yu's spirited enthusiasm, Char appeared remarkably lackluster, his disinterest evident. Observing Char's woeful expression extinguished Lin Yu's excitement. Eventually, at 6 in the evening, Lin Yu magnanimously allowed Char to return home for dinner. Lin Yu, with a look of liberation in his eyes, watched Char leave, feeling a surge of energy as he prepared for the assessment with Jin the following day. Recognizing that Char's current demeanor suggested that last-minute efforts were futile, he resolved to rest well that night to be in optimal condition for tomorrow's challenge. The next morning, his biological clock accurately roused him once more. Unusually, Lin Yu awoke with clarity rather than the usual grogginess. His eyes sparkled with confidence, brimming with excitement for the final assessment. Despite his frequent grievances regarding Jin's evaluations, he was not oblivious to the significant advantages that passing such an assessment would confer upon him. Success would elevate him as a rising star within the organization, sheltered under Jin's formidable presence, promising a bright future as an assassin. Shaking off his daydream, Lin Yu completed his morning routine and headed straight to Jin's room for 1005. As fate would have it, upon his arrival, Jin emerged just in time. Upon seeing Lin Yu's eager expression, Jin's lips curled into a fleeting, enigmatic smile. Although Lin Yu, caught up in his excitement, failed to notice. "Since you are here, let us proceed to the training ground," Jin declared. "Oh, splendid. Let us go," Lin Yu replied, turning towards the direction of the training area. Jin, observing Lin Yu walking in the opposite direction, could not help but interject, "Hey, kid. Where are you going?" Lin Yu, bewildered, turned back to Jin and replied, "To the training ground, of course. What's the matter?" Jin, somewhat exasperated, responded, "I meant to take you to my private training facility. If you were merely heading to the -3 level training zone, I could have sent you there directly." Lin Yu's face lit up with realization. "Oh, right, that makes sense." Jin, typically aloof, could not suppress a sigh of exasperation. "Just follow me." With that, Jin turned and led Lin Yu towards his personal training facility. After a brief walk, they arrived at a door, which Jin accessed through a biometric scan. Lin Yu, trailing behind, silently criticized the need for such security over what he assumed to be a mere training area. However, upon entering Jin's private training ground, his earlier mockery faded instantly, leaving him speechless. The sight before him was breathtaking, far more impressive than his previous visit to the base. This training facility was on an entirely different level compared to the one on -3. It was not merely its size, but its grandeur and comprehensiveness that left Lin Yu in awe. The metallic silver flooring, walls, and ceiling gleamed. And to the left upon entry, an array of firearms, including handguns, sniper rifles, submachine guns, assault rifles, and more, many of which Lin Yu could not even name, lined the wall. The scent of gun oil permeated the air. On the right, a collection of cold weapons showcased various blades, including combat knives, triangular bayonets, Rambo knives, and military daggers, among many others, some of which Lin Yu could not identify. He was astonished that Jin possessed such an extensive arsenal. Lin Yu felt a pang of envy as he gazed at the impressive collection. Jin, noticing Lin Yu's enthralled expression, felt an inexplicable sense of pride as he stated, "If you pass the assessment, as my subordinate, you will naturally have the privilege to train with these weapons." Lin Yu's excitement surged at this revelation. "Really? I can use these weapons?" "Indeed, so it would be best for you to succeed." In truth, the training ground is replete with a myriad of training tools. However, after being indoctrinated by the firearms upon entry, Lin Yu now yearns desperately to pass the assessment and utilize those treasures. Jin Jiu led Lin Yu to a simulated grassy area adorned with minor obstacles, producing 2 standard training handguns and replacing their magazines with rubber bullets. With a gaze that bore a hint of seriousness, he turned to Lin Yu and inquired, "Are you ready, kid?" Lin Yu adjusted his stance, locking eyes with Jin Jiu momentarily before tensing up. "I am ready." Jin Jiu, seemingly indifferent, toyed with the handgun in his hands. But Lin Yu dared not let his guard down, his focus unwavering on the weapon. Suddenly, Jin Jiu hurled the handgun away, and as it landed, Lin Yu sprang forward, seizing the weapon. Yet, Jin Jiu offered no further chances, denying even the opportunity to aim, let alone strike him. One shot after another, Jin Jiu's bullets grazed Lin Yu's body and feet, forcing him to leap, dive, and roll continuously. After what felt like an eternity, Lin Yu's hands and knees were bloodied, and at last, Jin Jio's ammunition was exhausted, granting Lin Yu a fleeting moment to catch his breath. Meanwhile, Jin Jio appeared utterly unfazed, leisurely removing the empty magazine and replacing it with a fresh one. Seizing the moment, Lin Yu quickly aimed and fired 3 shots in succession. Yet, astonishingly, Jin Jio evaded each bullet as if he had foreseen them, a feat that was both terrifying and disheartening for Lin Yu. As Jin Jio effortlessly reloaded, the cycle of exhaustion continued repetitively. Lin Yu, now utterly fatigued, felt the pain of his knees, bloodied and mixed with dirt, intensifying the agony of his wounds. In that moment, he comprehended that this trial was a test of endurance and willpower, not an attack, but a relentless depletion of his strength, exacerbating his injuries. Desperation washed over him. Even the greatest willpower and stamina have their limits. Initially, he had been in prime condition, yet now, in this state of utter exhaustion. How could he possibly hit Jin Jio? It felt like a struggle of the dying. Doubts assailed him. Had he been misled by Jin Jio, who perhaps intended for a swift, decisive strike rather than an enduring tug-of-war? This sense of futility flickered through Lin Yu's mind, but he shook his head, determination and a hint of defiance igniting in his eyes. After all, he had come so far. How could he concede now? He refused to surrender, insisting on seeing this through to the end. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely. Jin Jio had replaced his magazines numerous times, while Lin Yu was drenched in sweat. Blood staining the grass beneath him, his pants torn, and knees in tatters. He felt on the brink of collapse. Grappling with a sense of indignation, was this truly how it would end for him? At that moment, Jin Jio spoke, and to Lin Yu, it sounded like celestial music. For hours precisely, congratulations, you have endured and passed my final assessment. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu could no longer contain himself and succumbed to unconsciousness. When Lin Yu regained consciousness, he found himself staring at an unfamiliar ceiling, disoriented in a strange environment that resembled a hospital room. Attempting to sit up, he was met with excruciating aches, his legs bound as if mummified. Memories of the day he passed the assessment flooded back. He had fainted from sheer exhaustion. As he pondered this, the doors swung open, revealing Qin Xia and Xiong Yin, who rushed in with excitement upon seeing him awake. How are you, Hugo? Are you all right? Do you feel any discomfort? Why did this training leave you in such disarray? The cacophony of their questions overwhelmed him, and he could hardly process a single word. I'm fine, really? But what happened after I fainted? I must have passed the assessment, right? The group exchanged glances, and Nai smiled as she responded. Indeed, Hugo, you have passed the assessment and are now officially recognized as a leader. Jin Jio announced your achievement throughout the base. You are now a person of great renown. Even the usually stoic Duan wore a smile as he regarded Lin Yu. Yes. Although you are still merely a red card holder, your status is equivalent to that of a yellow card. With Jin Jio backing you, you are truly remarkable. My Hugo. Flushed with embarrassment at their praise, Lin Yu playfully scolded, Oh, go on. Leave me be. Don't crowd around like this. Just then, Jin Jio entered, and the playful atmosphere instantly froze, everyone standing still, intimidated by the aura of menace that emanated from him. Fortunately, Lin Yu broke the silence. Hey, Xiong Yin. Aren't you all supposed to train? Don't you fear being reprimanded by Chade? Hurry along. Oh, we should be going then. Take care. With that, they hastily departed. Leaning against the white wall, Jin Jio observed their retreating figures before turning to Lin Yu, speaking slowly. I have reported your progress to the organization, and they hold you in high regard. Your new codename will be Chablis. Lin Yu's face lit up with joy as he exclaimed, Chablis? Hooray! I have a codename now. Jin Jio regarded Lin Yu's childlike excitement. After all, he was still a child at heart. Chablis. Lin Yu seemed oblivious to Jin Jio's words, lost in his own revelry. This caused an uncharacteristic frown to form on Jin Jio's brow, and raising his voice, he called out, Chablis. Startled by the sudden outburst, Lin Yu blinked and turned to Jin Jio with a sheepish grin. Oh, you were calling me? Sorry, I'm just getting used to it. Jin Jio took a deep breath, reminding himself to remain composed in front of this young man. Chablis, would you consider becoming my disciple? Lin Yu's smile faltered momentarily. Jin Jio wanted to take him as a disciple? Was this an opportunity too good to be true? Jin Jio, unaware of Lin Yu's internal turmoil, misinterpreted his expression as reluctance and furrowed his brow, continuing, As my disciple, no one in this base would dare harm you, and you would enjoy countless privileges. Are you not interested? Upon hearing this, Lin Yu realized he could not afford to pass up such an incredible opportunity. Of course, I would be honored. Greetings, Master. He replied cheerfully. As Jin heard Lin Yu refer to him as Master, his face remained expressionless. Yet a sense of inexplicable accomplishment surged within him. Oh no, he thought. I must not smile. I must maintain my stern teacher fade. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Lin Yu looked curiously at Jin's hasty departure. It seemed rather abrupt for a master-disciple relationship. In truth, Jin was still youthful, having only recently entered the world of assassination. With his exceptional talent and ruthlessly cold methods, he had only just begun to make a name for himself in the underworld, far from the seasoned and resolute figure depicted in the original story. Thus, as Jin's first disciple, Lin Yu felt a certain affection toward him, despite his icy exterior. He could not help but harbor a sense of fondness for his apprentice. Following an examination by the organization's doctor, it was advised that Lin Yu remain hospitalized for a few more days for observation. He glared resentfully at the old director and several nurses as they exited. Bored, Lin Yu spotted some leftover fruit on the table beside him and casually grabbed a banana, munching on it absent-mindedly. At that moment, the door swung open again. Lin Yu, initially excited, thought it was his friends, but his enthusiasm waned when he realized it was a blonde beauty wearing sunglasses. Disappointment was evident on his face. The blonde beauty approached and sat in the chair across from him, removing her sunglasses and smiling warmly. Little brother, I came to visit you out of kindness. Why do you appear so disappointed? Lin Yu had not taken a closer look at her earlier, but upon hearing her alluring voice, he lifted his gaze and exclaimed excitedly, Beiji, is that you? You're incredible. How did you find me here? Indeed, you are rather impressive yourself, managing to pass Jin's stringent assessment. Jin has even declared you his disciple to the base. What should I call you now? Or shall I call you shabbily? Feeling slightly embarrassed by Beiji's words, Lin Yu pondered in his heart how the news about him had spread so rapidly. Beiji, shabbily is my new code name. But I'll let you in on a secret. You can also call me Yu. After contemplating for a while, Lin Yu decided that names were merely code names, and it wouldn't matter to share it with Beiji. Beiji flashed a mysterious smile that made Lin Yu's heart race. Then I shall call you Yu. Although Jin has promised to protect you within the organization, I find myself wanting to protect you as well. Are you happy, Yu? Now you have another person to look out for you. Lin Yu did not feel particularly elated by this. Instead, he found it odd. Jin's words about being his disciple seemed natural, but Beiji's intentions were perplexing. The Beiji from the original story was an enigmatic character, her motives shrouded in ambiguity. Did she harbor a maternal instinct for him? Why was she so kind to him? Beiji maintained her enticing and enigmatic smile. You wish to know why I am so kind to you? Lin Yu, curious, inquired further. Yes, it is peculiar, isn't it? I cannot fathom such kindness without reason. Ah, that is not permitted, she teased. You know, a secret makes a woman more alluring. Lin Yu stared at Beiji in silence, realizing just how naive he had been. Her classic lines echoed from the original tale. You need not concern yourself with much. Simply know that your position within the organization is quite secure. No one dares to harm you. Lin Yu did not respond, continuing to munch on his banana. Observing his indifference, Beiji took the hint and gracefully departed. After finishing his snack, Lin Yu reclined on his hospital bed, stretching lazily and gazing at the ceiling, lost in thought. In truth, he considered himself quite fortunate. Although life within the assassin organization was arduous, filled with challenges and uncertainties, it was undeniably preferable to the mediocrity of his previous existence. At barely over 8 years of age, he had already attained a red card and enjoyed the protection of 2 powerful black card holders, promising a bright future ahead. With the current training regimen, he felt assured and unburdened. However, Lin Yu suddenly found himself in turmoil, questioning the purpose of his existence in this world. What path lay ahead? Should he continue on a predictable life trajectory, as he had in his past life, meandering through the mundane? What was the purpose of his journey into the world of Conan? He began to doubt the meaning of his life. Initially drawn to the organization by curiosity, he had gradually settled into a routine. Jin's challenge to pass the rigorous assessment had provided him with a new goal, yet upon achieving it, he was left feeling aimless. This reaction was not entirely surprising. Unattainable stars always shone the brightest, elusive fish appeared the most beautiful, and missed opportunities seemed the most alluring. Yet upon attainment, one often found little worth celebrating. Shaking his head vigorously, Lin Yu sought to dispel these illogical and chaotic thoughts. Rationality suggested that he was in a predatory organization, not the ordinary life he had previously known. He chuckled at himself for lacking a sense of urgency. Such musings could lead to his swift demise. Relying on the protection of Jin and Beiji was naive. They were not his guardians, and he could not expect them to shield him indefinitely. Jin's willingness to be his ally was not out of affection for his disciple, but rather a need for a capable, intelligent, and loyal subordinate. Beiji's motives remained a mystery. Her flattery could either denote genuine concern or hidden agendas. Embracing a mindset of worst-case scenarios, Lin Yu contemplated everything in the most negative light, finding a strange amusement in it. Thus, for several days, he lay in the hospital, akin to a languid fish, lost in thought, until his injuries had nearly healed. One noon, his companions arrived at the hospital to escort Lin Yu home. However, he seemed reluctant to leave, having enjoyed the leisurely days spent in the hospital, replete with television, fruits, and beautiful nurses. And thus, the following situation unfolded. Lin Yu wore an unusually serious expression. "Doctor, I believe I still feel a slight pain in my chest. It may be an internal injury that you overlooked. Perhaps I should rest for a few more days." The doctor disregarded Lin Yu's plea, addressing Chica and the others instead. "Shabuli's condition has improved significantly. Hospitalization is no longer necessary. It would be beneficial to engage in some exercise at home." "Thank you, doctor, for your care during this time," Lin Yu stammered, visibly flustered. Hey. You can't just dismiss my request and then encourage them to let me suffer." However, no one paid heed to Lin Yu's protests. After a brief conversation with the doctor, the crowd promptly dragged Lin Yu away. Upon returning to room 4067, Lin Yu sprinted to the large bed in the bedroom and stubbornly declared, "I tell you, I still have 3 days of leave granted by Qin Jiao. Don't even think about making me join your training." The others, including Qian Xia, looked at Lin Yu with disdain and disbelief at his childish antics. Yuan, standing aside, remarked quietly, "Is this how a leader behaves? Don't you know you should set an example for your juniors? You are the leader, after all." Lin Yu glanced around, feigning ignorance. Qian Xia, feeling indignant, added, "Why are you so lazy? I seriously doubt how you passed Qin Jiao's 5 assessments." Lin Yu pulled the blanket over himself, whistling as he dismissed Qian Xia's words as mere background noise. After a moment of awkward silence, Yuan intervened, saying, "Forget it. Brother Yu's injury hasn't healed yet. Let us not drag him into this. He should rest well." Lin Yu looked at Yuan appreciatively and said, "See? Yuan understands. All right, everyone, you may leave. I wish to rest." Qian Xia couldn't help but retort, "Sleep, sleep, sleep, go ahead and turn into a pig." At this point, Lin Yu had already covered himself with the blanket, falling silent. Despite the commotion, it was clear that Lin Yu was genuinely fatigued, prompting the others to leave room 4067 quietly and return to their dormitory for training, especially with their promotion assessments approaching. Once the noise subsided, the room fell into a tranquil silence. Lin Yu, still recovering and with limited stamina, soon succumbed to a heavy drowsiness and drifted into slumber. When he awakened, it was already past 9 in the evening. At this hour, training seemed rather late, yet he felt well-rested and not inclined to sleep more. If he considered visiting Yuan and the others, they had likely just finished their training and would be quite exhausted, so he decided against disturbing them. After contemplating, he realized he had little to occupy his time. Lin Yu absently rubbed his stomach, retrieved some snacks from the refrigerator, and prepared to watch television all night. However, Lin Yu soon grew restless. The television programs were rife with tales of family feuds and in-law disputes, which, though novel in this era, felt all too cliche to him as a time traveler. No wonder he found it unbearable. After turning off the television, he resolved to lie down in his bedroom. Perhaps he would soon fall asleep again. The spacious room was enveloped in silence, and Lin Yu, clutching a pillow and lying in the center of the bed, felt particularly solitary. He suddenly envied Yuan and the others who could share a dorm, even if the environment wasn't as pleasant. At least there was a lively group around. Why do people feel lonely and desolate? It is often because they are left idly alone, with too much leisure time and nothing to engage in, leading to such melancholic reflections. If he were to train as rigorously as Yuan and the others, he wouldn't have the time to ponder life's complexities. He would be preoccupied with merely enduring the next day. Yet, recalling the grueling hardships faced by Yuan and his companions, Lin Yu felt that a touch of solitude was not so bad after all. After rolling around in bed for over an hour in boredom, Lin Yu finally sensed a flicker of drowsiness and fell asleep. Bang, bang, bang. The shooting range was filled with the sound of gunfire as a tall, robust man in black focused intently on his target. Suddenly, he heard footsteps behind him. Without hesitation, he fired backward. But the dark figure effortlessly dodged the bullet and approached him slowly. The atmosphere in the shooting range was stifling, making it hard to breathe. "Chart, you haven't changed a bit over the years, have you? Despite your efforts, you still lack the innate talent for this, and you will never catch up to my pace," came a sardonic voice from the shadows. The figure stepping into the light was Qinjiao, who looked at Chart with a hint of mockery. "You are the genius of the organization. I am just a minor character, so there is no need for your concern," Chart retorted, wishing to argue back. But the words caught in his throat. He knew Qinjiao spoke the truth. He was merely ordinary and could not match Qinjiao's brilliance, no matter how hard he tried. The two exchanged silent glances before Chart finally broke the silence. "You didn't come here just to mock me, did you?" Qinjiao casually surveyed the surroundings, appearing indifferent. "Of course not. Although your opinion is no longer required, I still wanted to inform you that I will be taking Shiburi." Chart frowned, displeased. "Fine, I understand. Now, please leave." Without another word, Qinjiao turned and exited the shooting range, while Chart continued to sweat and practice diligently. In truth, Chart and Qinjiao were from the same cohort of assassins, having trained and killed together, originally forming a solid friendship. However, as time passed, Qinjiao's talent began to shine, growing increasingly formidable, while Chart remained ordinary, tirelessly striving to keep pace with Qinjiao but falling further behind. Their common ground for conversation diminished, as Qinjiao ascended the ranks, achieving black card status and making a name for himself in the assassin world, whereas Chart, despite his hard work, remained a yellow card, still grappling with the blue card assessments. Qinjiao grew arrogant, bolstered by his achievements, and began to look down on Chart, deeming him foolish for stubbornly striving for the impossible, consistently belittling him. Their relationship drifted further apart with each passing day. The following day, after returning to his room, Lin Yu's biological clock persistently roused him. Reflecting on his remaining 2 days of leisure, he decided to have breakfast. The organization's meals were surprisingly good, leaving him feeling quite full. A walk was in order to aid digestion. Having spent a considerable amount of time within the organization, he had yet to properly explore the base due to various reasons. Now seemed like the perfect opportunity to do so. Lin Yu entered the elevator, glancing at the buttons, and inexplicably pressed the -2 level, which he recalled was the teaching area. His only visit there was during the red card assessment, and he had been too preoccupied with exams to truly observe his surroundings. Stepping out of the elevator, he aimlessly wandered, opening a classroom door, which revealed a typical classroom setting. The teacher at the front and the students below all turned to stare at Lin Yu, who awkwardly stammered, "Sorry, I've entered the wrong classroom. Please continue." He quickly shut the door and left in embarrassment. The layout of the teaching area bore some resemblance to the dormitory, differing only in that dorm rooms were simply categorized by numbers, while the classrooms represented various subjects and difficulty levels. Lin Yu continued to wander aimlessly until he stumbled upon a vast library within the teaching area, filled with many books that were nowhere else to be found. Along with a wealth of information about this world and the organization, Lin Yu spent the most time in the library throughout the day, feeling that enough time had passed. He rose from the floor and stretched lazily. After leaving the library, as Lin Yu approached the corner, he heard a faint sound of sobbing and instinctively quickened his pace. There, nestled in the corner of the wall, was a little girl. She was strikingly beautiful, with shimmering ice blue eyes and loosely curled chestnut hair. Yet her solitary figure seemed to be suffused with sorrow. Upon witnessing this poignant scene, Lin Yu's pupils constricted slightly as he stood there, transfixed by her presence. This girl, Shiho Mayano, had long been a source of regret for Lin Yu in his past life. For the sake of her only family, her sister, she transformed into Sherry, becoming merely a tool for the organization in that realm of darkness, devoid of freedom and joy, until her sister was murdered by the organization. In the gas chamber, she ingested APTX 4869, thus becoming AI Hybra. Lin Yu felt an overwhelming desire to protect her, especially in this very moment, as a fervent sense of guardianship surged within him. Perhaps it was also a lingering affection from a previous life. Gently, Lin Yu approached her and crouched down, placing his trembling hand on her shoulder. Startled by the sudden touch, she hastily looked up, her eyes still red and filled with a hint of confusion as she regarded him. "I saw you sitting here alone, and it seemed like you were crying, so I wanted to comfort you. I didn't mean to frighten you." "I'm sorry," he stammered, feeling unexpectedly shy in front of the little girl he had always admired. She gazed at him for a long while, and just as Lin Yu felt awkward under her scrutiny, she suddenly spoke. "In this place, it's best not to meddle, otherwise you'll meet a swift end." With that, she prepared to rise and leave. Lin Yu was momentarily taken aback. Her words, though stiff and cold, lacked conviction, revealing a facade of composure meant to mask her own discomfort. Not wanting to miss the chance to connect with her, he quickly grasped her hand and asked, "What is your name? May I be your friend?" "Why?" she replied, bewildered. "Why would you want to be friends with me?" They say I only bring misfortune to those around me. I have no friends." After uttering this, she lowered her head, seemingly suppressing something deep within. "But I want to be your friend. I really like you. Can I be your first friend?" he urged. She looked up at him, astonished. For the other children regarded her as a monster, keeping their distance, yet he dared to express his fondness. "All right, you can be my first friend," she finally conceded. Lin Yu's heart leaped with joy at her words. "My code name is Shiburi, but I prefer my friends to call me you. You must call me you." "Sherry? The prodigy under that gin?" She hesitated for a moment before speaking. "My code name is Sherry, and my name is Shiho Mayano." "Very well. I shall call you Shiho from now on." Shiho looked at Lin Yu with a hint of curiosity, finding him rather too familiar for her liking. Noticing the peculiar expression on Shiho's face, Lin Yu understood her discomfort, yet he felt that wooing a girl required not only persistence, but also a certain audacity. Otherwise, he would find it difficult to even engage her in conversation. Shiho chose not to elaborate further and quietly walked away, while Lin Yu was lost in thought. He suddenly realized that Shiho had already distanced herself from him, prompting him to sprint after her. "Hey, Shiho, why are you walking so fast? Please wait for me." Shiho cast a glance back at him and replied, "I have class. I've already wasted enough time. I'm going to be late." With that, she paid him no further mind and hurried toward the classroom. Wait. Slow down, please." Lin Yu trailed after her rather awkwardly. They soon arrived at the classroom, but the bell had been ringing for quite some time. As Shiho entered, she found the room empty except for a stern-looking man at the podium, presumably the teacher. Lin Yu casually surveyed the classroom and continued his conversation with Shiho. "Why is there no one in your class?" However, Shiho kept her gaze fixed on the floor. Ignoring him, the fierce-looking teacher descended from the podium and, with a derisive and disdainful expression, directed his attention to Shiho. "Sherry, do not converse with unfamiliar and dubious individuals. They may simply be trying to ingratiate themselves with you. And look, you've only just met him, and you're already late, which severely disrupts your studies. You know very well that poor performance has serious consequences." Upon hearing this, Lin Yu's expression gradually darkened. He had only just begun to forge a friendship with Shiho, and now this man was intent on dismantling it. Anger welled within him as he thought, "Hey, old man, do you dare speak to me like that in front of my face? It seems you have a death wish." With that, a cold aura began to emanate from Lin Yu, causing the teacher to momentarily falter, the atmosphere growing tense. Lin Yu had already begun to exude a hint of killing intent. He had taken a life in that dimly lit room before. And while not everyone could manifest such a presence, he was already displaying it with ease. It must be noted that Lin Yu had a certain talent for being a killer, but his burgeoning aura seemed to frighten Shiho, distancing him further from the path of romance. "My apologies, I am Kondo Hikachiiro, the Deputy Director of the Teaching District, specifically responsible for Sherry's education. May I inquire who you are?" To have attained the position of Deputy Director indicated that Kondo was quite the seasoned individual. Just moments ago, he had looked down on Lin Yu, but upon sensing his aura, he quickly adopted a more obsequious demeanor, revealing his adaptability. "I am no great figure. Merely a nondescript individual known as Sherry," Lin Yu replied, raising an eyebrow with a mischievous smile, as though enjoying the unfolding drama. At that moment, Kondo's back was drenched in sweat, fearing the repercussions of his earlier arrogance. Initially assuming Lin Yu to be an ordinary student, he quickly realized his mistake when Lin Yu revealed a flicker of menace. As Kondo introduced himself, he felt as though he had crossed a line, having offended Jin's apprentice, a rising star of the organization. Panicking, he wiped the cold sweat from his brow and stammered, "Master S.H. Sherry, I did not intend to offend you. Might you forgive my earlier transgression?" Seeing Kondo in such a state, Lin Yu raised an eyebrow, stroking his chin as if contemplating something. In truth, Kondo's behavior indicated a keen awareness of circumstances. He was simply cautious, which would make future interactions with Shiho more convenient. Most importantly, Kondo feared Lin Yu, realizing that having upset him today would make him easier to manipulate. "Are you the one providing individual lessons to Sherry?" Lin Yu inquired. "Why, yes, master. Is Sherry studying alone?" Although Kondo found the question peculiar, he answered honestly, as he was accustomed to being perceptive in the organization. "Yes, master, because Sherry possesses exceptional intelligence, and the organization places great importance on her training as a genius. Sherry is a genius, and so am I. Therefore, I shall attend classes with her from now on." Shiho looked at Lin Yu with surprise, a glimmer of hope flashing in her eyes, though it quickly faded as she doubted that Lin Yu could stay with her. "But, master, Sherry's learning pace differs from most. which is why I provide her with individualized instruction. Moreover, your presence here may not sit well with Jin. I have already stated that she is a genius, and so am I. I completed my middle school examinations when I advanced to a red card. As for Jin, you need not concern yourself. I will discuss it with him. After all, he cannot expect me to only build physical strength. Jin would not require a pupil with a simple mind, but strong limbs. As he spoke, a confident smile graced Lin Yu's face, albeit with a hint of foolishness. Shiho gazed at him, reflecting on his earlier promise to stay with her in class, and a surge of joy flickered within her. She would no longer have to endure solitude. At this thought, her lips unconsciously curled into a faint smile. Lin Yu was momentarily entranced. Shiho smiled at him. She truly was beautiful. Ahem, Sherry and Master, we should commence our lesson. We have already exceeded the scheduled start time by nearly 10 minutes. Kondo's interruption was unanticipated and rather ill-timed, especially since Lin Yu had just praised him for his awareness of the situation. At that moment, Shiho had already taken her usual seat, and Lin Yu promptly followed, settling beside her and propping his head up with one hand, admiring her radiant smile. Shiho, in turn, focused on Kondo, ready to take notes. For this lesson, we shall not delve into new material. Instead, we will conduct a test to assess the learning progress of our new student. Excuse me, Kondo-sensei, what subject will we be tested on? Kondo gazed at Lin Yu, exasperated. After all the talk about attending class, Lin Yu didn't even know what they would be studying. It seemed he had merely come to enjoy himself. We will primarily be testing biology and chemistry. Oh, I see. Lin Yu understood. In the original story, Shiho was a researcher in pharmaceutical studies, so her classes would naturally focus on biology and chemistry. Kondo retrieved 2 discs and distributed them to Shiho and Lin Yu. The test questions are contained within these discs. You have both taken such assessments before, so I need not elaborate further. The examination begins now. The 2 individuals inserted the disc into the computer and, after a brief operation, the examination questions appeared. They began to fervently write their answers. The exam duration was an hour and a half, yet within merely 50 minutes. Lin Yu had completed his work, saved his answers, and removed the disc. Meanwhile, Shiho was still engrossed in her calculations, intensely focused. Sitting to her right, Lin Yu propped his head on his left hand and gazed at Shiho's delicate profile, unable to suppress a silly smile. How endearing my little sorrow is. Just look at those focused eyes, so cute, so charming. Ah, ha ha ha. Shiho remained utterly undistracted by the peculiar presence beside her, diligently finishing her exam before meticulously reviewing it twice, preparing to submit it to Kondo. Huh? Shiho casually took mine as well. Noticing Shiho getting up, Lin Yu handed his disc to her to submit alongside hers. Since there were only 2 students taking the exam, Kondo directly graded their papers in the classroom, while Shiho and Lin Yu occupied their seats studying. Though it was termed studying, only Shiho was earnestly reading, while Lin Yu, in a state of rapture, was simply watching her. Kondo, grading the 2 exams at the podium, appeared utterly astonished. He was aware that Sherry's paper was flawless, but to his surprise, Shibori had also achieved a perfect score. Initially, he thought Shibori had stopped after less than an hour simply due to a lack of understanding. After all, not everyone possesses the extraordinary abilities of Sherry. However, upon grading Shibori's paper, he realized his naivety. The questions were middle school level. Yet Shibori had employed high school formulas to solve them. Truly, they were both prodigies. Is such intellect typical of ordinary individuals? Sherry merely exhibited a well-developed mind, whereas Shibori was renowned for his exceptional talent and training. Kondo had initially assumed that Jin's decision to take him as a pupil was merely due to Shibori being a particularly impressive child. Now, Kondo regarded Lin Yu with the gaze reserved for monsters, recalling how he had narrowly escaped a dire situation, feeling a chill trickle down his back. Taking a deep breath, he attempted to quell the tremors and excitement within him. Sherry, Shibori, your exams have been graded, and you both performed exceptionally well. Especially you, Shibori, achieving a perfect score. Although Sherry, your formula on the last question was somewhat lacking. Upon hearing Kondo's words, Lin Yu reluctantly diverted his gaze from Shiho, looking at Kondo's face, which resembled a blooming flower when smiling. I told you I am a genius. Since you believe my performance was exemplary, do relay that to Jin. It would be more convenient for me to speak with him about it. All right, the exam is over. You may leave now. Lin Yu's eyes lit up as he turned to Shiho. Shiho, what room do you live in? It's not safe for you to go home alone. Allow me to escort you. Lin Yu's eyebrows involuntarily arched playfully at Shiho. Suit yourself, she replied, appearing disinterested. All right, let us go. regardless of her indifference. Knowing where Shiho lived sufficed. There would be future opportunities. They both took the elevator back to the dormitory area. As they walked, Lin Yu turned to Shiho, pondering for a while before speaking. Shiho, when I first saw you, why were you? Before he could finish, Shiho abruptly halted, glancing back at him. It's none of your business. You're meddling, but thank you for bothering me. Shiho flashed a knowing smile at Lin Yu before briskly continuing on her way. Not looking back. Taken aback by Shiho's words, Lin Yu momentarily froze before bursting into excited laughter. Shiho, you just smiled at me. You smiled. I did not. You misinterpreted. She immediately quickened her pace to keep up with Lin Yu, and only when they walked side by side did she slow down. The two walked together. Lin Yu relishing the moment, wishing time would freeze. Yet, blissful moments are fleeting. It was too long before Shiho stopped in front of a door. She turned back, offering Lin Yu a gentle smile. Thank you, I've arrived home. Lin Yu looked up at the door number, 4013. Very well, I've committed it to memory. Hurry inside, Shiho. I'll come to visit when I have time. After Shiho entered and closed the door, Lin Yu turned, expressionless, and jumped with enthusiasm. His fist raised in triumph. The greatest treasure I've gained since joining the organization is meeting her. Ha ha. Meanwhile, Kondo stood nervously yet diligently at Jin's door. Knocking softly. Jin, it is I, Kondo Haichiro, the deputy director of the teaching area. I come to bother you regarding Shiburi. After speaking, Kondo stepped back. His hands nervously clasped together as he awaited Jin's response. If Lin Yu were present, he would undoubtedly be astonished by Kondo's dedication, as well as disdainful of Kondo's fear of Jin. However, this would be an unjust accusation. Jin's fearsome reputation had long spread throughout the organization. He did not treat others with the same kindness he bestowed upon his little disciple. A slight sign of impatience could send anyone to meet their demise. When Jin opened the door, his eyes were slightly narrowed, leaning against the doorframe, making it clear that Kondo was not welcome inside. He lazily raised his hand to glance at his watch, then fixed a sharp gaze on Kondo, speaking in a low, ominous tone. You have 3 minutes. If what you say fails to pique my interest, I will consider your time wasting a reason to send you a bullet. Kondo appeared visibly shaken. And no, this matter concerns Shiburi, as he asked me to discuss it with you. Without hesitation, Kondo betrayed Lin Yu. You have already wasted 10 seconds. Kondo opened his mouth but remained silent, seemingly struggling to organize his thoughts. Today, Shiburi and Sherry attended my class together. Initially, I didn't pay much attention to Shiburi. I teach exceedingly challenging questions, and I distributed 2 exam sheets for them to complete. Sherry performed flawlessly, which was expected given that she is a key focus of the organization's training. I need to hear the main point. Jin interrupted Kondo impatiently, exasperated. What surprised me was that Shiburi's exam was even more perfect than Sherry's. It's important to note that Sherry has undergone rigorous formal education to achieve this, while Shiburi is a true genius. Therefore, I sincerely request that you allocate some class time for him. He could become a formidable assassin in the future. After speaking, Kondo breathed heavily, cold sweat trickling down his back, nervously watching Jin. After a long silence, Jin finally spoke. Regrettably, you have already exceeded the 3-minute mark. Kondo felt a chill run down his spine as he desperately tried to explain himself, but fear rendered him speechless. However, you should consider yourself fortunate that your words managed to interest me. From now on, Shiburi will attend your class each morning and in the afternoons. He must complete the basic training I assign him. Now, you may leave. With that, the door slammed shut. With a resounding thud, the door was slammed shut. At that moment, Kondo sat helplessly on the floor, gasping for air, muttering to himself, how dangerous, how terrifying. Summerberry actually sent me to speak with Jin. This must be a punishment for my earlier disrespect. They are all devils. After regaining his composure, he hurriedly got to his feet and left. What if Jin suddenly changed his mind and decided to send a bullet in his direction? He would be utterly defenseless. If Lin Yu found out, he would surely feel wronged. It was merely a casual remark, yet Kondo obediently sought out Jin. Upon returning to his room, Lin Yu felt as though he had forgotten something. After pondering for a moment, he clapped his hands in realization he had neglected to inform Jin about the upcoming class. Seizing the opportunity, he rushed to relay the message. Thus, Lin Yu barely settled into his room before dashing towards Jin's quarters. Arriving at room 4005, he knocked frantically on the door. Kondo would surely be terrified to witness such a blatant display of disrespect towards Jin. Anyone else would have met an untimely demise for such insolence. However, Lin Yu? Knocking on my door like this, you better have a valid explanation. Jin remarked coolly as he opened the door, but was abruptly interrupted by Lin Yu. Let me in quickly. I ran all this way, and I'm exhausted. I need some water. Lin Yu impatiently insisted. Oh, remember to close the door behind you, Jin said, shooting Lin Yu a glance before turning back inside. Well, the treatment was now reversed compared to Kondo's earlier encounter, and Lin Yu seemed entirely oblivious to the change. After closing the door, Lin Yu effortlessly made his way to Jin's refrigerator to grab some juice, relishing the refreshing drink. At that moment, Jin, with narrowed eyes and a gloomy demeanor, asked, "Hey, kid, what do you want from me at this late hour?" Suddenly, a voice from the side startled Lin Yu, nearly causing him to spray juice all over the speaker's face. Thankfully, he managed to suppress the urge, or else Jin would surely have lost his temper despite his usual kindness. Why? Lin Yu had heard rumors that Jin was a bloodless killer, likely due to a compulsive cleanliness. If he stained his clothes, the consequences would be dire. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu couldn't help but marvel at how gossip permeated every circle, even among assassins. Nevertheless, adhering to the principle of better to believe than to doubt, he accepted the notion. Jin observed Lin Yu's expression, noting the peculiar look on his face. Unable to contain himself, he gave Lin Yu a light slap. Returning to reality, Lin Yu glanced at Jin and said, "Jin, I believe training should encompass both physical and mental prowess. Look at me. If I only practice shooting and physical conditioning without enriching my mind, I will become nothing more than a simpleton with brawn and no brain. What future could I possibly have then?" Lin Yu spoke earnestly, but Jin merely smiled enigmatically at his words, replying, "What I require is a simple-minded, physically adept fool." Lin Yu was taken aback, truly bewildered. Had Jin just declared his intention to mold him into a mere puppet like Fugate? Surely not. The thought made him gaze upwards in exasperation. Noticing Lin Yu's almost tearful expression, Jin decided to relent, waving his hand dismissively. All right. Someone named Kondo has already been here before you. You will attend his classes every morning and undergo double training in the afternoons. Can you manage that?" Jin proposed, curious to see if this lazy little fellow would back down at the mention of increased training. "Absolutely. No problem," Lin Yu replied with fervor. Jin regarded him with surprise, evidently not expecting such an enthusiastic agreement without any negotiation. He suspected ulterior motives behind Lin Yu's eagerness, pondering whether he should investigate further later on. Wait a moment. Lin Yu's expression shifted suddenly. "So you were just playing me when you said you wanted to raise me as a fool? That's rather unfair," he protested. This foolish boy is only just now realizing he has been played. His reflexes are rather slow," Jin mused, smiling cryptically at Lin Yu. "Have a problem with that? If you do, then skip the classes." At Jin's words, Lin Yu, lacking backbone, quickly capitulated. "Oh, no objections," he mumbled, his head hanging low. "Good. Now hurry up and leave. It's late, and I need to sleep." Jin waved him off disdainfully. After Lin Yu departed, Jin sat on the sofa, stroking his chin in contemplation, murmuring to himself, "This foolish boy is still quite dim, yet his foolishness holds a peculiar charm." To his surprise, Jin chuckled softly to himself. From that day forth, Jin seemed to find a new source of amusement in toying with Lin Yu, which marked the beginning of Lin Yu's tragic yet humorous life within the organization. Upon returning to his room, Lin Yu flopped onto his bed, grinning like a fool. "Tomorrow, I can attend class with Shiho. I'll be able to go to class with her every day. What does it matter if Jin scolds me or if I have to train harder? Starting tomorrow, I can walk Shiho home after class." As Lin Yu envisioned this delightful future, sleepiness overtook him, and he quickly drifted off. In the morning, Lin Yu sprang out of bed, full of energy. Hurrying to wash up, he packed nothing, leaving everything behind, and seriously searched for a fresh outfit. After preening in front of the mirror for half an hour, he realized it was nearly time to meet Shiho, and he bounced off to room 4013 to find her. Soon, he arrived at Shiho's door, straightened his collar, cleared his throat, and knocked. "Shiho, wake up. Open the door. Let us go to class together. Just finished getting ready." "I'm ready to go now," Shiho replied, squinting as she opened the door. The two walked side by side on their way to class, with Lin Yu stealing glances at Shiho, who remained focused ahead, ignoring him entirely. Lin Yu's hand began to inch towards hers, retreating several times in nervousness until he finally summoned the courage to grasp her hand, casting a sideways glance to gauge her reaction. To his relief, Shiho seemed oblivious and continued looking straight ahead. Lin Yu sighed in relief, unconsciously squeezing her soft, cold hand, feeling an overwhelming desire to warm it with his own and protect her for a lifetime. Unbeknownst to Lin Yu, as he smiled foolishly, Shiho glanced back at him, a slight smile forming at the corner of her lips, indicating that her mood was quite pleasant that day. Once they reached the classroom, Lin Yu paid no attention to Kondo's lecture, but he dared not disrupt Shiho, who needed to concentrate. Instead, he watched her intently, his gaze unwavering. Have you had your fill of staring? Shiho asked, furrowing her brow, feeling slightly bashful under his gaze. Not nearly enough. Every single day is insufficient. I could never tire of watching you for a lifetime. What should I do? Lin Yu, without a moment's hesitation, blurted out his thoughts. Ji Bao was taken aback. Seemingly startled by his sudden words, her delicate and charming face flushed crimson as she chose to ignore him. What a frivolous and rude fellow he was. She continued to lower her head, scribbling formulas, oblivious to the fact that the neatly written numbers on her draft paper had transformed into a chaotic scrawl. Meanwhile, Lin Yu, noticing Ji Bao's lack of attention while she diligently worked on her homework, felt a twinge of disappointment. However, when his eyes caught sight of her draft paper, his determination reignited, restoring his confidence. Before long, noon arrived, and both Lin Yu and Ji Bao made their way to the cafeteria. For Lin Yu, the act of eating was secondary. The true delight lay in teasing Ji Bao, despite her apparent disinterest. Yet, his self-indulgence was abruptly interrupted when a pair of hands unexpectedly landed on his and Ji Bao's shoulders. Lin Yu's expression shifted dramatically as he instinctively shielded Ji Bao, assuming the most protective stance, only to discover that the owner of the hands was a girl around 15 or 16 years old. Momentarily stunned, Lin Yu watched as Ji Bao leapt past him into the embrace of the girl, murmuring, "Sister, I missed you so much." This left Lin Yu utterly bewildered. The only family member of Ji Bao, Mayano Akemi, was to become his future sister-in-law. But, oh, how comical the situation had become. The atmosphere grew awkward. But Akemi seemed to sense the tension and playfully attempted to alleviate it. Oh dear, has my sister already found her protector in just a few days? As soon as these words left her lips, Ji Bao's face turned crimson, erasing any sign of embarrassment. With a beaming smile, Lin Yu eagerly jumped on Akemi's words. Yes, I am Ji Bao's protector, now and forever. He grinned foolishly. Then I shall trouble you, little brother, to look after our Ji Bao, Akemi replied, maintaining her friendly demeanor. My name is Mayano Akemi, and I am a few years older than you. If you don't mind, you can call me Akemi-ne. I'm Shabuli, and you can just call me you. We're family now, after all, Lin Yu said, growing more animated, completely forgetting that Ji Bao was standing right beside him. Who said we are family? That's my sister Ji Bao next to us, she interjected coldly. Lin Yu's expression froze. He had been so engrossed in forming a rapport with Akemi that he had momentarily disregarded the very person he was trying to impress. Ji Bao, how could you say that? Your sister is asking you to protect and care for you, he stammered, pausing as Akemi exchanged knowing glances with both of them. Who knows? Perhaps we will indeed become family someday, Akemi teased. Sister, what nonsense are you talking about? Ji Bao remained bashfully flustered. Lin Yu stood silently for a moment, feeling somewhat superfluous as the two sisters had much to catch up on after their long separation. Since Ji Bao has you here, and you clearly have much to discuss, I shall take my leave, he said, recognizing the situation and preparing to depart. Thank you so much for keeping Ji Bao company these past few days, Akemi said sincerely as she rose to follow him. Oh, it was nothing. I enjoyed my time with Ji Bao. We merely kept each other company, he replied. Heading towards the elevator, Ji Bao gazed at Lin Yu's departing figure with a complex expression, wanting to call out to him, but ultimately letting her hand fall. Akemi too watched Lin Yu leave with a complicated look, then remarked, Ji Bao, is Shabuli the new apprentice of Jin? I've heard his current standing is quite high, equivalent to that of a yellow card. Can you share with me why you seem to disregard him? Ji Bao lowered her head, her gaze fixed on the floor as she hesitated before revealing her concerns. His kindness feels rather inexplicable to me. In this organization, I cannot believe anyone would treat me without conditions other than you, sister. Therefore, I approach his kindness with a degree of caution. Akemi's expression softened as she observed Ji Bao. The ruthless nature of their organization had stripped Ji Bao of her childhood innocence, forcing her to mature rapidly. Now, she resembled a hedgehog, wrapped tightly in self-defense, inadvertently wounding others while also harming herself. Ji Bao, do you think Shabuli is good to you? He is. Ji Bao responded thoughtfully. Do you feel happy when you're with him? Aside from when I see you, I feel quite at ease with him, Ji Bao admitted, voicing her true feelings. In that case, you should show Shabuli a little more kindness. Regardless of his motives or reasons, hasn't he genuinely helped you, ensuring you are not lonely and bringing you joy? Ji Bao lowered her head, contemplating for a long while before finally affirming, yes. Ji Bao, remember, regardless of the reason. Do not harm those who are kind to you, Akemi advised, her gaze still directed toward Lin Yu's distant figure. I understand, sister, Jibao replied. Well then, our meal is finished. Let us return to our room, Akemi suggested, attempting to lighten the heavy conversation. All right, Jibao said, offering a faint smile in agreement with her sister. Back in their room, Lin Yu sat on the sofa with his eyes closed, reflecting. He understood that although Jibao appeared to have opened her heart to accept this inexplicable friendship, a distance still lingered between them. He realized that such a distance could not be bridged by his presence alone. However, Akemi's arrival seemed to hold the promise of diminishing that gap. Yet, he felt uncertain whether Akemi would indeed assist him, fearing that if she disapproved of him, Jibao might sever their connection. Lin Yu found himself gambling with uncertainty, leaving him restless. Nevertheless, despite his worries, life must go on. A day swiftly passed, and the following morning, Lin Yu rushed to room 4013 without even pausing for breakfast. As Jibao emerged, he immediately sensed a softness in her gaze toward him, a noticeable reduction in the previous distance that had characterized their interactions. This was a promising beginning, filling Lin Yu with renewed confidence. As they walked side by side towards the classroom, the moment felt delightful, and Lin Yu silently wished time would freeze in that instant. Time flew by, and soon 6 years had passed. Now, at 13 years of age, Lin Yu had grown taller, reaching a height of 165 centimeters. His physique, honed through years of training, had become increasingly robust. Particularly notable was his mischievous smile, accompanied by two pronounced brows that seemed to ripple gently, radiating an air of cheerfulness, resembling a crescent moon in the night sky. His fair skin accentuated the subtle pink of his lips, and his strikingly handsome features formed an exquisitely perfect visage. Regrettably, there lingered a hint of youthful innocence upon his visage, yet it added an intriguing charm. On this day, after attending class and enjoying lunch with Zai, Lin Yu routinely made his way to the private training ground of Jin. Upon arrival, it appeared that Jin had not yet arrived, prompting Lin Yu to naturally pick up one of the firearms hanging on the wall and begin to toy with it. After a considerable while, he heard some movement near the door but did not turn to look. Instead, he remained focused on the firearm in his hands, knowing it was Jin who had arrived. Sensing Jin approaching from behind, Lin Yu spoke up. I say, Jin, you're quite late today. Initially, he had intended for Jin to practice for another 2 years, but he had a mission that was not particularly challenging, yet required someone to assist, so he decided to let Lin Yu give it a try. What do you think? Jin mused. Before Lin Yu could respond, Jin added, if you prefer not to participate, you can continue your training here. His gaze inadvertently wandered elsewhere as he spoke. Lin Yu gazed at Jin with a sense of exasperation, sensing that Jin was reluctant for him to go, yet simultaneously eager for him to gain experience. Caught in a web of conflicted emotions, I believe I should go. After all, it's something I must do sooner or later. It wouldn't hurt to adapt in advance. Lin Yu thoughtfully articulated. Seeing that Lin Yu had made his decision, Jin ceased further discussion and turned to leave, with Lin Yu following closely behind. After all these years, he was well aware of Jin's temperament. Soon, Jin drove his beloved Porsche 356A, taking Lin Yu out of the base. They passed through layers of stringent checks at the organization, revealing that exiting the organization was indeed no easy feat simultaneously. A subtle thrill coursed through Lin Yu. Having spent over 5 years within the confines of the base, he was finally about to witness the outside world, an overwhelming excitement bubbling within him. As Jin drove, he observed Lin Yu's animated demeanor in the rearview mirror, a faint smile gracing his lips. He reminisced about his own first experience outside the base, which was not unlike Lin Yu's current excitement. He had boasted about it to Chat for quite some time. However, thoughts of Chat darkened Jin's expression, as time had flown by and everything had changed. Shaking his head to dispel the unpleasant memories, he began to explain the mission to Lin Yu. Do not be distracted. Listen carefully to the details of this mission. Our objective is to assassinate a wealthy businessman. While he may not be particularly noteworthy, he possesses an intense fear of death, which has led him to hire numerous bodyguards and some formidable mercenaries. Isn't it standard for assassination targets to have bodyguards? Why can't it just be you this time? Lin Yu interrupted, puzzled. Jin, unfazed by the interruption, patiently elaborated, ordinary bodyguards are manageable. The challenge lies in the fact that someone has leaked information about the impending assassination attempt, prompting him to barricade himself within his residence and double his security detail with elite mercenaries. Well then, what is our plan? Lin Yu inquired, appearing indifferent. He understood that Jin had devised a strategy, allowing him to focus solely on the experience of his first mission. I've assessed that the defenses on the right side of the villa are relatively weak. You mentioned it is merely a villa if you attack elsewhere. Reinforcements will surely arrive immediately, Lin Yu instinctively voiced his thoughts. Indeed, you've noted the weak point in defense if I feign an assault from the right. All personnel will rush to reinforce, leaving the rear of the villa vulnerable, Jin replied, a sly smile creeping onto his face. Even if the rear is unguarded, there will still be someone stationed there. Any sign of disturbance on my end will render our efforts futile, Lin Yu continued, unaware of the deeper implications. There is a small dog door in the garden at the rear of the villa, too small for an adult to enter, hence it is unguarded. Thus, shabbily. With your physique, if you draw in your stomach, you should just fit through, allowing you to evade detection and access the villa's interior. The first room on the left on the second floor. Before Jin could finish, Lin Yu interrupted, are you suggesting I crawl through a dog door? His face displayed his displeasure, clearly conveying his discontent. However, Jin seemed impervious to Lin Yu's frustration. After a pause, his tone turned ominous. What? This is to ensure you complete the mission with minimal risk. Do you wish to withdraw? A subtle threat lingered in his voice. Would Lin Yu, the protagonist, truly capitulate to such a minor threat from Jin? Indeed, he yielded, albeit reluctantly. Of course, I will proceed. Crawling through a dog door is not insurmountable. I am merely curious, heh, Lin Yu replied with a forced smile. Refrain from interrupting me during mission briefings in the future. Now, where was I? The first room on the left on the second floor has 2 guards stationed outside. You must devise a method to eliminate them without alerting others. Then proceed to kill the businessman before escaping through the dog door. Should you alert anyone during the process, abandon the assassination. Do you comprehend? After this, Jin handed Lin Yu a photo of the businessman. Having known Jin for over 6 years, it was Lin Yu's first time witnessing Jin speak so extensively, leaving him momentarily bewildered. However, upon noticing Lin Yu's lack of reaction, Jin's irritation grew. The gravity of the situation warranted serious attention, yet Lin Yu appeared distracted. Shabbily, are you even listening? Or have you grown tired of life? Jin's voice brimmed with anger as he directed his ire at Lin Yu. Ah, yes, I am listening. It's just a bit lengthy, and I was savoring your words, Lin Yu hastily reassured, finally returning to focus. Let us conclude here. We shall dine first and commence our operation in the evening. Jin furrowed his brow, clearly dissatisfied with Lin Yu's demeanor, yet ultimately chose not to voice his discontent. Taking the newly liberated Lin Yu to a high-end restaurant he frequented, Jin casually selected a table. Lin Yu, upon sitting down, immediately perused the menu, ordering everything that appeared appetizing, seemingly intent on indulging himself. It seemed he intended to compensate for being forced through the dog door. Observing Lin Yu's enthusiastic consumption, Jin could not suppress a chuckle. Upon hearing Jin's laughter, Lin Yu instinctively checked his face for any remnants of food, hurriedly swallowing his mouthful and looking up curiously at Jin. What are you laughing at? Is there something on my face? He inquired, squinting at Jin. I have not uttered a word. Perhaps it is your ears that are deceiving you. It seems you require training in distinguishing sounds, Jin replied with a stoic expression, denying any amusement. Had Jin's gaze not been averted, Lin Yu might have been convinced. Perhaps feeling a tad guilty under Lin Yu's scrutiny, Jin shifted the topic. Hurry and eat. Afterward, we shall return to the hotel to rest. We will commence our operation at 2:30 a.m. If you feel alert, you might consider reviewing the mission details. I am quite fatigued. With that, Jin finished his drink, rose to settle the bill, and returned to the hotel. Lin Yu, undeterred by Jin's departure, felt compelled to finish his meal, believing it unacceptable to leave food uneaten. The wastefulness is indeed shameful. Lin Yu continued to struggle with the unfinished lobster, and upon returning to his hotel room, he was met with darkness. Upon switching on the light, he found Jin sprawled on the bed like a lifeless fish. Lin Yu's lips twitched slightly. Was this truly the cold-blooded, merciless Jin from the original story? In such a state, one might wonder if a sudden bang would send this esteemed assassin to his demise. Lin Yu rubbed his forehead, feeling a headache coming on, and approached Jin's bedside to cover him with a blanket before turning to his own bed to lie down. What Lin Yu failed to notice was that as he turned away, Jin's eyes suddenly snapped open, revealing a glimmer of satisfaction that quickly vanished as he closed his eyes once more to continue sleeping. At 1:30 in the morning, Jin awoke to check his weapons and gear. After ensuring everything was in place near the wealthy businessman's villa, he returned to the hotel to find Lin Yu already awake. Where did you go? Lin Yu asked, still groggy and confused. I set up everything near the villa in advance. We will commence our operation at 2:30. Do you need to prepare anything? Jin said. casually fiddling with his handgun while glancing at Lin Yu. "I've familiarized myself with the target and the layout. I'm rather exhilarated," Lin Yu replied, barely containing his excitement. During a mission, it is imperative to maintain a calm and tranquil mindset. Otherwise, emotions can easily disrupt the operation, leading to failure. "Do you understand?" Jin frowned at Lin Yu's demeanor, admonishing him. "Yes, I understand." Lin Yu quickly masked his expression, turning to gaze at Jin with a blank face. Time passed swiftly, and shortly after 2 o'clock, two figures, one large, one small, flitted around the perimeter of an exceptionally opulent villa before pausing in a secluded thicket. Both were clad in black, blending seamlessly into the night. "Jin, there are so many guards around the villa. Is your plan truly feasible?" Lin Yu questioned, casting a doubtful glance at Jin as he observed the heavily fortified surroundings. "Are you questioning me? Even if you are, it serves no purpose. Just follow my instructions obediently." "Understood?" Jin replied with a dark tone, clearly displeased that Lin Yu dared to challenge his strategy. "Even if the plan fails, you bear no consequence." "It is I who would face the repercussions," Lin Yu muttered helplessly in response to Jin's words. Though Lin Yu spoke softly, Jin's keen hearing, accustomed to the sounds of danger, caught every word. Upon hearing Lin Yu's remark, even Jin, who typically remained unfazed, could not suppress the annoyance that manifested in several creases on his forehead. He then offered Lin Yu an oddly sinister smile, pinching his cheek with considerable force. "Summerly, I shall say this once more. Focus solely on your assigned tasks and execute them diligently. Do you understand?" Jin's tone was threatening, as if he were suppressing some form of fury. "Understood, Jin," Lin Yu replied, sensing the gravity of the situation and choosing to concede. "Summerly, are you prepared?" Jin whispered into the microphone. "Everything is ready," Lin Yu replied weakly, glancing at the dog hole beside him. "Excellent," Jin murmured to himself as he gazed at the villa. "What a pity for such a luxurious abode." As he spoke, he pressed a button, causing the right side of the villa's wall to explode outward. The interior was soon filled with the blaring of alarms, as numerous armed mercenaries emerged from the shattered wall, cautiously sweeping their weapons around. Jin, however, appeared nonchalant, leisurely picking up his belongings and strolling towards his planned alternate stronghold. As the guards and mercenaries began to converge on Jin's previous location, a sudden explosion erupted, obliterating everything within a 5-meter radius, sending limbs flying. Some ordinary guards collapsed, retching on the ground, while those seasoned by war fared slightly better, though their faces betrayed their unease as they scanned the darkness, unable to see anything but forced to press on. The search proved arduous, fraught with traps and timed explosives as if anticipated to be triggered at this very moment in place. The guards suffered heavy casualties, desperately calling for reinforcements over their radios, knowing they would be dismissed by the wealthy businessman if the threat was not neutralized. Meanwhile, upon hearing the explosions, Lin Yu quickly crawled through the dog hole and into the villa's garden. He spotted a haystack that provided adequate cover and swiftly concealed himself within, keenly observing his surroundings. There were still guards present, but their numbers had diminished significantly. Using his agility, Lin Yu successfully evaded the external defenses and cautiously ascended to the second floor of the villa, pressing against the wall and straining to listen. After a while, feeling somewhat troubled, he scratched the back of his head. Sure enough, he detected 2 heartbeats outside the wealthy businessman's room. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yu feigned nonchalance and boldly approached the door. As the guards noticed a child approaching with such audacity, they instinctively raised their weapons but were not particularly alert, perhaps believing that a child would pose no threat. "Hey, uncles, may I ask you something?" Lin Yu said, having reached the guard's side, placing his hands gently on their shoulders. A flicker of his eyes was all it took. The 2 guards felt a sudden darkness envelop them and collapsed to the ground. Lin Yu's lips curled into a slight smile, feeling a sense of accomplishment at so easily dispatching the guards. He quickly proceeded to knock on the door of his target, the wealthy businessman. "Have you dealt with the one who seeks to kill me? If not, do not call me out, understood?" The wealthy businessman's voice trembled with fear, laden with panic. Lin Yu, exasperated, gazed at the door, bemused by the businessman's cowardice. He cleared his throat and mimicked the tone of a coarse, middle-aged man, saying, "Yes, sir, we have finally captured the assassin after losing countless guards. We have him bound in the living room and didn't dare bring him directly to you for fear of your safety." Cough, cough. Well done. "I shall reward you for this later," the businessman replied, pleased with the response. As the door slowly opened, Lin Yu discreetly reached for his handgun tucked at his back. The door swung wide, revealing a rotund, jovial man, rubbing his hands together with a lecherous grin. This was indeed the target. Upon seeing Lin Yu, the businessman's expression morphed into one of terror as he realized that this child was not someone he recognized from the villa. Before he could react and close the door, a bullet hole appeared in his forehead. The businessman fell backward, his brain matter spilling onto the floor due to the impact of the shot. Any ordinary person witnessing such a scene would likely have been paralyzed with fear. However, Lin Yu merely knelt down, checking for the businessman's pulse. Confirming that it had ceased, he left the scene with an air of leisure and calm. Leisurely. As if not engaged in assassination but rather on a holiday, Lin Yu truly embodies the essence of Jin. On the way back from the villa, Lin Yu appeared exceptionally exhilarated, filled with the thrill of completing his first mission and the excitement of his initial successful assassination. The overwhelming urge to exclaim in joy propelled him to run even faster and with greater delight. Conversely, Jin had nearly exhausted all his traps and explosives. Glancing at his watch, he noted it was 2:45 a.m. It was time to withdraw. According to the plan devised with Lin Yu, Jin was to attract enemy forces and delay for 15 minutes. Now that the time had come, regardless of Lin Yu's success, it was time to retreat. Weary, Jin stretched his neck and set down the last TMT at his location before leisurely returning to the hotel for a well-deserved rest. It was not that Jin had abandoned concern for Lin Yu's well-being. Rather, the plan had stipulated a 15-minute delay. Even if Lin Yu's assassination had failed, he was still expected to return. If Lin Yu were incapable of returning alive, Jin would never have chosen him as a disciple in the first place. Failure was merely failure. Nothing was more significant than survival. Moreover, Jin held considerable faith in Lin Yu's abilities. Instead of heading straight back to the hotel, Jin meandered through the streets for a while, wary of being followed. Even in the absence of a pursuer, his professional instincts compelled him to take a few extra turns. By the time Jin arrived at the hotel, it was already past 3 in the morning. Before he could inquire about Lin Yu's success, he was met with Lin Yu's forlorn gaze. "Jin, you're really slow. Returning at this hour? Do you realize it's already past 3? I'm about to fall asleep," Lin Yu complained, though his eyes wandered elsewhere. "Honestly, you needn't wait for me. You could have gone to sleep." With that nonchalant demeanor, "It seems you succeeded in the assassination?" Jin raised an eyebrow, a flicker of warmth passing through him as he noticed Lin Yu's concern for his return, prompting his tone to soften. "Oh, I'm so tired. I'm going to sleep now." With that, Lin Yu covered his head with the blanket and drifted off. Observing this, Jin shook his head, chuckling softly as he laid down and gradually closed his eyes to catch up on sleep. The following day, Jin awoke to some movement beside him. Slowly opening his eyes, he was greeted by a comically large face. Instinctively, Jin slapped the face away. "Shiburi, what are you doing sitting by my bed so early?" Jin seemed to be suppressing his irritation, lowering his voice. "Yesterday, I was too excited to notice. But since it was a mission, I should have received payment. How much do I get?" Lin Yu grinned, rubbing his fingers together, a clear picture of avarice. "The payment for this assassination was 5 million. Given my significant contribution and the fact that I devised the plan, I'll allocate you 5 million. Jin pondered briefly before offering Lin Yu a response that was relatively satisfactory. Lin Yu heard none of Jin's other words, only the melodious declaration of 5 million. Causing his eyes to light up instantly. "My goodness, this money comes too easily. I earned 5 million in just one night, while in my previous life, I worked diligently for 10 years and barely saw 100,000. Oh, I'm rich. Jin leaned against the edge of the bed, speechless as he watched Lin Yu revel in the prospect of 5 million. Ahem, but Shiburi, it seems you don't have your own bank card. How am I supposed to give you the money? 150,000 is no small sum. Cash will be quite heavy." As he spoke, Jin wore an expression that suggested Lin Yu was a naive fool for being so dazzled by a sum exceeding 100,000. Upon hearing Jin's words, Lin Yu's smile faltered. "Right, this is my first mission. How could I have a salary card? And what does Jin's expression mean? Is he mocking my lack of worldly experience? How absurd. Shiburi, since you lack a card, I can't transfer the money to you. Furthermore, it won't be easy for you to obtain a card with your current identity. Let us keep the money with me for now. And do remember to get a card next time," Jin remarked, narrowing his eyes at Lin Yu with a slight smile. Lin Yu's mouth twitched. Although Jin's smile appeared genuine, he could discern the hidden smirk behind it. He realized that the 5 million was now a lost cause. With the mission completed, the two tidied up at the hotel before heading back to the base. Along the way, Lin Yu was full of grievances, wearing an expression that suggested Jin owed him over 100,000. At this moment, Lin Yu constantly reminded himself, I must remain calm. I must remain calm. It's just over 100,000, merely a beginning, a trial run. Countless riches will flow into my pockets in the future. Damn it, I'm so upset. My money. When Jin returned to the base in his beloved car, Lin Yu gradually came to terms with the situation. This mission had unexpectedly been quite easy. He decided to consider the money as tuition for the skills Jin had imparted over the years, huffing in defiance. Lin Yu exited the car, heading directly toward his room without sparing Jin a glance. Witnessing this, Jin could only shake his head and sigh, feeling a sense of helplessness as he thought, this little guy is actually upset. After returning to his room, Lin Yu filled the tub for a bath and leisurely soaked in the water. By chance, Lin Yu noticed a thin black thread on his wrist, so fine it resembled hair, nearly invisible unless examined closely. However, Lin Yu paid it no mind. Attributing it to an accidental brush with a black pen, he casually wiped it with the bathwater, but the mark remained. Rubbing it with more force yielded no change either. Determined, Lin Yu continued to rub until his wrist turned red before finally conceding. Frowning, Lin Yu pondered, what on earth is this? Why can't I remove it? It feels flat to the touch, unlike a cut from wire or something similar, so it couldn't have been caused by an injury during training. He wondered whether this black line had always been there, or if it had appeared after returning from the mission. Could I be poisoned? Did the organization administer some sort of drug? Lin Yu's questions multiplied. It was understandable for Lin Yu to be fixated on the black line, as sensitivity is typical for a young professional assassin. Jin often instructed Lin Yu that being cautious and meticulous is not a sign of hesitation but rather a means of preserving one's life in critical moments. Though Lin Yu disliked Jin's pretentious tone, he couldn't deny the validity of Jin's words, particularly this one. Thus, Lin Yu remained in the bathtub, scrutinizing the black line on his wrist, his mind racing with fantastical and chaotic thoughts. Lost in contemplation, he suddenly sneezed, jolting him from his musings. Squinting at the black line again, his hand instinctively pressed against it, and then, without warning, the word space flashed through his mind. Initially, Lin Yu hadn't given much thought to the concept of space. It was merely a product of his wandering imagination. Yet, before he could redirect his thoughts elsewhere, a blinding whiteness enveloped him. As he pondered the concept of space, the vast expanse of white vanished. After a brief moment of confusion, Lin Yu's mind returned to rational thought. What caused that sudden whiteness just now? Was it because I thought of the word space? Lin Yu began his experiments, closing his eyes and envisioning a vast expanse of whiteness, which, as anticipated, reappeared before him. Thus, he pondered whether this white region could indeed be interpreted as the essence of space itself. Gradually opening his eyes, he beamed with excitement, scanning his surroundings for an object to experiment with. After a prolonged search, he casually picked up a small yellow rubber duck floating in the bathtub and pressed it against the black line on his wrist. To his delight, it vanished, appearing instead in the white realm of his imagination. After a significant interval, Lin Yu retrieved the rubber duck and repeated the experiment with various bath products. Following numerous trials, a sense of ease washed over him. Rising from the tub, he dried himself with a towel, contemplating the undeniable existence of this space. Having already traversed into the world of Detective Conan, he mused about the plausibility of possessing extraordinary abilities, considering his identity as a dangerous assassin. Could this indeed be his unique advantage? Having soaked in the bathtub for too long, Lin Yu felt slightly dizzy and hastily dressed, rushing to the living room to conduct more advanced experiments. Recognizing that this was a space one could access through imagination, he gazed at the sofa before him, closed his eyes, and concentrated. Suddenly, the sofa vanished, only to return moments later. Sitting on the couch, exhilaration was soon replaced by trepidation. For the existence of such a space was a secret that must remain undisclosed, whether from organizations or other factions. The thought of being discovered and facing dire consequences sent a shiver down his spine. The next morning, Lin Yu awoke feeling refreshed and, as usual, cheerfully bounced to find Shiho and head to class together. At 12, Shiho had become even more captivating than 5 years prior. Her wavy chestnut hair framing a face that had begun to show hints of maturity, now slightly taller than Lin Yu. She presented a striking contrast that left him feeling uneasy. He was acutely aware of how girls matured earlier, yet the sight of Shiho towering over him was particularly irksome, as it felt like a silent mockery, an unspoken jest that implied, "I am taller than you." To compound his frustration, an encounter on their way to class with Chatter, who remarked, "Hey, Shiburi, when did you get a sister?" led to 6 months of relentless teasing from Shiho. In response, Lin Yu often concocted clever schemes, such as secretly inserting height-increasing insoles into his shoes. However, During a visit to room 4067 with Yoshihiko and Chika, Lin Yu once again provoked Chika's ire. In a fit of anger, she hurled Lin Yu's shoe at him, but as a prodigy trained by Jin, he deftly dodged it. Unfortunately, the shoe collided with the wall, and an unidentified black object flew out, causing Lin Yu's triumphant grin to falter as he hastily concealed it. Yet, his swift actions were no match for the keen eyes of his friends, and the atmosphere turned silent. Chika was the first to break it, bursting into laughter. "Ahahaha. I can't believe you actually used hidden souls. I'm dying over here." As Lin Yu glared at Chika, whose expression darkened, he was met with unexpected support from Duan, who, contrary to Lin Yu's expectations of comfort, stifled laughter and said, "All right, Yuji, Chika didn't mean to expose your little secret. Just forgive her this once. A man shouldn't be too petty." Hearing this, Lin Yu felt as though he had been stabbed in the heart, his spirit plummeting. He loathed the feeling of being treated like a child. The reality that boys developed more slowly than girls was a bitter pill to swallow. In the midst of this chaos, Lin Yu pondered the absurdity of his companions and their lack of decorum. Enough. He finally snapped, his frustration boiling over. Fine, Yuji. We were wrong, Yoshihiko conceded, attempting to appease him. Lin Yu, regaining his composure, looked at his friends with exasperation, questioning the humor in their antics. Life within the organization was often monotonous, yet there were moments of unexpected joy. Each day unfolded with a mix of excitement as he and Shiho ventured to class, followed by the grueling training sessions in the afternoon and playful escapades with Yoshihiko and the others. Compared to the struggles of others in the organization, Lin Yu considered himself fortunate, enjoying leisure while others fought for survival. After his initial task with Jin, Lin Yu had gained valuable experience, prompting him to secure his own salary card upon returning to the base. The substantial sum of 150,000, although initially withheld by Jin, had ultimately been deposited into Lin Yu's private account, reflecting a surprising generosity. The following day at noon, after class, Lin Yu, unusually, did not cling to Shiho. Instead, he bid her farewell and departed. Watching him hurry away, Shiho tilted her head in confusion, pondering his sudden change in behavior. However, as a diligent student, she refocused her attention on her studies, dismissing the thought. If Lin Yu had witnessed her adorable, clueless expression, he would have regretted his hasty exit. What could have prompted Lin Yu to forego his usual playful banter with Shiho? After leaving, he rushed towards Jin's room, intent on securing more tasks. The allure of that glimmering somehow awakened his greed, and he was now singularly focused on earning money, fully aware of the expenses that lay ahead. From providing for a wife to future children, Lin Yu's aspirations, albeit ambitious, drove his desire for wealth. "Jin, I have something serious to discuss with you, something that pertains to my future," Lin Yu declared earnestly, launching into an elaborate pretense. "Enough. However, I have other matters to attend to and cannot accompany you in your quest for tasks. You should seek out the owner of room 4002 and convey my message to her. She will guide you appropriately." Yet, before he could finish, he was ruthlessly interrupted by Jin. "Enough. Jin, as my mentor, how can you so irresponsibly cast me aside to someone else? Shouldn't you be diligently teaching your disciple?" Lin Yu solemnly accused Jin of his neglect. Truly, the master and disciple shared a similar disposition. Jin had just mercilessly interrupted Lin Yu, only to find himself on the receiving end of a counterattack. Jin appeared exceedingly displeased with Lin Yu's audacity to interrupt him, and thus attempted to intimidate him with a cold glare, hoping to assert his authority. With a hint of menace, he cast a cruel look at Lin Yu. Yet the anticipated scene of Lin Yu cowering in fear and begging for mercy never materialized. Instead, Lin Yu, seemingly indifferent, was engrossed in picking his nose with gusto, only to sense a chill in the air. He lifted his gaze to briefly regard Jin before resuming his previous activity. Jin was seething with anger. This fellow had evidently ceased to regard him with any respect. The thought that he was viewed by his disciple as an authority figure without credibility darkened Jin's expression further. As Jin began to speak, Lin Yu's discontented pout conveyed his displeasure, and Jin regarded this disrespectful brat with mounting frustration, nearing the brink of volcanic eruption. At this moment, Lin Yu finally returned to reality, looking perplexedly at the visibly irritated Jin. "What did you just say, Jin? I didn't quite catch that. Could you repeat it?" Lin Yu gazed at Jin with an innocent expression. "Oh, I mentioned that the person I referred to is in room 4002. Hurry along. I have pressing matters to attend to," Jin replied with an impassive demeanor. "You could have mentioned that sooner. It would have saved us all this trouble." Lin Yu scoffed disdainfully at Jin before turning to leave room 4005. Jin's eyes twitched in irritation, veins bulging at his temples as he clenched his fists. struggling to suppress the urge to drag Lin Yu back in for a beating. With a loud bang, he forcefully shut the door. Outside, Lin Yu, still lost in thought, was startled by the sudden noise, muttering to himself as he walked away. What an attitude! As my master, he is so discourteous, behaving like a temperamental matron. Had Jin heard those words, he would surely have regretted not giving this brat a thorough thrashing. Lin Yu, bored, cursed Jin all the way to room 4002. Pondering the identity of the person Jin had mentioned. Who could it be? In his previous life, while watching anime, he noticed that Jin had a penchant for speaking in riddles, often referring to that person without clarification. As he walked, he analyzed the significance of room 4002. It seemed to belong to someone of considerable standing within the organization. After all, even Jin's room was merely 4005. Who could it possibly be? Suddenly, a graceful figure flashed through Lin Yu's mind. Could it be Vermouth? Given the status associated with room 4002, she was undoubtedly the most likely candidate. Ahem, hello? Is anyone home? My name is Shabuli, and Jin sent me to find you, Lin Yu called out loudly. Oh, is that so? I'm currently in the shower. Please hold on a moment. I'll be right out, came the response, laced with a lazy, alluring charm that seemed vaguely familiar. This voice? It appeared that Vermouth was indeed the one he sought. During the brief yet seemingly eternal wait outside, Lin Yu found himself daydreaming, captivated by thoughts of Vermouth. Her enchanting figure, even when modestly dressed, still hinted at her alluring physique. The door swung open, and Lin Yu was jolted back to reality, greeted by an intoxicating fragrance. Before him stood a vision of beauty, long, flowing golden curls cascading over her shoulders, and eyes that sparkled with a captivating glimmer, sending men into a frenzy. Her oval face bore no makeup, yet it radiated a flawless and dewy complexion. Her luscious red lips were both seductive and enchanting, and the cream-colored bathrobe accentuated her already fair skin, enhancing her graceful silhouette and perfectly curvaceous waist. One could not deny that Vermouth was indeed a stunning temptress. Why, hello there, Shabuli. What's wrong? Have you been rendered speechless by my beauty? Vermouth teased, offering Lin Yu a mysteriously alluring smile. No, not at all. How could that be, Sister Bay? Lin Yu replied, though his dazed expression spoke volumes. Beautiful things have a way of leaving one entranced. All right, Shabuli. Do come in and take a seat, Vermouth said, no longer teasing Lin Yu. Lin Yu trudged into the room, only to be astounded by the scene before him. He had encountered many rooms. Jin's was stark and minimalist, while Chat's was colorful yet somewhat chaotic, and his own room exuded warmth and a touch of coziness. Upon entering, Lin Yu, with his head bowed, first noticed the black marble floor glistening like a mirror. Gradually lifting his gaze, he beheld a magnificent chandelier adorned with crystal droplets. Following Vermouth through another door, he found a sleek black wooden table accompanied by imported designer chairs and an exquisitely carved bookshelf. Every detail of the room reflected the owner's meticulous taste. It was evident that Vermouth was a woman who cherished elegance and sophistication. The entire room exuded an enchanting ambience, combining refinement with comfort, freshness with uniqueness, perfectly embodying the romantic and graceful essence of its owner. Seated in the chair, Lin Yu inhaled the subtle scent of books emanating from the nearby bookshelf, his earlier frustrations dissipating as he relished a moment of tranquility amidst the cultured atmosphere of Vermouth's study. As time ticked away, Vermouth lounged with her legs crossed, resting her exquisite chin on her hand, wearing an enigmatic smile while observing Lin Yu, who had closed his eyes, lost in enjoyment. Shabuli. You have been seated in that chair for precisely 3 minutes and 42 seconds. It seems you are on the verge of dozing off. Yet you have yet to inform me of your purpose here. Vermouth finally broke the silence, inquiring. Startled awake by her sudden question, Lin Yu shot her an annoyed glance. Seeing Lin Yu's expression of mild reproach elicited a suppressed chuckle from Vermouth, who averted her gaze, shrugging her shoulders in feigned indifference. Realizing that his innocent gaze had failed to sway Vermouth, Lin Yu resumed his usual demeanor, casting a sidelong glance at the golden-haired beauty before stating, Jin sent me to find you. He mentioned he had other tasks and couldn't come himself, asking if you could assist me. Instead of responding, Vermouth rose and walked towards the coffee grinder behind Lin Yu's chair, expertly measuring out coffee beans to grind. Halfway through, as if recalling something, she turned and asked, By the way, Shabuli, would you like something to drink? Lin Yu's lips twitched slightly, revealing his characteristic crescent-shaped eyes. It seemed that Vermouth had forgotten about him. Was his presence truly that negligible? Oh, there's no need for trouble, just a regular fruit juice will suffice. He still smiled amiably at Vermouth. I'm afraid I don't have that here, she replied, pausing her movements and raising an eyebrow nonchalantly. No worries, then a glass of cola will do. Lin Yu waved his hand dismissively. Sorry, I don't have that either. Vermouth crossed her arms and leaned back in her chair, observing Lin Yu intently. Lin Yu looked at Vermouth in exasperation. She had inquired about beverages, yet had none to offer, merely engaging in polite conversation. So, what do you have available, Sister Bei? He asked, sporting a grin that was clearly insincere. Only plain water and coffee, Vermouth responded, seemingly oblivious to Lin Yu's feigned smile. Lin Yu, who disliked coffee for its bitter and sour taste, was reluctant to concede to Vermouth. He rummaged through his thoughts for a beverage that was expensive and troublesome yet not bitter. Suddenly, a memory surfaced of a time he had seen Shiho sipping coffee. And he had teasingly remarked, Shiho, what is so enjoyable about this bitter, astringent drink? She had replied, glancing at him sideways, initially it was merely to stave off drowsiness. After drinking it more, I discovered a unique flavor, and now it's more of a habit. Still not comprehending, Lin Yu retorted casually. It's akin to how I loathe bitter melon. I simply can't stand bitter things. In that case, you might enjoy a cappuccino. It's a type of coffee. And I believe you would quite like it, Shiho suggested with a smile. Cappuccino? What on earth is that? Lin Yu inquired. Unsure, but dismissing it upon hearing it was coffee. Cappuccino is a renowned Italian specialty coffee, enriched with cream, dried lemon, and cinnamon powder, creating a particularly sweet and rich flavor. You should definitely try it sometime, Shiho enthused. Oh, all right, Lin Yu replied nonchalantly, yet he couldn't shake the thought of the sweet. Complex cappuccino. Sister Bei, can you prepare a cappuccino? He asked with a cheerful demeanor. Vermouth displayed a look of surprise, having noticed his initial aversion to coffee. Well, it seems you have quite the taste, but I can manage a little. Please wait a moment, she said, a knowing smile gracing her lips. Time drifted by in a tranquil and leisurely manner, and before long, Lin Yu succumbed to sleep, sprawled across the elegant leather sofa. Meanwhile, Vermouth had prepared 2 fragrant cups of coffee. Upon noticing Lin Yu napping soundly on her meticulously crafted sofa, she shook her head with a soft chuckle. Setting the cups on the coffee table, she retrieved a blanket from her bedroom and gently draped it over Lin Yu. Seated nearby, she sipped her usual Blue Mountain coffee, casting a tender gaze towards Lin Yu, reminiscent of a mother watching her child. At that moment, Lin Yu's nose twitched, catching the aroma of the cappuccino he had ordered. Without opening his eyes, he instinctively leaned over the coffee table, carefully grasping the steaming cup. As he took small sips, the rich flavor enveloped him, and his eyes lit up upon seeing Vermouth. Vermouth's cappuccino was indeed extraordinary. Its smooth, rich taste and enticing aroma captivated Lin Yu, who couldn't help but smile foolishly at her. A faint smile played on Vermouth's lips as she observed Lin Yu take a generous sip, only to be caught off guard by the heat, his tongue poking out in a comical manner, clearly relishing the beverage. Her chin lifted slightly, a hint of pride evident. Casually, she picked up a slender cigarette from the table, placing it between her luscious red lips. With a click, she ignited her exquisite lighter, revealing it to be the luxurious St. DuPont. Lin Yu looked up just in time to see Vermouth's delicate fingers, veined yet graceful, as they held the cigarette. The calluses from years of wielding a gun did not mar the overall elegance of her hands. Feeling Lin Yu's gaze, Vermouth turned her head and exhaled a plume of smoke towards him. Cough, cough. The smoke brushed against his face, causing him to choke momentarily. Vermouth chuckled softly, remaining silent. She tilted her head slightly, looking at Lin Yu with a triumphant expression that seemed to beckon him to praise her. Seeing Vermouth's demeanor, Lin Yu couldn't help but smirk, his crescent-shaped eyes appearing once more. Internally, he mused, at her age, still indulging in such vulgar tastes. Oh, so I'm at that age and still harbor such tasteless interests, am I? He remarked. But Sister Bei, you certainly have the audacity to voice it. He added with a chuckle. Lin Yu raised his gaze and met Vermouth's darkened expression, momentarily rendered speechless. Noticing his bewilderment, she decided to ease off, returning to her usual demeanor as she collected the empty coffee cups. Shiburi, how old are you now? Why the rush for tasks? Isn't this leisurely time better? She asked, washing the coffee cups with a hint of boredom. Alas, there's no helping it, Sister Bei. Recently, my finances have been tight. One cannot appreciate the value of daily necessities until one is in charge. I must earn a living at such a young age, Lin Yu rambled on, clearly entering a loquacious mode. Surprisingly, Vermouth seemed unbothered, patiently listening to Lin Yu's incessant chatter, occasionally chiming in with her own remarks. You are truly enviable, Shiburi. I find it difficult to enjoy such leisure, Vermouth mused with a hint of nostalgia. Why is that, Sister Bei? Lin Yu asked, puzzled. For someone of Vermouth's stature should find leisure quite accessible. It's simple. With greater ability comes greater responsibility. Oh, haha, for instance. I still need to take you to receive a task shortly. I'm swamped, Vermouth replied, adopting a tone of mock wisdom, reflecting on the original text. Linyu had never noticed this side of Vermouth before. Soon, Vermouth finished washing the coffee cups, and Linyu followed her to the mission hall at the base. The hall is indeed restricted, accessible only to a select few. Even Linyu, who is on the verge of attaining a yellow card, is still unable to enter without being accompanied by Qinjiu. To undertake any tasks, he must be granted access by Belmod, akin to needing parental supervision to step outside. When Belmod brought Linyu in, the surrounding individuals displayed great respect, tinged with a hint of fear, clearly aware of Belmod's reputation. Their expressions revealed that Belmod was far from friendly, unlike when he interacted with Linyu, indicating his elevated status. Seated on the sofa in the hall alongside Belmod, Linyu found it peculiar that while others were busy selecting tasks, Belmod remained seated. Sister Bei, aren't we here to take on a task? Why are you just sitting there? Are you trying to be lazy? Linyu questioned, gazing at Belmod with an expression akin to that of a disgruntled fish. Belmod chuckled softly at the sight of the little rascal trying to oversee her, shaking his head but choosing to ignore Linyu. Instead, he took a sip of the coffee that had recently been served. Seeing Belmod's indifference only fueled Linyu's anger. He puffed up his cheeks like a hamster. At that moment, the waiter who had delivered the coffee returned, bending slightly as he presented a laptop to Belmod. Yet Linyu remained displeased, watching Belmod with a scowl. Don't think that offering me food can compensate for not taking me on a task. I refuse to eat. I want to undertake a task now. Immediately. Right away. Linyu pouted, resorting to childlike antics beside Belmod. Noticing Linyu's behavior, Belmod, holding the laptop, blinked at him and tilted his head in confusion. Don't think that your cute antics will let you off the hook, Linyu retorted stubbornly. Xiaobuli, I'm currently selecting suitable tasks for you. You can take a look for yourself, Belmod said, casually turning the laptop towards him, displaying a plethora of tasks. Sister Bei, I was wrong. Although these task selections look like a menu, Linyu quickly smiled in apology, realizing the awkwardness. So it's the laptop's fault? Who told it to look like a menu, causing me to be scolded by Xiaobuli? Belmod's lips curled into a slight smile, not wanting to make things difficult for Linyu, but rather playing along with his words. Indeed, it's all the fault of this wretched computer, Linyu declared earnestly, his expression serious. Belmod, having anticipated Linyu's reaction, shook his head with a faint smile and continued sifting through the tasks. Sister Bei, how can you just look for yourself? Shouldn't you consider my opinions while selecting tasks for me? Linyu asked, having unknowingly climbed onto Belmod's lap to peer at the screen. Belmod chose to ignore him at this point. Wait, Sister Bei, could you move up a bit? I think this task suits me perfectly. What do you think? Linyu posed confidently, a proud expression on his face. First, this task is rated S level, which you cannot handle. Second, get off me immediately. Third, if you keep nagging, you won't be allowed to go out, Belmod replied, now visibly annoyed by Linyu's chatter, a twitch appearing at his temple. Okay, no problem. I'll keep quiet. Linyu quickly apologized, sensing Belmod's frustration. He obediently settled beside her, patiently waiting for Belmod to choose a task, although the glimmer in his eyes betrayed his eagerness. I believe this one is quite suitable. At least for your current capabilities, Belmod said, stroking her chin thoughtfully as she examined the screen. Which one? Show me, Linyu exclaimed, lunging forward to see. To assassinate an ordinary wealthy individual, devoid of any significant background, thus minimizing the risk of offending others. Merely an average wealthy person, making it an easy target. Belmod pointed out a specific task among the dense listings. Sister Bei is a professional. I will certainly heed your advice. However, one question remains, how much is the reward? Linyu inquired, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Just to eliminate an ordinary wealthy person with no influential connections. The remuneration can't be too high, likely no more than 500,000, Belmod replied, her expression remaining stoic. What? Only 500,000? Linyu could no longer contain his disappointment, his face falling dramatically. Indeed, and I not only find the task for you, but also take you out and protect you. Shouldn't you compensate me a little for that? Belmod teased, unable to resist poking fun at Linyu's reaction. At this point, Linyu chose to ignore her, his gaze occasionally drifting to the ceiling, as if he hadn't heard Belmod's words. Noticing Linyu sulking in the corner, resembling a wronged spouse, Belmod sighed and rubbed her temples, questioning her decision to take on this troublesome task at Qinjiu's behest. All right, all right? I'm not particularly interested in your few 100,000. Sister Bay, don't need your petty cash. Belmont waved dismissively. Why didn't you say so earlier? Lin Yu chimed in cheerfully, now seated beside her with a grin. At that moment, Belmont felt an overwhelming sense of exhaustion wash over her. This boy could change moods faster than turning a page in a book. Before long, the sound of motorcycles echoed along the road, and a sleek Virat appeared, with a stunning woman riding pillion alongside a handsome youth. This task posed little difficulty, as a gifted young assassin paired with the black card-level Belmont ensured a seamless execution, serving primarily as practice for the young man. After Belmont completed the task on Lin Yu's behalf, the two glanced at the time, finding it still early. They decided to sit at a nearby dessert shop, intending to indulge in a sweet treat before returning. Lin Yu, a former aficionado of sweets in his previous life, found himself captivated by the silky texture of the treats. As mousse melted in his mouth and slid across his lips, he felt enveloped by an inexplicable sense of joy. Moreover, indulging in delectable sweets seemed to sharpen Lin Yu's mind, granting him an invigorating clarity. Why is that? What is the matter, boy? Belmont asked, momentarily caught off guard by Lin Yu's sudden inquiry. I've always found it strange. Both you and Qinjiu seem off in your treatment of me. As members of the organization, I shouldn't be privileged to behave like a playful child in your presence. So why is that? Indeed. Lin Yu has always felt a sense of disquiet. Both Jin and Vermouth seem to embody personas that do not align with his understanding. Even Vermouth, who is often regarded as Conan's guardian, treats him with an unusual kindness, despite the fact that he is not Conan himself. Lin Yu has yet to fully adapt to this new world. Although he often presents himself in a playful manner, this FAAD should not be directed towards Jin. Upon emerging from the shadows, he encountered Jin as the first living being. In the preceding years, he once passed by the dark room of selection and witnessed the scene where Jin, with a furrowed brow, drew his gun and executed all the children. It was then that Lin Yu came to a startling realization. This is what Jin truly is. Jin's attitude towards him should rightfully be one of disdain. Why then? Does Jin display such tolerance? Why does he permit Lin Yu to behave like an ordinary child in his presence, even going so far as to take him on as a disciple? It cannot merely be attributed to Lin Yu's intelligence or innate talent as a killer. There are many capable children within the organization, and he is not exceptional enough to warrant the attention of someone of Jin's caliber at such a tender age. As for Vermouth, their initial encounter was equally perplexing. Why did she appear in that cafeteria? What motivated her to assist him? It felt as though she had intentionally sought him out. What are you saying? Why do you persist in treating me like a fool? Lin Yu gazed at the juice on the white table, a sense of confusion washing over him. It was unclear whether tears were welling in his eyes or if his thoughts were simply drifting away, rendering him vacant. Lin Yu harbored a subtle suspicion regarding his appearance. He did not possess the features typical of an Asian, but rather resembled a mixed heritage. Undeniably, he now bore a striking visage, akin to Shizuka. Although his face leaned towards the east, his hair was not. Lin Yu's hair shimmered in golden white. Coupled with Jin and Vermouth's peculiar attitudes and their extraordinary tolerance towards him, it was plausible that he shared a bloodline with them. It stood to reason that their kinship might explain their inexplicable leniency and preference for him, perhaps even unbeknownst to them, as they treated him with a kindness that was starkly absent towards other children. To be candid, when Lin Yu ultimately arrived at this conclusion, his emotions were tumultuous. He had not forgotten the circumstances of his awakening, finding himself on the precipice of death immediately upon regaining consciousness. Had he traversed this new reality any later, he might not have survived. Despite being Jin's son, he was still cast into the dark room. Thus, it seemed that Jin's initial intention had been to eliminate him. From the very beginning, Jin did not plan for his survival. Whether it was Jin or Vermouth, while they expressed kindness towards him, they had never intended to formally acknowledge him. Their kindness seemed to arise sporadically, almost as an afterthought. Upon first meeting Shizuka, Lin Yu had earnestly contemplated defecting from the organization. It was only a matter of time, for both her sake and his own, as a life of crime offered no future. However, upon realizing he might indeed be the child of Jin and Vermouth, the prospect of defection seemed increasingly implausible. Regardless of his desires, he was irrevocably tied to the dark underbelly of their world. His mind was a whirlwind of thoughts. Yet Lin Yu refrained from sharing his musings with Vermouth. Some matters are better left unspoken. He felt a pang of regret for having impulsively posed a question earlier. For the exchange of words between perceptive individuals often conveys understanding beyond mere sentences. With this reflection, Lin Yu's eyes glistened with unshed tears, his brow furrowing as he gradually closed his eyes, inhaling deeply before exhaling slowly. Do not dwell too much on this, Shiburi. I shall protect you, now and always. Vermouth interjected, unable to restrain herself. Phew, I wasn't thinking about anything, B. Let us return, Linyu replied, wishing to avoid further conversation. Perhaps he feared that speaking another word would unleash his tears, a humiliating prospect for someone who should be considered an adult, lamenting over the rejection of his parents. What if this child's original owner were to witness such sorrow? Would it not be even more painful for them? Perhaps the transformation of his body into that of a child had also shifted his mindset, making him increasingly susceptible to emotions, prone to tears, and overwhelmed by feelings related to this boy. He seemed to be integrating into this world, no longer merely Linyu but rather this child, Shiburi, a second-generation assassin. Endowed with remarkable intelligence and skill, a product of the Dark Legacy. From this moment forth, Linyu had wholly become Shiburi. The Linyu of his past had vanished. In the organization, he was Shiburi, and before Shizuka, he was simply you. Before long, Shiburi and Vermouth entered a vehicle, preparing to return to the organization. As Shiburi and Belmode returned to the base, twilight had already begun to descend. It was autumn, and the gentle breeze brought a slight chill as night fell. After parting ways with Belmode, Shiburi exited the elevator and made his way to his room. His mind still occupied with the brief exchanges he had had with Belmode that day. It was truly perplexing. He found himself at a loss regarding the path forward. Though his thoughts were swirling, it did not hinder his habitual actions of opening the door, closing it behind him, removing his shoes, and heading to the kitchen to retrieve snacks and fruits from the refrigerator, turning on the tap. The sound of water cascaded over the grapes as Shiburi watched them being rinsed, lost in contemplation. Suddenly, his expression shifted to one of cold intensity as he gazed into the bowl of water. Before long, a baseball bat swung towards him from behind. Instantly, Shiburi's body tensed. He pressed one hand against the countertop and kicked back forcefully, executing a backflip and landing in a crouch. He then lifted his gaze to confront the shadowy figure that had attacked him. As the silhouette became clearer, it revealed a tall, imposing presence clad in a distinctive black trench coat. Just moments after Shiburi had deflected the sudden assault, the assailant lowered the baseball bat. What is the matter? It seems your reflexes have dulled since your last mission. What has been occupying your thoughts? As a killer, even if you cannot maintain constant vigilance, shouldn't you at least check your surroundings? One day, you might not even realize how you met your demise, you fool. Upon witnessing this, Shiburi offered no response. Instead, he approached and picked up the freshly washed grapes, making his way to the sofa. He reclined abruptly, allowing his entire being to relax as he indulged in the grapes while watching television. To think this person was his rather unremarkable father, sigh. Jinjio, what brings you here at such a leisurely hour? Is there something amiss? It's concerning Sherry. Over the years, her prodigious talents in chemistry and biology have become increasingly apparent, and the existing instructors within the organization can no longer adequately guide her. The boss has decided to send her to study in the United States when the new school year commences. After relaying this, Jinjio gazed at Shiburi with keen interest. I wish to go as well. Without the slightest hesitation, he was determined to be with Zhihui. He simply had to go. You too? On what grounds? The organization is hardly a venue for romance. I implore you. Moreover, given Sherry's status as one of the organization's rare top minds, they are willing to invest substantial resources into her education. Surely, they will require someone to ensure her safety and oversee her well-being. I am fully capable of fulfilling that role, and I could even attend classes alongside her, providing close protection without issue. Shinobu gazed intently at Jin with a serious and earnest expression. Their eyes locked for an extended moment, and eventually, Jin seemed to concede. Distress clouded Jin's features. For whenever Shinobu regarded him with that stubborn gaze, Jin found himself at a loss. He could not fathom why he was so unwilling to see this child in sorrow. Damn it, he thought. He should never have allowed Shinobu to stay. A killer ought not to possess vulnerabilities that could cloud his judgment. As for these trivial matters, he decided to let them be. If, in the future, Shinobu were to act against the organization, he would undoubtedly eliminate him without hesitation. With this thought, the atmosphere around Jin grew palpably colder, as if responding to an unspoken realization. Observing this change, Shinobu mistakenly believed Jin was obstinate, and was about to speak when Jin finally broke the silence. I understand. Ultimately, Jin relented. After uttering those words, he turned and exited the room. Closing the door behind him, he cast a fleeting glance back at the door, letting out a soft sigh, lost in his own thoughts, before departing without further delay. Inside the room, Shinobu pondered the prospect of Shihoko studying abroad. If she were to go overseas, The organization's oversight would likely be significantly less stringent than it was at the base, allowing them greater freedom to explore the world together. As a top-tier scientist cultivated at great expense by the organization, Shihoko had been under constant scrutiny since birth, perpetually engrossed in her studies. She had little semblance of a childhood. In the absence of his presence, she would likely have had no friends, devoting herself solely to her studies and pharmaceutical development. It was only after the tragic death of Akemi that she experienced her first act of rebellion, ultimately leading her to contemplate suicide. This marked the beginning of a new chapter in her life as Shiho Miyano. Now, with his presence, would Shihoko still consider taking her own life? How profound would the butterfly effect of his existence be? That remained uncertain. He recalled that Shihoko was likely to have the day off tomorrow, if all went as planned. She would be in her room. Perhaps he should discuss the possibility of studying abroad with her then. The following day, he contemplated, "Do you know about studying abroad?" Shiburi sat at the desk in Shiho's room, cradling a cup of freshly brewed hot milk prepared by her. On the table, amidst the white butterflies, lay her favorite sandwiches filled with peanut butter and blueberry jam. It is uncertain, yet anticipated, that those instructors can no longer impart their knowledge to me. My comprehension of chemistry and biology has gradually surpassed theirs. Studying abroad is quite commonplace. Was it Jin who informed you? Indeed, I have already applied with Jin. I wish to accompany you, as I long to be by your side. Zyabuli spoke earnestly. Jiho did not respond. But the slight upward curve of her lips made it evident to anyone that she was in good spirits. Over the years, Zyabuli had remained by her side, never straying away except during missions. Zyabuli has not performed any grand or particularly moving deeds. Rather, he has consistently been by her side over the years, comforting her in moments of sorrow, caring for her when she fell ill, and avenging her when others bullied her. In every instance when she needed support, Zyabuli was there. And for her, that was sufficient. Initially, she felt a twinge of anxiety about studying abroad, but Zyabuli reassured her that he would apply to accompany her. Seated in a chair, her legs gently swaying, she occasionally heard Shio humming a tune while stealing glances at Zyabuli, who was enjoying a blueberry jam sandwich. This is what her sister referred to as childhood sweethearts, an exclusive bond belonging to Miyano Shiho. Thank you, Zyabuli, for being a beacon of light in my arduous and dim life. By the way, I might be quite busy in the coming days, as I need to resolve all my tasks here before heading to America. This sandwich is delightful. What I love is what Shiho loves. While Shiho was momentarily lost in thought, Zyabuli had already devoured 3 sandwiches. Shiho furrowed her brow, revealing a look of concern. With nearly a year remaining until their journey to America, are you really busy with tasks? Could they be dangerous? Fear not, they are quite manageable for me. Besides, if I don't earn a little extra, how will I be able to buy you a bag? Shabri casually waved his hand and spoke. Subsequently, the two reclined on the sofa, with Shabri engrossed in watching television while indulging in snacks, and Shiho lying on her side, absorbed in her book. The reason for her chosen angle was simple. With a slight lift of her gaze, she could observe the foolish figure engrossed in both eating and watching. Such leisurely days, though monotonous, were rare for the two of them, making them particularly cherish these moments of tranquility. Time passed swiftly, and the commencement of school loomed for Shiho. However, Shabri called her, as it appeared his task remained unfinished, compelling Shiho to journey to America alone for the time being. Once Shabri concluded his matters, he would hasten to America, but by then, it was likely that Shiho would have settled everything and begun attending classes. Undoubtedly, Shiho's intellect was exceptional, cultivated at great expense by the organization, yet she had gained admission to Columbia University in Manhattan, New York, a venerable institution of higher learning renowned worldwide. Her brilliance was indisputable. She possessed not only innate talent, but also an admirable work ethic. Columbia University welcomed such a prodigious mind, hopeful that she would yield significant research contributions. In contrast, Shabri, though gifted, was rather indolent. As the time to board the plane approached, Shiho glanced back at Japan. Her thoughts veiled in mystery. Perhaps she was contemplating Shabri. Despite his formidable abilities within the organization, her childhood friend's every mission was a source of concern for her. Now, as she was about to embark on her journey abroad while Shabri's task remained incomplete, Shiho felt a twinge of unhappiness. Since she began preparing for her studies overseas, she had not seen Shabri for quite some time, and she had hoped to reunite before her departure, only to find that he was still preoccupied. 2 bodyguards clad in black suits approached, urging her to board the plane promptly. "Do not touch me. I am boarding the plane now," Shiho retorted. Within the organization, She harbored a deep disdain for everyone except Shabri. They were ruthless, treating murder as casually as drinking water, their coldness penetrating to the core. Meanwhile, Shabri was engaged in his final task before heading to America. Upon its completion, he would finally have the opportunity to rendezvous with Shiho amidst the bustling streets of Manhattan. Shaburi lifted his head and made his way towards the CAF. There, at the edge of the establishment, he found Belmont, who was sipping her coffee. "Shaburi, you've arrived." Belmont greeted him, setting her cup down. "Finally, this is the last mission. I've been so swamped this year. Even the donkeys in the production team haven't worked as hard as I have." Without any pretense, Shaburi grabbed the coffee she had just consumed and downed it in one go. "This is your new assassination task. Go and fulfill it. Once you succeed, you can fly to America and enjoy some quality time with your young girlfriend." Belmont pulled an envelope from her pocket and handed it to him. "Am I going solo on this mission?" he inquired. "Indeed, however, since you are handling it alone, if you succeed, you will receive 50 of the commission, while the remaining 50 goes to the organization. Originally, there would have been a 5 intermediary fee for me, but since you are my dear boy, I shall waive that." Shaburi opened the envelope to find 2 sheets of paper, one detailing the assassination target and the other a letter of commission. The target was Taro Namping, with a commission of 10 million yen. "So, if I eliminate this person, I can pocket 5 million yen? He chuckled, realizing how lucrative a solo mission could be. "By the way, is there a deadline for this assassination?" "Indeed, there is a time constraint, 3 days. If you do not complete it within that time frame, the mission will be deemed a failure, and your travel plans will be delayed," Belmont remarked with a playful glint in her eye. "That won't happen. I will definitely be able to leave the country immediately. Is that person's daughter truly so captivating that you are so eager to pursue her?" Belmont pinched Shaburi's cheek rather forcefully. "Ow, that hurts. Please, let go," he protested, rubbing his reddened cheek. "What would you do if I were to kill Shirley? Would you come after me?" Belmont lit a cigarette, exhaling a gentle puff of smoke towards him. Her gaze held a mix of amusement and seriousness, revealing a hint of genuine concern. "That would be unacceptable. If anything were to happen to Shirley, I doubt I could continue to live. So, dear Belmont, please refrain from placing me in such a precarious situation," he replied, his expression turning somber as he looked at her. Belmont gazed at him tenderly, choosing not to respond. But he understood she would not harm Shirley, not out of fear of the organization, but rather to spare him from sorrow. He could discern a sincere emotion in her eyes. She wished to see him happy. Despite being the organization's fearsome femme fatale, such a look could not be feigned. "Why do you harbor such animosity towards Shirley's parents? To the point that it extends to their innocent child?" he asked innocently, gazing at Belmont. "A secret makes a woman more intriguing," she replied with a mysterious smile. "Now, off you go. Prepare for your mission." With that, she turned and exited the CAF. Indeed, one could hardly expect Belmont to divulge such matters so readily. It was time to consider how to arrange this mission. Rising to leave, he was halted by a CAF attendant. "Excuse me, sir, you haven't settled your bill. Could you please pay at the counter?" The attendant said apologetically. "Ah, my apologies. I will take care of it right away," Shaburi responded awkwardly, cursing himself for the fact that this chameleon of a woman had left without paying for her coffee. "Wait, that last cup was technically mine." The following night, after checking his equipment, he arrived at the villa indicated in the envelope, skillfully avoiding the cameras. He scaled the outer wall of the open-air swimming pool and vanished into the night. He swiftly made his way to the exterior of the target's home. Crouching at a fork in the branches of a large tree to survey the villa's layout, the interior activities, and potential escape routes. Initially, he expected a lengthy night ahead, having prepared for an all-nighter. However, circumstances took an unexpected turn shortly after he ascended the tree. One of the 2 bodyguards stationed at the entrance unexpectedly departed. Reading their lips, he gleaned that the departing guard had suffered a bout of indigestion during the day and needed to relieve himself. It was a fortuitous opportunity. Before long, he leapt from the tree, stealthily approaching the remaining bodyguard in the darkness. With a swift motion, he vaulted off one leg, drew the Swiss Army knife from his back, and pressed it against the guard's mouth, slicing across his throat. The bodyguard slumped to the ground, lifeless, and Shaburi concealed him in a nearby thicket. It was the dead of night, and the darkness was thick. Unless one were to search meticulously, it would be nearly impossible to discover the fallen guard. Next, he nestled into the shadows along the wall, holding his breath and waiting for the other guard to return from his restroom break. Moments later, the second guard emerged, puzzled by the absence of his partner, and hurriedly scanned the area, searching for his companion. At this moment, Shabili was quickening his pace, employing the same technique as before, wielding a Swiss Army knife to eliminate the bodyguard who was about to use his radio to call for backup. He then stealthily disposed of another guard, taking advantage of the cover of night before approaching the villa's entrance. With a piece of wire, he effortlessly unlocked the villa's door. After all, during his training at the base, he had unlocked countless locks, and he could easily open 3 with his eyes closed. Upon entering, he found the hall remarkably quiet, devoid of any sound. It was late at night, and both the owner and the servants were presumably fast asleep. Treading lightly, he made his way to the master bedroom door on the 2nd floor. Oddly, the room's light was still on at this hour. Rather than rushing in, he surveyed the surroundings to ensure no one was present before gently knocking on the door. With a creak, the door swung open. The detailed information on the commission, complete with a clear photograph, allowed him to recognize the individual standing before him as his target. "Who are you? Why are you here?" The target appeared astonished upon seeing him. Shabili did not deign to respond to such trivial inquiries. Instead, a smirk curled at the corners of his mouth as he leaped back on one foot, catching the target off guard, and before he could react, the Swiss Army knife was already poised at his throat. As the target began to fall, Shabili deftly supported him, gently lowering him to the ground. Withdrawing the knife from his throat, wiping it clean on the man's clothing, and returning it to its sheath behind him. Glancing around, he noted the continued silence. It seemed no one had been alerted, and everyone was sound asleep. Just as he prepared to depart, he tilted his head and noticed a wide black seam in the wall beside the large bed. Approaching, he pulled on it, and the seam gradually widened, revealing a hidden chamber. It seemed the old man was not sleeping in the dead of night, but rather indulging in whatever treasures lay within. With this thought in mind, he drew his knife once more, gripping it with intent, and stealthily ventured deeper into the secret room. As he progressed further, a flicker of light caught his eye around the corner, and what lay before him left Shabili in awe. A room brimming with gold bars, stacks of cash, exquisite calligraphy, and an array of antiques, all clearly invaluable treasures. A smile crept across his handsome face, revealing a touch of mischief. All of this was now his for the taking. He eagerly seized the gold bars and antiques, stuffing them into his storage space, indiscriminately tossing in anything of value, for the space knew no limits. Over the years, Shabili had gradually come to understand this space. It was an intangible realm, seemingly boundless and incapable of being filled. He had experimented with various items and found that while he could not store goods, all inanimate objects, including bodies, could be accommodated. Thus, during any solo mission, should he discover valuable items, he would seize the moment and plunder the target's possessions. His wealth accumulated to a staggering degree through his years as an assassin. Each time he beheld his growing fortune, Shabili felt he was one step closer to the dream of a cozy life with his beloved, Jirway. After ransacking the hidden chamber, he noticed a safe embedded within a countertop, its presence suggesting it contained something of great value. He leaped onto the counter and examined the lock of the safe. This lock appeared somewhat challenging. An ordinary person might struggle to open it. But Shabili was no ordinary individual. Despite its complexity, he easily unlocked it. Inside the safe, a magnificent gem lay perfectly arranged. It was truly stunning, and the gem seemed oddly familiar. Was it the tear of Artemis? Hadn't he seen that very gem stolen by Kaito Kid in his previous life? Although Kid had ultimately returned it, the gem's worth was undeniable. Its creation was exceptionally costly. This exquisite gem would surely delight Jirway. Without further thought, Shabili resolved its fate. He needed a small gift to win her favor. And the tear of Artemis fit the bill perfectly, a charming trinket any girl would adore. Thus, this gem, valued in the millions, transformed in Shabili's eyes into a delightful token to win Jirway's affection. Having secured the tear of Artemis, he exited the hidden chamber and began to remove the backpack slung over his shoulder. Unzipping it revealed a line of TNT explosives, his preferred method for erasing evidence. The quantity of TNT was more than sufficient to obliterate the entire villa and its grounds. Truly, it was the king of explosives. Shabili carelessly shoved his backpack beneath the bed in the hidden room and approached the window. There, he beheld his target sprawled on the floor, blood pooling around him. Contemplating an escape through the window, he realized that traversing the bedroom's main entrance would result in a gruesome trail of blood beneath his feet. Thus, he resolutely climbed out of the window and swiftly fled the villa, finding refuge atop the roof of an abandoned building situated a kilometer away. Shabri crouched atop the rooftop, the autumn air temperate yet tinged with a gentle chill, as a soft breeze caressed his exposed skin, raising goosebumps and causing him to shiver slightly. One hand grasped a telescope, directing his gaze towards the target villa, while the other held the remote control for the bomb, which he decisively pressed. A thunderous explosion erupted, reverberating in his ears as he observed the villa disintegrate into fragments. The blast affected the area within hundreds of meters, rendering any chance of survival for those inside the villa, guards, servants, and the target's body, impossible, leaving nothing but ashes in a flawless obliteration of evidence. Recognizing the need for haste, Shabri swiftly departed, seeking refuge in a nearby hotel for a brief respite before addressing the newly acquired spoils. The explosion in the villa district, confirmed by police to be caused by an extensive quantity of TNT, instilled profound panic among the surrounding residents. It was deemed that the police department bore undeniable responsibility for this incident. Within the somewhat disheveled luxury hotel presidential suite, the television screen flickered, evidently left on from the previous night, broadcasting the events of Shabri's undertaking. At the center of the room, nestled within the soft, white sheets of the expansive bed, lay a figure curled up in blissful slumber. It appeared that after a long night, he had hastily washed up and succumbed to sleep, his eyelids heavy with fatigue. The incessant news played in the background did not disturb Shabri's rest. Rather, it lulled him into a deeper slumber. A series of knocks echoed through the room. "Good afternoon. Esteemed guest, I am here to deliver your lunch. Might I trouble you to open the door?" Inquired the hotel attendant politely from outside, yet received no response. The knocking persisted, and as the attendant began to wonder if she had approached the wrong room, the door finally creaked open. Awakened by the relentless knocking, Shabri emerged, bleary-eyed and clad in the hotel's bathrobe. "Good afternoon, sir. Here's your lunch. Please enjoy," the attendant said hurriedly as she presented the meal from her cart. "Ah, thank you," Shabri replied, lacking vitality as he accepted the lunch, subsequently closing the door and carelessly placing the meal on the table. With a casual tug on the robe's belt, he let it fall away. Shabri leisurely made his way to the bathroom, turning on the shower as warm water cascaded over him, droplets glistening against his sculpted abdomen, partially concealed in the misty atmosphere of the bath, an enticing sight indeed. If she were present, she would likely find herself blushing and flustered. After finishing his shower, Shabri casually reclined in a chair, one hand wielding a knife and fork as he savored pieces of fish, while the other perused the day's news on his phone. Suddenly, the phone rang. "The commission has already been credited to your account. Your efficiency is truly impressive," came the voice on the line. I was taken aback when I saw the funds had arrived so swiftly. Noticing the call was from Vermouth, he effortlessly swiped to answer. "Well, that is to be expected. Shall I handle my current affairs, and then fly directly to America? Please send me Sherry's address in New York," Shabri said lazily, lifting his gaze slightly. "Understood. Are you off to deal with the proceeds of your latest mischief?" "Well, do what you must," Vermouth replied, not waiting for Shabri's response before ending the call. Leaving the room enveloped in silence once more, Shabri rose to his feet, stretching slightly to release the tension in his body. He then scaled the wall once more, making his way towards the city center. He headed for a shadowy street nestled within the bustling urban district, a place many preferred to ignore due to its eclectic mix of individuals. This market was a gathering ground for all manner of unsavory characters, including a myriad of criminals and ruffians. Zyabulai arrived near a shop, donning a prepared mask in a corner where few paid attention, before stepping inside. The shopkeeper, upon seeing Zyabulai enter, welcomed him with great enthusiasm and ushered him into the VIP room. As Zyabulai was a regular customer, the proprietor recognized his mask, and their repeated transactions had fostered a cordial rapport. The shopkeeper, a middle-aged man with a small mustache and a somewhat plump demeanor, appeared amiable and reminiscent of Suzuki Shiro, the father figure of the garden. He bore no semblance of a shifty merchant. His appearance was quite deceiving, avaricious yet possessing a semblance of principles, which made Zyabulai keen to conduct business with him. "My dear patron, what delightful treasures have you brought this time?" the shopkeeper inquired, rubbing his hands together with a somewhat lecherous expression. "This shipment is rather substantial. Can you handle it?" Zyabulai replied, unzipping his backpack to reveal a stash of gold bars and small antiques. "I fear I cannot consume it all at once. I can offer you a maximum of 800 million yen, but that still leaves quite a gap," the shopkeeper concluded after meticulously examining each item through his spectacles. "What about the weaponry? Do you have any in stock? If so, I could use them as a partial trade, as I am in need of new equipment." Zyabulai pondered for a moment. "Indeed, we have just received a fresh batch. It would be fortuitous for you to acquire them," the shopkeeper replied, promptly opening a tablet to showcase images of the weaponry. The display included videos and photos of an impressive array of arms, sniper rifles, submachine guns, handguns, daggers, bulletproof vests, grenades, and explosives, all the latest equipment sufficient to arm a special forces team. Zyabulai intended to store these arms in his space for his upcoming trip to America, as he was not familiar with that territory. Although, if not for the mission, he anticipated little need for weaponry while studying abroad with Shurho. An underlying unease lingered within him. This anxiety perhaps stemmed from a newfound trait awakened by the existence of his spatial realm, compelling him to hoard items of all sorts. His space now cluttered with a myriad of eclectic possessions. This batch is indeed commendable. I shall take it all. Also, please provide me with some TNT of the usual specifications and deliver it to this address, he instructed, handing the shopkeeper a slip of paper. Understood, my lord. I shall make the necessary arrangements. As for the payment, I will transfer the funds to your account within 3 days, the shopkeeper said, rising to bow slightly to Zyabulai before turning to depart. Upon returning to his base, Zyabulai began packing for his journey abroad. His flight was booked for the next morning, and he had contemplated bidding farewell to Chica and the others. Being assassins, their profession was perilous, and any day could bring unforeseen events. With his departure alongside Shurho, he was uncertain how many years they would be apart, and the prospect of their next reunion felt distant. However, as they were all engaged in their respective missions, he reluctantly set aside his desire for farewells. After completing his packing and surveying his room, he reflected on how he had unwittingly spent several years in this realm. And now he was about to leave. A sense of nostalgia washed over him for this room, stirring lang of emotions within. The following morning, Zyabulai shouldered his luggage, switched off the room lights, and made his way to the airport. In first class, he closed his eyes to rest, envisioning that upon awakening, he would find himself in New York, reunited with Shurho, soon drifting into slumber. Meanwhile, in a rented apartment on a street in Manhattan, the door creaked open late at night. After dining at the school cafeteria, Shurho returned to her dimly lit and silent abode. She reached out her right hand to switch on the light above the shoe cabinet, instantly brightening the room, then promptly locked the door behind her. In truth, Shurho harbored no concerns for her safety, as several individuals clad in black, ostensibly there for her protection, were surveilling her from either side of the apartment. She shrugged off her coat, hanging it on a hook by the door, and rubbed her weary eyes. The strain of a full day spent in the laboratory evident in her fatigue. Taking a seat by her bedside, she closed her eyes to rest. The small apartment lacked any pets or distractions, rendering it eerily quiet, save for the sound of her own breathing. Under the silvery moonlight, Shurho's solitary figure appeared particularly desolate. At that moment, she was likely yearning for a certain youth who occupied her thoughts incessantly. Suddenly, a live figure sprang forth from the other side of the bed, deftly leaping onto the mattress and rolling towards where Shurho sat, then abruptly enveloping her from behind. In that instant, a waft of jasmine filled the air, enveloping them both in a delightful fragrance that brought joy and cheer, mingling with the cascading waves of his dark, tousled hair brushing against her face. Shurho, I've completed my mission and come to find you. Zyabulai playfully leaned forward, a mischievous grin spreading across his youthful face. Shurho, who had been lost in her musings, instinctively sensed the presence drawing near. Before she could turn around, she was embraced tightly, her body stiffening momentarily, only to relax as the familiar scent washed over her. This was the very youth she had yearned for, the one who had captivated her heart for the past year. A surge of excitement welled within her, rendering her momentarily speechless. When Shiburi encountered the silence, he was not perturbed. Instead, he gazed affectionately at Shiho, his eyes filled with tenderness for the girl who looked upon him with joy. The two shared a prolonged, gentle gaze until Shiho finally regained her composure. Realizing that Shiburi remained in his initial position, kneeling by her side, his body pressed closely against her back. Aren't you going to let go? How long do you intend to hold me? Shiho, sensing the gravity of the moment, felt a blush creeping to her ears, betraying her otherwise calm demeanor. I can never have enough of this embrace. I could hold you for a lifetime, Shiho. I miss you so much, Shiburi murmured, tightening his grip even more. He held the young girl as if she were the entire world, his gaze deeply affectionate, as though he beheld the most exquisite treasure in existence. Upon hearing his words, Shiho fell silent, allowing him to hold her. In the past, she would have resisted his embrace, but this time was different. They had been apart for far too long. The girl yearned for the boy resting against her shoulder, missing him dearly, and thus, she surrendered to his embrace. The two remained entwined in silence. relishing this rare moment of tranquility. Zyabuli appeared to recall something, subsequently retrieving a beautifully adorned gift box from his pocket and presenting it to Jirwei. Jirwei, behold the gift I have prepared for you. Do take a look and see if it pleases you. With anticipation etched upon his face, Zyabuli opened the gift box and gazed expectantly at Jirwei. What a stunning gem! Where did you acquire this? Jirwei exclaimed, astonished by the brilliance of the stone before her. That is of no concern to you. What matters is that you cherish it, he replied. This gem was none other than the fabled tear of Artemis, pilfered from the target's safe during their last mission. At last, the gem had traversed oceans to grace the presence of the young maiden. As Jirwei beheld the gem, joy illuminated her features, yet soon her gaze fell, and her eyes became misty with unshed tears. What troubles you, Jirwei? Zyabuli inquired, bewildered, before carelessly tossing the priceless tear of Artemis onto the bed. He then took her delicate hand in his, seeking to comfort her. It's nothing, really. I just miss you so much. Ever since Sister Miniko left, you have been all I have left. And throughout this past year, you have been consumed with your missions. I feel so alone. I truly miss you both. As she spoke, Jirwei could no longer contain her emotions and tears cascaded from her eyes, streaming down her exquisite visage and soaking into the bed linens. Jirwei, it's all right. It's all right, Zyabuli soothed, his heart aching for her. He spoke no further, instead enveloping her in his arms and gently caressing her back. I'm afraid, I fear being all alone, Jirwei whispered, sniffling softly in his embrace. Do not worry, Jirwei, that will never be the case. As long as I am here, I shall never leave you alone. I will remain by your side, I murmured, tenderly stroking her back. Really? You will truly be here forever? Jirwei's hands trembled slightly. Indeed, I promise. I grasped her hand firmly, ensuring her tremors ceased. Thank you. Thank you for being by my side all these years. What nonsense, Jirwei. Without you, I cannot even fathom what my life would be like. Had you not entered my life, I would have merely existed in a monotonous haze, mechanically fulfilling the organization's orders. Jirwei's ice blue eyes narrowed, tears once again brimming on the verge of spilling over. Foolish girl, but I am here, beside you. Everything you fear is but a figment of your imagination. I gently caressed her cheek, speaking softly. Why are you so kind to me? You burst into my world and have stayed by my side, protecting and accompanying me ever since. Because I paused, gathering my thoughts. Because what? Jirwei inquired, her curiosity piqued. Because I love you, truly, deeply. More than anyone else on this planet. You love me? Jirwei murmured, lowering her head. At times, I feel that after knowing you for so long, you are extraordinary, profoundly unique, and remarkably different. Foolish, and so very naive that you do not even realize I adore you? I gazed fondly at the beautiful girl before me, whose pupils widened in surprise. What? I'm foolish? She exclaimed. How could the organization label you as one of the elite minds, a scientist? You are such a silly girl, Jirwei. I love you. Chabri closed his eyes, inhaling deeply before making a profoundly significant decision. Upon opening his eyes, he reached out, gently lifting the chin of the girl, Jirwei, who rested against him, while his other arm firmly embraced her. Seizing the moment before she could react, he pressed a tender kiss upon her lips, lightly nibbling, and then delved deeper into exploration. Jirwei's ice-blue pupils momentarily constricted, her body stiffening in surprise at the audacity of the young man before her. Yet, soon enough, she relaxed, surrendering to the moment. For before her stood the one who held her heart. After a considerable time, their lips parted, both breathing somewhat erratically. Jirwei averted her gaze, lowering her head. Her cheeks flushed. Chabri lingered in the sweetness of her lips, which were unusually luscious and fragrant. This was a sensation he had never experienced before, kissing her delightful lips. The delicate aroma that wafted from her enveloping him, causing the usually composed and self-restrained Chabri to feel as though he might lose control at any moment. Humph. You took advantage of me when I was unprepared, Jirwei remarked with a hint of pride as she regained her composure. Ah, very well, my queen, I take full responsibility, he replied, bowing his head in submission, knowing well that he could not afford to anger the queen of his heart after having indulged so boldly. Is there no confession gift? You managed to deceive me so easily. Ah, is the magnificent gemstone, the tear of Artemis, not a confession gift? Chabri replied, glancing at the gem resting on the sheets before looking back at Jirwei. Not at all. What? That gem was a gift I prepared for your long-awaited return. A confession gift must be purchased separately. Jirwei's pristine hand playfully ruffled his hair, leaving it in disarray, seemingly retaliating for his earlier audacity. Then what do you desire as a confession gift, Zhihui? He asked, his voice lacking in confidence as he sought to appease her. A Prada handbag, approximately this size, she said, gesturing with her fingers to indicate its dimensions. Very well, my queen. I shall procure whatever you desire, he said, affectionately gazing at her as she demonstrated. If you continue to spoil me, you will surely spoil me, Zhihui replied, her expression a mix of amusement and exasperation. Now that I possess the means and resources, why would I not indulge you? My relentless efforts in completing tasks are solely for the purpose of being able to spoil you without hesitation. Humph. Zhihui appeared pleased. Her pride slightly softened as she lifted her chin. If it brings you joy, why not indulge you further, my queen? Consider yourself fortunate. Since I am so fortunate, might I be rewarded with an embrace? He asked, eyes gleaming with anticipation. Given your perceptiveness, I shall reluctantly grant you another hug, she said, moving toward him and gently embracing him against her shoulder. Just as she prepared to rise, he suddenly wrapped his arms around her slender waist, pulling her back with a force that caused them both to tumble onto the bed. He leaned in and planted another kiss on her delicate, fair face. You rascal! Zhihui exclaimed, a hint of annoyance in her tone as she sat up, crossing her arms in defiance, refusing to acknowledge him. Please, Zhihui, don't be angry. It was merely a jest, he pleaded, but she remained unresponsive, leaving him feeling somewhat despondent. Had he known, he would not have stolen that kiss. Observing his flustered demeanor, Zhihui's anger seemed to dissipate as she chuckled softly, her laughter enchanting and beautiful. She leaned down, planting a gentle kiss on his cheek before turning away and heading towards the bathroom. Watching her retreating figure, he touched his cheek with a silly grin and then removed his jacket, lying back on the bed, initially intending to wait for her to finish bathing. However, fatigue from their earlier activities and the journey home soon enveloped him, and within moments, Shabri fell into a deep slumber. 30 minutes later, as Zhihui emerged from the bathroom and spotted him soundly asleep on the bed, a smile graced her lips. She looked truly radiant, captivating. Kneeling beside the bed, she leaned closer to his face, observing him intently. This fool seems utterly exhausted. In such a short time, he has already succumbed to sleep. His slumbering visage is rather endearing. Zhihui shifted from a crouched to a seated position, the plush carpet beneath providing comfort and cleanliness. Resting her elbow on the bed, her palm cradling her face, she gazed at the young man before her, her eyes gradually clouding with bliss. Soon, she climbed onto the bed, snuggling into Shabri's embrace, one hand reaching to pull the covers snugly around them. The bed in their rental was not particularly large, just a narrow single, but the ample mattress allowed for a cozy fit for the two. Once covered, Zhihui lifted her head slightly, catching sight of Shabri's well-defined jawline. He unconsciously turned his head, his handsome face now directed towards her. Her cheeks flushed, her gaze evasive, uncertain whether it was due to her recent bath or something else entirely. After a long day of experimentation, Zhihui felt equally exhausted. She had planned to bathe and then sleep immediately, yet Shabri's arrival had introduced an unexpected interlude. At this moment, fatigue washed over her, leaving little opportunity to appreciate the handsome face of her beloved, and soon enough, her eyelids began to droop, leading her into a peaceful slumber. Morning light descended gently upon the world, casting a serene glow over the streets. Budding flowers glistened with dew, revealing a tranquil beauty in the stillness of the dawn. Shaburi slowly opened his eyes, a gentle fragrance unique to Zhihui wafting through the air. To his astonishment, he discovered that the girl in his arms was none other than his girlfriend, with whom he had just established a relationship the previous night. She lay peacefully asleep, and he found himself completely entranced by her beauty. Soon, however, his arm began to tingle with discomfort, revealing that Zhihui had spent the night resting her head upon him. Perhaps his movements had been too vigorous, for Zhihui stirred awake, her drowsy expression adorably contrasting with her usual cool and aloof demeanor, creating an unexpectedly charming sight. Zhihui, I'm sorry, did I wake you? He whispered softly, embracing the freshly awakened girl. No, I was meant to wake up anyway. I have classes today, she murmured, her eyes still half closed before drifting shut once more. Oh, I see, he replied. Today, you can accompany me to class. Though her eyes remained shut, the slight upward curve of her lips hinted at her good mood. On a misty Manhattan morning, as he drew back the curtains, the world outside lay tranquil and fresh, offering a view that could soothe the soul. Zhihui, come and see. The scenery here is delightful. It's a beautiful morning, Shaburi called out, glancing back at the beauty curled up in the blankets. I've seen this view for several days now. I'm rather tired of it, came her cool, languid voice from beneath the covers. That is different. Shibori retorted with mild discontent. What is different about it? She inquired. Because I'm here. From today onwards. I'll be by your side, my beloved girlfriend, he exclaimed, barely concealing his excitement. Yes, you was just a big fool, Shirho said, at last sitting up lazily to indulge him. Get up, Shirho, or we'll be late, he urged. I don't want to get up. I've suddenly lost all desire to do so, she pouted, stubbornly refusing to leave her cozy cocoon. Oh, come on, will you get up or not? He chuckled mischievously, striding to the bed, where he pressed down on her flawless arm while his other hand began to tickle her belly. Oh, I'm sorry. Don't tickle me anymore. I admit my fault. You? Shirho surrendered quickly, her sensitivity evident. Ha, silly Shirho, you've realized your mistake, haven't you? He declared triumphantly. Humph. You're such a lecher, she retorted playfully. I am a lecher, but only towards you, my little rabbit, he replied with a grin. You hold me. Shirho extended her arms, awaiting his embrace. Huh, what is the matter, Shirho? He asked, though his body instinctively moved to lift her gently. I want you to carry me to the bathroom to wash up, she said lazily, resting her head on his shoulder, her breath warm against his neck. Her chestnut hair brushing against his cheek, sending tingles through him. As he carried her toward the bathroom, he felt a surge of pride in his role as her boyfriend. Moments later, they strolled side by side through the streets of Manhattan, making their way to Columbia's campus. Shirho appeared composed, having attended a few classes already. The initial thrill of being on campus having faded. However, Shibori was brimming with excitement, his eyes darting around in wonder. This was his first time visiting a world-renowned university, and he marveled at the experience, having previously been too occupied with missions in Japan to appreciate such an environment. Let us go? Shirho's gentle voice broke through his reverie. Ah, yes, let us go, he replied as they approached the lecture hall. Just before entering, a nondescript Western youth exited the building and approached him briskly. Brother Shibori, I was sent by Brother Jin to meet you. He mentioned you should handle some affairs concerning our interests and personnel here in America, the young man said respectfully. Oh, Shibori furrowed his brow, recalling that Jin had indeed mentioned something along those lines, but the thought had slipped his mind. He had hoped to enjoy a taste of campus life. But it seemed Jin had other plans for him. Please, continue, he said, rubbing his temples in frustration, realizing his holiday was slipping away. Well, it's nothing major. For the next few years, you can assign me tasks. I'll handle the smaller matters, while you oversee the larger ones. The young man bowed slightly. Oh, so for minor issues, I can just approach you? Yes, Brother Shibori. What is your name? My name is Kimo. Here is my contact information. Camus produced a simple business card from his pocket and presented it with due reverence. All right, I understand. You may go about your business now. Shibori accepted the card and nonchalantly slipped it into his pocket, gesturing for Camus to leave. Throughout this exchange, Shirho had remained silent, her gaze toward Camus icy. Indeed, she had never held any fondness for members of the organization. Rather, she held a deep-seated aversion to them. Afterward, Shibori and Shirho entered the lecture hall, seeking a discreet corner to settle into. Today, the class was a public theory course, and unlike the previous day, Shirho would not be immersed in the lab with the biochemistry professors. Before long, the bell rang, and the hall began to fill with students. Shibori scanned the room, noting the diverse mix of attendees from various nationalities. However, among the youthful crowd, only Shirho and he appeared to be in their early teens. Some students, seemingly classmates of Shirho, glanced curiously in their direction, perhaps wondering how such a beautiful, aloof girl had come to be accompanied by a boy. The striking pair attracted more than a few sidelong glances, creating a captivating tableau. Even the professor who entered to commence the lecture paused to observe them for a moment before beginning his lesson. It appears we are the youngest here, Shirho, he remarked to her as she diligently took notes. Before you arrived, I was the only child in the class, she replied, her focus unwavering as she wrote. Shibori gazed helplessly at Shirboa, who was diligently engrossed in her studies beside him. What could he do when his girlfriend was so fervently focused on her work? Completely disregarding his presence? Resting his chin on one hand as he supported himself on the table, he looked ahead at the animated European professor passionately lecturing in front of the large screen, feeling a profound sense of ennui. Turning his head, he began to admire Shirboa, who was diligently taking notes. Her visage appeared almost ethereal in its beauty. Her fair skin radiated a luminous sheen reminiscent of jade, and her delicately arched eyebrows framed eyes that shimmered with a crystalline blue purity, as if submerged in water. She embodied a captivating innocence intertwined with allure. exuding an aura of confidence, elegance, and nobility. Though merely 15, Shibua possessed a regal, mature demeanor that set her apart from her peers, leaving Shiburi utterly enchanted. Were it not for the public setting of the classroom, he would have been tempted to bestow another kiss upon her porcelain-like cheek. On the table, there lay a notebook and a pen. The notebook had been retrieved from her backpack by his girlfriend and casually placed before him, while the pen was similarly extracted from her pencil case and set down in front of him. How long is this class going to last? He inquired. For consecutive sessions, spanning the entire morning, with breaks and a longer intermission in between, she replied nonchalantly. I have a matter to attend to. May I step out to meet Kamo? Upon hearing that the class would extend through the entire morning, he felt a sudden pang of discomfort in his head. Resolving not to squander time, he decided to first check in on what Jin had assigned him. Thus, he prepared to escape the class. Indeed, it was the inaugural lesson at Columbia University for Shi, and he was resolutely planning to skip it, even intending to enlist his girlfriend's assistance as a decoy. Go ahead, the sooner you return, the better. Shi's tone remained steady, seemingly absorbed in her studies and indifferent to Shi's predicament. Seizing the moment when the elderly professor from the west turned to the blackboard with chalk in hand, she swiftly vaulted through the window. The lecture hall was situated on the second floor, making his leap quite feasible. Leaning against the window, Chablis utilized the external wall for leverage and leapt down, skillfully rolling on the grass to dissipate the impact. He then rose slowly, brushing off his hands and removing the remnants of grass from his clothing, before striding confidently out of the campus. I glanced at the business card, crumpled it, tore it apart, and discarded it into a nearby trash bin. Then retrieved my phone to dial the number inscribed on the card. The call connected swiftly, and after a brief conversation, Chablis soon appeared at a small base established by the organization in the United States. At that moment, Chablis lounged lazily in a soft chair, his long, muscular legs casually draped over the desk. Brother Chablis, here are the materials for our region. Please take a look, Camus said respectfully, bowing slightly as he handed over a hefty stack of documents. Understood. You may stand aside for now. Call me once I've finished reviewing, I replied, accepting the documents and resting my head in my hand, feeling a slight headache as I gazed at the substantial pile before me. After a considerable period, Chablis finally finished perusing the documents. He had already assigned the unclear and actionable items to Camus, leaving the rest to him. Brother Chablis, there's also this, Camus interjected, presenting an additional file after Chablis had completed his directives. What is this? I inquired, puzzled by the existence of yet another document. This contains information on a traitor. Camus paused before continuing. This traitor is with the FBI. He has been lurking in our base for many years and ultimately dismantled our operations near the city center. Damn it, this has resulted in devastating losses for the organization. Currently, apart from the area we occupy, our influence in New York has been entirely eradicated. Camus expressed with evident agitation, his disdain for this individual palpable. Is this traitor truly that formidable? Has he nearly obliterated our entire presence in the United States? I asked, astonished, lifting my gaze at Camus' words. Indeed, years of the organization's efforts in the United States have been vanquished in an instant. The directive from Boss Qingjiao is clear, regardless of the cost. This traitor must perish. However, our capabilities here are quite limited, leaving us with the desire but lacking the means, Camus lamented, waving his hand in resignation. Very well. I will take responsibility for this individual, Chablis declared, examining the file on the traitor. While not particularly formidable in skill, this traitor was indeed a challenging adversary. Xiabuli raised his hand to check the time. It had passed swiftly. Soon, Jihao would finish her class, and since we had no lessons in the afternoon, we intended to purchase some items. It was imperative to hurry back. If we arrived late, we might anger Jihao, and that would lead to dire consequences. With this thought in mind, Xiabuli hurriedly ran towards the classroom. The final moments of the last period were upon us. I had just slipped in through the back door and taken my place beside Jihao. I barely settled into my seat when the bell rang, signaling the end of class. Your timing is impeccable. You wouldn't even spare a minute more in class, Jihao remarked, glancing at me with an expression of indifference as she closed her textbook and began to tidy her belongings into her bag. That's merely coincidence, I replied bashfully, scratching the back of my head. As I spoke, Jihao tossed her bag towards me, and I instinctively caught it, slinging it over my shoulder. Together, we followed the other students out of the classroom. Once outside the building, we walked side by side, basking in the glorious sunshine and gentle breeze. Everything felt so splendid. Soon, we arrived at the supermarket, which was quite spacious. Since it was still midday, there weren't many shoppers. I pushed the cart while Jihao led the way, perusing the shelves filled with snacks, marking the beginning of our shopping excursion. Although our apartment was well stocked, there were a few essential items we lacked, necessitating this trip. We also needed to replenish our snack supply. Milk, sandwiches, peanut butter, blueberry jam, toast, coffee, Zyabulai exclaimed enthusiastically as he grabbed items from the shelves. The shopping cart quickly filled up, yet there were still many items left unpurchased. Considering we could not carry everything, we decided to postpone buying the rest for another day. Afterward, Jihao enjoyed an ice cream cone while I juggled several bags in each hand and another hanging from my head as we exited the supermarket and returned to our rental apartment. Inside, the floor was cluttered with the multitude of items we had just bought. Jihao crouched down, beginning to organize the mess. After returning, I lazily collapsed onto the sofa, watching Jihao busily open the storage cabinet and occasionally check the refrigerator. After lying there for a while, boredom set in, and I recalled the traitor I needed to eliminate. Glancing over at Jihao, who was preoccupied, I thought to myself, and the information regarding the traitor materialized in my hands. I became engrossed in studying the details, entirely unaware that Jihao had finished her tasks and had come to sit beside me. Taking a sip from the soda I had left on the coffee table, Jihao fixed her gaze upon me. Perhaps sensing the intensity of her stare, I lifted my head to find her smiling, arms crossed. Unable to withstand her gaze any longer, I tossed the documents aside and scooped Jihao into my arms. "What are you doing?" she exclaimed, startled by my sudden action. "Nothing much, just wanted to hold you." "What is wrong with that?" I replied, feigning innocence as I looked at her. "You fool," she said, and I carried her towards the bed, gently placing her down. I reached out, caressing her porcelain cheek, our eyes locking in a tender gaze. The warmth of Zyabulai's breath brushed against Jihao's face as she felt her heart flutter, instinctively wrapping her arms around my neck. With that embrace, I found myself nestled against her developing form, inhaling the essence of the girl I adored. Everything felt so perfect, so serene. After a while, I lifted my head to look at Jihao and gradually leaned down to kiss her cherry lips, gently nibbling at her soft petals, delving deeper despite her faint struggles. I held her tightly, as if trying to merge our beings into one. In that moment, as our lips met, the world around us faded away. Ah, Jihao breathed, caught up in the kiss, releasing a soft, bashful sound. Suddenly, Shiburi awoke, his rationality gradually returning. Sensing that he was on the brink of losing control, he hurriedly released Yoshiko. "I'm going to take a shower now," he said, bending slightly towards her. Without waiting for a response, he rushed to the bathroom. "Pervert," Yoshiko thought, watching Shiburi's retreating figure, her cheeks still flushed from the recent emotions. She lowered her head and covered her face with her hands, attempting to cool her warm cheeks with the chill of her palms. Soon, the sound of running water echoed from the bathroom. The following morning, influenced by his biological clock, Shiburi awoke early once more. Glancing down at Yoshiko, who was still lost in her dreams, he found himself mesmerized again. His girlfriend looked truly enchanting in her slumber. It was Saturday, and since Yoshiko had no classes, he decided to let her sleep a while longer. He carefully slipped out of bed and made his way to the bathroom. After a brief wash, he proceeded to the kitchen. An hour later, a simple breakfast was prepared just as Yoshiko stirred awake. "My queen has awakened," Shiburi remarked. Removing his apron and casually draping it over a chair, he approached the newly awakened Yoshiko, wrapping his arms around her slender waist and pulling her into a loving embrace. I'm awake," Yoshiko replied weakly, still seemingly half asleep. "Quickly wash up. Breakfast is ready," Shiburi urged gently. Shiburi tilted her head to glance at Shio, her expression still dazed from recently waking, exuding a gentle innocence. Her eyes sparkled with clarity, revealing a hint of languor beneath. Shiho replied patiently. As Shiburi observed Shiho rub her eyes and slightly twitch her delicate nose, she couldn't help but swallow hard, feeling a dryness in her throat. Moments later, Shiho had freshened up, her demeanor transformed back to her usual aloof and proud self. The adorably dazed look faded, replaced by her customary blend of wisdom and a touch of laziness. "Is this what we bought yesterday?" Shiho inquired, savoring a peanut butter and blueberry jam sandwich. "Indeed. I knew you would adore this. Your boyfriend is always so thoughtful, preparing these delightful treats when you're not paying attention," Shiburi boasted animatedly. In the course of their conversation, she also swapped out the coffee Shiho had made for her with the honey water she had prepared. Shiho relished these sandwiches, having had little opportunity to enjoy them while living in the base in Japan, where they were a rare delicacy, often brought home by Shibrilli after completing missions. Though she loved them, she seldom indulged, consuming only a small sandwich before feeling full, while sipping on the honey water and watching Shibrilli eat. Do you have plans this afternoon? Shiho asked nonchalantly. No, why? Shibrilli replied with curiosity. Good, then accompany me on a shopping spree this afternoon. Shiho decided with a sense of satisfaction. With the utmost pleasure, my dear girlfriend, Shibrilli responded, her tone tinged with affection. In the afternoon, they found themselves in the largest shopping district of New York. Shiho led the way, selecting items while Shibrilli trailed behind, laden with several luxury bags. The stamina of a woman shopping is truly boundless. In fact, Shibrilli, despite being a young assassin accustomed to rigorous training, found herself more fatigued than her girlfriend, who spent her days in the lab. Observing Shiho, who was still brimming with enthusiasm and requesting new outfits to try, Shibrilli let out a deep sigh. What do you think of this one? Does it look good? Shiho asked, turning to show off a garment from the rack. It looks lovely. My Shiho looks beautiful in anything, Shibrilli said with adoration in her gaze. Several hours later, burdened with bags of all sizes, Shibrilli shook her head in exasperation. Shiho walked ahead, hands clasped behind her back, a spring in her step, seemingly in high spirits. Hurry up, she exclaimed, radiating an infectious vitality. In that moment, Shibrilli felt that all her efforts were worthwhile. Careful now, Shiho, don't trip, she cautioned. If only life could remain this blissful. Eventually, Shiho grew weary, patting her stomach. Clearly reluctant to dine out, she turned her gaze to Shibrilli. I want to eat your cooking, she said, a hint of a pout in her voice. All right, let us head home, and I'll make you something, Shibrilli replied, her eyes bright with joy. At last, their shopping expedition drew to a close. The boundless energy women possess for shopping is truly remarkable, regardless of age. With a sigh of relief, Shibrilli concluded that it was finally over. Upon returning to the apartment, Shiho eagerly began to examine her new bags and clothes, her joy palpable. She even tried on outfits again, despite having done so countless times in the store, prompting Shibrilli to shake her head in disbelief. After a brief respite, Shibrilli entered the kitchen to inspect the refrigerator, filled with fresh ingredients purchased the previous day, ample for crafting a delightful meal. Shiho's spirits were high today, as her appetite had noticeably increased. Shibrilli quietly observed the enchanting beauty before him as she dined, the light illuminating her face and revealing a graceful smile. Her slender figure, delicate enough to be embraced with a single hand, exuded elegance and poise, captivating all who beheld her. Shibrilli was reminded of the phrase, "A beauty that is a feast for the eyes," and indeed, it held true. One could not help but marvel at such a striking sight. Have you had enough, you lecher? Zhihui had been thoroughly engrossed in savoring the delectable meal prepared by Shibrilli. However, as she dined, she felt an intense gaze upon her, rendering her unable to concentrate on her food. With a hint of annoyance, she lifted her head, interrupting Shibrilli's reverie. Can't you look enough? No matter how much I gaze, I can never tire of my girlfriend's beauty. Shibrilli's gaze remained unabashedly fixated, even becoming more fervent. Stop it, you. Hurry and eat. Yes, Zhihui is just stingy, not allowing a glance. You are the stingy one. I am not. You are. No, you are. Linyu. I am upset. Ah, no, my dear, I was wrong, Shibrilli quickly pleaded. The exchange between the young couple was devoid of substance yet brimming with sweetness, encapsulating the essence of love. After their playful banter during dinner, Zhihui retreated to take a shower, while Shibrilli dutifully tended to household chores. Even as a killer, one must wash dishes, mop floors, and take out the trash in the presence of a girlfriend. One finds their own love and cherishes it. Before long, the enamored couple embraced, with Zhihui nestled in Shibrilli's arms, engaging in light conversation as they reveled in the tranquility of the moment. By the way, why did you ultimately choose the name Shibrilli for the wine? Zhihui inquired. I seem to have never asked you. Shibrilli? I recall that the code name was selected by Jin. It wasn't he my choice, Shibrilli reminisced, realizing that this code name had accompanied him for several years, a considerable span of time. Is that so? But I later looked into the meaning behind the code name chosen by Jin. Is there any significance? It is said that Shibrilli can be translated as not parting from summer, which is rather intriguing. Holding a refreshing glass of Shibrilli during a sweltering summer indeed brings a sense of comfort. I find it quite fitting for my personality, Shibrilli mused while stroking his chin. Jin chose it for you. That carries quite a meaning. It seems I've never seen Jin treat anyone as well as you. Zhihui's voice was faint as she spoke. Chablis, upon hearing this, preferred to remain silent. What's wrong? You. Did I say something amiss? Zhihui seemed to have sensed his slight despondency. No, perhaps it's just getting late, and I feel a bit tired. Chablis rubbed his eyes and spoke slowly. Then let us sleep. Chablis' warm breath brushed against Zhihui's ear, stirring her heart and causing her breath to quicken. Soon, they laid down together, entwined. With Chablis holding Zhihui close, her body pressed tightly against him. He inhaled the scent of her dark, wavy hair, still fragrant from shampoo. Thus, Chablis drifted into slumber, lulled by the aroma of Zhihui's hair. The night passed in serene silence. Time flew swiftly, and in the following month, after that night, Chablis found himself busier than ever, tirelessly investigating the traitor's background, movements, and connections. Given that Camus and his associates had previously attempted assassinations, all failing, the adversary's vigilance heightened, making the investigation increasingly challenging. Information regarding the traitor was scarce, and it was evident that the opposition was well prepared. The FBI was also aware that the organization would not let him slip away, thus escalating the difficulty of the investigation day by day. Throughout that month, Chablis was engrossed in his inquiries, which caused Zhihui to exhibit some signs of distress. Nevertheless, she understood the importance of Chablis' mission and refrained from voicing her concerns. Yet, even without her words, Chablis perceptibly sensed Zhihui's discontent. Zyabuli must hasten his efforts to eliminate the traitor so that he can fully devote himself to Zhihui. After a month had passed, Zyabuli finally seized an opportunity. He arrived in advance at the route the traitor would take, preparing for the necessary arrangements. One fateful night, cloaked in darkness, Zyabuli ascended a street lamp and meticulously inserted a substantial quantity of TNT into its conduit, additionally placing another row of explosives within the lamp's hollow section. The sheer volume of explosives was potent enough to obliterate everything within a 100-meter radius, ensuring no survivors. On the day the traitor would traverse that street, many lives would be lost. However, Zyabuli felt he had no alternative but to proceed, as he could find no more suitable opportunity. Chablis has never been regarded as a virtuous individual. As an assassin, his paramount objective is to eliminate his designated target, with little regard for any collateral damage that may ensue. He remains indifferent to the fate of others. His sole concern lies with she. To Chablis, the well-being of anyone else is of no consequence. What matters to him is the efficient execution of his mission, if others happen to be affected. It is merely a stroke of misfortune for them. What more can be done? After tightening the final screw, Chablis leapt down from the lamppost. It was the dead of night. Enveloped in darkness, with not a soul in sight upon the deserted streets, ensuring that no one witnessed his recent actions. The following morning, the biological clock of Chablis awakened him punctually. He opened his eyes and glanced beside him. Shiho was still asleep. Gently, he leaned down and placed a tender kiss upon her immaculate face before quietly getting out of bed. After freshening up, he swiftly prepared breakfast, keeping it warm by covering it. Leaning over the table, he wrote a note on a sticky paper. Shiho, I have left. I shall return to cook dinner before you eat tonight. Please refrain from drinking coffee on an empty stomach. Enjoy the breakfast on the table first. Love, you subsequently. Chablis affixed the note to the bedside table in a conspicuous spot, ensuring that Shiho would see it as soon as she awoke. The scene shifted, revealing Chablis atop a tall building at a tourist attraction. As visitors gazed around and captured photographs of the delightful scenery below, he raised his wrist to check the time. It seemed nearly right, and he pressed his earpiece to communicate with Como on the other end. What is the status? Where is the target? And how long until arrival at the designated location? Chablis inquired, his eyes surveying the picturesque view below. The target's itinerary remains unchanged. It is proceeding as planned. It is expected to arrive at the designated location in 2 minutes. Como requests to initiate the countdown. Seeking your approval, came the voice from the earpiece. Chablis did not respond immediately. Instead, he glanced at his watch. After a brief pause of approximately 1 minute, he pressed the earpiece and consented to the request, initiating the countdown. He then issued commands into the earpiece. With one hand raised, he held a pair of binoculars, resembling an ordinary tourist admiring the distant scenery, while in reality, the binoculars were focused on the vehicle of the traitor. His other hand casually rested in his pocket, where it grasped the TNT bomb that had been installed in the streetlight the previous night. The countdown from Camus echoed in his earpiece. 59, 58, 57, 56. Chabri stood in silence, his body taut, peering intently through the binoculars at the target vehicle. The hand gripping the remote control in his pocket began to perspire due to the tension of his rigid form. 30, 29, 28, 4, 3, 2, 1. As Camus' countdown reached its end, Chabri pressed the button on the remote the moment Camus announced 1. With a resounding boom, the bustling street in the distance erupted in a fierce blaze, sending thick plumes of white smoke spiraling into the air, illuminated by flickering flames. In an instant, all the visitors within the building turned their gazes towards the direction of the explosion, and the surrounding crowd erupted into a cacophony of speculation, fervently debating the nature of the unfolding calamity. Chablis gently set down the telescope, gazing at the distant flames, a subtle smile gracing his lips. It appeared that the plan had unfolded splendidly. The traitor had been obliterated without a trace. Subsequently, Chablis exited the building and made his way to a nearby outdoor CAF. Ordering a cup of coffee and settling down to await a report from Camus, eager to confirm the ultimate outcome of the mission. "Sir, your coffee is ready. Please enjoy," the waiter promptly announced, presenting the freshly brewed coffee and placing it carefully on the adjacent table. Chabris raised his coffee, gently blowing on the steam that danced above it. After taking but a few sips, he suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, as if the very breath of death had brushed against him. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of a residential building 200 meters away, a prime vantage point for a sniper. If it were him, he would undoubtedly choose that location to take aim at his target. On the rooftop of that building, a corner glinted under the sun, reflecting light with an ominous brilliance. A long-honed instinct, cultivated over years of being a killer, stirred within Chabris, prompting a sense of foreboding. The coffee cup slipped from his grasp, spilling its contents onto the ground. Just as he turned his head, a bullet whizzed past his ear, striking the wall of the adjacent CF, sending a jarring echo that reverberated painfully in his ears. Chabris hastily overturned the table and swiftly took refuge in a corner, well suited for sniping. A sense of dread washed over him. He was being targeted. Through the reflection in the CAF's glass, he discerned several individuals, their expressions unsettlingly focused, clearly seasoned professionals, stealthily advancing towards his position. It appeared they were affiliated with the sniper who had just attempted to eliminate him. Following the failed assassination, they had promptly dispatched reinforcements to hunt him down. As he pondered this predicament, a bald man hurled an object towards Chabris' location. It resembled a grenade. No, it was indeed a grenade. Chabris instinctively rolled over and leaped behind another table, narrowly evading the explosive. However, the blast and shrapnel inflicted painful lacerations upon him. In a mere span of 3 minutes, Chabris had faced 2 life-threatening encounters. Had he not instinctively tilted his head during the sniper's attack, he might have already met a grim fate. Before he could fully regain his composure, another grenade was thrown. Had it not been for his quick reflexes and agility, the force of that explosive could have torn him to shreds. What had gone awry? These assailants could not have appeared out of thin air. They had undoubtedly been monitoring him for some time. It seemed the adversaries had no intention of granting Chabris a moment's respite. One threat followed another in a relentless cycle. A barrage of gunfire erupted, with several submachine guns mercilessly targeting his position, obliterating tables, chairs, and trees in their path. Anticipating the assault, Chabris decisively shattered the CAF's glass with his elbow, rolled inside, and took cover behind the counter, the cash register's refuge. Crouched beneath the counter, he was wounded, breathless, and beads of cold sweat began to trickle down his forehead. Yet, in this dire situation, Chabris found no opportunity to catch his breath. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened. He noticed a small door less than 2 meters from the cash register. It appeared to be a discreet exit for disposing of coffee grounds from the outdoor CAF. After a quick visual assessment, he concluded that, given his lean physique, he could easily squeeze through the rectangular opening. In those fleeting seconds, Chabris' mind raced, formulating several strategies, ultimately selecting the most viable option. He then closed his eyes, concentrating, and retrieved a line of high-explosive grenades that had been prepped in the vicinity. He swiftly threaded a cloth strip through the fuses and secured them in a recess beneath the cash register. Once this was accomplished, he attuned his ears to the surrounding sounds, detecting at least 10 pairs of footsteps approaching, encircling him with calculated precision. Their movements were practiced and professional. Equipped with the latest gear, this was no ordinary gang. Chabris surmised they were likely operatives from the American authorities. In that moment, Chabris' heart raced. Despite his efforts to regulate his breathing, the blood coursed through his veins like fire, and his heart thudded rapidly, betraying the calm facade he desperately tried to maintain. Zyabuli took a deep breath, his body tensing as he forcefully yanked the cloth strip in his hand. With a powerful push from his back foot, he propelled himself towards the side door, a mere 2 meters away, where refuse was discarded. As he dove in, Zyabuli stretched his arms out, palms together, executing a flawless jump through the small opening. It was evident that he had a keen sense of angle. Fortunately, Zyabuli's physique was rather slender. Had he been even slightly larger, he would have become stuck, ensnared in the doorway. Emerging successfully from the narrow passage, he rolled on the ground twice to dissipate the momentum. Once upright, Zyabuli refrained from any unnecessary actions, sprinting away from the CAF with unwavering determination. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted as a high-explosive grenade detonated. Just a few meters into his flight, the CAF behind him shook violently. A searing blaze erupted, mingling with shards of glass and shrapnel, propelled outward with tremendous force. I barely had time to escape, and the shockwave from the explosion sent me flying several meters, tumbling over multiple times before I finally came to a halt. Chablis now felt a searing pain radiating from his back, likely the result of a scalding shrapnel that had embedded itself into his flesh when it flew through the air. Lying on the ground, he found himself momentarily immobilized. After a brief respite, he struggled to rise, gazing at the CAF before him, which had been utterly ravaged by the explosion of a grenade, reduced to a state of ruin. The assailants who had been pursuing him inside were likely obliterated in the blast. As he surveyed the inferno ahead, he pondered the narrow margin of fate. Had he been a fraction of a second slower, he would undoubtedly have been consumed by the flames. Zyabuli stood in place, momentarily taken aback, before he limped away. The current state of Zyabuli could be described as exceedingly wretched. His back was charred and torn, interspersed with a multitude of shrapnel, and his wounds continued to ooze blood. Each step Chablis took was a struggle, as every movement exacerbated his myriad wounds, causing blood to flow profusely. In the wake of 2 consecutive explosions, the crowd in the streets was engulfed in anxiety, rendering them oblivious to Chabris' disheveled state. The traitors behind the assassination were undoubtedly affiliated with the FBI, and it was no surprise that the assailants who had just attacked him were also from the same agency. Although he had temporarily evaded them, the FBI was hardly foolish. Such an assault, whether fatal or not, would surely leave him gravely injured. The FBI would undoubtedly conduct a thorough investigation into any severely wounded individuals, which meant Chabris could not seek medical assistance. Kama's territory was somewhat distant, and Chabris felt he would not be able to endure the journey there. He could only return to his apartment for the time being. The thought of being seen in such a state by Shiho filled him with dread, knowing it would deeply distress her, yet he felt he had no other choice. At present, Chabris was wholly reliant on the formidable willpower cultivated through years of training, staggering with the appearance of someone on the brink of collapsing unconscious. Before long, Chabris finally leaned against the wall and made his way back to the entrance of his apartment building. The apartment was not far from the site of the explosions. Yet he remained vigilant. Despite the excruciating pain he was enduring, he deliberately took a convoluted route through several alleys to ensure he was not being followed before finally returning home. Leaning against the doorframe, Chabris extended his once well-defined but now battered hand, weakly rapping on the door. With a creaking sound, the door swiftly swung open. You're back. Oh, you. What happened to you? As Shiho raised her head to speak, she did not finish her sentence before Chabris finally succumbed to his exhaustion. Upon hearing Shiho's gentle and delicate voice, the tension within him dissipated, and he collapsed forward into her embrace. Subsequently, Shiho assisted Chabris into the room, deftly closing the door behind them, and carefully laid him on the sofa. Sitting beside him, she reached out to unbutton his shirt, intent on hastily removing the tattered garment that clung to him, when I interjected, "Wait. First you must go next door and inform those guys to heighten their vigilance over the next few days. Then, send someone to find Cam and ascertain what exactly transpired." After Chabris managed to utter these words, he lost consciousness and fell into a faint. When Chabris awoke once more, it was the pain that roused him. "Ah, it hurts," he cried out, jolted awake by the intense stabbing sensations coursing through his body. "I have already instructed them to take care of what you commanded before you fainted," Shiho said, her brow furrowed with concern as she gazed at him. "All right, understood," Chabris replied, his expression heavy with worry, as he too was uncertain about the outcome of the recent mission. Due to his frequent injuries, Shiho had tended to many of his less severe wounds in the past. Indeed, she had even chosen to take a medical course in Colombia, proving herself to be an exceptional scholar. At present, Shiho had stripped Shiburi of his clothing, meticulously extracting the remnants of his torn garments, and was preparing to tend to the multitude of horrific wounds covering his body when Shiburi was jolted awake by the pain. "Thank you for your efforts, Shiho," he said, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he crawled back onto the sofa. The injuries sustained by Shiburi this time were indeed severe. His entire back was riddled with fragments of shrapnel and shards of glass embedded deeply within his flesh, accompanied by several gunshot wounds, abrasions, and burns. Moreover, the wounds continued to ooze droplets of blood, rendering his back a sight of grotesque horror. Yet, Shiho gazed at her beloved with furrowed brows, her heart filled with concern and sorrow for the ghastly scars marring his back. Her eyes began to glisten with unshed tears, but she feared that Shiburi might notice. So she suppressed her emotions. "How could you be so gravely injured?" "Lie down a bit more," Shiho said, her brow knitted tightly, her expression ominously dark. Nevertheless, her hands moved with a delicate gentleness, cautious not to inflict further pain on Shiburi. "It's nothing, Shiho, just a minor accident," Shiburi reassured, turning to see Shiho carefully using tweezers to extract the glass shards from his flesh. Her expression was one of utmost seriousness and concentration, which inadvertently led Shiburi's mind to wander back to the last time he accompanied her to the laboratory. He recalled her clad in a white coat, her slender fingers wielding a scalpel as she meticulously dissected a lab mouse. At that moment, her demeanor mirrored the same earnest focus she exhibited now. Lost in thought, Shiburi shivered involuntarily. "Don't move, you fool," Shiho admonished gently. The sudden tremor from Shiburi caused her to misalign, pinching the tender flesh of his wound. "Ah, that hurts." Shiburi winced, overwhelmed by the pain, tears threatening to spill from his eyes. "You idiot," Shiho whispered softly, her voice barely above a murmur, almost inaudible in the stillness of the room. Though the wounds were not substantial in size, the myriad of small debris made the injury appear exceedingly grave and susceptible to infection. Thus, Shiho meticulously tended to Shiburi's wounds. The task was not particularly arduous, requiring only a steady hand, which was second nature for Shiho due to her extensive experience in the laboratory. However, the sheer volume of work was daunting. After an hour and a half, her arms began to ache from maintaining the same position. A fine sheen of sweat formed on her forehead, betraying her fatigue. Yet she pressed on, nearing the final stage of treatment. At last, with the final shard extracted, Shiho set down her scalpel and tweezers. "All done," she sighed in relief, intertwining her fingers to massage the aching muscles in her arms, seeking to alleviate the strain of her labor. After a brief respite, she opened the medical kit once more, preparing to disinfect the wounds. Given the extensive and clustered nature of the injuries, neglecting proper care could lead to a serious infection. Dipping a cotton swab in alcohol, she gently applied it to Shiburi's wounds. He felt an immediate coolness followed by a sharp sting. "Shiho, be gentle. That hurts," he protested, his voice tinged with a hint of petulance. "All right, I understand. Just bear with it. That's how alcohol disinfects," Shiho replied, her movements tender and her tones soothing, as if she were comforting a child. Shiburi found solace in listening to the gentle and delicate tones of Shiho's voice. Whether it was a mere psychological effect or not, the sensation of pain seemed to diminish. As the discomfort gradually subsided, a wave of fatigue washed over Shiburi, causing his eyelids to involuntarily flutter. The coolness on his back was accompanied by occasional twinges of pain, to which Shiho promptly responded with a soothing breath. Shiburi reveled in the gentle care bestowed upon him by Shiho, enveloped in a profound sense of comfort. Before long, he slowly closed his eyes, savoring this rare moment of tranquility, and succumbed to a deep slumber upon the sofa. Suddenly, the shrill ring of a telephone pierced the stillness, awakening Shiburi from his dreams. As he opened his eyes, he noticed the daylight had faded into evening. He remained in the same position he had assumed prior to his nap, now draped with a delicate blanket. After administering his medication, Shiho, exhausted, rose to find him peacefully asleep. To prevent him from catching a chill, she carefully retrieved a blanket from the bed and gently covered him. Subsequently, she kept vigil by his side, captivated by the elegance of his prominent nose, the depth of his features, and the chiseled line of his jaw. In that moment, the sight of his serene face left her utterly entranced. "Shiho, have you not slept?" Shiburi turned his head to gaze at her, noticing the faint red veins in her eyes. "I wish to watch over you, and I feared that if you woke, you might require assistance," she replied, stretching her arms and yawning involuntarily. "My injury is not severe. It does not hinder my mobility. Look, I'll show you." Shiburi tossed aside the blanket, descended from the sofa and approached Shiho, extending his arms and twirling in front of her. However, the abrupt motion caused him to aggravate his wound. "Fool, sit down immediately," Shiho exclaimed, her arms crossed, concerned that he might reopen his injury. "I was merely worried about you," Shabri retorted, feeling a tad aggrieved as he complied and returned to the sofa. "If you truly cared for me, you would not have been hurt." Shiho stood before him, looking down with an intensity that pierced his soul. "Do you believe your life belongs solely to you? Have you considered what would happen if something were to befall you? If you do not love and protect yourself, how can you love me?" Her voice, soft yet laden with gravity, resonated with the weight of her concern. "That is not how it is. I love you deeply," Shabri hastily defended himself. "If you love me, you must take care of yourself," Shiho insisted, her expression earnest. "This was merely an accident," Shabri murmured, his brow furrowed, a shadow of sorrow deepening in his once bright eyes. "An accident? Do you have any idea how terrified I was this afternoon when I found you, battered and unconscious in my arms? I trembled uncontrollably, fearing you might never awaken. Do you know the depth of my fear?" Shiho's voice escalated with emotion, shifting from reproach to trembling sobs, tears streaming down her face. Shabri's heart ached, filled with a tumult of emotions. He had dreaded letting her see his injuries, fearing this very moment. "I cannot bear to imagine a life without you. Every time you leave for a mission, my heart hangs in the balance, only finding solace when I see you return unharmed. I worry every day. I fear constantly." Shiho crouched down, her hands covering her face, burying herself between her knees. She wept openly, releasing the pent-up emotions that had long been held at bay, unable to contain her fears any longer. The deeper her love for the young man before her, the greater her dread of losing him. Each moment he was absent from her side, anxiety filled her heart, for she had come to realize she could not imagine her life without him. Chablis gazed at Shiho, who wept before him, feeling utterly helpless. His lips quivered momentarily, yet no words escaped his mouth. Eventually, he slowly crouched down and gently enveloped Shiho in his arms, drawing her close to his chest. "Shiho, I am so sorry. I was wrong to let you worry," he murmured softly, resting his chin on her shoulder in a comforting gesture. Shiho offered no reply, merely trembling slightly as her delicate shoulders shook with silent sobs. Shaburi's brow furrowed, and the sight of the beautiful maiden before him, fragile and weeping, caused him even greater anguish than the scars marring his back. His heart ached for this vulnerable Shiho. "I was wrong. Please, do not be sad any longer. All right?" Shaburi gently encircled his arms around Shiho, continuing to offer her solace. He then extended his elegantly bony hand, maneuvering through Shiho's arms and slender waist, slowly lifting her as he made his way to the bedroom. With a free hand, he opened the door and tenderly laid Shiho upon the blankets. The bedroom felt somewhat chilly, for the night had deepened, the weather was capricious, and the evening breeze was rather strong. The window was ajar, causing the curtains to flutter in the gust of cold wind. Shaburi approached the windowsill, gazing out at the desolate street devoid of any passers-by. He then closed the window and drew the curtains, returning to the embrace of Shiho, where he nestled beneath the covers. Due to the wound on his back, Shaburi moved with utmost caution, fearful that any sudden motion might exacerbate his injury. Having both toiled throughout the day, they enveloped themselves in the warmth of the blankets and, without exchanging many words, soon drifted into slumber. The following morning, fragmented beams of sunlight filtered through the branches outside, casting a dazzling light within. Shaburi slowly opened his eyes, extending his long arm to shield himself from the glaring rays. Gradually regaining his senses, he rubbed his eyes and surveyed his surroundings, only to find the graceful figure beside him absent. Touching the slightly cool sheets, he realized that Shiho had risen quite early, being Saturday. He wondered where she might have gone. Zyabuli pressed his temples, feeling a heaviness in his head, accompanied by a slight warmth. After a moment's contemplation, he sensed the gravity of his condition. Despite the meticulous care Zhihui had taken to disinfect his wound yesterday, infection had still set in, and now his forehead burned with fever. While he pondered this, the sound of a key turning in the apartment door signaled Zhihui's return. "Are you awake? How do you feel?" Zhihui inquired as she pushed open the door, noticing Zyabuli weakly leaning against the headboard. It seems rather unfortunate. I have a fever, and my head aches. It must be due to the infection," Zyabuli replied, gazing at Zhihui, who looked at him with evident concern. "Fool, lie down properly. Cover yourself with the blanket and sleep a bit longer. I will wake you when dinner is ready," Zhihui commanded. Approaching the bedside to gently but firmly push Zyabuli back down, enveloping him snugly in the blanket, her tone leaving no room for dissent. At just 15 years of age, Jirawei's commanding presence as a burgeoning queen was already beginning to manifest. Chablis' head throbbed intensely, and shortly after Shizuka pressed him back onto the bed, he succumbed to slumber once more. Those who are unwell often find themselves more susceptible to drowsiness. Upon exiting the room and shutting the door behind her, Shizuka exhaled in relief, recalling the moment she awoke that morning to find the youth beside her with flushed cheeks, furrowed brows, and a forehead so hot it seemed it might ignite at any moment, prompting her to spring into action. She hurried to the bathroom, filled a basin with warm water, and returned to gently cleanse Chablis' face and body with a towel. Time slipped away unnoticed until she finally retrieved a thermometer, only to find that his fever had slightly subsided. Gazing at the boy still lost in dreams, she couldn't help but chuckle softly, resting her forehead in her hand, pondering whether he was merely in a deep sleep or had fallen into unconsciousness. She then ventured into the kitchen and opened the refrigerator, which revealed a meager assortment of vegetables scattered about, alongside jars of peanut butter and blueberry jam. Beyond that, there was naught else. Shizuka stood momentarily dazed, for during her time in America, Chablis had taken it upon himself to manage the household chores, including restocking the fridge. She had comfortably assumed the role of the one who awaited meals, and thus the sight of the barren refrigerator left her momentarily speechless. In truth, Chablis had been periodically replenishing the fridge's supplies. However, the recent days had seen him utterly consumed by critical tasks, leaving him no time to visit the supermarket. He had intended to embark on a grand shopping spree to fill the refrigerator upon the completion of his assignments, but fate had other plans, leading to his injury and a hasty return to their apartment, rendering the shopping endeavor moot. Consequently, Shizuka, confronted with the scant provisions at home, resolved to venture out for groceries, which led to the earlier scene of her returning from the market. As she organized the supplies she had procured, she took a fish and began to scale and dab on it, turning on the faucet to cleanse it thoroughly. She then prepared a mixture of salt, soy sauce, and other seasonings for future use, before cutting the chicken into pieces, washing them, and blanching them to remove impurities, which she then placed into a clay pot to simmer into soup. The dishes she prepared leaned towards the Chinese style, as Shizuka had keenly observed that Chablis was not particularly fond of Japanese cold dishes. While he could tolerate them occasionally, his preference leaned decidedly towards Chinese cuisine for the long haul. Thus, she had carefully selected ingredients with the intent of preparing a meal for that particular fool. Approximately an hour and a half later, the kitchen was filled with the aromatic steam of the chicken soup. Shizuka lifted the lid of the pot and delicately scooped a spoonful of the broth with her slender, fair fingers, blowing gently to cool it before tasting. The flavor was perfectly balanced, neither too salty nor too bland, but rich and savory. To ensure the chicken was tender and easily digestible, she allowed it to simmer a while longer, only turning off the heat when the meat was so soft it practically fell apart. At that moment, the enticing aroma of the soup wafted throughout the room, and as Shizuka occasionally cooked, the delightful scents elevated her spirits. She stirred the pot while humming a cheerful tune. Meanwhile, in the bedroom, Chablis stirred, his prominent nose twitching as he seemed to awaken to the enticing scent of the chicken soup. Groggily, he opened his eyes and struggled to sit upright, leaning against the headboard. Shizuka ladled the soup into a small bowl and carried it into the bedroom. Upon entering, Shizuka was greeted by a captivating sight, a frail youth languidly propped against the side of the bed. He possessed broad shoulders and a narrow waist with distinctly defined joints, alluring collarbones, a jawline as sharp as a sculptor's chisel, a prominent nose, and deep-set features. His brows were like swords, and his eyes, devoid of any impurities, were clear yet unfathomably deep, reminiscent of an eagle in the night sky, proudly aloof, yet exuding a lazy confidence that was almost overwhelming. Shiburi turned his head, his clear eyes gazing at Shiho, revealing a hint of perplexity. "Shiho, what's the matter? Why are you standing there in a daze?" He looked at her curiously, as the girl stood motionless at the doorway, holding a bowl of chicken soup. It's nothing." Shiho's gaze faltered, a touch of panic creeping in. She had watched this boy for so many years, yet he could still leave her momentarily stunned. It was undeniable that Shiburi possessed striking features, an exquisite combination inherited from his parents, Jin and Vermouth. With such remarkable genes, one could easily imagine Shiburi's extraordinary looks. Now, at the age of 15, he was in the prime of his youth, just blossoming and at the peak of his attractiveness. As the enticing aroma of the chicken soup wafted through the air, Shiburi couldn't help but swallow hard. Having skipped breakfast and slept late, his stomach growled in protest. and his eyes remained fixated on the bowl of soup in Shiho's hands. Before Shiho could speak, he attempted to rise, but as he did, a wave of dizziness washed over him, and the pain from his back wound flared up, causing a sharp sting. Reluctantly, Shiburi had to abandon his effort and sat back down on the bed. Are you foolish? Do you really think you can move around? Seeing his condition, Shiho quickly reached out a hand to gently help Shiburi sit up. Don't move around. Let me feed you. Sitting at the edge of the bed, she carefully blew on the soup to cool it down before bringing it to Shiburi's lips. Her attentive care stirred mixed emotions within Shiburi, and he gazed deeply into Shiho's eyes. She was truly wonderful. She deserved Shiburi's unwavering protection and companionship. She deserved the best. And she deserved his profound love that spanned 2 worlds. What's wrong? Open your mouth. The soup has cooled down. As Shiho brought the spoon to his lips, Shiburi merely stared at her, lost in his thoughts. Frowning in confusion, Shiho looked up at him. Shiho, Shiburi said, gazing intently at the girl before him. What is it? She replied. It's so nice to have you. I'm really touched, Shiburi said, resembling a pitiful little puppy as he looked at Shiho. His eyes filled with affection for her. Fool, isn't that what a girlfriend should do? Shiho chuckled at Shiburi's words, a playful warmth in her voice as she lovingly ruffled his soft hair. The sensation felt like caressing an adorable, charming puppy, which made her heart swell with affection. I love you so much. Shiburi gazed at Shiho with deep emotion, silently thinking how fortunate he was to have arrived in this world and how grateful he was for her presence. Before you indulge in such sweet nothings, could you please drink the chicken soup? Aren't you hungry? Shiho's eyes sparkled with affection as she spoke gently, as if soothing a child. At her words, it seemed Shiburi's stomach responded in perfect timing, emitting a loud growl. Shiburi awkwardly scratched the back of his head. Oh, ha 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 ha. What was I saying? Upon hearing the growl of my stomach, Shiho couldn't help but smile, and soon burst into hearty laughter. Zyabuli awkwardly accepted the bowl, swiftly consuming the soup. Albeit a tad hastily, fortunately, the chicken broth had cooled sufficiently. After finishing, Zyabuli felt a considerable sense of comfort within, for he had sustained injuries the day before and lost a significant amount of blood, leaving him rather weak. Now, with a high fever afflicting him, he found himself in considerable discomfort. Wait a moment, I have also prepared fish congee and lean meat soup. I shall fetch them for you, said Jihao, as she collected the empty bowl he had just used and turned to enter the kitchen. Upon lifting the lid of the pot, Jihao reheated the fish congee and lean meat soup over a gentle flame, tasting a spoonful before extinguishing the heat and bringing the dishes into the bedroom. This time, Jihao did not allow Zyabuli to snatch the bowl from her. Instead, she resolutely insisted that he lean back comfortably while she tenderly fed him, spoonful by spoonful. This scene was imbued with warmth and harmony, evoking dreams of their future life as a married couple, with a gentle and caring wife nurturing her husband, who had been worn down by work. It truly painted a picture of a sweet and enviable married life. After finishing the fish porridge and the lean meat soup, Shiburi soon succumbed to weakness and lay down once more, swiftly drifting back into slumber. Jirwei, having promptly tidied the dishes in the kitchen, returned to find Shiburi once again in a deep sleep. She furrowed her brow, contemplating that his frailty was likely a result of excessive blood loss the previous day. Determined, she resolved to visit the supermarket later to procure a variety of nourishing ingredients and to acquire some tonics from the hospital to replenish his vitality. As evening descended, Shiburi was roused from his slumber by an urgent need to relieve himself. The bedroom was shrouded in dimness, yet he could discern the glow of light seeping through the crack of the door, indicating that Jirwei had opted to remain in the living room, perhaps to avoid disturbing him. Exhausted and in pain, Shiburi struggled to rise and stepped out of the bedroom, where he beheld Jirwei seated at the table, diligently engrossed in her studies. Her expression reflected intense concentration as she fervently penned a report. She radiated the essence of an intellectual woman, and in her fervor, she remained oblivious to the sound of the bedroom door creaking open. Shiburi ambled forward, leaning down to embrace her, resting his head upon her shoulder as he gazed at the contents of her laptop. What are you writing with such intensity? He inquired, his curiosity piqued. Startled, Shiho exclaimed. Ah, you gave me quite a fright. Shiburi, enveloping her, offered a half-hearted apology. Oh, I'm sorry, my mistake. Are you hungry? I can warm up some food for you, Shiho said, closing her laptop and rising to her feet. A little, Shiburi replied, patting his stomach. I've prepared a nourishing red date porridge and rib ginseng soup, which you must drink generously. It will greatly aid your recovery, she remarked, heading towards the kitchen. All right, since it's my Shiho's labor of love, I shall finish it all at once, Shibori said with a cheerful smile. Shiho ignited the stove, lifted the lid, and stirred the porridge with a large spoon to prevent it from sticking to the bottom. After a moment, the red date porridge began to warm, prompting her to turn off the heat, ladle it into a bowl, and proceed into the living room. Shibori now occupies the spot just vacated by Shiho, languidly awaiting her offerings. Her paws, damp and freshly emerged from the restroom, instinctively reached towards Shiho, only to be deftly evaded by her quick reflexes. First, she sips the red date porridge, a restorative concoction intended to replenish her blood after the significant loss incurred just days prior. Shiho's tone is stern, yet Shibori discerns a hint of tenderness beneath it. I understand, Shiho, she replies, lifting the bowl to drink. The porridge, while light and easily digestible, does little to satiate her hunger. The midday meal had long since been digested. Currently, Shibori can only tolerate such bland, liquid sustenance. Despite Shiho's meticulous selection of ingredients, scientifically balanced, nutritious, and delicious, the diet of a convalescent can never compare to the indulgence of greasy fast foods like barbecued or fried chicken. In times of health, Shibori could indulge in such delights, but now, she finds herself relegated to the regimen dictated by Shiho, who diligently scours for ingredients and prepares meals with great care. This is a testament to her love, and Shibori cannot help but acquiesce. Thus she endures, caught in a bittersweet embrace of pain and joy. As Zyobuli savored his porridge, Zhihui hurried to the kitchen, igniting the flames to heat the ginseng rib soup she had simmered all afternoon. Zhihui's timing was impeccable. Scarcely had Zyobuli finished his red date porridge when she emerged with the steaming ginseng rib soup, perhaps aware that the porridge had left him less than satiated and that hunger would soon return. Zhihui not only presented the ginseng rib soup, but also prepared a side of beef, albeit a milder variety. Nevertheless, a hefty 800-gram steak would surely sustain him through the night. After enjoying the soup, Zhihui tidied the table and began washing the dishes. Zyobuli gently caressed his slightly swollen belly, observing Shiho busily toiling away in the kitchen. He knew he must truly cherish this moment, for such treatment could only be afforded after sustaining significant injuries. Typically, their roles would have been reversed. The prospect of experiencing this again seemed uncertain. No. There would be no next time. He could not allow Shiho to worry for him any longer. With this thought, Zyobuli's gaze sharpened. As dawn broke, Shiho instinctively reached out to touch Zyobuli's forehead. Her delicate, pale hand felt somewhat cool, yet upon contact with his skin, it was still warm. Frowning slightly, she sensed that merely touching with her hand was insufficiently precise, so she bent down, pressing her forehead against Zyobuli's, absorbing the warmth radiating from him. In that instant, as Shiho leaned closer, Zyobuli seemed to catch a whiff of her unique fragrance, abruptly opening his eyes to behold her exquisite, flawless visage. He slowly inched closer, momentarily frozen, his cheeks tinged with a light blush, feeling somewhat bashful. Awakening to such beauty so near, with soft jade in his embrace, life indeed felt delightful. His temperature was merely elevated, not feverish. It appeared that his physical constitution was rather robust, as most individuals would not recover so swiftly from such an infection. Relieved, Shiho exhaled. The fever had subsided, and now it was merely a matter of waiting for the wound on his back to scab over. She could only hope that this foolishly dazed fellow would obediently cooperate with his treatment. She would have to keep a vigilant eye on him to prevent any clandestine excursions for unhealthy junk food that could jeopardize her meticulously crafted dietary regimen. In order to care for him properly and to keep a watchful eye on Zyobuli, the ever-diligent Shiho, who never missed classes or took leave, had specifically requested a week's leave from her esteemed professor at the laboratory. For the entire week, she would remain at home, devotedly overseeing Zyobuli's recovery. Zyobuli, feeling somewhat agitated, rubbed his temples. What's wrong? Is your head still aching? Zhihua inquired anxiously upon witnessing his discomfort. No, it's just a bit of irritation. Perhaps it's merely the discomfort that accompanies illness, leading to a wandering mind, Zyobuli replied dismissively, waving his hand. What's there to be irritated about, you fool? This lovely girl in your embrace is tirelessly caring for you, and you still feel vexed? That's rather ungrateful, don't you think? Zhihua suddenly nestled into his arms, leaning against him playfully yet earnestly. All right, I'm not irritated, not at all. My Zhihua, so adorable and diligent in looking after me. How could I possibly feel vexed? Zyobuli surrendered quickly, feigning a pitiful demeanor. Humph. Zhihua turned her head, letting out a soft huff. Unable to resist the allure of the pouting Jihua, Xiaobulai shifted closer, enveloping her in his embrace, supporting her head gently as he leaned her against his shoulder. He then lowered his head to capture her rosy, cherry-like lips, savoring their softness. Jihua was taken aback by Xiaobulai's sudden advance, and in a mix of annoyance and concern for his injury, she lightly struck his shoulder with her petite hand. Yet, as her lips were claimed, her apprehensions faded, and her arms shifted from a symbolic struggle to an embrace, one hand curling around Xiaobulai's neck while the other ventured into his soft hair. In that moment, their gazes grew increasingly hazy, and Xiaobulai released her lips to explore further, kissing the delicate skin of her neck, lost in the intimacy of the scene. Just as he contemplated delving deeper, Jihua grasped his mischief-making hand and pleaded, "No, you don't." Reluctantly, Xiaobulai abandoned his dissent, redirecting his affections to the enchanting girl before him. After a considerable time, their lips parted. Jihua, regaining her composure, playfully pinched the soft flesh of Xiaobulai's arm, her expression a mix of annoyance and bashfulness. "You naughty lecher, always scheming to engage in such misdeeds." Her tone remained steady, yet her slightly swollen lips betrayed her true feelings. "Ouch, that hurts," Xiaobulai exclaimed. Though her pinch was gentle, he feigned the reaction to placate her ire. A man must know when to concede. Otherwise, matters may spiral into complexity, and Xiaobulai was all too aware of his greatest fear, Jihua's displeasure. Compared to her anger, executing missions or eliminating targets was trifling. "All right, how long have we lingered in bed? Hurry up and freshen up." With that, Jihua exited the bedroom first. When Xiaobulai finished washing up and emerged from the bathroom, he found Jihua had prepared breakfast, complete with an array of sliced fruits to replenish his vitamins. As he savored the thoughtfully crafted meal, he couldn't help but reflect on how life should be. Noticing Xiaobulai had paused, Jihua assumed he was full and playfully speared a piece of apple from the fruit platter, offering it to him. Xiaobulai smiled affectionately as he opened his mouth to accept the apple, gazing at her with adoration. What more could a man desire than such a wife? Soon, breakfast concluded, and as Xiaobulai watched television while munching on the freshly cut fruit, his thoughts drifted far away. Yesterday, Conan had sent a message confirming the traitor's demise. Yet the assault against Xiaobulai remained unresolved. Despite Coman's lack of concrete findings, Xiaobulai had formed a tentative hypothesis. The traitor's death was indisputable. Yet he was merely bait. Their true aim was to ensnare him, the prized catch. From the outset, the traitor's fate mattered little to them. What they truly desired was for him to surface and take the bait. Shiburi pressed his temples, realizing that a period of silence was necessary. If this continued, he would find it impossible to remain in the United States. After all, the primary purpose of his journey was to safeguard Shirho, and the only significant task was to eliminate this troublesome traitor. Although he had sustained some injuries, the traitor had been dealt with. Regardless of whose bait he had fallen for, it was clear that his duty, as instructed by Jinjiu, was merely to expunge this traitor and restore order. Now that the cleansing was complete, he could dedicate his time to accompanying Shirho, maintaining a low profile for the time being. At that moment, Shirho emerged from the kitchen, retrieved a book from the bookshelf, and approached Shiburi. She playfully ruffled his hair before settling onto the adjacent sofa, elegantly crossing her legs and placing the book on her lap, wholly engrossed in her reading while disregarding Shiburi's presence. Xiaobulai's hair, having been tousled by Zhihui, had transformed into a chaotic nest, with a few errant strands sticking up amidst the disarray. Although his face remained strikingly handsome, the untamed hairstyle lent him an endearing and somewhat adorably clueless charm. Shiburi lifted his head, gazing at the elegantly reading young lady with a crescent-shaped expression, shrugging his shoulders in mild exasperation. The days of comfort and ease always seemed to pass swiftly. Before long, the leave that Shiho had taken was coming to an end, and she would soon return to immerse herself in her laboratory once more. The wounds on Shiburi's back have begun to heal, and he is no longer in serious trouble. Although Shiho continues to advise him to maintain a light diet, her recent return from leave has left her with little time to oversee him. With no other recourse, she can only remind him repeatedly, fully aware that he is likely to sneak in some forbidden treats. Shiho regards the seemingly innocent Shiburi with suspicion. Fortunately, he has made significant progress in his recovery. Having taken a week off, Shiho has fallen behind in her studies, despite her earnest efforts to study at home. The effectiveness pales in comparison to the hands-on experience gained in the laboratory under the guidance of seasoned professors. Consequently, She now dedicates a considerable amount of time each day to the lab, becoming engrossed in her work and neglecting the recovering Shibori. During this period, Shibori has been idle at home, nursing his injuries, while Shiho has had no time to cultivate their relationship. They only exchange a few words during their brief dinner together each evening, and even then, Shiho hastily consumes her meal before returning to her computer. When night falls, Shibori had hoped for a few moments of conversation, only to find that Shiho, after merely covering herself with her blanket, quickly succumbed to a gentle slumber. Not even an embrace was offered. Recently, Shibori has been burdened with a heavy sense of grievance, observing his girlfriend, who is utterly absorbed in her studies each day. How infuriating! Had he known, he would have feigned illness for a few more days. Now that his wounds are nearly healed, Shiho is completely engrossed in her own affairs, seemingly oblivious to his presence. This situation persisted until Shibori fully recovered. Only then did things begin to improve. It took Shiho almost half a month to catch up on the coursework she had neglected while caring for Shibori. Deep down, she sensed that a certain someone had been harboring considerable resentment during this time, but she had no choice. She had been exceedingly busy. Whenever she finally managed to rest, she would inevitably fall asleep. Now that she has completed her studies, Shiho absent-mindedly grazes her chin with a slender finger, contemplating whether she should make amends with Shibori, especially since his injuries have healed and he is now lively and spirited. Subsequently, she rises and walks towards the laboratory restroom, turning on the faucet to splash water on her face. She lifts her head, allowing the icy droplets to cascade down her fair cheeks, ultimately falling onto the sink below. The frigid water washes over Shiho's face, invigorating her, as if it has also cleansed away the fatigue of a day filled with study. Gazing into the mirror, she notes her slightly haggard appearance from the recent busyness. After drying her face with a handkerchief, she returns to the laboratory to gather her belongings, slinging her bag over her shoulder as she exits. Upon stepping out of the laboratory, she spots Shibori lounging in the prominent patch of grass ahead, his legs crossed, looking thoroughly bored. It seems he has grown somewhat impatient. It is winter, and this fellow is lying outside, oblivious to the cold wind that has likely blown on him for quite some time. One wonders if he is simply foolish. I'm all set, Shiho announces as she approaches Shibori, casually tossing her bag to him. Oh, okay, Shibori replies, startled by the sudden projectile, but quickly realizes it is Shiho's voice. She has finally emerged. Shall we head back to the apartment now? He suggests, rising to brush off the bits of grass clinging to him, preparing to return to the apartment with Shiho as usual. Wait, Shiho calls out, halting him. What is it? Shiho? He asks, turning his head in confusion to look at her. Today, let us not eat at the apartment, she states. Although her tone is rather neutral and her expression unremarkable, there lingers a hint of peculiar shyness in her voice, which she conceals adeptly. However, for Shibori, who is typically sensitive and attentive to Shiho's every nuance, her demeanor is unmistakable. Huh? Shibori exclaims, his voice tinged with excitement and surprise as he seeks confirmation. Are you serious? I said, let us dine out today. We've been together for so long, yet we've never had a candlelit dinner, Shiho says, quickening her pace to catch up with him, her hands clasped behind her back. Despite her usual composure, her evasive gaze and slightly flushed cheeks betray her. Shiho, have you finished your work? Shibori inquires cheerfully, grasping her hand with palpable enthusiasm. Her small hand feels cool and soft in his grip, a comforting sensation. Yes, Shiho replies, her expression slightly bashful. She is still unaccustomed to being overly intimate with him in public. Great. Then let us go enjoy a candlelit dinner. I'm starving, Shibori exclaims, changing his grip to hold her hand firmly as they make their way to a nearby restaurant with an excellent reputation. In truth, Shibori has had his eye on this restaurant for quite some time, longing to share a candlelit dinner with Shiho. Unfortunately, he had not found the right opportunity until now. When they first arrived in America, he was unfamiliar with the surroundings, and later, he was occupied dealing with the trader under Kenjutsu's orders. After handling that, he had intended to seize the opportunity to dine out, but then he sustained serious injuries and was bedridden for an extended period, causing the plan to fall by the wayside. Finally, now that he is on the mend, Shiho has finished her studies, and their schedules have aligned, allowing them this moment. It is the heart of winter, and the night is exceedingly cold. Passers-by on the street hurry along, their hands tucked into their pockets, likely rushing home to the warmth of their abodes. Zyabulai guided Jiho to the roadside and signaled for a taxi, articulating the address of the restaurant. Given the proximity of the establishment to Columbia University, They arrived at the entrance in no time. After settling the fare, he promptly ushered Jihao inside. For the cold outside was quite biting. Xiaobuli was reluctant to fall ill again and worried about Jihao catching a chill. Upon entering the restaurant, a wave of warmth enveloped them, likely due to the heating system. The temperature inside was comfortable enough that Xiaobuli removed his overcoat and handed it to the waiter for safekeeping. Once seated, Xiaobuli discreetly whispered a few instructions to the waiter and generously bestowed a $100 tip. The waiter, taken aback by the crisp bill in hand, repeatedly sought confirmation from Xiaobuli, ensuring it was not a mistake. After receiving affirmation, he joyfully tucked it into his pocket, his service becoming even more attentive and enthusiastic. Xiaobuli was not short of money, and today his spirits were exceptionally high. He bore no ill will towards the waiter, who, like him, seemed to be in good spirits. Before long, the waiter hastily arranged the candelabra on their table. Zhihui's face radiated anticipation and joy, for this was her first candlelit dinner at a restaurant with the one she cherished. At that moment, she was but a young girl yearning for romance. I'll have this, and let's add this one as well. Then, 2 servings of your signature Australian sirloin steak, please, and a bottle of the 1982 Lafite, he ordered with practiced ease, feeling quite hungry. Having longed to dine at this establishment, Xiaobuli was well acquainted with the menu. Zhihui rested her chin on her hand, watching him place the order with keen interest. She refrained from voicing any suggestions, confident that he would choose dishes she adored, for after so many years, he knew her taste intimately. What is with the gaze? Why are you looking at me like that? Xiaobuli asked as he turned to Zhihui after finishing his order. Oh, it's nothing, she replied. Yet, the indescribable emotions reflected in her eyes were utterly captivating. Xiaobuli fell silent, gazing tenderly at Jihao, an undeniable air of intimacy enveloping them. Romance is sometimes essential in relationships. Without it, the monotony of life can become unbearably tedious over time, perhaps due to Xiaobuli's recent encouragement or the exceptional quality of the dining experience. The sirloin steak arrived in no time. After placing the steak on the table, the waiter proceeded to decant the wine. Xiaobuli first sliced his steak into small pieces, then naturally offered them to Zhihui, a gesture he had repeated countless times at home. He then took Zhihui's steak, cutting and savoring it as he went. The waiter, exhibiting professionalism and grace, soon poured the wine and slightly bowed to the 2 before departing. Xiaobuli took a few bites, set down his knife and fork, and raised his wine glass, bringing it to the center of the table. Upon noticing this, Zhihui smiled and lifted her glass as well, clinking it gently with Xiaobuli's before they both took a sip. Suddenly, Zhihui picked up a piece of steak and brought it to Xiaobuli's lips, her face adorned with a blush and a radiant smile. This gesture had been repeated countless times during Xiaobuli's recovery. Thus, with a natural smile, he accepted the morsel. In the spirit of reciprocity, Xiaobuli reached for a small piece of meat and fed it to Zhihui. They exchanged a knowing smile, their gazes intertwining. At that moment, a waiter from afar gestured to Xiaobuli, indicating that something was ready. Xiaobuli then looked at Zhihui and clapped his hands. What is the matter? Zhihui asked, puzzled. You will find out shortly, Xiaobuli replied with a slight grin. At that instant, the violinist, having received the cue, gracefully approached the couple. Zhihui immediately understood, her smile blossoming even further. The violinist was of exceptional talent, a hallmark of the restaurant, and hiring him must have cost Xiaobuli a pretty penny. Yet, if Zhihui enjoyed it, every penny would be worth it. As the music began, the enchanting notes from the violin filled the restaurant, captivating everyone present. Each person lost in the mesmerizing sound that caressed their ears like a gentle breeze. Among those enchanted was, of course, Zhihui, with the accompaniment of music. Their candlelit dinner unfolded at a leisurely pace. The sweet melodies of Paganini, the dreams of children by Issei, and the heartfelt homage by Elgar. Not to mention the currently performed Frank S.A. major violin and piano sonata. Was there a deeper meaning behind the selection of these pieces? Zhihui, resting her cheek on one hand and leaning slightly forward, inquired with a playful glimmer in her eyes. Zhihui, being both astute and remarkably knowledgeable, recognized the pieces despite the absence of a program. Indeed, Xiaobuli responded. Oh, what significance do they hold? Although she asked, there was no trace of confusion in her demeanor. Xiaobuli could sense a glimmer of understanding in her eyes, as if she already knew. I've heard it said that the themes of the first 3 pieces embody the tenderness of love, while the grand finale, Frank S.A. major sonata, celebrates the joy of love, Xiaobuli explained, savoring the last piece of meat on his plate. "Oh?" Zhihui replied, her tone curious. "Zhihui, I love you," tenderly and joyfully. "You know this." Xiaobulai gazed at her with deep affection. "Yes, I love you too." Zhihui's eyes softened further, brimming with warmth. Moments later, the performance concluded, and their candlelit dinner neared its end. The violinist approached them and bowed slightly. Xiaobulai and Zhihui applauded in appreciation. "This is an extra tip for you. Your performance was excellent, and my girlfriend thoroughly enjoyed it." "Thank you," Xiaobulai expressed, handing over a few $100 bills. "Oh, thank you, this generous gentleman," the violinist responded gratefully, accepting the tip with another bow before turning to leave. With the meal finished and a bit of red wine remaining, they settled in to finish their drinks before departing. At that moment, a waiter approached, presenting a bouquet of roses to Xiaobulai, who gestured for him to leave afterward. "Zhihui, I love you. Enjoy the dinner," Xiaobulai said gently, handing the roses to her. Zhihui replied, a subtle smile gracing her lips, though she spoke little. Xiaobulai understood that her shyness was merely a veil for her deeper feelings. Their unspoken bond required no excessive words. One needed not to speak, while the other understood everything. After finishing the last sip of red wine, Shiburi glanced at the time and realized it was getting late. He summoned the waiter once more to settle the bill. Upon seeing a string of zeros on the receipt, Shiburi felt a bit dizzy and, lacking the energy to count, simply produced his black card for the waiter to charge. The candlelit dinner featured the most modest of meals, with the only extravagance being the 1982 Lafite and the performance of the violinist. However, at this moment, Shiburi was not in want of money. He believed that any sum was trivial if it could elicit a smile from Zhihui. A smile from a beauty is worth its weight in gold. After settling the bill, the two rose from their seats and exited the restaurant. As Zhihui stepped outside, a chilly breeze caused her to shiver slightly. Xiaobulai hurriedly removed his coat and draped it over Zhihui, fearing that she might feel cold. Zhihui's gaze was fixated on Xiaobulai, who was bestowing the coat upon her, her eyes brimming with affection, although she had intended to make amends for her earlier busyness. It was he who was orchestrating a romantic candlelit dinner for her, while she felt she had contributed nothing. Had Xiaobulai been privy to Zhihui's thoughts, he would have laughed heartily, for to him, her mere presence was sufficient. Regardless of her actions, as long as she was by his side, he felt an overwhelming joy, an indescribable exhilaration and happiness. Xiaobulai was profoundly enamored with Zhihui. After indulging in a fair amount of drink, both were somewhat tipsy, a gentle intoxication enveloping them. They hailing a taxi and provided the address of their apartment, setting off for home. Upon their return, Xiaobulai urged Zhihui to take a warm bath to feel more comfortable. Her hands were already chilly from the prolonged exposure to the cold wind, and despite being wrapped in Xiaobulai's coat, her small hands had become numb. The winter chill pervaded the living room, and the only sanctuary was the warmth of the bed. After his bath, Xiaobulai promptly nestled into the covers. As Zhihui lay in bed, casually perusing a book while awaiting Xiaobulai, she was startled by the sudden intrusion of his figure beneath the covers. Annoyed, she snapped the book shut and playfully struck him, only for him to deftly raise the blanket in defense. Frustrated at missing her target, Zhihui retaliated with several playful swats using her book. Zhihui, I was wrong. Spare me, please." Xiaobulai feigned a pitiful demeanor, his voice laced with mock distress. "Humph. So you do acknowledge your faults." Zhihui couldn't help but chuckle at his act of submission. "Did you enjoy today, Zhihui?" Xiaobulai inquired expectantly. "Well, it was all right," Zhihui replied, turning her gaze away from him. "Hey, what do you mean by all right?" Xiaobulai exclaimed dramatically. "All right means just that," Zhihui retorted, crossing her arms in a haughty manner. "You silly," Xiaobulai chuckled, gently caressing Zhihui's face. "How dare you scold me?" "You," she began to protest. But her words were abruptly silenced by a kiss from the incorrigible Xiaobulai. Xiaobulai gazed upon the enchanting beauty before him, momentarily unable to restrain himself as he leaned in and pressed his lips against hers. Instantly, a blush of crimson adorned Zhihui's cheeks, cradling the soft jade in his embrace. Xiaobulai gently nibbled on her tender lips, persistently exploring deeper. It was only when he felt a slight shortage of breath that he gradually ceased his advances. Xiaobulai gently released Zhihui's lips, and the two shared an almost intimate gaze, a delicate, invisible thread connecting their mouths, intensifying the air of ambiguity surrounding them. Subsequently, Xiaobulai embraced Zhihui, and the two drifted into a peaceful slumber. Thus began the long, endless night. Outside, the cold wind howled, Yet the bedroom remained a sanctuary of warmth, their close embrace painting a scene of profound tenderness. As dawn approached, frost blanketed the world outside, the chill growing ever more pronounced. White frost adorned the trees lining the streets, and only a few pedestrians passed by. Looking out the window, the view resembled a picturesque painting. The two nestled in bed remained tightly entwined, perhaps instinctively seeking to provide warmth to one another against the biting cold. The weather was frigid, and in that moment, Zyabulai wished only to sleep until the end of time, until the seas dried and the stones eroded. However, reality beckoned, and he reluctantly opened his eyes. Despite the unmistakable reluctance etched on his face, he rose with a sense of resignation, preparing to confront the unrelenting chill and the gusts of cold wind waiting beyond the window. Chablis hurriedly dashed towards the bathroom, swiftly completing her morning routine. The weather was too frigid to contemplate preparing breakfast, so she decided to head out directly to purchase breakfast for Shiho. Chablis glanced at the clock. It was already 9 o'clock. He prepared to return to his room to wake Shihoko. Although today was the weekend and Shihoko did not have to attend school, she had mentioned to him before bed last night that she had a crucial experimental report to complete and submit to her professor, thus necessitating an early rise. Zyabulai stood by the bedside, gently shaking Zhihui, yet she remained unresponsive. Zhihui, it is already past 9 o'clock. It is time to rise, he murmured softly as he crouched down beside her. Humph. Nestled within the warmth of her blankets, Zhihui merely let out a few muffled sounds. Offering no further movement, his attempt to rouse her had failed. With no other options left, a sudden idea seemed to strike Zyabulai, and a mischievous smile spread across his face, unmistakably indicating his intent for some playful mischief. He then plunged his recently washed, icy hands into the cozy confines of the blankets, directly onto Zhihui's tender abdomen, instantly feeling the warmth enveloping his hands. "Ah, you scoundrel!" came Zhihui's indignant exclamation from beneath the covers. Chabris swiftly withdrew his hand, noting the immediate effectiveness of his actions. The individual finally regained consciousness, yet remained reluctant to rise. Chabris gazed helplessly at the bedridden Shiho, who had previously insisted on being awakened for an important matter. I'm so cold. Could you let me snooze for just a little while longer?" Shiho pleaded, tugging at Chabris' sleeve, her eyes still closed, her voice laced with sleepiness. "All right, you can sleep for another 10 minutes, just 10 minutes, understand?" Chabris ultimately surrendered, unable to resist Shiho's charming entreaty. Subsequently, he removed his jacket and nestled into the blanket beside her, admiring Shiho's serene visage. It must be said that her features were exquisitely refined, complemented by cascading chestnut waves that added a hint of exotic allure. Not to mention her profound intellect, which radiated an aura of cultured beauty. Merely gazing at her delicate face was enough to ensnare Chabris' senses. Time slipped away swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, half an hour had passed. Yet Shiho showed no inclination to rise. Chabris was left with no choice but to employ his ultimate tactic. He lifted the blanket and, with both hands, encircled her slender waist and legs, drawing her into his embrace before lifting her in a princess carry. Shiho was momentarily bewildered. One moment, she was enveloped in warmth, and the next, she found herself being swept away by this audacious fellow. "Pervert! You scoundrel, put me down!" Shiho exclaimed, thrashing her legs in a futile attempt to escape Chabris' grasp. "Don't even think about it. You were the one who insisted on waking up early," Chabris retorted, a glint of mischief in his eyes as he triumphantly quoted Shiho's earlier words, as if they were a royal decree. In terms of physical strength, Shiho stood no chance against Chabris. No matter how fiercely she struggled, it was in vain. He had her firmly in his hold, carrying her straight to the bathroom before finally setting her down. He then hurried back to the bedroom, retrieving his discarded coat and draping it over Shiho. With the coat now enveloping her, Chabris looked up to find Shiho's eyes, which held a touch of sorrow, peering back at him through the remnants of sleep. Truly an endearing sight. Shiho begrudgingly proceeded with her morning routine, realizing there was no escaping the necessity of getting up. Once she had completed her morning rituals, Shiho was fully awake, seated on the living room sofa with her laptop resting on her lap, diligently typing away. "Shiho, I'm going out to buy breakfast. I shall return shortly," Chabris announced, already dressed in his coat as he opened the door. After closing it behind him, Shiho barely acknowledged his departure, her focus still glued to the screen. Outside, the biting wind howled mercilessly, and Chabris, hands tucked into his pockets, made a casual visit to a nearby breakfast shop, quickly purchasing some warm sustenance before rushing back home. "It's freezing outside, Shiho," he remarked upon entering. laying the breakfast on the table. Indeed, I dread getting out of bed for class these days, Shiho replied, still engrossed in her work. Yes, there's a little lazy pig who is still lounging about today, Shabri said with a hint of pride. Shut up, Shiho retorted, her cheeks flushed with indignation. I truly wish winter would pass swiftly. The cold is unbearable, making me long for hibernation instead of engaging in any other activities. Shabri lamented as he munched on his breakfast. Shiho replied nonchalantly. Shiho, stop typing and eat your breakfast. It's so cold that it will be cold in an instant if you don't, Shabri urged with concern. All right, I'll eat now. Shiho finally closed her laptop and walked to the dining table. They shared a moment of silence as they savored their meal together. A year later, in Manhattan, New York City. As the largest city in the United States, New York is undoubtedly bustling, yet within its vibrancy lie hidden corners often overlooked. If Washington, D.C. serves as the political heart of the nation, then New York is undoubtedly its economic epicenter. In prosperous locales, the shadows of dubious financial dealings often loom, much like Shabri's endeavors. The pinnacle of economic activity in New York resides in Wall Street, conveniently located near Columbia University, the institution attended by both Shabri and Shiho. The indolent Shabri often skipped classes to engage in mischief. Wall Street, the epitome of prosperity, was conveniently located. This avenue, situated in the southern part of Manhattan, extends from Broadway to the East River, measuring less than a mile in length and a mere 11 meters in width. Yet, this seemingly trivial street, which one can see across its entirety, commands the vital arteries of finance, not just in America but across the globe, earning its reputation as the heart of the world's financial system. There is a humorous adage that suggests one could casually toss a brick down Wall Street and inadvertently strike a billionaire. After all, this is Wall Street, home to both the New York Stock Exchange and the Nasdaq. Since Shabri was injured while dealing with traders, he instructed his subordinates to maintain a low profile, resulting in nearly a year of silence for him and his associates, including Kamo. The fervor of the previous incidents had long since dissipated, with no one paying heed to the two explosions from so long ago, particularly the one at the outdoor CAF that Shabri had obliterated. Following that chaos, he lost all motivation, and those orchestrating the events likely believed he had perished alongside his minions. However, Shabri's elation soon revealed the truth, and he quickly discerned who was behind it. It seemed the strategy of silence had proven wise, as the adversary had become complacent. Yet, Shabri remained vigilant, waiting an additional 6 months until the opponent had completely relaxed before planning a decisive strike. This year-long respite following his injury significantly deepened the bond between Shabri and Shiho, transforming their relationship into one of profound significance, as they regarded each other as the most precious gifts in their lives. Returning to Wall Street. In a towering building at the far end of the street, several impeccably dressed men were conversing on a sofa in an office. Are you certain everything is in order? Inquired one rotund man, a luxurious cigar perched between his lips. This corpulent figure was Renato Hawk, a renowned international arms dealer, sharing the realm of gray transactions with Kamo's faction in Manhattan. Rest assured, sir, everything has been taken care of. Our team is the finest in the organization. And with the sniper's precision, the target was completely unprepared for the assassination. Survival is utterly improbable, the man before Hawk replied, bowing respectfully. Are you absolutely certain he is dead? I have heard no body was found, Hawk pressed, seeking confirmation of Shabri's demise. That may be due to his proximity to the bomb. As an arms dealer, you are well aware of the devastation a line of high-explosive grenades can cause. Over the past year, you have relentlessly suppressed Kamo, and he has not dared to retaliate. With his leader deceased, his forces are like headless flies. Moreover, this individual is no ordinary foe. Eliminating him would incur significant losses, the man elaborated to Hawk. While Renato Hawk was indeed an arms dealer, their conversation had little to do with weaponry. It was evidently directed at a specific individual, the current leader of Kamo, Shabri. Half a year prior, upon discovering he had been a victim of black-on-black crime, Shabri had been incensed to the point of fury. For an extended period, Shabri had believed that the well-trained and well-equipped adversary was the FBI, especially considering the proximity of their actions to his own recent encounters with traitors. In hindsight, he had underestimated the American gangs. Their superior equipment was a result of Renato Hawk being an arms dealer, and their targeting of him stemmed from his status as the leader of Carmo. Upon reflection, he realized that the FBI, as official agents, would never recklessly attack him without regard for civilian lives. Due to the FBI's crackdown, Carmo's previous leader had been apprehended, leaving the organization in the United States leaderless. Consequently, Renato Hawk had eagerly begun to encroach on territory, but just as he was prepared to feast, Chabri arrived and swiftly regained control of the situation. Renato Hawk intended to take advantage of Chabri's transitional status as the new boss and eliminate him to facilitate further encroachment. Initially, when the incident occurred, Carmo had struggled to gather information, not because Renato Hawk was particularly elusive, but due to their misguided belief that the FBI was involved. Once Carmo realized the truth, they quickly uncovered the necessary details. As the two conversed, the phone in the office suddenly rang. Without hesitation, the man approached the phone and answered. "Hello." A languid voice greeted him from the other end. "Who is this?" The man inquired, puzzled by the unfamiliar voice. "My name is Chabri." "Oh, right. You may not recognize me yet. Let me rephrase that. I am the new boss of Carmo." "What?" The man's face paled, and his hand trembled slightly as he held the phone. "Why are you calling us? Are you trying to inform us that you are alive?" "That's merely one reason. I primarily called to discuss a few matters with you both. Ha ha ha." Chabri's cheerful laughter resonated through the phone. The man remained silent, contemplating the implications of Chabri's words. Just then, Renato Hawk, standing nearby, seemed to have a realization and snatched the phone from the man's grasp. "Damn it. What do you want?" Renato Hawk shouted into the phone, his face contorted with rage. As a renowned international arms dealer, he was aware of Chabri's reputation and skills, which filled him with an ominous foreboding. His voice began to tremble slightly, betraying his composure. "I'm not doing anything," Chabri replied with a chuckle. "What? What do you want?" Renato Hawk stammered, his anxiety apparent. "I merely wanted to send you a small gift. After all, I am quite polite. In China, we have an old saying, courtesy demands reciprocity. I wonder if you, Mr. Hawk, have heard of it." Chabri spoke casually. "Could it be that you—" Upon hearing Chabri's words, Renato Hawk's face drained of color. "You cannot do this," he roared, as if plunged into an icy abyss. "Mr. Hawk, in China, we also say, not reciprocating is impolite. I hope you will appreciate the gift I prepared for you." Ha 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 ha. Chabri could no longer contain his inner joy. After a year of waiting, he finally had the chance for revenge. "No." Renato Hawk's face twisted in anguish as he ground his teeth and screamed. Before he could utter another word, Chabri hung up the phone. The moment the call ended, a deafening explosion echoed, drawing the attention of pedestrians on the street towards the top of the building. A brilliant flash of fire shot into the sky, engulfing the luxurious office in flames. As a well-known international arms dealer, Renato Hawk was acutely aware of the many enemies he had, understanding that his life was coveted by numerous individuals. Thus, his office, while opulent, was also fortified with costly security measures, including state-of-the-art bulletproof glass. Therefore, eliminating Renato Hawk posed a significant challenge. The most effective approach would be to exploit internal vulnerabilities, for even the most resilient armor has its fragile underbelly. However, infiltrating Renato Hawk's office was no simple feat. It was secured with the utmost vigilance, making it nearly impossible for a stranger to gain access, let alone bring in deadly weaponry or explosives. Ordinary individuals would find it impossible to plant explosives in Renato Hawk's office, but Chabri could. He possessed an arsenal of devastating weapons and explosives sufficient to obliterate an entire district of Manhattan, let alone a mere office. Initially, Chabri arranged for an accomplice to enter the building as a janitor, realizing that no matter how tight the security, there would always be a need for cleaning. During those moments, the presence of a janitor would go largely unnoticed. It would take years for an ordinary office worker to gain access to Renato Hawk's office, making the janitorial position the most efficient and effective choice. Once the time was right, Chabri coordinated with his prearranged accomplice regarding work habits and then disguised himself as a janitor to enter Renato Hawk's office. Even in highly secure environments, a janitor would still undergo thorough searches. As for disguise, having grown up beside Belmerd, Chabri's skills, while not on par with those of a master of disguise, were nonetheless formidable enough to evade detection by mere underlings. For the average person, this would be impossible, but for Chabri, it was trivial. After passing through security, he entered the office and made sure to place several pounds of TNT, fearing that otherwise, his capabilities would be questioned. No one knew how such a vast quantity of TNT had been smuggled into Renato Hawk's office. Not even Carmo, who remained oblivious to their leader's capabilities. At another end of Wall Street, Chabri stood atop a building, surveying the structure where Renato Hawk resided through binoculars. He appeared calm, with a hint of delight. Standing in stark contrast to the panicked tourists around him, seemingly reveling in their misfortune. Smoke billowed from the center of the building, flames reaching for the heavens. Marvelous, he thought, reminiscent of a fireworks display. The fire trucks arrived swiftly, preparing to extinguish the blaze. With that, Chabri lowered the binoculars, withdrew his gaze, and, with a light step and a cheerful tune, happily boarded a taxi back to his apartment. In the aftermath, chaos ensued. Given Renato Hawk's vast influence in the financial dealings entwined with political figures, his sudden demise significantly impacted the incomes of numerous powerful individuals. Consequently, an order was issued for a thorough investigation. The FBI found themselves in a quandary. Unable to fathom how someone could infiltrate Renato Hawk's office undetected and transport such an immense quantity of TNT. Moreover, Renato Hawk has traversed Wall Street for many years, offending a multitude of individuals to the extent that the FBI is unable to even pinpoint the perpetrator. At this moment, Chabri has returned to his apartment, having made a special visit to his favorite patisserie to procure a cake that appeared utterly delectable, intending to celebrate his successful retribution against Renato Hawk. Upon entering with the cake, Chabri discovered Sherho seated on the living room sofa, engrossed in the news. The report detailed a violent explosion that had occurred today in a building on Wall Street, inciting considerable panic among the American populace. "Did you do this?" Sherho inquired, her tone calm, yet undeniably assertive as she watched the news. "Indeed, that fellow, Renato Hawk, was the mastermind behind the assassination attempt on me a year ago. It was truly perilous. I almost lost you, Sherho," Chabri lamented, placing the cake on the coffee table and then squatting down, adopting a pitiful expression. "Well done," Sherho remarked coolly. Her disdain for Renato Hawk was not merely due to his notorious reputation as a war profiteer and arms dealer, but rather because he nearly cost her Chabri's life. Recalling the image of Chabri returning to the apartment, battered and bruised, made her heart ache. The mere thought of Renato Hawk invoked that painful memory, filling her with loathing. All right, do not be upset. I have taken care of him. Come, let us eat cake to celebrate the demise of that loathsome Renato Hawk," Chabri said, as he squatted to unbox the cake. "Indeed, it is something worth celebrating. He nearly robbed me of you, the scoundrel," Sherho replied, rising to join Chabri at the coffee table, watching him slice the cake. "Here. The first piece is for my beloved Sherho," he said, offering the cake to her. Sherho responded, taking the cake and scooping a bite to feed it directly into Chabri's mouth as he prepared the second slice. Chabri naturally opened her mouth to savor the cake, exclaiming how delightful it was. Whether it was the cake's exquisite taste or the satisfaction of revenge that lifted her spirits remained uncertain. Zhihui and Chabri exchanged a knowing smile. Squatting in the living room, indulging in the cake, their scene exuding an extraordinary harmony. Wall Street, the epitome of prosperity in Manhattan, experienced a swift and decisive response from the police when a catastrophic explosion reminiscent of a terrorist attack occurred. Perhaps it was the unprecedented nature of such a malevolent incident on Wall Street that rendered the atmosphere in the precincts of the American police exceedingly grave. This heinous act of terrorism transpired in New York's most vibrant locale, a blatant affront to the dignity of the American law enforcement. Despite the FBI's immediate involvement following the explosion, the outcomes proved less than satisfactory. Days passed without any leads or progress from either the police or the FBI, leaving the situation ensnared in a stalemate. In stark contrast to the beleaguered FBI, Chabri remained in high spirits for several consecutive days. The weather was splendid. The sun shone brightly, and it had been several days since Chabri had achieved her revenge. Although it was the weekend, Zhihui mentioned her intention to immerse herself in study at the library throughout the entire weekend. Alas, it seemed that the plans for a weekend rendezvous with Zhihui had been dashed, as they found themselves at the King's College Library within Columbia University's campus. Chabri rested his chin on one hand, idly scrolling through his phone, while Shiho sat beside him, engrossed in her book and occasionally jotting down notes in her notebook. Suddenly, Chabri stumbled upon a highly rated dessert shop on his phone, which appeared quite enticing. He swallowed hard, fixating on the shop, and glanced at his watch. It was only 1 in the afternoon. Having just finished lunch with Shiho before arriving at the library, he knew that it would take several hours for her to break from her studies and accompany him to the dessert shop. Thus, he resolved to go alone. "Shiho, I wish to visit this shop to pick up some snacks. By the time you finish studying, we can enjoy them together. How does that sound?" he said, raising his phone to show her the dessert images. "Do as you please," Shiho replied absently, focused on her notes. Oh, then I shall go now, Shiburi said as he stood up. Was Shiho's indifferent response. With that, Shiburi hurriedly made his way to the dessert shop. On a certain street. Shiburi alternated between looking down at the map on his phone and glancing around. Sensing that the area felt somewhat unfamiliar, the location of the dessert shop seemed elusive. However, he reassured himself that good things often come from hidden places, and the deeper it was concealed, the more delectable it must be. His resolve to procure treats from this shop only strengthened. While lost in thought, a peculiar noise caught his attention. He looked up and realized he had unwittingly wandered into a secluded alley. The navigation on the map had led him astray. Before he knew it, Shiburi had strayed far from the campus. The people around him were no longer university students. The crowd had become a mix of various individuals. Although Manhattan's district was bustling, the towering skyscrapers concealed numerous impoverished areas, harboring many unknown gray zones. The sound he heard seemed to have originated from a group of low-level delinquents from a nearby slum. Likely the result of someone kicking a trash can. Am I inadvertently stumbling into a robbery? Shiburi mused, noting the several gazes converging upon him while maintaining an expression of calmness. It was evident he had accidentally trespassed into a robbery scene involving several thugs, whose target was a frail young man encircled by them, trembling and occasionally casting desperate glances in Shiburi's direction. Shiburi pressed his forehead, feeling a slight headache. He was not a paragon of righteousness. Had he not been spotted by a group of ruffians, he might have taken pleasure in lurking nearby to observe the commotion. After all, the allure of witnessing a spectacle is inherent to human nature. However, now he found himself conspicuously present at the scene of a robbery, caught in a dilemma of whether to stay or leave. Unwittingly embroiling himself in trouble was a rather irrational act for the laid-back Shiburi. Even though these seemingly fierce and burly thugs were trivial matters to him, he had no desire to invite complications into his life. Resolute in his decision, Shiburi prepared to turn away, but the ruffians appeared oblivious, mistaking his expensive attire and youthful appearance as an opportunity to rob him as well. Were they not compelling him to act heroically? Very well, their lack of awareness was indeed a grave offense, and he would indulge them. As he observed the thugs abandon their pursuit of the frail young man to encircle him with grins and clenched fists, Shiburi felt no stirrings of alarm. Rather, he found their foolishness somewhat amusing. Suddenly, his demeanor shifted, his gaze sharpening with intensity. In the instant the leader of the gang reached for his collar, Shiburi deftly sidestepped, then executed a powerful backward kick that connected with the thug's face. The sheer force of the blow sent the ruffian reeling backward, losing his balance. Just as the thug staggered, Shiburi delivered a swift front kick to his abdomen, rendering him unconscious, sprawled on the ground with limbs akimbo. Shiburi's movements were so rapid that the remaining two thugs had yet to comprehend what had transpired when their leader lay motionless at their feet. Undeterred, they foolishly sought vengeance. Believing Shiburi to be merely a child who had seized the opportunity to ambush their leader, one of them picked up an unsealed water bottle nearby and hurled it at Shiburi, and then they charged at him, as Shiburi instinctively reached out to catch the unidentified object soaring towards him. He inadvertently spilled half a bottle of water all over himself due to the fact that the cap of the mineral water bottle had not been secured. Zyabuli surveyed his drenched attire, his gaze growing increasingly fierce as he beheld the two ruffians charging towards him. With a mere thought, a dagger materialized in his hand. Indeed, the filthy water splashed upon him had ignited his wrath. This outfit was one he had meticulously chosen for a date with Jihui. Although the rendezvous had ultimately been thwarted by her visit to the library, he still held a fondness for the garment. Initially, he had contemplated a modest act of heroism, intending merely to administer a slight reprimand to these miscreants, yet their brazen audacity in tarnishing his carefully arranged attire had crossed a line. The consequence of provoking a killer, after all, is often fatal. As the two ruffians closed in on him, a few glimmers of light flickered, and two crimson lines appeared at their throats. Their eyes glazed over, and they slowly crumpled to the ground, silenced forever. Zyabuli then sauntered forward a couple of steps, approaching the unconscious ruffian he had initially subdued. Crouching down, he reversed his grip on the dagger and plunged it directly into the ruffian's throat. With an air of calm, he withdrew the blade, now stained with blood, the crimson liquid dripping onto the ground. Zyabuli frowned at the dagger with a hint of disdain, then wiped the blade clean against the ruffian's clothing before sheathing it. Meanwhile, the frail young man who had been surrounded by these thugs sat trembling on the ground, paralyzed with fear, instinctively shrinking into the corner of the alley. Hoping Zyabuli would overlook him, At this moment, Zyabulai rose leisurely, turning his gaze towards the quaking figure before him. With one hand resting thoughtfully on his chin, he contemplated how to address the timid young man. Ordinarily, witnessing the aftermath of his actions, a trio of slain men and the potential witness before him would compel him to eliminate any loose ends. For the last thing he desired was complications. Resolute in his decision, Zyabulai approached the trembling figure. The young man, sensing the impending doom, quaked even more violently. Please, spare me. I can be of use to you. You saved me, and I can repay you. I will follow your commands, please. I truly beg you. I do not wish to die. The soft, trembling voice emanated from the frail young man, revealing an undeniable yearning for life. Follow my commands. You say? Zyabulai raised an eyebrow, surprised to discover that this ragged, beggar-like figure was, in fact, a girl. Intrigued, he considered the prospect of nurturing his own influence. Her plea resonated with him, and he perceived her struggle for existence in the harsh, shadowy corners of the bustling city, a testament to her resilience. Chablis felt a twinge of compassion. The little girl before him was nearly the same age as he and Shio. Yet she lived in such a state of degradation and distress. Even in the face of such dire circumstances, she had not relinquished an ounce of her hope for survival. All she desired was to live. She had done nothing wrong, merely unfortunate enough to cross paths with Chablis during his moment of wrath. Suddenly, Chablis recalled that in her past life, Chiho had lived much like a marionette, entangled in an organization until the death of Sister Akemi shattered her last strand of resilience, leading her to a tragic suicide through an overdose. Yet, unexpectedly, she was reborn, embracing her new life as Ai Hybra. Contemplating this, Chablis resolved to spare her. Yes, indeed, I shall accomplish many things. I am of great utility, please believe me, the girl articulated, sensing a glimmer of hope in Chablis' retort and hastily offering her explanation. Zyabulai gazed at the frail little girl before him, her tattered clothing hanging loosely on her gaunt frame and her face drawn with weariness. Yet, her ice-blue eyes shone with an intense resolve. After a brief pause, Zyabulai retrieved a notebook from his pocket and inscribed an address with a pen, handing the note to the girl. Go to this address, seek out the person in charge, and tell them you are Zyabulai's newly appointed little sister. They will assign you tasks, he stated matter-of-factly. Okay, I understand, the girl stammered, trembling as she accepted the slip of paper. With that, Zyabulai turned and exited the alley, pulling out his phone to locate the secluded dessert shop. Having encountered numerous troubles that day, he was determined to find this establishment. It would be a significant loss if he failed. After about 10 minutes, at the corner of a street, Zyabulai finally spotted the dessert shop. He rushed inside and ordered the signature item he had seen online. Hello. I would like a slice of your renowned Boston cream pie to enjoy here. Thank you, he exclaimed with excitement. Certainly, sir. Please hold on a moment. We will bring it to your table shortly, the staff replied with practiced ease. Before long, the freshly baked Boston cream pie was placed before him. The dessert resembled a small round ball, filled with a soft custard and topped with a layer of sweet chocolate frosting. Its appearance alone was enough to whet one's appetite. Zyabulai took a bite, and it was indeed as delectable as the reviews suggested, quickly ascending to the top of his favorite desserts. All his efforts to reach this remote corner were rewarded, and in no time, he had devoured the entire pie. Excuse me. Could you please pack 2 more Boston cream pies for me to take home? Zyabulai rose once more and approached the cash register. Of course, sir. It may take a little longer to prepare the 2 pies, so please be patient, the staff replied with a characteristic smile. That's fine. Zyabulai responded with a smile of his own, returning to his seat, lost in thought. He then picked up his phone and dialed a number. Hello, Kimu. A little girl will be coming to find you shortly. I rescued her from the street and have taken her under my wing. Once she arrives, please arrange some tasks for her. She seems to have had a tough time, he instructed. Understood, Big Brother Zyabulai, came Camu's voice from the other end of the line. Oh, and please investigate this girl thoroughly to ensure there are no issues with her identity. It's wise to remain vigilant and thorough, Zyabulai added, his instincts as a killer making him cautious, especially with individuals outside of Jiho. Of course, I will do my utmost to uncover her background, Big Brother Zyabulai. Camu's diligence reassured Zyabulai. Although Camu lacked initiative, he executed Zyabulai's instructions impeccably, saving him considerable trouble. Thus, Zyabulai had grown accustomed to relying on Camu for many mundane tasks. As the saying goes, one who cannot lead a team can only toil endlessly. As a competent elder brother, Zyabulai maintained oversight of the broader direction, often delegating the minutiae. "Sir, your cakes are ready. Please consume them promptly at home to avoid compromising their quality," the staff said as Zyabulai ended his call. "Oh, thank you," he replied, grateful. Shabri raised his hand to glance at his watch. It was getting late, and he needed to hurry back to the library to find Shiho, who should be finishing her review. By the time he returned to the library, evening had descended. Shiho remained in the same position as when Shabri had left at noon, diligently taking notes. Indeed, for a top student, studying seemed to be an endless pursuit, oblivious to the passage of time and fatigue. "Shiho, I'm back," Shabri announced, settling beside her with a Boston cream pie he had just purchased from the dessert shop. Shiho didn't even lift her head. Shabri felt a twinge of helplessness. He had evidently underestimated the dedication of a high achiever. He had rushed back, envisioning Shiho waiting anxiously for him, but it seemed his concerns were unwarranted. After nearly an hour had passed and night had deepened, Shiho, perhaps feeling the pangs of hunger as it approached dinner time, became aware of her surroundings. She glanced at the sleeping Shabri, checked her watch, and realized how late it had gotten after all her studying. No wonder her stomach was starting to grumble. Turning to Shabri, she thought about how long this fool had been waiting for her. He must be dreadfully bored. "Hey, wake up, let us head back." Shiho gently shook the still slumbering Shabri. "Oh, Shiho, have you finished studying?" Shabri mumbled, still half asleep, his mind not quite clear. "You silly, what do you think?" "I've already packed everything up," Shiho replied affectionately, looking at the dazed Shabri. "All right, let us go then." "Oh, wait." Just as Shabri prepared to stand, he abruptly sat back down, clutching his thighs. "What's wrong? What happened?" Shiho asked, her expression turning anxious. I slept too long and my legs are numb. It's so uncomfortable, Shiho, I can't move." "Give me a moment," Shabri whined, adopting a comically distressed expression. In the face of the world's indifference and his usual bravado, Shabri transformed into a helpless puppy when in Shiho's presence. If Karma were to witness this scene, he would undoubtedly be left agape. "You fool," Shiho said, her eyes narrowing at the sight of Shabri, who was cramping up. After about 10 minutes of recuperation, Shabri finally managed to rise. As per routine, he eagerly took Shiho's bag, not forgetting the Boston cream pie that had caused him so much trouble to procure. It was already quite late, and neither of them felt like cooking. With the pie in tow, they decided to grab some fast food nearby before returning to their apartment. Upon entering, Shabri enthusiastically attempted to entice Shiho into trying the cake, only to be met with her cold dismissal. "Be quiet. Desserts should be enjoyed after meals. Can you even eat the fast food we just bought?" Shiho crossed her arms defiantly. "I can eat it," Shabri murmured in protest. "No, I can't eat dessert first." "So we must have the main course first," Shiho asserted, her tone leaving no room for argument. "Huh?" Shabri pouted, feeling a bit wronged. "Because I don't want to eat the cake alone later. You must accompany me." Shiho softened her tone slightly, knowing that Shabri responded better to gentleness than sternness. "Very well, my queen," Shabri relented, temporarily giving up his craving for the Boston cream pie. He placed the cake in the fridge, and they began their lunch. As it turned out, Shiho was right. Shabri's protests were merely stubbornness. American fast food portions were notoriously large, unlike the smaller, more delicate servings found in Japan. After finishing their meal, they tacitly agreed not to mention the cake again, allowing the Boston cream pie, which Shabri had painstakingly brought home, to languish in the fridge's corner. As night deepened and they had both finished their showers, the fast food finally settled in their stomachs, turning dessert into a late-night snack. "Shiho, let me tell you, I devoured one in the shop. It was incredibly delicious, and it has become my favorite dessert," Shabri exclaimed, retrieving the cake from the fridge. "Really? You like this cake?" Shiho asked, intrigued. "Yes, this Boston cream pie is simply divine." As he opened the box, 2 exquisitely crafted small spheres were revealed. "They look appealing, but I wonder how they taste after all this time," Shiho mused, taking a whiff of the cake. "All right. The staff at the shop advised me to eat it quickly to avoid it going stale," Shabri admitted, scratching his head in regret. Upon tasting it, Shabri noted that it indeed lacked the freshness of the shop's version, likely due to the passage of time. He took a bite directly with his hand. "Actually, it's still quite good. I think it has a custard filling with chocolate frosting, and it doesn't seem too complicated," he remarked. "Since you enjoy it, I might learn how to make it," Shiho said, analyzing the cake's components. "Really? That would be fantastic," Shabri exclaimed, excitement lighting up his eyes. "Once you learn, you can make the freshest Boston cream pie for me," Shiho said, resting her chin on her hand, gazing at him affectionately. "Shiho, I love you so much," Shabri declared, raising his arms for a big hug. "Hold on," Shiho interrupted him. "You should gather the ingredients from the grocery store when you have time. Remember to buy extra, as I might not succeed in making it perfectly on my first try, and you love it." She handed him a shopping list for the cake's ingredients, her tone calm. "When did you write this?" Shabri asked, astonished. "Just now," Shiho replied nonchalantly. "When? I didn't even notice." Shabri reflected on the moment. "While you were lamenting about your Boston cream pie going stale, I was busy researching on my phone," Shiho revealed, showing him the screen. "Haha, really?" Shabri chuckled awkwardly, scratching his head. "Moreover, someone missed out on the fresh Boston cream pie because they were waiting for me to finish my notes. So I guess I'll reluctantly learn to make it for that foolish guy," Shiho teased. Jirwei stood up and walked to Zyabulai, slightly bending down to cradle his handsome face with both hands as she spoke. The moment Jirwei leaned closer, Zyabulai caught a whiff of the familiar jasmine fragrance. A delicate scent mingled with the aroma of the body wash they had just used after bathing, permeating the surrounding air. It was intoxicating, bringing a sense of serenity. The night had grown deep, and it was time to rest, for both had classes the next day. Subsequently, Zyabulai reached out, enveloping Jirwei in his embrace, and then lifted her in a princess carry towards the bedroom, gently placing her on the bed, where the two of them fell asleep in each other's arms. A few days later, Zyabulai unexpectedly received a call from Camo. "Big brother, I have nearly completed the investigation into the background of that girl you asked me about." Camu's voice came through the phone. "Oh, by the way, I nearly forgot that I took in a little brother," Zyabulai remarked, tapping his forehead. "Big brother. The noble are often forgetful," Camu teased him. "No, it's just that my memory has simply worsened." "Oh, right. The girl came to see you, didn't she? How did you arrange things?" Zyabulai inquired. "She arrived at the store looking rather disheveled that very night you called, seemingly quite famished. So I took her out for a meal and bought her a few outfits. For now, I have her temporarily staying at the store to help out." Camu respectfully reported his arrangements. "Well, what do you think of her?" Zyabulai asked. By the way, big brother Zyabulai, after she washed up, she surprisingly looked quite beautiful. Your eye for talent is commendable. It seems she was worried that her beauty would attract trouble, hence her disheveled appearance to avoid drawing attention." Camu reflected after a moment. "I mean, what do you think of her abilities? Can she be of use to me? What are you thinking?" Zyabulai replied, somewhat exasperated. "Ah. Ha ha ha. You mean her abilities? Personally, I think she is quite capable. She must have spent a long time navigating that gray area, so she possesses some skills. She has good potential. When she was surrounded by those thugs, it was likely due to her hunger from not eating for days. Had you not intervened, she might have managed to escape with just a bit of hardship. Most importantly, her eyes reveal a mix of intelligence and determination, which I find admirable," Camu analyzed thoughtfully. "Oh, it seems not many can earn your admiration, Camu. Is this girl truly that remarkable?" Zyabulai jested. "If she can make the cold-hearted Zyabulai accept her, doesn't that indicate her capabilities? There have been numerous women whom you have ruthlessly dismissed, and you are not one to show leniency simply because they are female. By the way, I also informed her that the expenses she incurs at the store will be covered by you, big brother," Camu said casually. "All right, enough of the jokes. Please share the results of your investigation over the past few days," Zyabulai said, returning to a serious tone. "Certainly, big brother. The girl's name is Elaine, given to her by her mother, symbolizing generosity, charm, and independence. According to her mother, it highlights her elegant and intellectual beauty while also conveying a sense of gentleness and helpfulness, indicating that her mother truly loves her." Camu narrated Elaine's background. "Then why does the Elaine we encountered appear so disheveled?" Zyabulai inquired, puzzled. "All of Elaine's tragedies stem from her despicable father," Camu explained. "How so?" Zyabulai pressed for more details. "Elaine's mother was a refined and educated heiress, while her father was a hypocritical charlatan. He used sweet words to ensnare her mother into love, and after marriage, he devoured her family's wealth. Despite growing up in such a household, Elaine's mother loved her dearly, and as Elaine blossomed into beauty, her scoundrel father exhibited a semblance of paternal affection due to her allure. However, his unchecked ambition and arrogance led to his downfall, as the enterprises he had duped were sabotaged, leaving him heavily in debt. The puppeteer behind this scheme sought to capture the young, increasingly beautiful Elaine," Camu recounted. "Truly despicable." Zyabulai could not help but exclaim. This wretch, driven by envy, intended to offer his 12-year-old daughter to the shadowy figure. Naturally, Elaine's mother would not permit this. After years of marriage, she had seen through her husband's true nature but remained deeply devoted to Elaine, the living embodiment of their love. She poured all her affection into Elaine and endeavored to nurture her. Camus continued, pausing briefly. Thus, Elaine's mother fought fiercely against this fate, but to no avail. She secretly arranged for Elaine to escape. When her scoundrel father discovered this, he was both shocked and furious, fearing the wrath of the puppet master. That very night, a violent argument ensued between her parents, culminating in her mother striking her head against the corner of a coffee table, blood spilling everywhere. Subsequently, her father was imprisoned on charges of murdering his wife. Surely, Elaine shouldn't have been left in such dire straits. Did her mother not provide her with sufficient funds before sending her away? Zyabulai interjected again. Big brother, I have yet to finish. Can't you let me complete my report? Camus' exasperation made Zyabulai chuckle. Oh, my apologies. Please continue, Zyabulai replied sheepishly. However, just days after her father was imprisoned, he met with an untimely death. It seems the puppeteer, enraged, eliminated him. Soon after, they sought to capture Elaine for their own purposes, rendering the bank card her mother left her useless. Additionally, due to her striking beauty, she has spent years evading capture, Camus sighed. In truth, had Elaine not caught the eye of this puppeteer, the outcome might not have been so tragic. Although her father was a hypocrite, he likely would not have descended into madness had he not been cornered. At least Elaine had her loving mother with her, Camus mused. Moreover, during these years of extreme hunger, she has resorted to scavenging for food, too fearful to work or reveal herself. Thus, when you encountered her in the alley, she was merely searching for sustenance. Her experiences over the years. Thus, before the age of 12, Elaine was a happy child, but thereafter, as she became the target of others, her life turned into a nightmare marked by fear and despair. I cannot help but admire her resilience in enduring such a drastic fall from grace, Zyabulai remarked, furrowing his brow. If Elaine had been living this way since she could remember, she might have accepted her hopeless existence. However, having experienced true happiness before the age of 12, she cannot simply endure the depths of despair. What a remarkable willpower she must possess to persevere through these trials. As long as there is a sliver of hope for survival, she clings to it fiercely, never relinquishing her grasp. Big brother Zyabulai, Camus suddenly called out again. What is it? Zyabulai responded, a hint of curiosity in his tone. Do you know who the puppeteer behind Elaine's tragedy is? Camus asked with a knowing tone. Who? Chablis' face revealed a hint of confusion. Renato Hawk. Why does that name sound so familiar? Ah, wasn't he the arms dealer we just dealt with? Chablis' expression shifted from perplexity to astonishment. Isn't that quite a coincidence? Camus chuckled. Indeed, it is rather fortuitous, Chablis replied, still bewildered. It's not surprising, really. In this Manhattan district, apart from our organization, only Renato Hawk had the power to be so influential. And our former boss was too preoccupied with his career to entertain women. Thus, it must be that gluttonous Renato Hawk. It's easy to verify. He never concealed his intentions. Eager for everyone to fear and curry favor with him, all while sending the beautiful Elaine to his bed. Camus narrated calmly. I see, Chablis murmured, seemingly lost in thought. Elaine did nothing wrong. She was simply too beautiful. After a moment, he spoke softly. Yes, brother Chablis, she is not at fault. Her only transgression is her beauty. Camus echoed. Her beauty is her original sin. Chablis stroked his chin and remarked thoughtfully. Brother Chablis, how do you plan to arrange for Elaine? Camus appeared genuinely concerned about Elaine's future. What? Are you worried about her? Is she really that stunning? Chablis teased Camus once more. Not at all. Camus maintained a serious demeanor. To be honest, few possessed the skills and athletic talent you mentioned, so initially, I considered training her. Especially since it was evident she was struggling out there. However, given that it was Renato Hawk who drove Elaine to desperation, and he is now dead, she no longer has to live in fear. Chablis contemplated deeply. And so what? That does not preclude Elaine from becoming a killer and working for us. Camus' tone grew urgent, unwilling to let go of such a promising candidate. Do you think being a killer is a good path? Living on the edge of life and death, constantly in fear, with no glimpse of a future? One could vanish in an instant. Therefore, we strive to live each day as freely, comfortably, and effortlessly as possible. Chablis sighed deeply at this point, seemingly reflecting on his own uncertain future with Shizuka, feeling a twinge of worry. Indeed, Camus fell silent for a moment before uttering 3 words. Camus, as children raised within the organization, we lack the luxury of choice. Our fates were sealed the moment we entered. However, Elaine is different. When Renato Hawk was alive, she had no options. Being a killer was preferable to wandering aimlessly. But now, with Hawk's demise, she can choose a life of an ordinary person. She need not take this path. Chablis contemplated earnestly, acknowledging the girl's suffering over the years and feeling reluctant to deprive her of the ordinary life she might finally attain. Indeed, for us, who dwell on the precipice of life and death, that is the life we yearn for. She has it now. When you eliminated Renato Hawk, she gained her freedom. Camus finally came to terms with this, unwilling to strip Elaine of the ordinary life that may now be within her grasp. I shall visit her myself. I will give her the choice, Chablis resolved, ultimately deciding to leave Elaine's fate in her own hands. Very well, Brother Chablis, Camus replied respectfully. Thereafter, Chablis hung up the phone. Finished with your call? You and Camus, two grown men, conversing for so long. What's that about? Shizuka emerged from the room, arms crossed, gazing at Chablis seated on the living room sofa, a playful glint in her eye. That's absurd, Chablis replied, exasperatedly meeting Shizuka's gaze. Is this something a girlfriend should say, teasing her boyfriend about his subordinates? Oh, Shizuka replied, her tone calming. It was a beggar I encountered while buying Boston cream pie. Chablis recounted the events of that day. That girl is so unfortunate, Shizuka remarked, frowning with sympathy. Indeed, Camus and I were discussing how to assist her. But upon reflection, I think it's best to let her decide. After all, it is her life, Chablis stated matter-of-factly. Yes, please arrange it well. That girl has suffered far too much these past few years, Shizuka continued to frown concerned. I will go see Camus shortly and ascertain her thoughts. I will return before dinner, Chablis said as he stood, smoothing out his wrinkled clothes before putting on his coat. Take care of it, and come back soon, Shizuka said softly. All right, I'm off now. As he spoke, Chablis had already donned his attire. With the door closing behind him, the living room fell silent once more. Shizuka raised her head, staring at the closed door where Chablis had just exited, her eyes revealing a complex, unnameable emotion. From the moment Chablis mentioned that it was Renato Hawk who had caused the girl's downfall, Shizuka could say she believed in him without hesitation. For no one loved her more than Chablis. She was confident that no one could take him away from her. This confidence stemmed not only from her own talents and charms, but also from the look of adoration and profound love in Chablis' eyes. A gaze he had never cast upon anyone else, regardless of their beauty. He only loved her. Yet, as a woman, Shizuka instinctively sensed the choice that awaited that girl. For this beautiful girl, who had endured so much hardship, a glimmer of pity flickered in Shizuka's eyes. Chablis is remarkable, exceptional, and flawless. Yet his heart belongs solely to her. From the information gathered about Chablis, Shiho deduces that this woman must be quite obstinate, headstrong, and resilient. Soon after, Chablis arrives at Camus' shop, where Camus and Elaine have been waiting in the office for quite some time. As Chablis stepped through the doorway, he immediately beheld Elaine and could not help but draw in a deep breath. Although Camus had emphasized repeatedly that Elaine was exceptionally beautiful, he had not anticipated her beauty to be so breathtaking. Her clear, luminous eyes, elegantly arched brows, and long lashes framed a pair of resolute and earnest gazes. Her fair, flawless skin bore a delicate blush, and her supple lips resembled the tender petals of a rose, while her cascading golden white curls shimmered with a radiant glow. This visage epitomized the type that most men find irresistible, innocent yet enchanting, devoid of overt sensuality, with her earnest expression adding an endearing quality. However, Chablis merely cast a brief, surprised glance before averting his gaze, maintaining an air of composure. It must be said that Elaine was indeed beautiful, truly remarkable, evoking in Chablis a thought of someone he knew, Belmode. He felt that Elaine embodied an essence reminiscent of Belmode. Yet, while Belmode exuded a seductive allure, Elaine radiated an innocent charm. Elaine harmoniously blended these two opposing attributes, rendering her captivating to both those who favor sensuality and those who prefer purity. Nevertheless, Chablis did not fall into this category, for his heart belonged to Shiho, and Elaine evoked a sense of familiarity akin to that of Belmode, his worldly mother figure. Chablis withdrew his gaze from Elaine and, bypassing the two individuals, made his way directly to the central sofa in the office, where he settled languidly. He leaned back against the couch, raising his head to regard the two who remained standing in place. Elaine, intrigued by Chablis' reaction upon seeing her, was acutely aware of her beauty, having cultivated a keen sensitivity to the glances of men over the years. Their gazes varied from explicit desire to awe, all driven by the intent to possess and yearn for her. Even Cam, upon seeing her freshly attired, momentarily exhibited a flicker of lust in his eyes. Yet, he was restrained. He might desire, but would not act on it. In contrast, although Chabri was initially taken aback by her beauty, there was a distinct absence of lust in his eyes. "What are you two doing standing there as if reporting to me? You needn't loom over me. Please. Find a seat," Chabri remarked after observing the two motionless figures at the door. "Oh, all right, Brother Chabri," Cam responded promptly, ushering Elaine to join him on the sofa opposite Chabri. "I have come to seek your thoughts, Miss Elaine," Chabri began once the two were seated. Upon hearing her name, Elaine looked up at Chabri with a hint of confusion. "As you know, the enemy who caused you such distress has recently been dealt with by us. You are now free from the fear of Renato Hawk's malice," Chabri continued, meeting Elaine's questioning gaze. Elaine remained silent, her eyes shifting to Cam, who sat beside her, filled with inquiry and contemplation. "Ahem, after my conversation with Brother Chabri, we both felt that you have endured too much suffering. He intends to release you from his service. There is no need for you to be a subordinate any longer. With Renato Hawk's demise, the threat hanging over you has vanished. You are now free to choose the life you desire. Isn't that a blessing? After all, a career as an assassin holds no future," Cam articulated, methodically analyzing the situation for Elaine like a devoted father. "Indeed, Cam is correct. While you possess remarkable talent, the path of an assassin is fraught with peril. You now have other options available. There is no necessity to tread this irrevocable path. Should you have concerns about finances or employment after leaving, I could arrange for Cam to assist you with introductions and provide you with sufficient financial support for a time," Chabri added swiftly. "I do not wish for that," Elaine interjected abruptly, cutting off Chabri's words. "Why?" Chabri inquired, puzzled. "I aspire to become someone who can assist Brother Chabri," Elaine replied earnestly, fixing her gaze upon him. "What do you mean?" Chabri furrowed his brow, seeking clarification. "Brother Chabri, you have bestowed upon me a great favor by eliminating Renato Hawk. This debt is one I can never repay, even though your actions were not solely for my sake. I wish to train. I want to grow stronger and become a weapon of utility for you," Elaine stated, her demeanor serious and somewhat resolute. "There is truly no need for such a sacrifice. I do not require your gratitude. You can lead a splendid life outside. Why pursue this path?" Chabri said, rubbing his temples in exasperation. "Even if I were to leave, what would change?" Elaine remained silent for a moment before continuing. "Why do you say that?" Chabri asked, his curiosity piqued. "I am weak, so weak that I cannot even protect myself. My beauty has brought me too many troubles. Even with Renato Hawk gone, there will always be another threat." "Will there not? I wish to grow strong enough to aid you and to protect myself. Is that not a worthy aspiration?" Elaine's tone grew increasingly fervent. Chabri fell silent, unable to refute Ellen's words. Her beauty had brought her an abundance of misfortunes, and she lacked both a formidable background and the strength to defend herself. Her allure resembled that of a conspicuous lamb, vulnerable to slaughter. More importantly, Chabri recognized the resolute glint in her eyes. He understood that he could not persuade Ellen. The vast office suddenly became enveloped in a heavy silence, the atmosphere thickening. After a prolonged pause, Ellen spoke, her voice tinged with melancholy. "Brother Chabri, did you not say that you were here to help me make a choice? Now that I have made my decision, will you support me? I beg you." "Very well. Since you have made your choice, I shall respect it. Cam will arrange your training from now on. I hope that in the years to come, you will become a formidable weapon," Chabri replied slowly after a brief silence. "All right. I will certainly strive for that, Brother Chabri." Upon hearing his words, Ellen lifted her gaze, a flicker of hope igniting in her eyes. With the matter of Ellen settled, Chabri glanced at his watch. It was nearly dinner time, and he needed to return. "Are you leaving, Brother Chabri?" Cam asked as he noticed Chabri rising. "Yes, I'm heading back to prepare dinner," Chabri replied casually. "Brother Chabri, you truly dote on Sister Shiri. It's already this late, yet you won't dine with us. You rush back to the apartment to cook for her. What a devoted boyfriend you are," Cam teased, now that Ellen's situation was resolved. "Enough of that. No matter how you provoke me, I won't join you for dinner. I can't abandon my beautiful girlfriend for you, a hulking man. That would be madness. Besides, I told Shiho I'd return. She's waiting for me at the apartment," Chabri retorted, a hint of amusement in his expression, before explaining further. "All right, I understand, Brother Chabri. You may go," Cam responded. "Well then, I shall take my leave. Ellen, I entrust you to him. Cultivate an outstanding assassin for me." Chabri waved as he made his way toward the door. "Rest assured, Brother Chabri, You are well aware of my capabilities, Cam replied proudly, only to be met with the sound of Shabri closing the door behind him. Brother Cam, does Brother Shabri truly love his girlfriend? Ellen mused, gazing at the spot where Shabri had just stood. Indeed, Brother Shabri is utterly devoted, Cam reflected with a hint of admiration. Ellen remained silent, her gaze lowered, lost in thought. Her emotions regarding Shabri were complex. Initially captivated by his decisive prowess in assassinations, she later felt a creeping fear for her own safety, only to be relieved when he spared her and offered her shelter. Her feelings for him had oscillated dramatically. Later, upon hearing Cam speak of Shabri's deed of eliminating Renato Hawk, she was struck by the enigma of how he had accomplished it. No one knew how he had smuggled in vast amounts of TNT, not even Cam himself. Cam's words had been laced with admiration for Shabri, which kindled in Ellen a mix of gratitude and curiosity. There was an undeniable charisma about Shabri that even his subordinates genuinely respected. Ellen's feelings for Shabri, ranging from fear to gratitude to curiosity, created a tumultuous cacophony within her heart. Learning of Shabri's deep affection for his girlfriend left her feeling somewhat wistful. Meanwhile, Shabri returned to the apartment at 7:30. Realizing he would not make it back in time to cook for Shiho, he felt a twinge of regret for allowing their discussion to linger so long. He paused in front of the apartment door to steady his hurried breaths, having rushed back without taking a moment to compose himself. Opening the door, he was greeted by the enticing aroma of dishes wafting through the air, scents that seemed to belong solely to his palate. As he entered the kitchen, he found Shiho bustling about, preparing dinner. A warm sensation enveloped him. Despite his flustered return, Shiho had nearly completed the meal. Observing Shiho clad in an apron, diligently at work, Shabri felt a profound sense of warmth. It was comforting to know that someone was always waiting for him at home. Gently, he approached Shiho from behind, wrapping his arms around her slender waist, burying his head in the crook of her neck, inhaling the unique fragrance that was distinctly hers. Shiho, I'm sorry for being late, he murmured, his voice muffled against her skin. Hearing Shabri's soft apology, Shiho couldn't help but smile. Was she truly so daunting that he acted like a frightened kitten? From the moment Shabri left, Shiho had anticipated his return, knowing he wouldn't make it back in time to prepare dinner, given that he had departed around 3 or 4 in the afternoon, leaving him with little time to spare. Zyabulai remained unaware. Perhaps in his haste to leave, he neglected to check the time. Shortly after his departure, Shiho ventured to the supermarket for groceries, entirely devoid of any resentment towards him. Yet, this fellow behaved like a mouse confronted by a cat, leaving Shiho in a state of exasperation. In truth, the moment Zyabulai approached the kitchen doorway, Shiho was already aware of his return. Though she refrained from turning around, she could feel a piercing gaze upon her, unmistakably belonging to Zyabulai. Why do you appear so frightened? Are you afraid I might blame you? Shiho continued her task of chopping vegetables, speaking to him with a blend of exasperation and affectionate indulgence. I feel as though I have failed to fulfill the promise I made to you, Zyabulai murmured, still lingering close to Shiho, his arms wrapped around her waist in a hesitant tone. I do not blame you. I understand you were unable to return promptly, which is why I began preparing dinner. Shiho replied nonchalantly. I know you do not hold it against me, yet I find myself berating my own shortcomings. I have not upheld my commitment to you, Zyabulai lamented, his expression one of pitiful remorse. Is it truly necessary to feel this way, you fool? Shiho slightly turned her head, catching sight of Zyabulai's face, brimming with guilt and on the verge of tears. Shiho, I am so sorry, Zyabulai continued, his mood still dismal. Very well, I forgive you. Just be more mindful of the time in the future when you talk to me, Shiho said, setting down her knife. Turning to embrace him with her pristine arms, tenderly wrapping them around his neck. Shiho, you are truly wonderful. Zyabulai's arms instinctively found their place around her waist as they embraced. After a moment's pause, Zyabulai said, Shiho, you should go wash up now. I can take care of the remaining dishes. He released her, rolling up his sleeves, ready to assume his duties in the kitchen. All right, I'll go take a shower. She replied, the soup has been simmering for an hour and a half, so you can start adding the seasonings. Shiho naturally removed her apron, draping it over Zyabulai and fastening it around him. After casually briefing him on the kitchen tasks, she turned and returned to the bedroom to fetch her clothes for a bath. Shabuli's culinary skills were remarkable, and he swiftly completed the remaining tasks left by Shiho with effortless ease. As he opened the pot of soup that had been simmering for 2 hours, an enticing aroma wafted through the air, filling the entire kitchen and igniting his appetite. The chicken in the soup was tender and succulent. With a mere flick of his chopsticks, the meat began to separate from the bone, presenting a most appetizing sight. He then retrieved a large bowl from the cupboard, preparing to ladle out the soup. Meanwhile, Shiho emerged from the bathroom, a towel in hand, drying her hair. Upon entering the living room, she was greeted by a table set with 3 exquisite dishes and a fragrant soup, a feast for the senses. Shabuli was busy in front of the rice cooker, dishing out white rice. Shiho, are you done? Drying your hair like that won't suffice. Come here, and I shall use the hairdryer on you, lest you catch a cold. He called out as he exited the kitchen, noticing Shiho still attending to her hair. He hastily set aside the rice and made his way to the sofa, plugging in the hairdryer. Just a quick blow will do. Otherwise, the dishes will cool, and that would be unfortunate, he added. Shiho naturally settled onto the sofa, awaiting Shabuli's assistance. Understood. I will be swift, he assured her, kneeling slightly on the sofa as he began to dry her hair. Shiburi frequently styles Shiho's hair, exhibiting remarkable skill in his technique. The warm air from the hairdryer is perfectly distanced from her scalp, neither scorching it by being too close nor dispersing ineffectively by being too far. The gentle warmth caresses Shiho's chestnut-hued waves and the fragrant aroma of shampoo and body wash. Remnants of her recent bath envelopes Shiburi, creating an intoxicating atmosphere. The subtle scent, combined with the heat of the air and the sight of the freshly bathed Shiho, inevitably evokes a sense of thirst in Shiburi, prompting him to swallow instinctively. Given the brevity of Shiho's hair, it dries swiftly, and soon they find themselves seated at the dining table, ready to indulge in their evening meal. The chicken soup is rich and flavorful, with the meat tenderly simmered. After a bowl of the comforting broth, Shiburi feels a warm glow enveloping his body, a sensation of pure contentment. Once the meal concludes, Shiho retreats to the bedroom to read, leaving Shiburi to tackle the remaining household chores. With Shiho absent from the living room, Shiburi's pace quickens as he completes the tasks at hand, and before long, he finishes. He hastily showers and dashes into the bedroom. Upon leaping onto the bed, he startles Shiho, who is quietly engrossed in her book, causing it to fly from her hands. In response, Shiho instinctively reaches out, playfully twisting at Shiburi's waist. Yet, before she can apply any force, he envelopes her in a tight embrace. Shibuli was utterly enamored with Shiho, and whenever he found a moment of leisure, his thoughts would invariably drift to being close to her. Embracing the fragrant and soft Shiho, Shibuli felt an overwhelming sense of contentment within. In Shiho's presence, Shibuli resembled a devoted little puppy, eager to snuggle with its master. The following morning, warm sunlight filtered through the delicate clouds, weaving its way through the tangled branches, illuminating the walls of the apartment building with a dazzling brilliance that pervaded the spring day. As time gently progressed, the sunlight gradually seeped through the window, casting shimmering fragments of light upon the flawless, pale faces of Shibuli and Shiho. The radiant sunbeams stirred the two from their dreamy slumber. Did we perhaps sleep in a bit too late today? Shiho spoke with a hint of languor. Her eyes merely slitted open as she glanced at the sun before turning back to nestle into Shibuli's embrace. Shiburi, still in a drowsy state, had not fully opened his eyes when he sensed an unfamiliar presence burrowing into his embrace. Upon opening his eyes, he discovered it was his beloved Shiho. He lowered his head and gently pressed his lips to her forehead, bestowing upon her a tender good morning kiss. However, as it was the weekend, both found themselves unsuccessful in rising from their slumber, particularly Shiburi, who had succumbed to a profound sleep. When he finally awakened, he instinctively reached out beside him, only to find the sheets cold. It appeared that Shiho had risen long before him. Shiburi struggled to rise, glancing around the room, perplexed by the absence of Zhihui in the bedroom. He sat on the bed in a daze, searching for her with his gaze. Only upon confirming that Zhihui was indeed not in the bedroom did he lazily descend from the bed. Upon reaching the living room, he discovered Zhihui seated on the sofa, her head bowed as she seemed lost in thought. Shiburi had just awakened, yet his mind remained in a hazy state of confusion. Without much contemplation, he ambled towards Shiho, effortlessly crossing over the sofa to enfold her in his embrace. The two of them reclined together on the couch, enveloped in a moment of tranquility. Zyabuli lay on the sofa, holding she close, his eyes once again fluttering shut. Yet, after a few moments, he suddenly felt a dampness on his chest, jolting him awake as he turned to gaze at she. She was crying, her tears soaking into his clothing, the fabric chilling slightly from the moisture. But it was his heart that felt colder, for she's tears pained him deeply. What is it, she? What has happened? He asked gently, drawing her into his embrace. My sister just called me, she replied, her voice choked with emotion. I've been progressing quickly in my studies abroad, and the organization allowed her to reach out to me. She looked up at Zyabulai, her face a portrait of sorrow. Did your sister call you? That's wonderful news, you silly girl. Why are you crying? Upon hearing this, Zyabulai felt a wave of relief wash over him, grateful that no unfortunate event had transpired. He began to console she. I miss my sister so much. What should I do? She's tears flowed anew, cascading down her cheeks and dripping onto Zyabulai's hands. Everything will be all right. In just a couple of years, we will return, and you will see your sister again. Please, do not cry. Zyabulai spoke in a soothing tone, akin to that used for a child. But, she sobs came in gasps, her breath hitching. But what? You spoke with your sister, what did you talk about? I haven't seen her in such a long time, and am curious about what she is up to, Zyabulai asked, tightening his hold on her as he attempted to change the subject. She told me so many things. She is studying too, using the name Hirota Yoshimi. She's like a normal student now, free from the organization's watchful gaze. She even shared stories about her vibrant campus life. She began to speak animatedly about her conversation with her sister, successfully diverting her attention from her earlier distress. Isn't that wonderful? Your sister is experiencing her university life. And you are too, with me by your side. Zyabulai continued to comfort her indulgently. Why? She suddenly called out Zyabulai's name. What is it? He inquired, a hint of confusion in his voice. I told my sister, she said, her demeanor shifting to one of shyness. Told her what? Zyabulai's mind was still trying to catch up. You idiot. I told her about us, she retorted, her tone playful yet serious. Oh, is that so? So, does this mean I've met the family? Zyabulai exclaimed, excitement bubbling within him. Why, you're such a fool, she said, crossing her arms and staring at him. Ah, I apologize. He laughed, surrendering to her teasing. So, what did you tell your sister about me? Curiosity piqued. Zyabulai wondered what she had shared with her sister. He felt a pang of regret for having been so deeply asleep that he had missed their phone call. As a skilled assassin, he prided himself on his vigilance. But with she by his side, he found himself utterly relaxed, perhaps too much so. Humph. She turned her head away, dismissing him with a huff. Come on, don't be upset. Tell me, please. Zyabulai pleaded, circling around her like an insistent fly. I told my sister that a lecherous man confessed to me and then forcibly kissed me, and that I reluctantly ended up with him, she said, turning her head away in a mock display of annoyance. Did you really say that? Your sister will think poorly of me. How could you say such a thing? What will I do to salvage my reputation? Zyabulai panicked, his mind racing as he began to sweat, pacing anxiously. Enough. Stop moving. You're making me dizzy, she said, grabbing his arm and pulling him back to the sofa. But if your sister thinks ill of me, I fear she won't support our relationship, Zyabulai said. Worry etched across his face. My sister thinks you are a wonderful person, someone deserving of my love, she replied, her cheeks tinged with pink as her gaze flitted around the room. Really? Zyabulai asked, still somewhat bewildered. You are such a fool, she reiterated, looking directly at him. But you said, he began, wishing to continue the conversation. Enough. Your worries are unfounded. I'm hungry, so go prepare something to eat, she interrupted, swiftly changing the subject. All right, Zyabulai said, scratching the back of his head in confusion as he wandered toward the kitchen to prepare a meal for she. As he began cooking, she finally relaxed, using her cool palm to cover her flushed face. Embarrassment flooded her cheeks as she recalled her conversation with her sister, where she had spoken of Zyabulai. Despite her playful complaints about his clinginess, her sister had smiled joyfully, sensing the love in she's words. It was a tale of two children enamored with one another. As she recounted the moments of the past year with Zyabulai, she felt her affection for him deepening. Her sister had said, "Why is a wonderful person? I can feel that he loves my sister dearly, and my sister loves him just as much. I can't wait to see my dear she in a wedding dress." Recalling her sister's teasing words, she felt a mix of embarrassment and delight as she gazed at Zyabulai, imagining the whimsical image of herself in a bridal gown. How could her sister jest about such things when she was only 16? Even if she were to marry Zyabulai, it wouldn't be any time soon. Her cheeks still warm, she headed to the bathroom to splash cold water on her face. The chilly water washed over her, dispelling the heat and replacing it with a refreshing coolness. She stared at her reflection in the mirror, pondering the uncertain future that lay ahead for them as members of the organization. Yet, she harbored a deep yearning for the day when she and Zyabulai would find their happiness together. There is not much left in the fridge. So since you said you were hungry, I've made some noodles for you. Eat first, and I'll go grocery shopping later, Zyabulai called from the kitchen, donning an apron and wielding a spatula. Okay, let us have noodles for lunch, she replied, quickly wiping her face dry as she emerged from the bathroom. I'll start cooking now. Upon hearing Shihui's response, Shabri turned back to the kitchen to resume his tasks. Meanwhile, Kaimu and Ilian were aboard a passenger plane, en route to a small island. While queuing to board, Kaimu noticed a gentle elderly gentleman leisurely walking through the first-class fast track, accompanied by a well-dressed man in his 50s, whose firm stride suggested he might be the elder's son or possibly a bodyguard, though considering his age, it was more likely he was indeed the son. Kaimu couldn't help but internally criticize his frugal older brother Shabri for not providing any funds for their journey. Reluctant to suffer the indignity of flying economy class, Kaimu decided to book business class for himself and Ilian. The island, while seemingly an unremarkable tourist destination, concealed beneath its surface a training ground for an organization that cultivated assassins. High-ranking members like Shabri and Kaimu occasionally recruited individuals with remarkable talents or special abilities for their own purposes. Thus, this training base existed underground, and Kaimu was tasked by Shabri to escort Ilian there for training. Perhaps due to her infrequent flying experience, Ilian appeared restless after takeoff, seemingly unsettled by the sensation of weightlessness, gripping her knees tightly as if the plane might plummet at any moment. Noticing her pale and anxious expression, Kaimu reached out to gently pat her shoulder, attempting to convey reassurance without uttering comforting words, which he was not adept at. Ilian sensed Kaimu's kindness and nodded slightly to indicate she was all right, and once more, a silence enveloped them. An hour later, as the plane ascended to cruising altitude, the journey became progressively smoother, allowing Ilian to gradually relax, closing her eyes for a much-needed rest, as the flight would extend for several hours. Their journey required over 20 hours to reach the training base, as the island's remote location made commercial flights inconvenient. This was also a reason for the island's lack of popularity, as most visitors were wealthy individuals traveling by private jets. However, Shabri was notoriously stingy, displaying generosity only towards Shihui, which meant he provided Kaimu no funds whatsoever, merely delegating the responsibility of Ilian to him. Kaimu, feeling resigned yet unhurried, opted for the passenger flight. Ilian, having been tense for the past hour, soon fell asleep. Suddenly, Kaimu felt a weight on his shoulder and instinctively glanced down, realizing their heads were close enough for him to catch a faint whiff of the shampoo in Ilian's hair. Gazing at her serene, flawless face, reminiscent of a sleeping beauty, he felt a wave of warmth and dryness in his throat. Struggling to maintain composure, he shook his head gently to stay alert. Despite years of hardship, Ilian's skin bore no blemishes, her complexion a gift from above, though her frailness hinted at a life of insufficient nourishment. Kaimu quietly observed her as time ticked by. Suddenly, a few men stood up not far from their seats, casually dispersing. Kaimu, ever perceptive, sensed something amiss. Their strategic positions allowed them to observe all passengers in the cabin. He narrowed his eyes, silently scrutinizing the men, unwilling to intervene, yet remaining tense and ready to act. Minutes later, gunfire erupted from the rear of the cabin, igniting chaos among the passengers, who began to panic, glancing around in fear. The men who had dispersed now brandished weapons, commanding the passengers to remain seated. Everyone stay down. Anyone who dares to leave their seat will meet a grim fate. One of the men bellowed, asserting control over the cabin. The fray caused by those attempting to rise was swiftly quelled as one man brutally forced them back into their seats. The cabin fell into a hushed terror. Passengers curled up in fear, trembling, as the ominous sound of footsteps and sporadic gunfire reverberated through the air. Ilian awoke in fright at the sound of the gunfire, her body trembling and her face betraying sheer terror. However, years of conditioning taught her that screaming would only draw attention to herself, so she stifled her fear, covering her mouth. Kaimu, witnessing her composure amidst her fear, felt a newfound respect for her ability to manage her emotions in such dire circumstances. Suddenly, the curtain at the rear of the cabin was drawn open, capturing the attention of everyone, including the armed men. Two imposing figures entered, dragging along a security personnel, leaving a gruesome trail of blood behind. The sight was harrowing, accentuated by the blood-stained machetes they wielded. Upon reaching the center of the cabin, they discarded the body, its forehead marked by a bullet hole, further instilling dread in the remaining passengers. One of the thugs gestured for the dispersed men to approach him, confirming Kaimu's assumption that they were part of the same group. The atmosphere became suffocating as male passengers averted their gazes, while female passengers stifled their cries. tears streaming down their faces, filling the cabin with muffled sobs. Among them was Ilian, who, unlike Kaimu, struggled to maintain her composure in such a harrowing situation. "Boss, is everything under control?" The leader of the cabin's initial men inquired respectfully of one of the thugs. "Yes, we've taken care of the back. The footage has been sent to the authorities. If they refuse to comply with our demands to release our leader, we will ensure that none of you leave this cabin alive. Let us see if they dare to disregard the lives of everyone aboard," the thug replied menacingly. From their words, Kaimu discerned that these men were desperate and exceedingly dangerous. Kemu rubbed his temples and let out a deep sigh. It seemed this incident would not resolve itself easily. There were 6 assailants, 2 of whom were tall and muscular, clearly seasoned fighters trained in high-intensity combat. Moreover, all 6 were armed, and judging by the deceased air marshal, it appeared they had premeditated the murder of the air marshal and the seizure of weapons from the moment they boarded the plane. Intending to control the passengers in the cabin, they would first eliminate the passengers in the rear economy class, where the crowd was large and chaotic. Then film videos to intimidate the authorities, using the passengers in the business class, where Camus was seated, as hostages. The number of passengers in business class was just right, not too many, yet manageable for control. Furthermore, those in business class were typically affluent individuals, and the wealthier one is, the greater the fear of death, leading to a reluctance to cause trouble. Thus, their objective would be achieved. The authorities would be too fearful to gamble with the lives of all the business class passengers, and under public pressure, they might indeed release their captured leader. However, as Camus pondered this, he suddenly sensed something amiss. The passengers in economy class would be eliminated to intimidate the authorities, while a few henchmen were dispatched to control the situation in business class. But what about the first-class passengers? Where had they gone? With this unsettling thought, Camus furrowed his brow, a sense of foreboding washing over him, as he felt the situation was about to worsen. Sure enough, just as Camus was contemplating this, the leading thug spoke up. "You lot, come over and strip these 2 air marshals of their gear and put it on yourselves, just in case. By the way, where is Bertlam, who was supposed to handle first class? Why isn't he reported back? Didn't we agree on gathering those first-class passengers and bringing them to business class for easier control?" The burly man scowled, his voice booming with anger. "Boss, we were not sure. We've been keeping an eye on the business class passengers," one of the men stammered, clearly frightened after being berated. "Damn it. How can it take so long with so few people in first class? Just a handful of old men. Mansfield, you go with him to check on what is happening in first class. And remember, don't start dragging your feet asking for ransom again. I know you're greedy for money," the leading thug instructed, pointing to one of the men to accompany Mansfield to the first class. "Understood, Vortek. I'm heading there now," Mansfield replied calmly, and then he and another man moved towards the front of the plane. Hearing this, Camus felt a headache coming on. How had he ended up embroiled in such a predicament with 7 armed desperados? If he had known, he would have saved that money and would have taken a helicopter to the island instead. No, he should blame his stingy elder brother for this. Meanwhile, in a classroom at Columbia University in Manhattan, New York, Shabri, feeling an overwhelming sense of boredom, sneezed twice, wondering who could possibly be thinking of him. Perhaps it was Shizahara. Shabri had chosen to study both technical reconnaissance and officer command and tactics, disciplines that aligned well with his background in assassin management, allowing him to navigate his classes with relative ease and avoid the pitfalls of failing due to excessive absences. Although Shabri and Shizahara were often on different academic paths, they occasionally found themselves in classes together, primarily because Shizahara's extensive curriculum meant that their schedules sometimes overlapped. Reflecting on Shizahara, Shabri felt immense admiration for his brilliant girlfriend, especially when he glanced at her tightly packed schedule that left him feeling dizzy. Her timetable included advanced mathematics, physics, biology, chemistry, computer science, medicine, history, nutrition, and anatomy, among numerous other subjects. The school even provided her with specially recorded online lectures from professors to accommodate her overloaded schedule, allowing her to skip attending all classes as long as she passed her final exams. Thus, when it came time for finals, the number of exams Shizahara faced was far greater than Shabri's, almost tenfold, which seemed utterly absurd. Was this the academic prowess of a genius female scientist? In truth, Shabri was not unintelligent. He was merely lazy yet gifted. At just 16, his ability to manage the rigorous coursework of a prestigious institution like Columbia University showcased his academic capabilities, though in comparison to Shizahara, he felt woefully inadequate. In first class, what had become of Bertlam, who had just been berated by the leading thug? Unfortunately, he had already met his demise. What had transpired? Let us return to the beginning. Bertlam, upon receiving a message from his accomplice indicating it was time to act, decisively drew his weapon and stood up, aiming it at a seemingly amiable elderly gentleman. However, before Bertlam could utter a word to threaten the 5 passengers in first class, a bent thumb abruptly appeared at the left side of his neck, delivering a forceful blow that instantly severed his cervical spine. Bertlam crumpled to the floor, his eyes wide open, utterly bewildered by the suddenness of his death. "Sir, are you all right?" "I apologize for the fright," the man in the suit who had executed the swift assassination calmly addressed the elderly gentleman, revealing himself as the elderly man's bodyguard. If Camus had been present, he would have recognized the bodyguard as another skilled assassin. For the essence of an assassin lies in executing a clean, efficient kill. "I am fine, but this aircraft is now very perilous. It is unlikely he acted alone. And he surely possesses a firearm. His accomplices are likely armed as well," the elderly gentleman replied, brushing dust from his sleeves with a composed demeanor. "Indeed. If his partners realize something is amiss and come to investigate first class, we are in deep trouble," the bodyguard remarked, his expression turning serious. The other 3 passengers, witnessing this scene, also stood up in fear. "Everyone, as you can see, we are being hijacked by armed assailants. I need you to quietly return to your seats and pretend as though nothing has happened." The elderly man gently gestured to the others. "Why should we listen to you? We should be calling the air marshals immediately." One ostentatiously dressed passenger, bedecked in fur and gold chains, could not restrain himself from retorting. "Fool, do you truly believe that if he has the audacity to stand and brandish a weapon to control us, the air marshals are still alive? That gun was likely taken from a dead air marshal. If you call for help now, do you intend to alert the snake before it strikes? If they discover their comrade has been killed in first class, they may very well slaughter everyone here in their fury. Do you believe that?" The elderly man maintained a placid demeanor, yet his narrowed eyes and calm tone conveyed an undeniable authority that brooked no dissent. Hearing the elderly man's words, the ostentatious passenger fell silent, lowering his head, intimidated by the elder's presence, evidence of a coward who preyed on the weak. "All right then. Everyone return to your seats and act as if nothing is amiss. I will leave the rest to my bodyguard." Witnessing the nouveau riche fall silent, the elderly gentleman once again instructed the other 3 passengers in first class to return to their seats. Subsequently, he reclined in his own seat, closed his eyes, and quietly rested. Clearly, he entrusted the ensuing events to the man in the suit. After observing the elderly man settle down, the suited individual glanced at the unconscious Bert Lame on the floor, hoisted him back into his original seat, and covered him with a blanket, feigning that Bert Lame was sound asleep. He then casually picked up the handgun that had fallen from Bert Lame's grasp, checked the ammunition, and tucked the firearm into the small of his back. Once this was accomplished, the suited man returned to his position beside the elderly gentleman, near the aisle, produced a small fruit knife, and took an apple from the first-class fruit basket, pretending to peel it. In truth, his gaze darted around the cabin, his mind acutely focused, his body tense, gripping the fruit knife tightly, poised to spring into action at any moment. Soon after, they faintly heard gunfire from the rear. Although the economy class was some distance away from first class, the gunshots were still audibly stark, indicating that the assailants were slaughtering the passengers in economy class. I surmised that once they finished with economy class, they would turn their attention to business class, which might already be under the control of their cohorts. Once the gunfire ceased and their tasks were fulfilled, they would likely send someone to investigate the stillness in first class. The suited man exchanged a glance with the elderly gentleman and asked, "What are your odds?" After a moment of contemplation, the elderly gentleman responded, 40%. The fact that they can control the entire aircraft, economy, business, and first class, suggests that they either possess considerable strength or outnumber us significantly. I estimate that, including the thug controlling first class, they have at least 10 individuals. The suited man paused, reflecting on the elderly gentleman's assessment, before replying, 40%? That success rate is alarmingly low. It is perilous. The elderly gentleman narrowed his eyes, his expression inscrutable. If I can eliminate the individual sent to check on first class without alerting the other thugs in business class, my chances could rise to 60%. After pondering for a moment, the suited man remarked, "That will depend on your capabilities. I have paid a substantial sum to ensure your protection. Do not let me down." The elderly gentleman closed his eyes again and softly assured him, "Rest assured, my lord, I will not disappoint you. I shall certainly justify your investment. The atmosphere in first class fell into silence once more, until, after a considerable time, they heard the sound of the cabin door opening, followed by the curtains of first class being drawn back. Bert Lame, you wretch, sleeping at a time like this, do you seek death? It was Mansfield, sent to inspect the situation in first class. Upon entering, he spotted Bert Lame reclining comfortably on the sofa, seemingly in a deep slumber. Enraged, Mansfield yelled, hastening towards Bert Lame, yanking the blanket off him, and grasping his collar, ready to deliver a blow. Suddenly, Mansfield felt a chill run down his spine, his hairs standing on end. Yet, his reaction was too slow. Before he could turn around, a fruit knife swiftly plunged into his throat from behind. Simultaneously, the thug accompanying Mansfield, preparing to shout, was silenced by the swift hand of the suited man, who pressed his mouth shut and pushed him to the ground, following up with a punch that shattered the thug's throat. This sequence of actions transpired in a mere breath. The suited man turned back just as Mansfield released his grip on Bert Lame's collar, the knife embedded in his throat, blood gushing forth and splattering onto the already lifeless Bert Lame. Mansfield staggered backward, and the suited man deftly maneuvered to catch him, easing him down to the floor to avoid drawing attention from the assailants in economy class. After dragging Mansfield to an inconspicuous corner, where blood continued to pool around him, the suited man looked up at the cabin door, noting no immediate reaction. He exhaled a subtle sigh of relief, then rose and retrieved the handgun from his waist, checking the chamber. With light, silent steps, he positioned himself in a blind spot near the door, gripping the firearm tightly, fingers poised on the trigger, his body and ear pressed against the door, listening intently for sounds from the business class beyond, ever ready for action. On the other side, Camus was also searching for an opportunity. He glanced at the lifeless body of the air marshal in the business class aisle, finding it somewhat ironic that the assailants had utilized the air marshal's weapons and equipment, only for the air marshals themselves to be slain by their own firearms. At that moment, the burly leader, Voigt, fixated on the computer in his hands, suddenly erupted into boisterous laughter. The passengers in business class, including Camus, turned to look at the jubilant Voigt, too intimidated to voice their thoughts. One of the lead thugs approached Voigt, asking, "How is it, Brother Voigt? Have we succeeded? Has our boss been freed by the authorities?" The thug, clenching his fists in excitement, awaited Voigt's response. "Ah, indeed. They dared not act, for we still hold half the plane's passengers as hostages," Voigt boasted triumphantly. "Marvelous. Our plan has succeeded." The thug rejoiced at Voigt's confirmation. "To guard against any deceit, I instructed them to have our boss call me once he was safely free from their control. Now, we simply await the call from our boss," Voigt proclaimed, reveling in his perceived triumph. As the plan had progressed significantly, Voigt's vigilance began to wane, and he leisurely wandered about business class, eagerly awaiting his boss's call to indicate it was time to don parachutes and exit the aircraft. With his spirits soaring, Voigt was brimming with confidence. Observing the jubilant thugs, the passengers in business class, realizing the assailants' plan had succeeded and that their leader had been released by the authorities, began to feel a glimmer of hope for their own safety. All except Camus, who, upon witnessing the elation of the thugs, felt a sinking despair. It appeared the assailants' plan had indeed succeeded. How would they handle the passengers in business class? Would they annihilate the plane to eliminate all witnesses, ensuring none who had seen their faces would remain? Or would they honorably depart via parachute? If it were Camus, he would undoubtedly opt to destroy the cockpit, causing the plane to plummet, then escape by parachute. From the perspective of a killer, such an approach would be the simplest and most expedient way to avoid future complications. But what of the desperate hijackers? Camus did not believe that the fierce bandits before him, who had just slaughtered the entire economy class, were any kinder than himself. Damn it, he thought, furrowing his brow as he contemplated a way to break the deadlock. He despised the feeling of having his life slip from his grasp. He dared not gamble on the choices these bandits might make, pondering what to do next instead of remaining passive. It struck him as odd that Mansfield had yet to return. Perhaps some wealthy old man in first class had paid him off to save his own skin, considering how Mansfield was known to be a miser. As Voigt strolled leisurely through business class, he suddenly recalled Mansfield's absence. "Hey, you. Yes, you," he called to the nearest bandit, pointing toward the first-class door. "Go check on what Mansfield is up to. He better not be brokering a deal with those wealthy old men." Voigt did not think that Mansfield, who was of comparable strength, could find himself in any trouble with only a few elderly gentlemen in first class. The only possibility was that he was negotiating or had struck a deal with them, given Mansfield's notorious past. Indeed, Something felt amiss in first class, Camus mused. He had just heard Voight mention that only a few old men were present. Yet he distinctly remembered an amiable elderly gentleman accompanied by a sharply dressed man when he boarded. Though the man's hair was thinning and streaked with gray, Camus recalled the evident wear on his hands, suggesting he was no stranger to handling firearms. Even if he were not a bodyguard, a man of some strength would likely not sit idly by. Observing Voight summon another bandit to leave, Camus noted that there were now only 3 bandits in business class, including Voight. A glimmer of opportunity sparked in Camus' eyes. He fixated on Voight, waiting for him to pass by so he could seize the moment, snatch the gun from his hand, and use his robust frame to shield himself from the bullets of the other 2 bandits. With the gun in his possession, everything would fall into place. However, Voight did not approach him, as he had deliberately chosen a secluded seat in business class to avoid disturbance. Now, this choice posed a problem. Without creating some sort of distraction, Voight was unlikely to come near. Camus glanced at Eileen's face, and a plan began to form in his mind. He subtly tugged at her sleeve, signaling her to lean closer, and sensing his touch, Eileen looked puzzled but complied. If they succeed in their plan, they will likely blow up the plane and parachute away. They have not donned masks, so everyone on board has seen their faces. Erasing witnesses is the most straightforward and permanent solution. I do not believe these murderers are any more benevolent than I am. We cannot remain passive. There are only 3 of us in business class. Can you find a way to lure the strongest bandit over here? Camus whispered his analysis and plan into Eileen's ear, keeping an eye on the bandit's movements. Listening to Camus' analysis, Eileen felt a chill run down her spine. She had initially shared the same naive belief as the other business class passengers, thinking that the bandits would honor their word and depart swiftly, feeling relieved. Now, hearing Camus, she realized that these ruthless criminals might not hold to their promises. She also reflected that those around Chablis were no mere fools, but rather elites. Even if they did not match his caliber. What should I do, Camus? Eileen whispered back, leaning closer to him. As she did, her gentle breath and flowing hair brushed against his ear, sending a shiver through him. Her beauty and the fragrance she wore stirred something within him. With a firm resolve, Camus pinched his own thigh hard enough to bruise, reminding himself to remain rational and restrained, especially in such a perilous situation. Start crying. And do so loudly to attract their attention. Take off your hat and reveal your face. Let the leading bandit see you. If you can draw him over here, we stand a chance. Camus calmly laid out his plan, maintaining an outward composure. All right, I understand, Eileen replied earnestly. She removed her hat, allowing her golden hair to cascade beautifully down her back. Taking a moment to collect her emotions, she began to weep softly, her sobs growing louder by the second. Her cries soon captured Voight's attention. As he ambled through the corridor, he suddenly heard the sound of a woman weeping and turned to follow it, spotting Eileen in a discreet corner of business class. Her exquisite face, both innocent and alluring, was streaked with tears, a sight that drove men wild with desire and compassion. Voight's gaze turned fervent, filled with lust and a crazed possessiveness as he hurried toward Eileen. My dear, you are truly breathtaking. I have never seen such beauty, he exclaimed, his eyes betraying his intentions. As he bent down to reach for her flawless face with his greasy hand, Camus seized the moment. In an instant, Camus' hand transformed into a claw and struck toward Voight's throat. Lost in his admiration for Eileen, Voight had let his guard down, completely unprepared for the sudden strike from the seemingly harmless Camus. In that fleeting moment, Camus crushed Voight's windpipe, supporting the limp body of Voight as it began to collapse. With a glance at Eileen, he signaled her to quickly retrieve Voight's gun. Understanding his cue, Eileen swiftly felt around Voight's body until her fingers found the weapon tucked at his lower back. She promptly handed the gun to Camus, who felt a wave of relief wash over him as he gripped it. Hold him up for me while I check the weapon, Camus instructed, and Eileen quickly complied, using both hands to prop up Voight's body, keeping it in a half-bent position. The remaining 2 bandits in business class glanced at the peculiar sight of Voight, still hunched in the corner. Under the impression that he was engaged in something with Elaine, he refrained from making any noise or approaching to interrupt. After Elaine took possession of Voight's lifeless body, Camus finally found himself with free hands. He first inspected his handgun and then chambered around. Concealed by the seats in front, he surveyed the positions of the 2 henchmen, seeking an opportunity when both would cease their movements. For a stationary target is always easier to hit than a moving one. At last, the 2 henchmen wandered about aimlessly before stopping to survey their surroundings. Seizing the opportunity, Camus fired, striking the closer henchman squarely in the head. He quickly turned his gun towards the other henchman, but in his haste, he missed and only managed to graze the henchman's shoulder. The injured henchman, startled and in excruciating pain, prepared to retaliate. But he was swiftly dispatched by the suit-clad man emerging from first class. It turned out that Voight's subordinate, upon entering first class, was discovered alone by the suited man, who refrained from firing and instead delivered a powerful blow with the butt of his gun, rendering the henchman unconscious, subsequently dragging him aside to deliver a fatal blow. Remaining in the visual blind spot near the first-class door, he awaited further developments. Not long after, the sound of gunfire erupted from the business class, prompting the suited man to react immediately, realizing that someone was resisting within. He opened the cabin door cautiously, observing the situation, and saw that Camus had already eliminated one henchman but had only wounded the other, who was situated not far from the door to first class. Without hesitation, the suited man approached and dispatched the injured henchman, whose attention was fixed elsewhere. With the last henchman on the aircraft eliminated, the suited man rose slowly and met Camus' gaze. They exchanged a moment of silent understanding before averting their eyes and tending to their respective tasks. The suited man informed the captain in the cockpit that the threat had been neutralized and requested an immediate landing at the nearest airport. Meanwhile, Camus reassured the passengers in business class that the plane would soon land, signaling them to remain calm, though strangers to one another. The two men shared a tacit understanding of their next steps after the chaos. Perhaps it was the unspoken bond that exists among assassins, or simply a mutual recognition between Camus and the suited man. After calming the passengers, Camus returned to his seat, awaiting the plane's descent. "Elaine, you performed admirably. Your execution of the task was exceptional," Camus remarked to the young woman beside him. "Really? That's wonderful." Elaine beamed with delight at the praise from the professional assassin. Before long, the plane touched down at the nearest airport. Although Camus had acted heroically, he wished to avoid any unnecessary complications arising from the ordeal. As soon as the aircraft landed and the authorities had yet to react, Camus hurriedly prepared to leave with Elaine. At the cabin door, they unexpectedly encountered the amiable elderly gentleman and the suited man with whom they had just fought in concert. After a brief silence, the suited man spoke. "The elder expresses his profound gratitude for your assistance. Should you require help in the future, do not hesitate to seek us out. We shall assist you to the best of our abilities." Though relaying the elder's sentiments, there was a hint of genuine gratitude in the suited man's tone. For without Camus and Elaine, he could not have resolved the hijacking so effortlessly. "No need for thanks, sir. We were merely acting in self-defense," Camus replied with a smile. After exchanging glances with the suited man, he and Elaine swiftly departed the airport. Once outside, exhaustion washed over Camus, and he suddenly felt that matters which could be resolved with money should not be made overly complex. In truth, he was not lacking in funds. As an elite assassin operating in the bustling Manhattan district, his accumulated wealth was substantial, verging on opulence. However, he believed that unnecessary expenses should be avoided, especially when not reimbursed by his superiors. Thus, while Chablis was stingy, Camus was not in need. Camus retrieved his phone and dialed Chablis' number. "What is it, Camus? Have you arrived on the island? Why are you calling me out of the blue?" Chablis' voice came through the line, sounding relaxed and cheerful. This demeanor irked Camus, who had just endured a life-and-death hijacking incident, causing him to furrow his brow as he recounted the events that had transpired on the plane. "Well, Camus, I have faith in your abilities. You managed to resolve the situation effortlessly, didn't you?" "No need to dwell on the details," Chablis replied, somewhat defensively, after hearing Camus' grievances. "While the matter was resolved, it was an unnecessary ordeal for us. If you had allocated the proper funds, we would not have faced such a predicament," Camus stated matter-of-factly. Chablis was unable to discern whether Camus was angry or pleased, but the knowledge that a lack of funding had placed them in danger made him feel guilty. For Camus, who had worked alongside Chablis for so long, this guilt was precisely what he sought, as it would allow him to negotiate more firmly. "Ah well, now that you're out of the airport, I can allocate more funds to you. How about you and Elaine take a helicopter to the island?" Chablis suggested hesitantly. "Yes, that would be necessary, as I killed someone on the plane, and flying again would attract official scrutiny. Though it was an act of heroism, being detained would be quite troublesome and a waste of time," Camus replied nonchalantly. "All right, I will transfer the funds to your account now," Chablis conceded, realizing he had little choice in the matter. "Thank you, Chablis," Camus responded coolly. "How much will the helicopter cost?" Chablis inquired. "Oh, not much, just $10 million, Camus replied. maintaining his composure. 10 million. 10 million? In dollars? Chablis exclaimed, momentarily taken aback by the price. Indeed. Didn't you say to allocate more funds as compensation for us? Camus feigned confusion in his tone. A long silence followed on the other end of the line. Fine. 10 million it is, Chablis gritted his teeth. Thank you, Chablis. Please expedite the transfer so we can depart, Camus urged, feigning ignorance to Chablis' strained tone. After hanging up, a glimmer of amusement danced in Camus' eyes. He felt a surge of satisfaction at having managed to extract funds from Chablis. Eileen could distinctly sense Camus' buoyant steps, which significantly uplifted her spirits. Camus, do you think it's really appropriate to trick Chablis like this? Eileen cautiously inquired. Fear not, it's all in good fun. Your brother Chablis is a remarkable man. He won't hold it against us, Camus replied, chuckling heartily as he patted Eileen's shoulder, a rare broad smile gracing his face. The two made their way to a nearby CAF, where, despite the funds from Chablis still not having arrived, Camus was already using his phone to arrange for a helicopter. The recent hijacking incident had left Camus utterly exhausted, both physically and mentally, as it was an entirely unwarranted ordeal. This time, he resolved to abandon frugality. Any situation that could be resolved with cash would no longer be met with time. After all, money could be earned again, but once life is lost, wealth becomes meaningless. The ploy against Chablis was merely a means of retaliation for his overdue funds. Just after Camus had finalized the helicopter arrangements, Chablis' funds arrived rather promptly. As once he agreed, he typically followed through efficiently. Subsequently, Camus and Eileen exited the CAF and hailed a taxi. Driver, please take us to this address as swiftly as possible. We are pressed for time. Thank you, Camus instructed, handing the driver his phone displaying the address, which led to a vast helicopter landing pad. Oh, certainly. Rest assured, I'll take the shortcut, and we'll arrive in no time, the driver responded, clearly familiar with the route. That would be ideal. Thank you, driver, Camus replied with a smile. An hour later, the taxi had left the city behind and arrived at the designated location. The driver indeed knew the way well, managing to complete the journey in just an hour instead of the expected hour and a half. Upon arrival, Camus not only paid the fare but also graciously tipped the driver generously in appreciation. Since the hijacking incident, Camus had adopted a more generous approach, feeling that saving money was futile when life was fleeting. After disembarking, Camus led Eileen to the landing pad, where a helicopter awaited them, seemingly having been there for quite some time. Camus, you've arrived, exclaimed one of the co-pilots as they hurried down to respectfully greet both Camus and Eileen. Yes. Let us expedite things. We've been delayed for far too long, and our scheduled arrival at the island has been significantly pushed back. Camus waved his hand dismissively. Understood. Brother, the co-pilot acknowledged, ushering them aboard the helicopter. Once inside, Camus, who had been tense throughout the ordeal, finally allowed himself to relax somewhat, leaning back in his seat with crossed arms, closing his eyes to gather his thoughts. After what felt like an eternity, the helicopter glided smoothly over the sea before finally landing, the sound indicating their arrival. Camus slowly opened his eyes to behold the same picturesque island he had seen years prior, its beauty still intact. He yawned, rubbing his temples as he stepped down from the helicopter, with Eileen closely following. They traversed a vast garden before entering an unassuming villa. Camus lifted the living room carpet to uncover a discreet black hole in the floor. With a firm push, he unveiled a sophisticated palm print and keypad lock hidden beneath. Demonstrating remarkable familiarity, Camus placed his palm on the lock, and after a successful verification, he entered the code on the keypad. As the locking mechanism disengaged, a concealed passageway was revealed. Camus gestured for Eileen to follow him. As they entered the passage, the floor automatically sealed behind them, and the lights illuminated the elongated corridor. Eileen observed a seemingly infinite tunnel as they walked for about 5 minutes through its winding path, until Camus halted before a grand door. Upon opening it, the room inside appeared barren, save for an elevator. Camus approached and pressed the button, which required biometric identification and fingerprint verification to access different floors. Only members with appropriate clearance could enter specific levels. Inside the elevator, Camus verified his fingerprint and selected the third basement floor. I will assist in registering your identity shortly. For now, you will only have access to the third floor. Is that understood? Camus turned to Eileen. Oh, yes, understood, Eileen replied, still reeling from the shock of discovering such an extraordinary world hidden beneath the seemingly ordinary island and villa. Eileen's curiosity piqued as she pondered the scale of this vast underground facility, which served merely as a training base for ordinary members. Before she could dwell too long on her thoughts, the elevator doors opened on the third basement floor, revealing an astonishing scene that left her even more astounded. Was this truly the third basement of the island? It appeared vast, resembling a small town, complete with living quarters, training areas, dining halls, and armament zones. Seemingly sensing Eileen's astonishment, Camus chuckled and explained, "This is quite extravagant, isn't it? You cannot fathom the extent of the organization's wealth. Is the organization really that affluent?" Eileen gasped in disbelief. "Indeed, the scale of the organization is beyond your imagination, and its wealth is equally unfathomable. Thus, I suggest you refrain from overthinking it and focus on preparing for your training. Strive to become proficient at the earliest opportunity," Camus encouraged with a smile. As they conversed, a one-eyed training instructor approached, calling out to Camus. "Camus, you've kept us waiting far too long. I recall you are usually punctual," the instructor inquired with genuine curiosity. "Oh, don't remind me, Rum. I encountered an unforeseen calamity. A few misguided individuals hijacked our flight," Camus recounted to the bald instructor. "Ah, that is quite unfortunate." Rum burst into laughter upon hearing Camus' misadventure. "Enough laughter. I'm entrusting her to you. You must train her well, as this is also Chabri's directive." Camus indicated Eileen to Rum. "Rest assured, I will take good care of her. You can attend to your matters," Rum assured him. "Eileen, this is your meticulously selected instructor from both Chabri and me. His capabilities and credentials are among the top within the organization," Camus added, turning to Eileen. "Okay. I assure you, Brother Camus, I will exert my utmost effort," Eileen promised, standing tall, her expression earnest. "No need for such solemnity. Come here. This is your teacher, Rum. Learn well from him. I will be observing nearby for a brief moment before I depart. In Manhattan, Brother Chablis undoubtedly still has a multitude of messes awaiting my attention." Camus waved to summon Eileen over. "Hello, Teacher Ram. I look forward to your guidance." Eileen approached and respectfully bowed to Ram. "Ha ha ha, excellent. With such a beautiful and clever apprentice, I shall gladly accept you," Ram replied with a hearty smile. The two of them then engaged in an enthusiastic conversation, seemingly as if they were old friends, completely disregarding Camus' presence. "Irene, are you aware of the fundamental training a killer requires?" Ram slightly raised his head, assuming the role of a teacher. "I do not know. I kindly request your enlightenment, Teacher Ram," Eileen replied earnestly, her eyes wide with anticipation. "As a killer, first and foremost, your combat skills must be exceptional. Additionally, your proficiency with firearms must be impeccable. You must master the use of various weaponry. Furthermore, acquiring intelligence is crucial. You must at least reach the level of an advanced hacker. Your medical skills, document forgery abilities, linguistic talent, disguise techniques, and driving and evasion skills must also meet the standards. And these are merely the basics," Ram elaborated, observing the earnestness of the young girl before him. "I see now. The breadth of knowledge Eileen must acquire is indeed vast, and she must exert herself doubly hard," Eileen reflected. Watching the two engrossed in their earnest discussion, Camus chose not to intrude and instead turned to leave. The helicopter outside awaited his return, and Brother Chablis in Manhattan had a myriad of issues for him to resolve. The master and apprentice were so engrossed in their conversation that they failed to notice Camus' departure. Having observed the pleasant rapport between Eileen and Ram, Camus felt reassured. He retraced his steps and boarded the helicopter they had arrived on. Traveling by helicopter was significantly swifter than the commercial flight they had taken, alleviating a host of unnecessary complications. Indeed, Camus still harbored lingering concerns about the hijacking incident. After a lengthy flight, he finally landed at a secluded private airport on the outskirts of New York City. Without delay, he hastened back to the shop, as his unscrupulous brother had been incessantly messaging him, lamenting and pleading for his return. Why is Chablis so anxiously urging Camus to return? The area under their jurisdiction is intricately complex, with tangled relationships. Chablis, being exceedingly averse to complications, has been neglectful of numerous trivial matters that ought to have been managed by him as the elder brother. Instead, he has been preoccupied with his romantic endeavors with Shio, leaving all responsibilities to Camus. Only when faced with significant issues that Camus cannot handle does Chablis reluctantly intervene. Thus, as the second in command, Camus finds himself laboring under the weight of two roles while receiving a single salary, all without uttering a word of complaint. Chablis has become adept at utilizing Camus, the capable steward, to his advantage. During the days when Camus personally accompanied Elena to seek guidance from Ram, Chablis, deprived of Camus' assistance, was inundated with reports from his subordinates, leaving him overwhelmed and acutely aware of the increased demands on his time. He tearfully yearned for Camus' swift return to liberate him from his burdens. This household cannot possibly function without Camus. What would he do in his absence? This urgency also explains why the typically frugal Chablis unexpectedly granted Camus a generous funding of $10 million. Although he empathizes with Camus' predicament and feels a twinge of guilt, it does not warrant such rapid financial generosity. More crucially, even while attending classes, Chablis has been bombarded with messages from his subordinates requiring him to resolve issues beyond his authority, driving him nearly to madness. It is worth noting that when Camus was present, Chablis enjoyed a leisurely existence filled with indulgences, frequently dining and shopping with Shiho, reveling in a carefree lifestyle. Having now grasped the extent of Camus' workload, Chablis is contemplating a salary increase for him. After all, if the remuneration remains insufficient while the workload is so substantial, what will he do if his junior decides to abandon him? Chablis was lost in thought when the office door suddenly swung open, revealing Camus, the very person he had been obsessively contemplating these past few days. Upon seeing Camus return, Chablis felt an overwhelming surge of emotion, almost wishing to envelop his dear assistant in a heartfelt embrace. "Camus, you have finally returned. Come, I entrust these documents to you. Work diligently, and I shall increase your salary starting next month." Chablis completely disregarded the weary expression etched on Camus' face, promptly pushing him toward a mountain of accumulated paperwork. Now, Chablis, please don't rush. As your elder brother, how could you possibly not know how to handle these documents? Sooner or later, you must learn. Although I am quite fatigued, I shall patiently guide you through the process, Camus replied in a calm and even tone. Yet, Chablis couldn't shake the feeling that there was a glimmer of amusement in Camus' eyes, especially with the slight upturn at the corners of his mouth, which led Chablis to suspect that Camus might be deliberately teasing him. Well, perhaps that isn't necessary. Haven't you always managed these tasks? Chablis said, his gaze drifting, betraying his unease. That is precisely because I never anticipated that you, dear brother, would struggle with these minor issues. These tasks are meant for you to master. Jin would not have placed you in this position if not to cultivate your leadership skills. You cannot perpetually evade responsibility. I cannot remain at your side indefinitely, Camus said matter-of-factly, even invoking Jin's name for emphasis. While Camus' words indeed hinted at an opportunity to jest at Chabris' expense, it was also true that Chabris needed to embrace his responsibilities as a leader. All right, fine. Chabris conceded, feeling cornered by the mention of Jin. He could only reluctantly take a seat on the sofa, gazing at the documents on the coffee table with a sense of despair. Soon after, Camus approached the water dispenser, filled 2 cups, and placed them on the table before sitting beside Chabris. From the office, the sounds of spirited discussions and exchanges resonated. Although Chabris was not particularly fond of studying, he possessed a remarkable ability to learn, and under Camus' tutelage, he even began to articulate unique insights. Camus was taken aback by Chabris' capacity for learning, fully aware of his brother's inherent talent, which had caught Jin's attention and warranted careful nurturing. Meanwhile, in a large supermarket located in Manhattan, Shihoko was pushing a shopping cart. Acutely aware that Chabris had been exceedingly busy these past few days due to Camus' business trip. Thus, she had taken it upon herself to manage household chores. Feeling a pang of empathy for Chabris, who returned home utterly exhausted each day, as she perused the vegetable section, contemplating what to prepare for dinner, she resolved to cook dishes that Chabris dearly loved, wishing to alleviate his burdens. Suddenly, an idea struck her, prompting her to take out her phone to search for recipes. Shihoko recalled the Boston cream pie Chabris had brought back previously, which he had professed to adore. Unfortunately, it had lost its appeal after languishing too long in the library. She had intended to make him one, and since Chabris would not return to the apartment for quite some time, she decided to purchase the ingredients to surprise him with a homemade cake. The thought of Chabris' delighted expression filled her with joy, causing her lips to curve into a smile. Although she had previously asked Chabris to buy some baking supplies, too much time had elapsed, and she wasn't sure if they were still fresh. Resolute, she opted to buy everything anew. The Boston cream pie came in various styles, but the American version was Chabris' favorite. Hence, when researching the ingredients, she focused on acquiring the classic American brands to replicate the authentic taste. With one hand steering the cart, she used the other to scroll through her phone, meticulously selecting the most suitable ingredients and methods, determined to elicit a joyous reaction from Chabris upon seeing her creation. The American Boston cream pie primarily consists of cake flour and fresh cream. So Shihoko's first stop was to procure these essentials, followed by eggs, vegetable oil, milk, vanilla extract, cornstarch, white vinegar, strawberries, and powdered sugar. Before long, her cart brimmed with supplies. Shihoko had purchased double the quantity of every ingredient, just in case her initial attempt was unsuccessful, ensuring she could continue without interruption. Known for her foresight, Shihoko always prepared for the worst, maintaining a contingency plan for all endeavors. However, with her cart overflowing, Shihoko could not continue her shopping as she had hoped. Not only was the cart full, but Shabri was absent, leaving her without a companion to assist with carrying items. Her petite stature limited her ability to manage any additional purchases, compelling her to abandon the idea and head to the checkout. Though the supermarket was not far from the apartment, lugging 2 hefty shopping bags proved a challenge without Shabri's support. Perspiration beaded on her forehead as her hands reddened from the weight of the bags. Upon returning to the apartment, she was breathless, hurriedly placing the bags down and collapsing onto the couch, reflecting on how Shabri had spoiled her, rendering her unable to carry even the lightest loads. Despite merely bringing home a few items, she felt an overwhelming urge to complain to Shabri, only to suppress the thought. Reminding herself that she was preparing a surprise Boston cream pie for him. Leaning against the sofa, she covered her chest, steadying her breath. After a moment, Shihoko rose and began to sort through the shopping bags, transferring the necessary ingredients for the pie to the kitchen shelves for later use. Once everything was in place, she commenced the cake-making process. First, she retrieved a large bowl, added egg yolks and an appropriate amount of sugar, whisking until the sugar dissolved. She then incorporated the freshly purchased vanilla extract, milk, and vegetable oil, mixing them thoroughly. Next, she sifted in the cake flour and continued to stir. For the egg whites, she added a pinch of salt and vinegar, whipping them until frothy. Once all the cake components were ready, she gently folded the meringue into the yolk mixture and filled paper cups to about 2/3 full. Shihoko walked to the oven, preheating it to 180 degrees. Then whipped the fresh cream and diced strawberries in preparation. Once the cake layers were baked and cooled, she carefully removed them from their molds, slicing each layer horizontally. She then placed the whipped cream into a piping bag, decorating the top of the cake with it, and placing the diced strawberries in the center. After adding more cream in the middle and topping it with another cake layer, she spread a final layer of cream before reaching the last step of dusting it with powdered sugar. Once completed, Shihoko placed the cake on a plate and took a spoonful to savor the fruits of her labor. With a slight furrow of her brow, Zhihui sensed that something was still amiss, perhaps due to the imperfection of the proportions in her initial attempt. Contemplating this, she set down the spoon in her hand and stepped out of the living room to glance at the clock. There were still over 2 hours until Shabli returned, leaving her with ample time. Thus, Zhihui proceeded to repeat the steps for making the Boston cream pie. Having gained experience from her first endeavor, her second attempt was markedly smoother, her movements and rhythm flowing with grace. This time, Zhihui adhered strictly to the measurements, even timing her actions down to the second. While the cake baked in the oven, she took the opportunity to prepare the ingredients for dinner, striving to ensure that a hot meal would be ready as soon as Shabli arrived home. To achieve this, she deliberately returned to her bedroom to don her watch, aiming to precisely monitor Shabli's return to the apartment. Tonight, Zhihui was resolute in her determination to surprise Shabli. Meanwhile, as Zhihui busied herself in the kitchen, Shabli found himself overwhelmed by the incessant chatter of Camo. "All right, Shabli, that's enough for today. You seem too distracted to focus, and your efficiency has waned since we began. Besides, I'm feeling quite fatigued," Camo remarked, observing Shabli's perplexed expression. "Well then, Camo," Shabli called out softly. "What is it, Shabli? Shall we continue tomorrow?" "Indeed. You must at least grasp how to manage this area. It's not particularly difficult. With your intellect, I am confident you will master it in just a few days." "Very well, I shall return to the apartment now. Camo, please take care of yourself as well," Shabli replied wearily. "Understood, Shabli," Camo responded, standing and offering a slight bow. When Shiburi returned to his apartment, it was already evening. He patted his now flat stomach, contemplating what provisions he could find in the refrigerator to satisfy his hunger. Typically, Shiburi did not succumb to hunger so swiftly. Perhaps it was the mental exertion from his studies that had drained his vitality, leaving him ravenous far sooner than usual. Upon opening the apartment door, a delightful aroma of vegetables wafted through the air. He walked into the kitchen to find Shiho, donned in a charming pink apron, busily stir-frying. "I didn't come back too late today, did I, Shiho? You needn't have started cooking," he said as he approached her, reaching for the spatula. "No need for that. You've had a tiring day. I'm nearly done with the cooking. You should go take a shower, Shiho replied, deftly evading Shiburi's attempt to take over. Very well then. But be careful not to splatter yourself with oil, Shiburi cautioned, realizing he could not persuade Shiho otherwise. He turned and headed for the bathroom. Once Shiburi was in the washroom, Shiho discreetly glanced at him before retrieving the Boston cream cake she had been secretly thinking of from the refrigerator. She placed it in the center of the dining table and hastened her cooking. Before long, the table was adorned with 3 dishes, a soup, and a small cake. Shiburi's bathing routine was remarkably swift, taking no more than a little over 10 minutes to wash his hair, body, and even cleanse his face with facial wash. Shiho had always been astounded by the rapidity with which boys could bathe. She wondered if they could truly achieve cleanliness or if they merely rinsed off. Yet, the lingering fragrance of shampoo and body wash clung to Shiburi's skin. Although Shiho found it perplexing, her familiarity with Shiburi's bathing speed prompted her to hasten her own preparations. She aimed to set the table with all the dishes before he emerged. The stir-fried dishes were simple home-cooked fare, and the miso soup was nothing out of the ordinary. The Boston cream pie she prepared could not possibly rival those crafted by seasoned pastry chefs in renowned restaurants. Nevertheless, Shiburi was profoundly touched and filled with joy. For this was a heartfelt dinner made with love by Shiho. Upon catching sight of the Boston cream pie on the table, Shiburi fell silent. His tear-filled eyes fixed intently on Shiho. The intensity of his gaze proved unbearable for her, prompting her to speak. What kind of expression is that? You look as if you might weep, Shiho remarked, feigning composure. No, Shiho, I am simply overwhelmed with emotion. My queen has made for me my favorite. The Boston cream pie, Shiburi replied, moving closer to embrace Shiho's slender waist, resting his forehead against hers. The two remained in this intimate position, their foreheads touching. As they absorbed each other's warmth, their gazes intertwining. With their heads so closely aligned, Shiho's breath gently caressed Shiburi's face. Shiburi felt his face tingling as Shiho's breath brushed against him, and he could even detect the unique fragrance of jasmine that emanated from her. This was a scent that only Shiburi could perceive, a delicate aroma that seemed to radiate from Shiho's very essence. Enveloped in her breath, Shiburi found himself entranced. His lips instinctively moving downward, yearning to connect with the source of this intoxicating fragrance. Just as he was about to close the distance, Shiho unexpectedly reached out, wrapping her arms around Shiburi's neck, pulling him forward with a gentle yet firm motion. Their lips met, and the warmth of Shiho's breath, laced with a hint of floral sweetness, caressed Shiburi's face. Having just emerged from a shower, Shiburi suddenly felt an overwhelming heat wash over him, a longing to deepen the kiss initiated by Shiho. However, she withdrew first, leaving Shiburi with the lingering sensation of warmth that had just graced his skin, replaced abruptly by the coolness of the night air. Zyabulai's hand remained suspended in the air, frozen in the motion of just having supported Zhihui's waist. He stared blankly at her, his expression somewhat dazed. At that moment, Zhihui's cheeks were slightly flushed, her gaze evasive. She took a couple of steps forward, then clasped her hands behind her back, turning slightly to glance back at the still-stunned Zyabulai. Come on, hurry up and join me for dinner. The dishes are getting cold, she said, attempting to maintain her composure despite the subtle tremor in her voice. Oh, right, Zyabulai snapped out of his reverie and quickly replied. They then hastened to the dining table and took their seats. Zhihui, what prompted you to make Boston cream pie for me all of a sudden? Zyabulai asked, a hint of excitement in his tone. I promised you last time, but I've been busy in the lab and didn't find the right moment to make it. Since you've been so occupied lately, I thought I'd whip up a cake to reward a certain hard-working gentleman, Zhihui replied, tilting her head slightly, her tone tinged with a playful arrogance. So, it was Zhihui rewarding me for my recent toil in earning a living. I must savor every bite, Zyabulai thought, his gaze fixated on the cake. In the next moment, his hand shot out, aiming directly for the center of the pie. However, Zhihui was quick to swat his hand away, preventing him from indulging in the cake before dinner. If you devour the cake now, how will you manage to eat the rest of the meal? She admonished, her eyes narrowing in a manner that brooked no argument. Dessert comes after dinner. Finish your meal first. All right. Fine, Zyabulai replied, his eyes brimming with mock sorrow as he gazed at Zhihui. She was most susceptible to his puppy dog eyes. And as a result, she relented slightly. I'll allow you a single taste of the cake, but you must eat your dinner first. Do you understand? Zhihui conceded, though not fully. Got it. I understand, Zyabulai exclaimed, promptly grabbing a spoon and scooping a generous portion of the Boston cream pie into his mouth. The delectable sweetness and creamy richness enveloped his senses, leaving him in a state of bliss. Although the texture did not quite match that of the pastry shops, the flavor was nearly indistinguishable. More importantly, it was Zhihui's creation, the finest Boston cream pie in the world. Zhihui, your Boston cream pie is absolutely delicious. It surpasses even the shops, Xiaobuli praised, his mouth still full of cake. Instinctively, he reached for a second spoonful, only to be thwarted once again by Zhihui's swift hand. Didn't I just say you could have one taste before you eat your dinner? Zhihui glared at him, her expression firm. Haha, I'm eating now, right now. Xiaobuli stammered, feeling a twinge of guilt under her watchful gaze. He immediately began to eat his meal. Seeing that Xiaobuli finally settled down to eat, Zhihui relaxed her gaze and picked up her chopsticks, savoring her food with an elegant grace, in stark contrast to Xiaobuli's hurried consumption. She relished the fruits of her labor, taking her time to enjoy each bite. Eventually, Xiaobuli finished his meal in a few swift motions, his attention quickly returning to the cake. He glanced up at Zhihui, his eyes filled with a silent inquiry. Since you finished your dinner, you may indulge, Zhihui said, taking a sip of her tea before speaking slowly. With her approval, Xiaobuli seized the entire cake and began to eat, grinning foolishly as he did so. Zhihui, observing the sight before her, could only shake her head in exasperation as she stood up to tidy the table. Zhihui, you don't need to clean up. I can take care of it once I finish, Xiaobuli said, his mouth still full of cake. No, I'll handle it today. You just focus on enjoying your meal. Zhihui responded, ignoring his protest as she continued to clear the table. Oh, Zhihui, Xiaobuli called out in a childlike tone. Humph, you fool. She shot him a glare as she gathered the dishes and moved to the kitchen to wash them. Noticing her enter the kitchen, Xiaobuli stood up and followed her, holding the cake while taking bites, occasionally feeding her a piece as she washed the dishes. Zhihui opened her mouth instinctively, not even glancing up, well aware of Xiaobuli's nature. When she first met him as a child, she found his clinginess irksome. Yet now, as her affection for him deepened, she found it endearing. By the time Zhihui finished washing the dishes, Xiaobuli had also devoured the last of the cake. Xiaobuli diligently washed the plate he had used for his cake, and then turned around, eager to give Zhihui a loving embrace. However, she deftly sidestepped his advance. Don't bother me. I'm drenched in sweat and need to shower, she replied, not even casting a glance in his direction. With that, she retreated to her bedroom in search of her pajamas before heading to the bathroom. Xiaobuli pouted, a hint of disappointment evident, regretting that he could not bestow his affectionate hug. Subsequently, he returned to the bedroom and lay down. Under normal circumstances, after being thoroughly engaged in learning with Camus, he would have felt utterly exhausted, both physically and mentally. Yet, today, an unusual exhilaration coursed through him. Perhaps it was due to Zhihui's heartfelt dinner, or maybe the delightful Boston cream cake she had prepared, or even the rare kiss she had initiated. In any case, Xiaobuli found himself wide awake, yearning to embrace the fragrant Zhihui. Each time he held her close, an overwhelming sense of satisfaction enveloped him, akin to recharging his spirit. A single warm hug from Zhihui could rejuvenate him entirely. After approximately half an hour, the sound of water ceased from the bathroom, and Zhihui emerged, clad in her pajamas. She settled at the edge of the bed, intending to pick up a book from the nightstand for a brief read before sleep. Suddenly, an exuberant Xiaobuli sprang from behind and scooped her up in a vigorous embrace. The book she had just retrieved slipped from her hands. Tumbling onto the carpet beside the bed, its pages splayed open to the passages she frequently revisited. Suddenly, Shiburi lifted Shiho into his embrace, holding her tenderly. The two settled in the center of the bed. Shiburi pressed closely against Shiho, gently inhaling the lingering scent of her freshly applied shower gel. He then rested his head on her shoulder, nuzzling against her. What are you doing, you pervert? You startled me, Shiho said, a hint of annoyance in her voice, as she often found herself taken aback by Shiburi's sudden gestures. I'm doing nothing but wanting to hold my Shiho, Shiburi replied softly, whispering into her ear from behind. After speaking, he playfully brushed his lips against her earlobe, seemingly finding great amusement in the act, repeating the gesture over and over. As a result, Shiho, feeling the warmth of his touch, suddenly shivered, rendered momentarily speechless. Shiburi looked at Shiho with a hint of curiosity, noticing that her ears were visibly turning red, and her cheeks were a delicate shade of pink, her entire face radiating warmth. Suddenly, Shiburi recalled that a woman's earlobes are often quite sensitive, which might explain why Shiho was so flustered that she could barely articulate her words. Xiaobuli regarded Shiho with a mischievous smile. as if he had stumbled upon some delightful amusement. He leaned closer and gently exhaled into her ear. Startled by the unexpected breath, Shiho jolted. "You again. If you keep this up, I will truly be angry," she exclaimed, covering her ears with her hands and shooting him an indignant glare. All right, my dear Shiho. Do not be upset," he replied, sensing her irritation and quickly attempting to placate her. Humph. Shiho freed herself from his embrace and burrowed into the blankets, turning her back to him in silence. "Shiho," he called, noticing her refusal to engage, and reached out, attempting to draw her closer across the covers. "Don't move. It's time to sleep," she retorted, swatting away his hand. Seeing her resolve, Zyabuli ceased his advances. After a considerable time, Shiho could not resist glancing back, only to find him gazing at her with that same playful smirk. Her cheeks flushed crimson, and in a fit of annoyance, she snatched a pillow and hurled it in his direction. Zyabuli deftly caught the pillow that came flying towards him, then swiftly moved to stand before Jirwei. He embraced her through the quilt, straddling her on top of the bedding, and leaned down, locking his gaze with her deep, affectionate eyes. After a moment, he lifted the quilt and nestled into the warmth beside her, with his right hand cradling the back of her head and his left arm encircling her waist. Jirwei felt a rush of warmth on her face. Just as she was about to utter a word, Zyabuli silenced her with his warm, tender lips. Jirwei sensed his slightly cool tongue gliding into her mouth, and in that fleeting moment of thrill, they forgot everything else, cherishing the beauty of the present. After a long while, their lips parted. "Humph, you lecher," Jirwei exclaimed with a playful huff, though this time her tone carried a hint of shyness, clearly indicating that her earlier anger had dissipated. Shiburi did not respond to Shiho. Instead, he reclined slightly, propping his head with his left hand. With his slender, well-defined right hand, he absent-mindedly played with Shiho's slightly disheveled hair, his gaze intently fixed upon her flawless, porcelain-like visage. Shiburi could not contain himself any longer. He leaned down and placed a tender kiss on Shihoko's cheek before contentedly reclining and embracing her as they drifted into slumber. The cold night sky was adorned with a crescent moon, casting a gentle glow, while the stars twinkled above. The melodic sound of bells rang softly in the distance. Shiburi was roused from his slumber by the insistent chime of his mobile alarm. Groggily, he rose to his feet, realizing that it was Friday, a day when both he and Shiho had classes to attend. He gently shook Shiho, who lay beside him. "Shiho, it's time to wake up, if you don't. We shall be late," he murmured, his eyelids still heavy with sleep. Noticing that Shiho had yet to sit up, he called to her softly once more. However, Shiho paid him no heed, merely curling up into a snug ball. Zyabuli was abruptly roused from her thoughts, suddenly aware that something was amiss. She seemed to be unwell. With urgency, she opened her eyes and glanced at Shi, who lay there with her eyes tightly shut, a fine sheen of sweat glistening on her forehead. Curled up, she clutched her abdomen, appearing to be in considerable pain. "Shi, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" Zyabuli inquired in a flustered manner, her concern palpable. It's nothing serious, just my monthly visitor has arrived. Just let me take it easy for a moment," she weakly replied to Zyabuli. "Are you really contemplating attending class in this state?" "Absolutely not. You are to remain at home today," Zyabuli asserted, her expression stern. Typically, Zyabuli would not assume such a dominant role in decision-making regarding Shi, but when it came to matters concerning Shi's health, she transformed into an unexpectedly commanding presence. This was not the first instance. Over the past year, whenever she felt unwell yet insisted on attending classes or engaging in other activities, Zyabuli would become exceedingly irate. This occasion was no different. She promptly seized Shi's phone and called their professor to inform him of Shi's condition and to request a day off. It was evident that she recognized Zyabuli's assertiveness during such times, yet she stubbornly insisted that she was fine. However, Zyabuli paid no heed to Shi's contrary words and proceeded to act according to her own judgment. She then rose from the bed, made her way to the kitchen, opened the refrigerator, and retrieved the brown sugar and some precious medicinal ingredients that had been purchased last month when Shi's period had commenced. Beginning to prepare breakfast for the day. This special brown sugar breakfast was a recurring ritual for Zyabuli each month, just as she had devised a dietary regimen for her when she had sustained injuries. The brown sugar concoction Zyabuli prepared were a designated meal for Shi during her menstrual cycle. In the kitchen, Shiburi was bustling with activity, while on the other side, Shiho was sweating profusely from the pain. By the time Shiburi had prepared all the ingredients and tossed them into the pot to cook, Shiho had already succumbed to exhaustion and drifted into a deep slumber. Noticing Shiho sleeping soundly, Shibori chose not to disturb her and instead headed to the bathroom to freshen up. Since Shiho had taken a leave, Shibori decided against attending class, feeling that time was not of the essence. Thus, he resolved to wash up and indulge in a shower. He shed his sleepwear and turned on the shower head. The hot water enveloped the bathroom in a mist, creating an ethereal atmosphere. Shibori's handsome visage, fair skin, and the faint outline of his abdominal muscles rendered the scene exceedingly alluring. Before long, having completed his shower, Shibori strode through the living room and into the kitchen, his left hand drying his hair with a towel, while his right hand lifted the pot lid to check on the progress of his specially crafted brown sugar breakfast. It appeared to be nearing completion. He replaced the lid and extinguished the flame beneath the pot, then walked to the kitchen doorway, forcefully tossing the damp towel onto the living room sofa. Returning to the stove, he filled a bowl with brown sugar water for Shiho. Zyabuli cautiously carried a bowl and entered the bedroom, placing the red sugar water on the bedside table before climbing onto the bed, preparing to awaken Jirwei. Jirwei. Wake up. Would you mind drinking the red sugar water before going back to sleep? Be good. Listen to me. Zyabuli gently coaxed Jirwei. I feel unwell. It hurts. I can't move, Jirwei murmured sleepily, playfully complaining to Zyabuli. Zyabuli, with a sense of helplessness, shook his head and then bent down, wrapping his arms around Shi's back and calves, lifting the princess into his embrace before settling at the edge of the bed near the nightstand. He gently pressed her head against his neck, cradling her with his left arm, while his right hand cautiously held the bowl of warm brown sugar water from the nightstand. After blowing on it to test the temperature, he brought the bowl to Shi's lips. In a daze, she sensed that Zyabuli was holding her and attempting to feed her the brown sugar water. However, her lips were tightly sealed in stubborn refusal to consume anything, perhaps due to her discomfort, rendering her particularly obstinate as she struggled, nearly spilling the sweet liquid. Zyabuli observed her flailing limbs and closed eyes with exasperation. After a moment of contemplation, he seemed to devise a strategy. He took a large sip of the brown sugar water and then leaned down to kiss Shi, who was still writhing in his arms, gradually transferring the warm liquid to her. She attempted to resist, but her efforts were disregarded by Zyabuli, who firmly sealed her mouth, leaving her no choice but to passively accept the sweet nourishment he provided. Thus, the entire bowl of brown sugar water was consumed in this manner, with Shi caught between pain and a dreamlike state, eventually finishing it. The warm liquid settled in her stomach, bringing a gentle warmth, and the furrowed lines on her forehead began to soften slightly. Zyabuli gently set down the bowl and lifted Jirwei once more, placing her back in the center of the bed. Zyabuli sat by the bedside, gazing at Jirwei, who lay with her eyes closed, occasionally furrowing her brows. He extended his hand, resting it gently on her forehead, attempting to smooth away the tension etched upon her features. Then, he took hold of her delicate hand, which was perpetually cold. During the winter months, he would clasp her hand tightly to warm her. A chill in a woman's hands often signifies a frail constitution, and consequently, Jirwei endured excruciating pain each month during her menstrual cycle, a sight that pierced Zyabuli's heart. Determined to alleviate her suffering, he diligently researched various remedies, opting for traditional Eastern herbal treatments. However, many of these herbs were unavailable in America, prompting him to invest significantly in airlifting them from the ancient lands of the East. Time passed, and at last, Jirwei stirred awake, her head feeling heavy and clouded. The lingering pain in her lower abdomen was still present, but had lessened considerably since the morning. Zyabuli's specially brewed brown sugar water had proven effective. Turning her head, she noticed Zyabuli, who had dozed off at the bedside, still firmly holding her hand. Instead of breaking free from his grasp, she supported herself with her other hand, struggling to rise from the prolonged position as her head throbbed slightly. Despite her efforts to minimize movement, Zyabuli awakened the moment she attempted to sit up. He lifted his gaze to behold Jirwei's pale complexion and weary appearance. "You're awake, Jirwei?" he inquired, his voice still laced with drowsiness. She replied softly. "How are you feeling? Any better?" he asked with genuine concern. "It's much improved compared to this morning," she responded, her voice faint yet feigning calmness, though there are still occasional sharp pangs. Zyabuli furrowed his brow and remained silent, gradually rising to his feet before slipping into Jirwei's bed. He then gently embraced her, positioning her back against him, while his large hands tenderly rested upon her small abdomen. Shabri's palm was remarkably warm, the heat radiating through Jirwei's nightgown and enveloping her lower abdomen. With a tender expression, he gazed at her, concern etched upon his brow. "Does it still hurt?" After a moment, Shabri softly inquired. It's no longer painful. It feels much better, Jirwei replied, unable to suppress a sniffle, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. The warmth of his hand on her abdomen felt akin to a perfectly tempered hot water bottle. Over the years, Shabri had cared for her with such devotion that Jirwei felt as if she were a pampered little girl. Even the slightest discomfort would bring her to the brink of tears, though she knew she was not truly fragile. Shabri's indulgence had turned her into a delicate flower in a greenhouse, helpless and overly reliant. In moments like these, she felt immense gratitude for having Shabri by her side. Hearing her words, Shabri gently pressed his hand against her head, his eyes locked onto hers, a glimmer of affection illuminating his gaze. Jirwei, he suddenly called out. What is it? Jirwei replied, somewhat puzzled. I love you, Shabri whispered, leaning close to her ear. Yes, I love you too, she responded. His warm breath brushing against her ear, causing her cheeks to flush. And so they embraced, savoring the tranquility of that serene afternoon. Days later, on a calm morning, Shabri was indulging in a leisurely sleep on the weekend, while Jirwei announced her intention to visit the laboratory with her professor. A certain lab mouse's reaction had deviated significantly from expectations, and she planned to spend the entire day immersed in her work, assuring Shabri he need not accompany her. After seeing her off, Shabri turned back to the bedroom for a brief nap. However, just as he was drifting into a peaceful slumber, an incessant ringing of the phone jolted him awake. Ignoring it only led to more persistent calls, and Shabri, irritated and still groggy, shot up in bed, angrily grabbing his phone. Camus, what is it? Didn't I tell you not to call me in the morning? He shouted, his voice still laced with sleepiness, rendering his outburst rather ineffectual, like a tiny kitten trying to assert its authority. Boy, you're quite fiery this early in the morning. But even when you're angry, you're still so adorable, a sultry voice teased from the other end, resonating with a playful lilt. Vermouth? Shabri exclaimed, suddenly alert, realizing who was on the line. I'm at Camus' shop. I just heard him say you've been living with Sherry since you arrived in America, Vermouth remarked, her tone laced with mischief. And what of it? Does the organization dictate whom I can live with? Wait, why are you at Camus' shop? Have you come to America? Shabri's voice faltered slightly at her last question, a hint of unease creeping in. Why shouldn't I come? I miss my boy. Is it wrong to come to America to see you? It's quite disheartening that your heart seems to belong solely to that Sherry, she lamented, feigning a sniffle as if genuinely heartbroken over Shabri's apparent indifference. Spare me the dramatics. What are you really here for? And how could Camus sell me out so quickly? Shabri retorted, his skepticism palpable. Nothing much. A traitor has surfaced in the organization. Possibly an FBI infiltrator, and the boss is furious. He sent me to deal with it. Also, Camus was chosen for you by Jin and me. He hasn't sold you out. He was never yours to begin with. Otherwise, do you think someone so capable would be at your beck and call in this unfamiliar land? Vermouth explained lazily. That makes sense. Such a useful aid. It's surprising he hasn't been snatched up by you big shots long ago, Shabri responded coolly. Since the day Camus had appeared on campus, handing him a business card, Shabri had suspected he was either Jin or Vermouth's asset. Despite their seemingly ruthless demeanor, they had discreetly done him favors and provided him with valuable assistance. Though their bond wasn't profound, Shabri was acutely aware of those who treated him well, and he would never allow harm to come to them. Shabri, Vermouth suddenly called his name. Huh? What is it? He replied, puzzled. I've come to America. Want you come see me? She teased, though there was an undercurrent of longing in her tone. Naturally attuned to emotions, Shabri sensed her subtle yearning. Vermouth hoped he would realize and seek her out while simultaneously wishing to conceal her genuine desire for his company. All right, I've been thinking of you too. I'll wash up and come find you, he replied cheerfully. Okay, I'll wait for you, Vermouth responded, a hint of surprise in her tone, her lips curving into a smile as she noted his straightforward admission of longing. All right, I'll hang up now. Just as Shabri was about to end the call, Vermouth interjected once more. What now? He sighed. Be careful when sleeping with Sherry. Don't end up getting her pregnant. Make sure to take proper precautions, understand? Vermouth advised earnestly. That's not happening. I haven't done anything. Shabri exclaimed, his eyes wide with indignation. Are you sure? Really nothing at all? Vermouth teased, her finger resting on her chin as she playfully interrogated him. Well, we just kissed and hugged, that's all. Really? Nothing more? Shabri's gaze faltered, his nervousness evident as he defended himself. Nothing done? Vermouth pressed, her expression serious. Nothing, Shabri affirmed firmly. That shouldn't be the case. You've been living together for over a year, and nothing has happened? Vermouth mused aloud. We're still young. Where do you think my thoughts are wandering? Chablis retorted, maintaining his incredulous demeanor. Boy, be honest with me. Is there something wrong with your body? If you come over, I'll take you to a hospital for a checkup. I have connections here and know several renowned doctors. Vermouth said earnestly, concern lacing her voice. I'm perfectly fine. There's absolutely nothing wrong. Chablis exclaimed in frustration, incredulous that his mother would doubt his abilities. After all, he was indeed quite formidable. Really? Vermouth queried, her disbelief evident as she pressed for clarification. Is it not acceptable for me to be a virtuous gentleman? Chablis responded earnestly. I find it hard to believe, Vermouth replied after a brief silence. Chablis, exasperated, could hardly contain himself. All right, I shall cease this jest, if you truly have no concerns. Then I shall not intrude further. With that, Vermouth hung up without awaiting Chablis' response. Once the call ended, Chablis tossed his phone onto the bed and flung himself onto it. Sprawling out in a starfish position, he crossed his arms behind his head and stared blankly at the ceiling light, lost in thought. Though their conversation had been laced with humor, Chablis sensed an undercurrent of genuine concern in Vermouth's words. She cared for him, albeit discreetly, not wishing for others to perceive her worry. Particularly poignant was her mention of having connections in America and her offer to take him to the hospital, which conveyed a deep-seated concern for his well-being. Carmine, being affiliated with Vermouth, must have been reporting on Chablis' situation over the past year, especially since Carmine had recently returned with a markedly different demeanor, insisting Chablis handle matters independently, suggesting a deeper motive behind his insistence, possibly related to the hijacking incident. Chablis sensed that Carmine was acting on some directive, nudging him towards self-improvement. While teaching him, Carmine had casually referenced gin. In recalling Vermouth's earlier mention of Carmine being the choice made by her and gin for Chablis, he began to piece together the subtlety of gin's concern. Vermouth's expressions were more overt, aligning with conventional parental affection. Yet, within the confines of their organization, all displays of emotion became intricately veiled. After lying down for a considerable time, Chablis finally felt a twinge of hunger and decided to rise and prepare for his morning routine. He leaped from his bed and made his way to the bathroom. Once refreshed, he headed straight to the kitchen, opened the refrigerator, and frowned slightly, finding the vegetables unappealing. Never mind, with Zhihui absent, he had no desire to cook. He resolved to seek out Belmode instead and dine with her. With this thought in mind, Chablis retrieved a fresh outfit from his bedroom before heading for a shower. Having indulged in a lengthy slumber, his hair was tousled and unruly, a rather unkempt appearance that rendered him unfit to venture outside. Moreover, it had been quite some time since he had last seen Belmode. He felt it prudent to tidy himself up a bit, ensuring he looked sharp for their meeting, as he did possess a certain sense of self-image. Before long, Chablis emerged from the shower, dressed and preening before the bathroom mirror, occasionally striking a pose or turning to admire his reflection. The anticipation of reuniting with his dear mother stirred a flutter of excitement within him. He must inform Her Majesty in advance that he would not be home for dinner tonight, as he would be with Belmode. Thus, Chablis began to close the apartment door while pulling out his phone to send a message to Zhihui. An hour later, as Chablis entered the office and opened the door, he was immediately captivated by the enchanting figure of Belmode. The stunning beauty commanded attention simply by her presence. Even in stillness, she effortlessly drew the gaze of all around her. Belmode appeared as she had during Chablis' childhood, untouched by the passage of time. Instead, the years had only added to her elegance and intellect, imbuing her with the charm of a mature woman. Lazily reclined on the sofa with her legs crossed, Belmode cradled her arm with her left hand while her right hand delicately held a glass of red wine, exuding an air of utter relaxation. In stark contrast, Camus stood rigidly before her, his body straightened, not daring to shift his gaze. Despite having known Camus for over a year, Chablis had never witnessed such an anxious demeanor. It was evident that Camus harbored a deep-seated fear of Belmode. Upon entering the office, Chablis naturally locked eyes with Belmode. After a brief silence, it was Belmode who broke the stillness. "Boy, you finally arrived. I've been waiting for you for quite some time," she said, a radiant smile illuminating her breathtaking beauty. "Well, I had to prepare myself for your presence, didn't I? A shower and a bit of grooming were in order." Chablis replied nonchalantly as he settled onto the edge of Belmode's sofa, showing no sign of embarrassment for his tardiness, but rather adopting an air of casual entitlement. He even took the liberty of snatching the wine glass from her hand and downing its contents in one gulp. "After such a long journey, I'm utterly exhausted," he proclaimed after finishing the wine. "Oh, exhausted are we?" Belmode responded with an affectionate gaze, her expression softening as she indulged Chablier's words. Camus stood nearby, his heart racing in terror from the moment Chablis had seized Belmode's wine glass. Such treatment was reserved solely for Chablis. Had anyone else dared to offend Belmode in such a manner, they would likely have found themselves lifeless in the next instant. Well, I'm feeling rather hungry. How about we go out for dinner, Belmode? It seems like ages since we last dined together, Chablis suggested, leaning against Belmode and patting his stomach. Chablis was already feeling somewhat famished, and after consuming the wine from Belmode's hand on an empty stomach, the effects of the alcohol intensified her hunger. Very well. Let us dine out, Belmode said, a hint of a smile gracing her lips, indicative of her good spirits. She gazed fondly at Chablis, who leaned against her, and affectionately ruffled the freshly washed hair of the latter, still imbued with a faint scent of shampoo. Camus, you need not accompany us, Belmode instructed, turning to him with authority. Understood, my lady, Camus replied promptly, bowing respectfully in acknowledgement of her command. Subsequently, Belmode and Chablis proceeded to a highly praised Western restaurant near the shop. Upon their arrival, Chablis exhibited remarkable familiarity with the establishment, likely due to frequent visits over the past year. Hello, I would like 2 portions of the signature sirloin steak, both cooked to medium rare. Please also open a bottle of Belmode and 1 beet salad, as well as this pan-seared fish, Chablis ordered with ease, deftly gesturing at the menu while articulating her desired dishes. By the way, Belmode, do check if you wish to order anything, Chablis said excitedly, handing the menu to her. Belmode accepted the menu and began to place her order with the waiter. Chablis observed Belmode, who exuded elegance and intellect, feeling a surge of emotion. The character she once admired in anime now sat before her, sharing a familial bond as her surrogate mother. That will be all for now. Please expedite our order. As we are quite hungry, Belmode stated gracefully, raising her head to address the waiter. Certainly, madam. I shall prompt the kitchen for you. Please hold on for a moment. The waiter replied with a slight bow before departing. Belmode then turned back, resting her arms on the table, her fingers interlaced under her delicately pointed chin, gazing intently at Chablis with enchanting eyes, as if the latter were a rare treasure worth a lingering glance. Before long, the meals ordered by Chablis and Belmode were served. Chablis rubbed her hands together in anticipation and immediately began to eat, having grown increasingly hungry past the mealtime. Belmode, on the other hand, took a keen interest in her salad, her gaze never straying from Chablis, as though the sight of her was a precious gem to behold. By the way, Belle sister, what did you say you were doing in America? Chablis asked, having devoured a substantial piece of sirloin and feeling somewhat revitalized, thus engaging in casual conversation with Belmode. Chablis was not oblivious to the intense gaze of Belmode. However, what did it matter? They were the ones who had initially taken a fondness to Chablis, and now it was they who were reluctant to part ways. Chablis' emotions were a tangled web, leaving him uncertain of how to respond, so he feigned ignorance. It's merely a matter of taking a life, albeit one quite tricky to extinguish. A common individual would struggle with this task, Belmode remarked with an expression of nonchalance. Who is it? Chablis inquired, munching on the food laid out on the table. You wouldn't recognize the name even if I told you, Belmode replied coolly. Do tell. I am curious. You know my insatiable curiosity all too well, Chablis pressed, embodying the spirit of relentless inquiry. Beware, curiosity may lead to peril, you little rascal, Belmode teased, tapping Chablis lightly on the forehead. It merely puts a cat to rest. Why should I be concerned? If you choose not to speak, then so be it, Chablis pouted, rubbing the spot on his forehead where Belmode had touched. It's nothing too grave, just an FBI agent embedded within the organization as an undercover operative, causing some disarray. The boss is furious, and Jin is beside himself with rage, having never anticipated a mole amongst his ranks. His face was a sight to behold. Oh, how I laughed. Belmode recounted gleefully, her laughter growing as she recalled Jin's dark countenance. An FBI mole? What is the name? I can certainly imagine Jin's expression. Huh? Chablis chuckled, piecing together the situation. Black malt whiskey. Jin intended to deal with it personally, but the boss intervened, and here I am instead, Belmode shrugged, her demeanor casual. Oh, so it is a Kai Shuichi, Chablis mused, feeling a twinge of nostalgia for the boy. Indeed, I find myself missing you, boy, Belmode stated, leaning on the table while gazing intently at Chablis. Yes, I miss you too, Chablis replied dismissively. Your tone betrays a lack of sincerity, boy, Belmode chided playfully. To incite Jin's ire so thoroughly, This black malt whiskey must be quite a formidable opponent. Do you require my assistance? Shabuli asked, a hint of concern lacing his voice. Recalling the original narrative, Shabuli remembered that Belmode sustained some injuries during her encounter with Akai Shuichi. While her life was not in jeopardy, the situation was still precarious, and he wished to shield his surrogate mother from harm. Are you genuinely concerned for me, boy? Fear not, I will be fine. It's merely an undercover operative that I can easily handle, Belmode said, a flicker of gratitude in her eyes as she waved her hand dismissively. It's not a matter of doubting your capabilities. Rather, I believe caution is paramount. I feel I could be of some assistance, Shabuli insisted, a note of urgency creeping into his voice. Truly unnecessary. Your presence would only hinder me. However, your concern is quite touching, Belmode remarked, her gaze softening as she looked at the anxious Shabuli. Belmode had many reasons for not wanting Shabuli involved, one of which was that black malt whiskey was Akemi Mayano's boyfriend, intertwining their fates too closely for her comfort. Really? No need? Shabuli reiterated, still unconvinced. Absolutely not. Even if you were to follow me, I would easily shake you off, and I shall keep my plans and the target location to myself, Belmode stated with a hint of finality. You are truly stubborn, Shabuli lamented, his tone tinged with exasperation. He was deeply worried about his surrogate mother and wished to join her on this mission, yet she resolutely refused to let him accompany her. Was it the influence of fate that kept him from joining her? He pondered whether his presence might instigate unforeseen consequences. After all, this incident posed no immediate danger to Belmode, as she would be saved by Kudo Shinichi and Ran. Perhaps it was wiser for him to stay away. Very well. If you do not require my assistance, so be it, Shabuli conceded. I truly do not need your help. Give me some time. Once I handle the mole, I will visit your apartment. I am suddenly eager to see how my boy has been living for over a year, Belmode teased. Perhaps that isn't necessary, Shabuli stammered, his thoughts racing. The main concern was the relationship between Shiho and Belmode, which was rather tenuous. Should they meet, Shabuli feared it would result in a catastrophic clash. Shiho's fear of Belmode was deeply ingrained. Oh, the complexities of mother-in-law and daughter-in-law relations are quite the headache, he thought. Just wait. You need not provide me with your address. I will inquire with Camus, Belmode said, almost anticipating Shabuli's next words. Shabuli found himself at a loss for words. Enough of this. We've finished eating. You should return home. Your little girlfriend is likely waiting for you, Belmode remarked, observing Shabuli's discomfort. Oh, I should take my leave then. If you decide to come over, do give me a heads up, Shabuli advised. Understood. Now, off you go. Belmode waved him away casually. With that, Shabuli rose, casting a silent glance at Belmode before turning to leave, glancing back at her several times until he exited the dining room. On his way back to the apartment, Shaburi found himself in a quandary, contemplating whether to stealthily follow Vermouth. Although the original narrative depicted a critical moment where Xiaolan saved Vermouth, he pondered the potential repercussions of his presence. Could it alter the course of events or trigger a butterfly effect? If the outcome diverged from the original tale, Shaburi would be engulfed by remorse. The more he deliberated, the heavier his heart became. He was caught in a dilemma where every decision seemed fraught with uncertainty. After much contemplation, he resolved to clandestinely follow Vermouth, since the results remained unpredictable whether he went or stayed. He believed it better to act and attempt a rescue than to remain passive. With this thought, Shaburi's gaze sharpened, his resolve solidifying. Soon, he returned to the apartment. The living room lights were dim, so he proceeded directly to the bedroom, where he found Jiho lazily reclining on the bed, engrossed in a book, a scene of serene beauty. You're back? Jiho didn't look up, her eyes still fixed on the pages, but she sensed Shaburi's gaze and spoke. Yes, I'm back, Shaburi replied, unconsciously rubbing the back of his neck. I heard your footsteps when you came in. You seemed in good spirits after seeing Vermouth, Jiho remarked, flipping through the pages with an air of nonchalance. Yet, from her seemingly indifferent tone, Shaburi sensed an unsettling chill. Was Jiho perhaps feeling jealous? The dynamics of their relationship were indeed complex. Jiho was unaware of his connection to Vermouth. She merely assumed that Shaburi would always return to her, regardless of his work commitments. However, this time, he had abandoned her to meet Vermouth without any pressing reason, and now he returned in high spirits. Jiho, let me explain. Shaburi hesitated, pondering how to clarify the situation, and approached her with the intention of embracing her. Don't come near me. You've just returned and smell of sweat. Go wash up first, Jiho interrupted coldly. All right, fine. I'll wash up and then tell you. Just wait for me, Jiho, Shabri acquiesced, sniffing himself and concluding he didn't smell bad at all. Nevertheless, Jiho had already bathed and smelled delightful. Approaching her in his current state might only exacerbate her annoyance. Thus, he decided it prudent to freshen up before attempting to embrace Jiho. Complying with her request, Shabri turned and headed to the bathroom to wash up. Shabuli's speed was remarkable. He finished in no time at all. In his haste, he neglected to dry the droplets of water from his hair and rushed out. Like a flash, he darted onto the bed, embracing Shihoko, who was engrossed in her book. Despite this, Shihoko remained aloof, offering not even a glance in Shabuli's direction, as if utterly absorbed in her reading. Sighing deeply, Shabuli lowered his head in silence, seemingly gathering his thoughts. Shihoko, hearing his sigh, discreetly cast a fleeting glance at him before promptly returning her gaze to the pages before her. Yet, she remained silent, patiently awaiting Shabuli's words. "Shihoko, do you know who Vermouth is?" Shabuli finally broke the silence, his voice soft and subdued. He tightened his embrace around her, leaning in closer. His head nestled against the nape of her neck, his words barely above a whisper, ensuring she could hear him. In that moment, Shabuli resembled a dejected puppy, ears drooping, inhaling her sin as he sought comfort from her. "Who?" Shihoko finally responded, her tone flat and indifferent. "She is my mother," Shabuli replied, his voice barely audible, almost lost in the stillness of the room. Upon hearing this, Shihoko's pupils contracted, fear and an indescribable emotion flickering in her eyes. After a long silence, she asked why. Why her? Her voice grew hoarse as she spoke. Bowing her head, her expression concealed, Shihoko's book gradually slipped from her grasp, landing softly on the bed. "Shihoko." Shabuli called her name gently, refraining from answering her question. "Why? Why must Vermouth be your mother? Why are you doing this to me? You know of my fear towards her. You know the reason she harbors hatred for me. Why? Why?" Shihoko's emotions began to escalate, her words becoming increasingly frantic and disjointed, a stark contrast to her usual composed demeanor. Shibori seemed to have anticipated this moment. As Shiho struggled fervently in a fit of agitation, Shibori held her tightly. No matter how fiercely Shiho resisted, she could not break free from Shibori's embrace. After several minutes of her desperate struggle, Shiho's strength waned, and her movements gradually slowed. Zyabuli seized the opportunity, forcefully flipping Jirwei onto the bed. The two locked eyes, their faces so close that they could hear Jirwei's rapid heartbeat and feel her breath against his skin. "Jirwei, have you regained your composure? Once you have, I shall explain everything to you slowly," Zyabuli said, his brow furrowed, his expression filled with hurt and sorrow. "All right, go ahead," Jirwei replied, lying back as she took a deep breath, then spoke softly to Zyabuli. "I am a child cast aside by them. My memories begin in the Colosseum. You two were raised in the organization's base. You are aware of what that place is, are you not? From the moment they abandoned me to the Colosseum, they never intended for me to survive. When did I realize this? I noticed Jin's special treatment towards me. I sensed Vermouth's deliberate closeness, and I observed how, as I aged, my visage increasingly resembled theirs." Zyabuli spoke with anguish. "Is Jin your father? Are you the child of Vermouth and Jin?" Jirwei's expression grew increasingly astonished, her mind struggling to keep pace, requiring time to digest Zyabuli's revelations. "In truth, my feelings towards both of them are quite complex. On one hand, they first abandoned me. I fought to escape the Colosseum, only for them to come back into my life and treat me well. What does that signify? If they care for me, burdened by a sense of unexplainable debt and guilt, why do they refuse to acknowledge me? Why are they unwilling to speak?" Vermouth is clearly aware. I have already uncovered the truth, yet she remains silent. "I truly do not understand what they mean by all of this," Zyabuli said gently. Zyabuli felt a sense of fatigue while supporting himself, so he gradually leaned upon Shiho, burying his head into the crook of her neck. His arms encircled her slender waist, tightening their embrace as he sank deeper, as if seeking solace and warmth in her presence. Shiho, sensing Zyabuli's discontent, placed her hand gently on his back, softly patting him in a silent gesture of comfort. Zyabuli was feeling rather despondent, yet he still had words left unspoken to Shiho. He took a moment to steady his emotions. "Shiho, what I wish to convey is that regardless of my relationship with Belmode and her opinions, they shall never affect my feelings for you. Never." He continued, "Even if I choose not to disclose this matter to you now, I will certainly find an appropriate moment to reveal it." Zyabuli spoke in a low, resonant voice. "All right, I understand. I have never doubted your feelings for me." Shiho gently reassured him, patting Zyabuli, who nestled into her embrace. "Then, Shiho, you are no longer upset?" Zyabulai asked, rubbing his damp hair against her cheek. I was initially a bit angry, as you are well aware of the frigid state of my relationship with Belmode. However, that is no longer the case. You simply wish to see your mother and, having done so, your spirits have lifted. If I were to remain angry with you, that would be quite unreasonable. Shirho tenderly remarked, stroking Zyabulai's still damp hair with affectionate eyes. Shirho, you are not feeling jealous, are you? Zyabulai suddenly interjected during this sentimental moment. Not at all. How could I possibly be jealous of that old woman? Shirho's tone turned icy upon hearing his words, speaking in a measured manner. All right, my Shirho is not mistaken. Haha, Zyabulai jested lightheartedly. You are so annoying, you. If you keep this up, I will truly be upset, Shirho retorted, flustered. Understood, my apologies, Zyabulai responded. Straightening himself once more, his eyes brimming with affection as he gazed deeply at Shirho. He then gradually leaned down, capturing her cherry blossom-like lips, savoring the moment. The proximity allowed the delightful scent of jasmine from Shirho to envelop him, a comfort beyond compare. After a considerable time, their lips parted. They nestled closely together, continuing their conversation. What is Belmode doing in America? Did she come merely to see you? Shirho suddenly inquired about Belmode's purpose for visiting. Boss dispatched her to deal with a particularly troublesome trader. I am merely along for the ride, Zyabulai replied nonchalantly. Oh, I see. Shirho idly played with Zyabulai's hand. By the way, Shirho, I have a lingering feeling that Belmode's task could be perilous. I wish to accompany her, but she adamantly refuses. What do you think? Zyabulai suddenly recalled something, sitting upright and gazing at Shirho with a flicker of concern. If you're worried, then you should go. I can see that you truly wish to, Shirho said softly, looking into his eyes. She then raised her delicate hand to cradle Zyabulai's face, admiring the pleasant texture of his skin. Indeed, I do. Perhaps I shall secretly accompany her? Zyabulai mused, mimicking a stealthy gesture. Haha, then you should go sneakily. Shirho chuckled at Zyabulai's playful antics. Shirho, I love you. Zyabulai gazed at her, unable to restrain his affectionate declarations. You fool, I know, Shirho teased, playfully pinching his cheek with a loving smile. Zyabulai brushed away the mischievous little hands that had been playfully tormenting his face, then lifted Shirho into his arms and began to spin in circles atop the bed, startling her considerably. What are you doing? Put me down at once, you scoundrel! Shirho exclaimed, struggling and kicking her little legs in protest. She clutched Zyabulai's shoulders tightly, her frustration palpable. After a minute of this dizzying whirl, Zyabulai finally set her down, leaving Shirho slightly disoriented as she glared at him with fierce eyes. Come now, there's no need to be angry. I simply had an overwhelming urge to hold you and spin around, an inexplicable surge of excitement, Zyabulai confessed, his gaze evasive and his demeanor sheepish as he scratched the back of his head, feeling somewhat uneasy. I think you must be a bit unhinged, Shirho retorted, regaining her composure before reaching out to firmly pinch the soft flesh at Zyabulai's waist. Ow, that hurts. Shirho, I was wrong. Please let go, he yelped, immediately becoming more compliant under her grip. All right, enough of this nonsense. Look at the time. We should get to bed, Shirho declared, crossing her arms defiantly. Okay. I admit my mistake. Let's go to sleep, Zyabulai replied, quickly adopting a cute demeanor to appease her. Eventually, the two settled into the warmth of the covers, preparing for slumber. After a prolonged silence, just as Zyabulai's eyelids began to droop, Shirho's voice cut through the stillness, jolting him awake. Why didn't you hold me while we slept today? Her muffled voice reached his ears. Hold you? Right now, immediately, Zyabulai exclaimed, springing over to embrace Shirho. Every night, it had been Zyabulai's relentless desire to cuddle with Shirho before sleeping, while she always appeared reluctant, as if merely tolerating his presence. He had assumed that she genuinely disliked being held. However, today, Shirho's understanding nature and her comforting words led Zyabulai to decide not to pester her. Ironically, it was Shirho who could not resist the urge to be close. It seemed, throughout this time, her words had belied her true feelings, with a sense of quiet triumph. Zyabulai realized he was not alone in cherishing their nightly embraces. The soft warmth of Shirho in his arms, her delicate fragrance filling the air, confirmed that it was indeed only with her that he could find restful sleep. The following morning, both Zyabulai and Shirho woke in succession. While Shirho attended to her morning routine in the bathroom, Zyabulai busied himself preparing breakfast. Once he had set the table, he casually turned on the television in the living room, having not watched it in some time and unaware of any significant events that might have transpired. Good morning, esteemed viewers. Welcome to today's morning news. Recently, the notorious silver-haired murderer has struck again, claiming the lives of several citizens in New York City. This has posed a grave threat to the lives and property of the residents. Fear has gripped the hearts of many. Citizens are advised to minimize their late-night outings to avoid giving the silver-haired murderer another opportunity to commit crimes. For everyone's safety, please refrain from going out until the police apprehend the assailant. Chablis stood before the television, sipping fresh milk while watching the news of the day. In his mind, he pondered the enigmatic silver-haired murderer, who seemed to have ultimately met his demise at the hands of Vermouth, only to be impersonated thereafter to ensnare the attention of Akai Shuichi. It appeared that his scheming mother would soon take action, prompting Chablis to remain vigilant in the coming days. Otherwise, he risked being outmaneuvered by her cunning. As Shiburi pondered, Shiho had finished her grooming and emerged. Noticing Shiburi staring blankly at the television. "What's wrong, you?" she inquired with a hint of confusion. It's nothing. It's just that the silver-haired killer seems to have claimed quite a few victims lately. You should be cautious, in case I'm not by your side one day." "I fear something might happen to you," Shiburi replied, slowly coming back to reality. "What could possibly happen to me? You? Have you forgotten? Even without your presence, there are several organizations keeping an eye on me. They would never allow me to come to harm. I dare say the silver-haired killer would be riddled with bullets before even getting close to me," Shiho retorted nonchalantly, waving her hand dismissively. "Better safe than sorry." "I worry about you," Shiburi said, placing his glass of milk down and stepping closer to embrace her. Have you forgotten that I grew up in an organization too? While I may not be a prodigious assassin like you, I have some training and skills. Even if I cannot defeat an opponent, I am more than capable of escaping." Shiho continued, noticing Shiburi's persistent concern. "Indeed, my Shiho, you are the most formidable. How could a mere silver-haired killer possibly be your match?" Shiburi teased, akin to soothing a child. "I'm being serious," Shiho said, pushing Shiburi away with a hint of irritation. "Understood, Shiho. By the way, I will ask Camus to discreetly send some personnel to protect you, just as a precaution, merely a precaution. I will be preoccupied with monitoring Vermouth these days, so I may not be able to accompany you often," Shiburi replied somewhat dismissively. Shiho regarded Shiburi with narrowed eyes, sensing that he still did not trust her ability to look after herself. While he claimed to understand, he was evidently arranging for additional protection. After Shiburi had arranged everything for Shiho, he finally focused intently on Vermouth. However, experience proved invaluable in the presence of Vermouth. Shiburi's attempts at following her were mere child's play. For several consecutive days, Vermouth effortlessly eluded him. Today, Shiburi once again stealthily trailed Vermouth, only to be discovered yet again. Vermouth cast a fleeting glance at Shiburi, then swiftly made her way to a crowded area. Shiburi hurriedly pursued her, but in that brief moment, Vermouth had vanished without a trace, leaving not even a garment of the same color in sight. It was evident she had once again altered her appearance and made her escape. Indeed, pursuing the enigmatic lady of 1,000 faces, he had underestimated her prowess yet again. Chablis was quite vexed. It was highly likely that Vermouth would make a move in the coming days. However, he remained utterly oblivious to Vermouth's whereabouts. Although he had gleaned some insights from the original text indicating that Vermouth's plans were to unfold on a rainy night, the vastness of New York rendered it difficult to pinpoint an exact location without further knowledge. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Chablis slapped his forehead, realizing that he had been so preoccupied with tracking Vermouth that he had allowed conventional thinking to confine him. He possessed a wealth of information already. Why continue to follow Vermouth? Instead, he could extract the foreknowledge from the original text, identify the specific location, and simply await Vermouth's arrival. How foolish of him. Seeking out Camus was undoubtedly out of the question. He was one of Vermouth's associates. If Chablis were to approach Camus, it would surely alert Vermouth, thus compromising his advantage as a prophet, potentially compelling Vermouth to change his plans. After a moment of contemplation, Shiburi resolved to return to the apartment in search of Shiho, believing that her tracking abilities might unearth some clues. Consequently, he hurried back to the apartment in a state of urgency. Upon entering, he was met with a breathless and disheveled Shiho, who tilted her head in bewilderment. At this moment, Shiburi should have been tailing Vermouth. Why had he returned so abruptly? "What's the matter, Shiho? Why have you come back all of a sudden?" Shiho inquired, retrieving her handkerchief from her pocket and naturally dabbing the sweat from Shiburi's forehead. "Shiho, I recall that you were quite adept with computers back in school. Could you assist me in tracking something?" Shiburi grasped the hand that was wiping his brow. "Tracking? Isn't that something you usually ask Kamui to do?" Shiho responded, still looking perplexed. "The matter I wish to investigate pertains to Vermouth. If I were to consult Kamui, he would undoubtedly report back to her. Kim Yui is the intermediary assigned to me by Vermouth and Jin. I am not foolish enough to utilize their resources against her. Shiburi replied, exasperation evident in his gesture. All right, I understand. I will give it a try. Please share any information you have, and I will see what I can uncover. Shiho said, beginning to grasp the situation. She then walked into her bedroom, retrieved her laptop, and settled onto the couch in the living room, placing the device upon her lap as she powered it on. Upon witnessing the scene, Shiburi hastily took a seat beside Shiho, preparing to articulate the circumstances. Yet, his hands proved to be rather unruly, incessantly encircling Shiho's waist and engaging in mischievous antics. If you continue to move, I shall cease my assistance, Shiho exclaimed. A prominent frown etched upon her forehead as she glared at Shiburi, her teeth clenched in irritation. Well, it was merely a slip of the hand. An accident, Shiho. I apologize. Upon sensing Shiho's ire, Shiburi quickly withdrew his mischievous hands and sat upright on the sofa, placing his palms obediently on his knees. Humph. Speak quickly. Shiho shot him a sidelong glance, snorting dismissively before demanding an explanation. Let me think. Over the past few days. When will it rain heavily in New York at night? Also, I need to check if there are any buildings where people are scarce during the night. Furthermore, has the FBI recently been pursuing the silver-haired killer or something of that nature? After pausing to gather his thoughts, Shiburi recounted all the details he could recall. Your statements are rather vague. Nonetheless, I shall see what I can uncover, Shiho remarked helplessly, observing the foolish boy before her. She then began to deftly type on her laptop, searching for relevant information based on the details Shiburi provided. It appears that there will be no rain in New York over the next few days, except for this evening, when a heavy downpour is expected in approximately 3 hours. I wonder if this corresponds to the time frame you mentioned? Shiho said, her brow furrowing as she processed the information. What? This evening? Can you ascertain the exact location? Regardless of the circumstances, I must investigate. Shiburi replied, his expression tinged with anxiety. I shall give it a try, Shiho responded. Her brow knitted in concentration as she focused intently on the computer screen. Shiburi sat beside Shiho, feeling rather restless, shifting his weight incessantly. The softness of the sofa exacerbated his fidgeting, becoming a source of distraction for Shiho, who was engrossed in her search for the location. Frustrated, Shiho clenched her fists and delivered a sharp thump to Shiburi's head. Could you please stop moving around? The sofa is swaying. And how am I supposed to type like this? She exclaimed, her eyes blazing with anger. I apologize. Shiburi stammered, taken aback by Shiho's sudden outburst. Hey, come look at this. Is this the building you were searching for? As Shiburi was caught off guard, Shiho seemed to have stumbled upon something significant, quickly pulling up an image of the location for him to see. It looks like it. Yes, it's definitely the place. Shiho, you're amazing. I adore you, Shiburi exclaimed excitedly, leaning closer to Shiho to examine the image more closely. As Shiburi spoke, he animatedly embraced Shiho and planted a fervent kiss on her cheek, surprised that she had indeed managed to locate this spot. The building depicted in the image was the very site where Vermouth coincidentally encountered Shinichi Kudo and ran in the original narrative. It was quite an achievement for Shiho to find it with merely the fragmented information provided by Shiburi. In the original story, Vermouth, disguised as the silver-haired killer, failed to lure Kai Shuichi, sustaining minor injuries, and narrowly avoided a fall due to a broken railing. All she needed to do was arrive early to conceal herself, ensuring that Vermouth remained out of harm's way. However, Shiho furrowed her brow, resting her chin on her hand. But what? Shiburi inquired, a hint of confusion in his gaze. But tonight is the only time it will rain in New York, and that will be in just half an hour. Aren't you supposed to find a rainy day and be at this building? Shiho responded, her demeanor calm. It seems quite far to reach there now, and time is of the essence. Right? Shiburi suddenly realized, panic creeping into his expression. I've sent the address to your phone, along with 2 alternative routes that may expedite your journey. You should decide which path to take. Hurry and check it out. Perhaps you can still make it. Shiho looked up at the flustered Shiburi, maintaining her composure as she completed her tasks. Oh, all right, Shiho. I'm heading over now. I might not return quickly tonight. Remember to lock the door after I leave, Shiburi said, donning his coat and rushing out the door. Observing Shiburi's frantic departure, Shiho remained remarkably composed, methodically tidying the remnants on the table, closing her laptop, and then leisurely heading to the bathroom for a shower. Shiburi burst out of the apartment, glancing up at the sky, which was gradually darkening under a thick blanket of ominous clouds. The impending rain felt imminent, urging him to hasten his pace. Meanwhile, Vermouth had just dispatched the silver-haired assassin, cleverly disguising the act as a suicide. She then assumed the identity of the silver-haired killer to lure out Akai Shuichi, but alas, Vermouth ultimately met with failure, sustaining a gunshot wound from Akai's return fire. In a state of panic, she fled, with the FBI hot on the trail of her masquerade. In her current plight, Vermouth appeared exceedingly disheveled. She found refuge beside a building, leaning against the wall of an alley. One hand pressed against her abdominal wound as she gasped for breath, while the other clutched her firearm, eyes darting cautiously around her surroundings. Soon, distant noises reached her ears, causing her pupils to constrict. Assuming it was Akai Shuichi accompanied by the FBI in pursuit, she scrambled up the stairs to hide. Feeling a pang of regret, had she truly met her in this time? It had been many years since she had found herself in such a dire state. No wonder Black Whiskey had instilled such fear in their boss. At that moment, Shabri finally arrived, panting heavily from exertion, leaning on his knees to catch his breath. By now, rain had begun to fall, and in his haste to leave, he had neglected to bring an umbrella. Even if he had, it would have impeded his speed. Once he regained his composure, he lifted his head to survey his surroundings, recognizing this familiar scene from the original narrative. Yet, the silence was unsettling, and the absence of others filled him with trepidation. His brow furrowed in confusion as he scratched the back of his head, wondering if he had arrived too late, especially with the rain now pouring down. Just as Shabri was surveying the area, a pink handkerchief suddenly fluttered through the air, landing on his face and obscuring his vision. It carried a subtle fragrance, and upon retrieving it, he recognized it with a sense of nostalgia. While he contemplated the handkerchief, his keen ears, sharper than most, picked up the sound of a couple engaged in conversation amidst the patter of rain. Their dialogue, conducted in Japanese, drew his attention. The male voice remarked that it was merely a handkerchief, easily discarded, urging a swift return. The female voice, tinged with irritation and defiance, retorted, "That was the handkerchief Sharon gave me. How could you say it can just be thrown away?" Standing still, Shabri held a handkerchief while listening to the conversation between the two individuals. In a moment of distraction, the young couple noticed Shabri with the handkerchief and quickly approached him. Hello, the handkerchief you are holding belongs to me. Thank you very much for picking it up," the girl said, slightly bowing her head with a hint of gratitude. As she raised her head to look at Shabri, she was momentarily taken aback, having previously viewed him from a distance. She now realized that the young man before her was astonishingly handsome. His golden white hair, dampened by the rain, was carelessly pushed back, with a few strands falling onto his forehead, exuding an effortlessly lazy charm. Furthermore, his prominent nose, chiseled features, and striking visage momentarily reminded her of the famous star, Sharon Winya. "Oh, I see. This handkerchief blew onto my face just now, so I was merely standing here waiting for its owner." "I didn't expect you to arrive so quickly," Shabri replied, regaining his composure and hastily returning the handkerchief to the girl, offering a casual excuse for his presence. "Is that so? I truly appreciate it. Your Japanese is excellent. Are you Japanese?" the girl inquired with enthusiasm after expressing her gratitude. "I am of mixed heritage. My father is Japanese, and my mother is American. I grew up in Japan, so Japanese is also my native language. I'm just here for study and will return in a couple of years," Shabri explained, scratching his head. "I see. Once you return to Japan, I hope to have the opportunity to treat you to a meal as a token of my gratitude. My name is Mao Lilan, and I reside in Tokyo, Mihua Town. May I ask your name?" Mao Lilan sincerely extended her invitation for a meal. "My name is Lin Yui." Shabri hesitated for a moment before responding. "All right then, Mr. Lin. After you return to your country, you must come find us, and we will treat you to a meal," Mao Lilan said, her lips curling into a smile upon learning Shabri's name. Shabili found himself lost in thought as he observed the two individuals before him. Xiaolan was undeniably charming. Her smile radiated an angelic quality, which likely earned her the affectionate title of angel from her mother. In contrast, Kudo Shinichi stood with an air of arrogance, hands on his hips, brandishing an umbrella, clearly displeased by Xiaolan's interaction with the dashing Shabili. "Is something wrong, Mr. Lin?" Xiaolan inquired, noticing Shabuli's silence. Her brow furrowed in confusion. "Oh, it's nothing. Yes, I shall visit you both once I return to Japan after school," Shabuli replied, his thoughts pulled back to the present by Xiaolan's question. "All right, it's a promise. So when Xiaolan began, a smile gracing her lips. But her words were abruptly interrupted by the taxi driver. "Please, you must get in quickly. There's a silver-haired murderer lurking nearby," It's quite perilous, the driver urged, his expression tense, laced with urgency and fear. As the driver spoke, a long-haired man exuding an ominous aura approached from behind shabbily, a gun tucked into his pocket. His demeanor distinctly menacing. The others present, apart from shabbily, were momentarily paralyzed by fear. Though Kudo Shinichi was frightened, he instinctively positioned himself in front of Xiaolan. His expression taut as he gazed at the advancing stranger. Unlike in the original narrative, the driver did not hastily flee. Perhaps it was because he felt a semblance of security with Shabbuli and Kudo Shinichi present, rather than just Xiaolan alone. The long-haired man approached the group with a stoic expression, and after a tense silence, he spoke. You need to leave this place immediately. There is a silver-haired murderer in the vicinity. Remaining here is exceedingly dangerous, he warned, his voice steady. All right, we will leave at once, Kudo Shinichi responded promptly, taking Xiaolan's hand and grasping Shabbuli's arm with his other hand, intending to usher them both into the taxi. After all, Shabbuli had just helped Xiaolan retrieve her handkerchief, and given the current danger, it seemed only right to include him. However, Shabbuli deftly evaded the grasp, as he still needed to locate Vermouth. No, it's unnecessary. I must wait for someone, Shabbuli said awkwardly. Wait for whom? It's perilous here with a murderer on the loose, Kudo Shinichi exclaimed, clearly taken aback by Shabbuli's rejection. I'm waiting for my mother. I don't know where she is hiding. I need to find her, Shabbuli replied, shrugging helplessly. What? You're waiting for your mother? She is hiding? Both Xiaolan and Shinichi's eyes widened in disbelief. Indeed, she has been playing hide and seek with me lately, evading my attempts to find her. Moreover, with the silver-haired murderer in the area, I cannot leave. What if something were to happen to her? Rest assured. Once I locate her, I will leave promptly, Shabbuli said, rubbing his temples in frustration. All right, Mr. Lin. Please ensure you leave as soon as you find your mother, Xiaolan advised, still not entirely at ease. Fear not, everyone. I shall exercise caution. Shabbuli assured them with a cheerful demeanor. Subsequently, Xiaolan and Kudo Shinichi climbed into the taxi, although Xiaolan cast one last concerned glance at Shabbuli before departing. This kind-hearted girl, even towards a newly acquainted stranger, exhibited genuine concern. The long-haired man, witnessing this, chose not to press further, merely reiterating his warning to Shabbuli about the silver-haired murderer before departing with his colleague. Shabbuli watched them leave, noting the conspicuous FBI emblazoned on the colleague's attire. Shabbuli watched as the figures of several individuals gradually faded from view. He let out a long sigh, relieved that he had successfully sent them all away. Moreover, judging by the current circumstances, it appeared that he had not arrived too late. His dear mother was just upstairs, and all he needed to do was ascend to retrieve her. Shabbuli glanced around, confirming once more that no one was near, before promptly entering to seek out Belmode. Observing the bloodstains on the ground, he could not help but feel a twinge of concern, despite having been aware of the situation for quite some time. Furrowing his brow, Shabbuli lamented how this capricious mother of his insisted on evading him. Now, it seemed, she had indeed fallen victim to a Kai Shuichi's aggression. Shabbuli followed the trail of blood, ascending the staircase. As he reached the top and lifted his gaze, he was met with the sight of his disguised mother, resembling the silver-haired assassin, brandishing a silenced weapon aimed directly at him. Before Shabbuli could utter a word, the sudden shattering of the railing upon which Belmode leaned echoed in the air, causing her to plummet uncontrollably. In that critical moment, Shabbuli dove forward, seizing Belmode's arm as she fell, while he himself suffered a scrape from the junction of the broken railing and the concrete floor. Shabbuli furrowed his brow and reached out with his other hand to grasp Vermouth. Gritting his teeth, he hoisted Vermouth upward. And just as Shabbuli felt he could no longer hold on, Vermouth finally seized the railing. With a surge of strength, he leaped up. As the immediate danger subsided, Shabbuli leaned wearily against the corner of the staircase, gasping for breath. It had been a close call. Just a moment more and Vermouth could have met a grim fate. Was it his own presence that altered the course of events? Had he not found Rand's handkerchief, they would have departed in a taxi before ascending the staircase, rather than uniting to save Vermouth, becoming his angels of salvation. After his intervention changed the narrative, had he been just a moment later and climbing the stairs, the consequences would have been dire. While Shabbuli drifted into a daze, reflecting on the harrowing moments that had just transpired, Vermouth suddenly raised a gun towards him. Why did you save me? Just moments ago, I intended to kill you. And yet, after rescuing me, you dare to sit there so defenseless on the ground. Are you not afraid I might repay your kindness with malice? Are you courting death? Vermouth, disguised as the silver-haired assassin, said with a serious expression. Shabri found herself momentarily stunned as she gazed up at Belmod, who was towering over her with a gun aimed directly at her. Indeed, she now bore the guise of the silver-haired assassin, an identity unknown to Shabri, and Belmod had no inkling that she possessed an extraordinary awareness of the unfolding narrative. Thus, she was bewildered as to why her adoptive son would so resolutely rush to the aid of a stranger. Why should I concern myself with your predicament? I choose to save you, and while one might argue that murder necessitates motive and justification, the act of saving another demands no such rationale, Shabri declared, tilting her head to meet Belmod's gaze. My desire to rescue you requires no explanation. Do you understand? After a brief pause, she added a poignant remark. For regardless of the circumstances, a son rescuing his mother needs no justification. Moreover, Belmod had never treated her poorly. Upon hearing these words, Belmod was taken aback. Her emotions a tumultuous mix as she regarded Shabri, as the railing she had been leaning against gave way, sending her into an uncontrolled free fall. A myriad of thoughts raced through her mind, ultimately crystallizing into the image of Shabri, her son. In that moment of desperation, Shabri had recklessly dashed forward to save her. And Belmod's heart began to tremble as she witnessed him collapse to the ground, blood staining his arm, the result of injuries sustained in his attempt to save her. Especially when he uttered the words, "My desire to save you requires no justification." Belmod's heart nearly melted. This was her son. Yet, she was acutely aware of her current identity as the silver-haired assassin, and Shabri had merely caught a fleeting glimpse of her before selflessly rushing to her aid. It was inconceivable that he could recognize her based solely on that brief encounter, leaving her in a state of astonishment. Determined to maintain her composure, she continued to hold her gun, feigning vigilance as she aimed it at Shabri. What brings you to this place? With that, Belmod pressed the barrel of her gun firmly against Shabri's forehead. Zyabulai felt a sense of helplessness. His rather playful mother possessed an uncanny ability to amuse herself. Had he not known it was her, he might have been utterly terrified by her antics. I came to find my mother. She has taken a particular liking to playing hide and seek with me these past few days. One moment she is there, and the next she vanishes without a trace. I can never seem to locate her. I heard the FBI is in the vicinity, so I thought I might chance upon her. Zyabulai lamented with a shrug of his shoulders. After all, he had inherited half of her theatrical talent, and engaging in playful banter was second nature for both. A glimmer of mischief danced in his eyes, resembling a mischievous child at play, evoking the image of a mother teasing her son, leading him on a wild chase. Upon hearing Zyabulai's words, Belmod felt her hand tremble uncontrollably around her gun. Although both were acutely aware of the nature of their relationship, she was taken aback by Zyabulai's boldness in referring to her as mother in such a public setting. That term sent her heart racing once more. Observing Belmod's reaction, Zyabulai deemed it an opportune moment to rise and take his leave. Well, I have no further business here. I shall be on my way, he remarked, glancing back at Belmod before departing. Left standing in place, Belmod stared at Zyabulai's retreating figure, her mind swirling with unspoken thoughts. That night, Zyabulai had bestowed upon her an abundance of surprises and emotions, leaving her in a state of bewilderment. After this evening, Zyabulai would become her most cherished treasure in this world, a treasure she had brought into existence. Zyabulai approached the roadside and casually hailed a taxi. After providing the address of his apartment, he succumbed to a profound slumber. Time slipped away unnoticed until the driver roused him, announcing their arrival. Awakening, Zyabulai was beset by a throbbing headache. He carelessly extracted a large bill from his pocket, signaling the driver to keep the change, and hurriedly alighted, making his way to the apartment. The relentless rain left him feeling drenched and uncomfortable, and a gust of wind sent a chill down his spine. All he yearned for was a hot shower to stave off the impending chill. Upon opening the door, Jirway was met with the sight of a soaked and weary Zyabulai. Oh dear, how did you get so wet? Didn't you think to buy an umbrella on the way? Hurry, go take a shower, or you might catch a cold, she exclaimed, hastily unbuttoning his coat while scolding him. I was too anxious to think about an umbrella, Zyabulai replied wearily. I'm going to shower now. My head is starting to ache. What happened? Did you make it in time? And why are you injured? Are you foolish? Jirway's questions came in rapid succession, leaving Zyabulai overwhelmed. Ultimately, concerned for his health, Jirway ceased her inquiries, swiftly stripped him of his outerwear, and pushed him toward the bathroom. Jirway, I'm not that anxious. I haven't even retrieved my pajamas, Zyabulai called out from the bathroom, his voice tinged with helplessness. I'm just worried you'll catch a cold. You focus on showering, and I'll fetch your pajamas for you, she replied nonchalantly. All right, he acquiesced. He turned on the shower, and the steam from the hot water began to fill the bathroom, mingling with the sound of cascading water. Zhihui lingered at the door, catching glimpses of Xiaobuli's silhouette as he bathed. Having embraced him for so long, she was well aware of his physique, and her mind conjured vivid images of the scene unfolding in the bathroom. The thought made her cheeks flush and her heart race. She shook her head to dispel the thoughts and bent down to pick up the clothes that had been carelessly discarded on the floor, tossing them into the washing machine before retrieving Xiaobuli's pajamas and underwear from the bedroom. Remembering that Xiaobuli had been caught in the rain and mentioned a headache, she proceeded to the kitchen to brew some ginger soup to ward off the chill. When Xiaobuli emerged from the shower, the fragrant ginger soup was freshly prepared. Zhihui placed it on the coffee table and gestured for him to sit beside her on the sofa. "What is wrong, Zhihui?" Xiaobuli asked, towel drying his damp hair while obediently following her directions. "Sit still. I need to disinfect your arm and apply some medicine," she instructed calmly. She then bent down to retrieve the first aid kit that had been stored beneath the coffee table since his last serious injury. "Oh," he murmured, compliant. "Why are you just saying oh? Roll up your sleeve. I can't treat you through your clothing," Zhihui said, narrowing her eyes at him in exasperation. "Okay," Xiaobuli replied, pulling up the sleeve of his injured right arm. "By the way, how did it go? You seem rather calm. Did you make it in time? How did you get hurt?" Zhihui inquired as she extracted a cotton swab. "Ah, yes, I made it just in time. Ouch, that hurts." Xiaobuli grimaced as the antiseptic stung his wound. Just as he was about to explain, Zhihui inadvertently pressed the cotton swab directly onto his injury, eliciting a sharp cry from him. "Endure it. You brought this upon yourself. Disinfecting will sting a bit. If it didn't hurt, would you learn to take better care of yourself? You never seem to protect yourself, and now you're injured. Just deal with the pain," she chastised, her frustration mounting as she applied more pressure than necessary. Zhihui felt a mix of worry and heartache for Xiaobuli, who seemed indifferent to his injuries, treating them as a mere routine occurrence. The thought of his frequent injuries only fueled her anger. "Zhihui, that hurts. Why are you being so rough?" Xiaobuli protested, looking at her with a wounded expression. "Because you infuriate me," she shot back, glaring at him. "What did I do to upset you?" he asked, feigning innocence. "Humph. Your injuries are what upset me, you fool," she retorted, rolling her eyes at him. "All right, Zhihui, I admit my fault. I'll try my best not to get hurt again. After all, it's part of my job, and some things are hard to avoid," he began, only to be interrupted. "I understand that your injuries are unavoidable, but I can't help it. Just consider it my selfishness. I wish that when you engage in dangerous activities, you think of how I might react and take better care of yourself." Zhihui's voice remained calm, though her gaze was downcast, hiding her true emotions. "Zhihui, this isn't selfishness. It's simply concern and love for me. I'm deeply touched. Why speak such foolishness?" Xiaobuli said softly, looking at her with tenderness. He leaned down and kissed her gently on the forehead, eliciting a brief pause in her ministrations before she resumed applying the medicine. "By the way, Zhihui, I wanted to tell you that I made it just in time. I even encountered a young couple who were also Japanese. I helped them a bit, and they offered to treat me to a meal when they returned to Japan. I also ran into a few FBI agents. That's pretty much the gist of it, and I sustained these scrapes during that time. I just took a taxi back," he recounted, noting Zhihui's concern over his injury. "I don't need a reason to save you. As a mother, I imagine it would be difficult for Belmode to resist the impact of hearing such words from her son," he added, hoping to lighten her mood. "Perhaps." She seemed lost in thought for quite a while, Zhihui replied, her attention successfully diverted. "You truly are a fool," she said, gazing at him for an extended period before speaking again. "Why are you scolding me again?" Xiaobuli asked, looking at her with a mix of confusion and grievance. "Because I like it, and you have no say in it," she smiled, her lips curving into a gentle grin. This rare smile captivated Xiaobuli, for Zhihui was typically a cool, composed, academically accomplished woman, and witnessing her smile was a rarity, even for him. In fact, among her peers at Columbia University, she seemed never to smile at all. "Zhihui, you are truly beautiful," he said, unable to contain his admiration. "I know," she replied, a hint of a smile still lingering on her face. Zhihui seemed accustomed to Shiburi's reactions. Whenever she smiled, this lecherous man would inevitably transform into such a state. "All right. The medicine has been prepared. You should drink the ginger soup quickly. Didn't you just mention your headache?" Zhihui said gently as she lowered Shiburi's sleeve. She timed everything perfectly. After administering the medicine, the ginger soup was at the ideal temperature, not too cold, nor too hot. She hurriedly urged Shiburi to drink it. Yes, yes, my queen. The ginger soup you have personally brewed must be consumed at once, Shiburi replied playfully. Then promptly lifted the ginger soup from the coffee table and drank it all in one go. After finishing the ginger soup, Shiburi, without allowing Jirui a moment to comprehend the situation, swiftly bent down and wrapped his arms around her waist and legs, lifting her in a princess carry as he dashed towards the bedroom. What madness is this? I just administered your precious medicine. Wait, I haven't even washed the bowl. And the living room lights are still on. Jirui exclaimed, startled once more by Shiburi's sudden actions. Ignoring her struggles and protests, he hastily entered the bedroom, closing the door with his foot behind him. He then cast Jirui onto the bed, following suit by leaning down to embrace her. As Jirui beheld the handsome face of Shiburi looming closer, she instinctively squeezed her eyes shut. After a prolonged silence, she slowly opened her eyes to find Shiburi regarding her with a hint of playful intrigue. In a fit of flustered indignation, she playfully struck him with her delicate fist. Such a feeble assault was utterly inconsequential to Shiburi. Jirui, were you perhaps anticipating something just now? He inquired, his voice tinged with a husky quality. I was not. Jirui retorted without a moment's hesitation. Shiburi's lips brushed against Chihoko's cheek, warm breaths caressing her face, while his large hands roamed across her back. Chihoko felt an overwhelming heat enveloping her, her face flushed and heart racing. She fixated on the boy before her, this rogue enticing her. Chihoko, do you realize how utterly irresistible you are? I can barely contain myself, Shiburi murmured, his voice deep and husky, laced with a languid allure that was undeniably tempting. His gaze growing increasingly fervent as the air thickened with the scent of desire. Upon hearing his words, Chihoko remained silent, her eyes reflecting a tender softness as she regarded Shiburi with utmost seriousness. After a brief pause, she reached to unfasten the buttons of her nightgown, revealing her delicate collarbone and fair skin, hints of something more tantalizing just beneath the surface. Yet, as she reached the third button, Shiburi's hand swiftly pressed down to halt her movements. Confusion flickered in Chihoko's eyes as she looked at him, who was restraining her. Not yet, Chihoko, Shiburi rasped, his throat dry and scratchy. Why not? If you desire it, then take it. I belong to you, and will only ever belong to you, if you want it. The opportunity is always yours, Chihoko replied, her ears flushed crimson, her gaze wavering and awkward, yet the words escaped her lips nonetheless. As she spoke, she wrapped her arms around Shiburi's neck, drawing him closer until their bodies were pressed against one another, Shiburi able to feel the softness before him, the intoxicating fragrance enveloping him. No, this isn't right, Chihoko, you are still so young. Shiburi teetered on the brink of losing his composure, struggling to articulate his thoughts clearly. Are you a fool? Chihoko softly retorted, leaning her head against the crook of his neck. Ultimately, Shiburi summoned his formidable self-control, suppressing the surge of impulse within him. You won't burst from holding it in, will you? Chihoko gazed at him, her expression a mix of emotions. I'm fine, really. Shiburi stubbornly replied. Chihoko regarded him with suspicion, her silence lingering. All right, enough staring. Let us sleep. It's time to rest, Shiburi said, unable to withstand her gaze any longer, swiftly covering her eyes with his hand before rolling onto his back. Why are you blocking my eyes? Chihoko protested, slightly irked as she swatted his hand away. It's time to sleep, Shiburi coaxed gently. He then wrapped his left arm around her slender waist, using his right hand to ensure the blanket covered them both snugly. Resting his head against her neck, he savored her warmth and the scent that enveloped her. His eyelids finally succumbed to the weight of sleep, battling to remain open. Zyabulai felt unwell. Ever since he began his relationship with Jirui, he was unable to sleep unless he held her in his arms. Whenever Jirui was not by his side, he would experience profound anxiety and a deep yearning for her presence. At this very moment, with Jirui nestled in his embrace, Zyabulai felt an overwhelming sense of peace and comfort, and soon he drifted into a deep slumber. However, upon waking the next day, Zyabulai truly felt ill. His head throbbed painfully, and he began to break out in a cold sweat. Jirui rose to check his temperature, which indicated a slight fever. After being drenched in rain for an extended period and feeling unwell during the taxi ride home, it was evident that the ginger soup had failed to restore Zyabulai's health. Jirui, I feel terrible, Zyabulai moaned from his bed. In truth, he was not as unwell as he pretended. He merely wished to elicit Jirui's concern and care. Just rest here. I'll prepare some breakfast to settle your stomach. You can't take medicine on an empty stomach, Jirui gently reassured him. Zyabulai replied softly. After putting away the thermometer, Zhi glanced at Xiaobuli, who lay limply in bed, unable to suppress a sigh. She adjusted the blanket to keep him warm before leaving the bedroom to prepare breakfast. Just as Zhi finished making breakfast and was about to bring it and Xiaobuli's medicine to the bedroom, the doorbell rang. She found it peculiar, as typically no one but Xiaobuli would knock on their apartment door. Could it be Camus? Since Xiaobuli was ill and had not replied to Camus' messages regarding an important matter, perhaps he had come directly to the apartment. With this thought, Zhi set the breakfast and medication on the coffee table and turned to answer the door. Camus, you. Zhi opened the door, only to be startled into silence. Before her stood a figure with long, golden hair, a graceful figure, and an alluring presence, exuding an air of sophistication. It was Vermouth, who leaned against the doorframe with her arms crossed, observing Zhi with an inscrutable expression. In that moment, Zhi's pupils dilated in shock, her brow furrowed, lips paling, and beads of cold sweat forming on her forehead. Her fingers curled tightly, and an involuntary tremor coursed through her body, although Vermouth had not directly threatened her. Zhi was acutely aware of her animosity towards her parents, which was as palpable as a desire for vengeance. The thought sent a chill down her spine, causing her to tremble uncontrollably. Now, I haven't done anything to you, dear. If Xiaobuli sees you like this, he might think I'm bullying you, Vermouth remarked, her gaze fixed on the visibly shaken Zhi. Upon encountering the descendant of the person who had caused her such anguish, Vermouth felt a surge of murderous intent. However, seeing Zhi, who resembled a frightened rabbit, she quickly suppressed her malice. Xiaobuli had expressly wished for her not to visit unannounced, and now she had inadvertently frightened his young girlfriend. Vermouth harbored complex feelings towards Zhi. She was tormented by her past. Yet the true architect of her suffering was long deceased. Her hatred had found an outlet when Zhi inherited the talents of Gonya Akihiko, leading the organization to focus on her development in pharmaceuticals. Vermouth had ruthlessly directed her pent-up animosity towards Zhi, who had done nothing wrong. Yet, despite her intense hatred for Sherry, Vermouth was aware that Sherry was the beloved of Xiaobuli, who had repeatedly warned her against harming Sherry. In the past, Vermouth might have disregarded these warnings, but now she could not bear the thought of causing Xiaobuli pain. Are you here to see Xiaobuli? Zhi finally broke the silence after a long pause, her lips trembling. Indeed, where is he? Vermouth replied, casually strolling into the living room to survey her surroundings. Zhi noticed Vermouth's lack of decorum as she settled on the sofa, crossing her legs and surveying the room with an air of elegance. Though a hint of urgency was evident in her demeanor, she genuinely wished to see Xiaobuli. He is ill and still asleep in the bedroom, Zhi stated coldly after casting a glance at Vermouth. Although she was momentarily reassured that Vermouth bore no ill intentions, Zhi could not lower her guard. From her time in the organization, she recognized Vermouth's unpredictable nature, her actions often leaving an unsettling impression, making her a woman difficult to read. Ill? How did this happen? Vermouth inquired, surprised. Upon seeing the breakfast and medication on the coffee table, Vermouth realized Zhi had spoken the truth. Xiaobuli was indeed unwell. Vermouth furrowed her brow, seemingly taken aback that the lively Xiaobuli from the previous day had succumbed to illness. How did he fall ill? Vermouth asked, eyeing the medication. I'm not entirely sure. I only know he went out to find you but couldn't see, and then he continued searching. He was caught in the rain for a long time, and now he has a fever and a headache. I was just about to give him some breakfast before administering the fever medicine, Zhi explained, her expression remaining impassive. She spoke partially, omitting certain details, yet conveyed the truth. How Vermouth interpreted it was beyond her concern. Zhi approached the coffee table to retrieve the breakfast and medicine to take to Xiaobuli, but Vermouth intervened, snatching them up first. Is there a problem? Zhi asked, her brow furrowed in confusion. Let me deliver it to Xiaobuli, Vermouth insisted. What do you mean? Zhi questioned, her expression tightening. Consider it a favor. Please allow me to take it to him. Can you sit in the living room for a moment? Vermouth's tone softened, revealing a trace of melancholy. Zhi stood silently, observing Vermouth without speaking. After a long pause, she finally relented. Very well, I want to intrude. With that, Vermouth took the breakfast and medication into the bedroom. Hearing the door open, Xiaobuli assumed it was Zhi returning with breakfast, and without opening his eyes, he instinctively opened his arms, seeking comfort. Zhi, I feel awful. I want a hug, Xiaobuli whimpered in a childlike voice. Vermouth, holding the breakfast, nearly stifled a laugh at the sight of him. It was hard to believe he could be so vulnerable, especially in front of Sherry. Come here, hurry and hug me. Shabri sensed that Jiho had been in the bedroom for quite some time without coming to embrace him. He furrowed his brow and waved his hands, urging for a hug. Belmod set aside what he was holding, gazing at Shabri on the bed with a countenance full of tenderness. Shabri's face was strikingly handsome, and one could discern traces of his own features nestled within his brow. Belmod's emotions towards this child he had nurtured were exceedingly complex. It was not until yesterday that Belmod, in a moment of realization, understood that he had never believed in the existence of angels in this world. Yet one had always been by his side, his singular treasure in this life. As these thoughts traversed Belmod's mind, his body instinctively lowered itself into a gentle squat, and he reached out to tightly embrace Shabri. The moment Shabri felt Belmod's arms around him, he sensed something amiss. This was not the familiar scent of Jiho. He hurriedly opened his eyes, only to be met with a cascade of golden white hair, akin to his own. As Shabri attempted to rise, Belmod tightened his grip, burying his face into Shabri's neck in silence. Belmod, what are you doing here? Where's Jiho? Shabri stammered, finding it difficult to rise due to the constricting hold. Realizing something was off, his eyes darted around the room in search of Jiho's figure, yet he found none. A sense of panic began to engulf him. Although he trusted that Belmod would not harm Jiho, the absence of her presence caused him considerable anxiety, rendering his speech somewhat incoherent. Fear not. Your little girlfriend is comfortably seated in the living room. I politely requested her permission to enter. Belmod's voice whispered close to Shabri's ear. From the tone of Belmod, Shabri discerned a hint of grievance, as if she were reproaching Shabri for her lack of trust, causing her some sorrow. I see. So, what brings you here so suddenly? I hadn't heard anything from Camus, Shabri remarked stiffly, his body tense and unnatural. Belmod offered no response, choosing instead to remain silently nestled against Shabri's neck. After an indeterminate passage of time, Shabri became aware of a damp, cool sensation at her neck. Noticing this, Shabri refrained from further questioning and extended her hand, gently patting Belmod's back in a gesture of comfort. Shabri found himself enveloped in a whirlwind of emotions. He had a semblance of understanding regarding the tears that flowed from Belmod, yet he was at a loss as to how to proceed, or rather, how to confront the present state of Belmod. There were words he struggled to articulate, and he felt ill-equipped to offer her solace. Thus he could only remain in a silent embrace, gently patting her back. After a considerable pause, Belmod seemed to regain her composure, releasing her hold on Shabli. She promptly turned away to arrange her appearance. When she finally glanced back at Shabli, she had transformed once more into the captivating, alluring Belmod he was accustomed to. Ah, how could I have forgotten? I came in to bring you breakfast and to ensure you took your medication. Come now, let us start with breakfast, she said nonchalantly as she handed him the meal from the bedside table. It was as if nothing had transpired. The woman who had just moments ago wept silently in Shabli's arms appeared to be an entirely different person, radiating charm and grace. Shabri accepted the breakfast and quickly devoured the sandwich in a few bites. He then took the warm water and fever medicine handed to him by Vermouth. What brings you here today, Vermouth? Is there something on your mind? Shabri inquired, his expression remaining unperturbed. I have no particular reason. Can I visit my dearest boy? Vermouth replied, her voice dripping with allure, accompanied by her signature enigmatic smile. That's not it. I noticed you seem a bit off today. What's wrong? Did Jin die? Shabri retorted playfully. Jin was innocently caught in the crossfire this time, yet he felt no grievance. Shabri's acting skills were learned from Vermouth, while his crude humor was inherited from Jin. Vermouth faltered at his words, her captivating eyes momentarily transforming into mere dots. Well, not really. You seem rather excited about Jin's demise, don't you? She replied, regaining her composure. I was merely asking. I didn't say he was truly dead. Shabri shrugged nonchalantly. You and Jin share an uncanny taste for the vulgar. Vermouth couldn't help but comment. Oh, is that so? Acknowledged, Shabri responded, making a playful fist gesture. Thus, Shabri and Vermouth engaged in a light-hearted banter, taking jabs at Jin along the way. Their mother-son bond evidently deepened during their prolonged conversation. However, neither Vermouth nor Shabri chose to shatter the unspoken tension between them regarding their past. The fact remained that those who had been abandoned, regardless of their reasons or helplessness, were left with the reality of their abandonment. Shabri found it impossible to confront them about this matter. In the living room, Shiho leaned against the sofa, expressionless as she worked on her laptop, hurriedly preparing a report for a recent experimental project. Her slender fingers danced swiftly over the keyboard. The inadequate soundproofing of the apartment allowed her to occasionally hear the muffled chatter and laughter from the bedroom. She couldn't help but glance towards the source of the noise, thinking that it seemed the two were having a delightful conversation. Indeed, Shiho and Vermouth's relationship was strained, yet that did not hinder her desire for Shabri to bond joyfully with his biological mother. With that thought, she felt a slight sense of relief. She then redirected her focus back to her laptop, resuming her academic endeavors. Time passed, and sunlight gradually streamed into the apartment's kitchen. Shiho finally paused, stretching her arms and yawning. She pressed her stiff neck, which had been held in an unchanging position for too long, causing it to crack. Looking up at the clock in the living room, she realized it was already 11 o'clock, time for lunch. Turning back towards the bedroom, she noted that Shabri and Vermouth were still engaged in conversation. Curious, she wondered why Shabri, who was supposed to be ill, was still so chatty. Was it perhaps the power of maternal love? Not dwelling on it further, Shiho closed her laptop, stood up from the sofa, and began her preparations for lunch. Given that it was Vermouth's first visit to the apartment, despite her dislike for her, Shiho decided to prepare a sumptuous meal as a gesture of hospitality. Considering Shabri's illness, she opted for a milder flavor profile. The most cumbersome aspect of cooking was the preparation, yet Shabri was always considerate. Each time he returned from the supermarket, he would wash, process, and neatly categorize the ingredients in the fridge, making it unnecessary for Shiho to do much more than decide on a recipe and cook the food. Opening the refrigerator, she quickly surveyed the available ingredients and devised a plan for lunch. She took out the frozen ribs to thaw, intending to use them for a soup, and proceeded to gather the necessary items for her home-cooked dishes, diving into her culinary tasks with enthusiasm. Meanwhile, in the bedroom, Shabri and Vermouth were chatting when he suddenly felt a pang of hunger. "Perhaps it's the medicine, but I'm feeling quite hungry," he remarked, clutching his stomach. "Indeed. It's about time for lunch. I can hear the sounds of cooking. It seems your little girlfriend is preparing a meal," Vermouth noted, glancing at her watch. "Shiho is already cooking? I need to help her," Shabri said, attempting to rise from the bed. However, Vermouth pressed him back down. "Hold on. Have you forgotten that you're a patient?" she admonished, tucking the covers back around him. "But what about Shiho?" Shabri began, only to be interrupted by Vermouth. "What about it? Have you been serving her the whole time? Are you still working while sick?" Vermouth's gaze turned fierce, locking onto Shabri. "That's not the case. Shiho is doing quite well, taking good care of me," he quickly defended, feeling a chill run down his spine. He was determined not to worsen the mother-in-law and son relationship and hastily clarified his stance. "Then you just lie back and rest," Vermouth insisted, her eyes narrowing at him. "All right, fine," Shabri relented, succumbing to her authoritative gaze. Before long, the aroma of the dishes wafted into the living room, permeating the bedroom. Shabri's stomach growled in response to the enticing scent. Just then, Shiho knocked on the bedroom door. "Knock, knock. Are you done? It's time to eat. Come out." Her cool voice echoed from outside. Initially taken aback by her frosty tone, Shabri glanced at Vermouth beside him, quickly grasping the situation. Given the already strained relationship between Shiho and Vermouth, it was a relief that they hadn't clashed in his absence. It was only natural for Shiho to maintain a colder demeanor. With that thought, Shabri wiped the non-existent sweat from his brow, realizing that mending their relationship would be a long journey ahead. "Shiho, we've finished chatting. We'll be out shortly," he called back. "All right," she replied before turning to leave. "Now that lunch is ready, can we go out?" Shabri turned to Vermouth, still seated on the edge of the bed, seeking her confirmation. Recalling the fierce look she had given him earlier, he approached the question with a hint of apprehension. "It's ready, so let us eat. Why are you still asking? Do you think I would stop you?" Vermouth laughed, incredulity lacing her tone as she held her forehead. "Oh, then let us go eat," Shabri exclaimed, hastily getting out of bed. However, when the three finally sat at the dining table, the atmosphere turned awkward. Vermouth and Shiho focused intently on their meals, even avoiding sharing dishes. They sat across from each other, while Shabri settled beside Shiho. Despite their seating arrangement in opposition to one another, their gazes never once intersected. Shabri could only sense an overwhelming chill enveloping the surroundings, so frigid it sent a shiver down his spine. Shaburi glanced at Shiho, then turned to look at Belmod, attempting to initiate a conversation to alleviate the palpable awkwardness in the air. Unfortunately, neither Shiho nor Belmod responded to his overture. As a result, the atmosphere of discomfort now settled squarely upon Shaburi, leading to an abrupt silence. Shaburi found himself quite perplexed. Both Shiho and Belmod, when alone in his presence, did not exhibit such behavior. However, once the two were together, the atmosphere transformed dramatically. This cold demeanor persisted until the three finished their meal. It was only when Shiho stood up to clear the dishes that the tension eased slightly. "I'll take care of the dishes," Shiho remarked nonchalantly. "Oh, let me help you with that," Shiburi responded instinctively, rising to assist. Yet, Shiho halted him with a mere glance. "No need for you to help. I can manage this on my own." "You should remain here to entertain our guest," she asserted, placing particular emphasis on the word guest. This was a subtle reminder that Belmode was still present. It would be rather impolite to abandon her in the living room while the two of them washed dishes in the kitchen. Watching Shiburi, who appeared dazed and foolish, Shiho felt a mix of frustration and disappointment. Typically astute, Shiburi was surprisingly inept in matters such as this. No mother would appreciate witnessing her son neglecting his guest for the sake of his girlfriend, not even someone as formidable as Belmode. Shabri's behavior is purely an act of inciting animosity. At this moment, Belmode is already seated on the living room sofa, her legs crossed and arms folded. She observes the young couple at the dining table, exchanging glances while tidying up. Belmode is indeed quite displeased with Shabri's actions, however. She is acutely aware that her son is entirely consumed by thoughts of Sherry. Despite her irritation, she feels utterly powerless. Regarding Sherry, Belmode finds herself at a loss as to how to approach the situation, which is why she chose to adopt an evasive attitude at the dining table earlier. As she ponders this, Shabri exchanges glances with Shiho and leisurely approaches her, then reclines on the sofa. "What's wrong? Aren't you going to help your little girlfriend with the dishes?" Belmode inquires, playfully toying with Shabri's unruly hair with her slender fingers. "Isn't it because I'm worried you'd be bored sitting here alone? I came over to keep you company," Shabri replies in a rather dismissive manner. "That reluctant expression of yours, do you truly believe that you came over just for my sake?" Belmode cannot help but chuckle. "As long as you know, that's enough for me." "Shiho isn't willing, and there's nothing I can do about it," Shabri responds, feigning boredom. "Now you're not even pretending? By the way, why have you stopped calling me Sister Bae? I recall you used to enjoy calling me that when you were younger," Belmode remarks, while pinching Shabri's cheek playfully. Shabli's face is fair and tender, delightful to the touch. However, as Chablis gradually matures, the flesh on his cheeks diminishes. Vermouth, lamenting the day he can no longer pinch Chablis' cheeks, wishes fervently that he would remain forever young. Presently, Chablis has not fully matured and retains a hint of baby fat, allowing Vermouth to continue playfully pinching his adorable son-ass cheeks. "Let us stop pretending. There is no need for that. I no longer wish to call you sister. It feels more fitting to refer to you by your code name," Chablis remarked, languidly playing with his fingers beside Vermouth. "Why is that?" Vermouth inquired, a gentle smile gracing her lips as she gazed affectionately at Chablis. "It's nothing. It just feels strange. If I don't want to call you that, then I want tea," Chablis replied evasively, reluctant to elaborate. Since he became vaguely aware of their relationship, he has refrained from calling Vermouth sister, a title that now feels awkward and inappropriate. "Very well, as you wish," Vermouth said indulgently, watching Chablis with fondness. After that, she leaned back on the sofa, closing her eyes to rest. After a while, feeling somewhat bored, Chablis initiated conversation once more. "By the way, how did your mission go?" he suddenly asked. Not much to report. It was a failure," Vermouth replied languidly, keeping her eyes shut. "A failure? You seem unfazed. Won't the boss punish you?" Chablis inquired, curiosity piqued. After all, the original narrative did not elucidate what transpired after Vermouth failed to eliminate Akai Shuichi. "Not at all. If I didn't succeed, then I simply didn't." Vermouth stated nonchalantly. "Huh." A large question mark appeared on Chablis' forehead. "Black whiskey is formidable. The boss never expected that I could easily eliminate him. I was merely sent to test the waters and probe into black whiskey and the FBI behind him," Vermouth explained, shrugging her shoulders lightly. "Oh, I see. So, when are you returning to Japan?" Chablis continued to probe. "Why? Are you eager for me to leave? Am I interrupting your romantic time with your little girlfriend?" Vermouth teased, her eyes narrowing playfully. "Not at all. Why do you keep saying that? Are you perhaps jealous of Shiho?" Chablis retorted, unable to hold back his critique. Vermouth responded with silence. Are you truly jealous of Shiho?" Chablis asked, surprised as he looked at Vermouth. "Shouldn't I be?" Vermouth countered. I suppose you should be," Chablis faltered, hesitant to tread on any sensitive ground. "I'll return to Japan in a few days. I need to sort out some minor matters with Karamu." Vermouth finally answered Chablis' previous question. "I'll accompany you to the airport," Chablis proposed after some contemplation. "What can you do? You can't drive, and Karamu can take me just as well." Vermouth laughed at Chablis' suggestion. I can ride in the car with Karamu to see you off, Chablis countered, momentarily silencing Vermouth with his stubbornness. Let us leave that for when you get your driver's license. For now, focus on spending time with your little girlfriend. Study diligently at Columbia University. Strive for excellence. Vermouth said, waving her hand dismissively and playfully pinching Chablis' cheeks as one would a child. How infuriating. I'm not a child. Chablis protested, struggling to escape Vermouth's playful torment. His face contorted in indignation. Indeed, you are not, Vermouth replied, completely ignoring Chablis' protests. Hey, Chablis exclaimed, narrowing his eyes at Vermouth. All right, it's getting late. I must take my leave and attend to some matters, Vermouth said languidly as she released Chablis. With that, Vermouth stood, stretching her arms before removing her handgun, dagger, and various concealed weapons from her person, discarding them onto the coffee table. Then, she crouched down to meticulously inspect each item for any issues. Chablis gazed at the scene with a half-moon expression, bewildered by the fact that in dealing with what he deemed trivial matters, all the equipment he carried was meticulously disassembled for inspection. Was this truly a trivial matter? Initially, Chablis had thought that Vermouth was merely preparing to address some minor issues while casually conversing with Kudo Shinichi's mother, Yukiko. Is this your idea of handling trivial matters? Do you need my assistance? Chablis could not help but inquire. This is genuinely a minor issue. Your help is unnecessary, Vermouth replied nonchalantly. With a sharp click. It became evident that while responding to Chablis, she was also loading her handgun. In the midst of their conversation, Vermouth had completed her inspection and began reassembling her belongings. Then let me accompany you downstairs, Chablis insisted. Really, it's not needed, and Kamui should be arriving at your apartment building shortly. He will join me. Vermouth waved her hand dismissively. Very well, do take care of yourself. Chablis finally relented. Indeed, Vermouth replied, casting a significant glance at Chablis before departing. Shortly after Vermouth's exit, Shiho emerged from the kitchen, having finished washing the dishes. It was uncertain whether she had deliberately avoided Vermouth or if she had simply concluded her chores at that moment. Has Vermouth left? Shiho inquired with a hint of indifference. Yes, she has. She will be returning to Japan in a couple of days, Chablis responded, turning to face Shiho. As Shiburi spoke, he approached Shiho, enveloping her in his embrace and gently kissing her immaculate cheek. With a sigh of relief upon receiving Shiburi's affirmative response, Shiho allowed her body to relax, leaning softly against him. Witnessing such a scene, Shiburi couldn't help but chuckle. Shiho's reaction to Vermouth was akin to that of a mouse encountering a cat. He bent down, lifting Shiho effortlessly in a princess carry, and swiftly made his way back to the bedroom. The two of them lay entwined on the bed, tucking themselves under the covers. Shiho, you have been so tense and busy for quite some time. You must be utterly exhausted. Why not take a short nap? After you awaken, we can leisurely stroll through the mall, Shiburi suggested gently. I am indeed feeling somewhat fatigued and could use a bit of rest, Shiho admitted. But aren't you the one with a fever? How is it that you appear so unconcerned and are already contemplating a shopping trip after I wake? Her eyes narrowed slightly as she regarded Shiburi with skepticism. Zyabuli felt a shiver run down his spine as he was scrutinized by Jirhui. Realizing he had let his guard down in a moment of arrogance, completely forgetting that he was still running a fever. Indeed, he was still unwell. But after taking antipyretics that morning, his headache had lessened. Given his generally robust health, he believed that a brief nap with her would suffice to restore him. After all, he thought, it was for her relaxation, especially as he noticed her tension at the arrival of buyer mode. Zyabuli stammered, desperately trying to mend his earlier slip. Well, I suppose we could rest for a while. Just then, Jirhui yawned, rubbed her eyes, and appeared increasingly drowsy. Consequently, she ceased her scrutiny of Zyabuli, closing her eyes to prepare for a midday slumber. Observing this, Zyabuli breathed a sigh of relief, grateful to have narrowly escaped embarrassment. An hour later, they stirred from their haze. Thanks to the refreshing nap, Jirhui appeared invigorated and bright-eyed, while Zyabuli, in stark contrast, looked somewhat listless. Perhaps a consequence of having feigned illness rather convincingly earlier that morning. Perhaps we should wait until you feel better before going out. You don't seem quite well. Jirhui remarked, unable to contain her concern as she observed Zyabuli's lethargy. No need. I'm fine. It might just be the grogginess from waking up or the lingering effects of the medicine, Zyabuli insisted stubbornly. I'll be all right shortly. We can go out as planned. Trust me. He was determined not to admit defeat. A mere headache was a triviality, and having suggested their outing, he felt compelled to follow through. All right, if you insist. Jirhui replied, resigned to Zyabuli's obstinacy. With that, she rose to freshen up in the bathroom. Once she left the bedroom, Zyabuli immediately collapsed back onto the bed, feeling utterly drained. It was peculiar. He had felt so fatigued before sleeping, yet now his head felt as if it were weighed down by lead. Shabuli lay in bed for over 10 minutes, gradually regaining a semblance of composure. He rose to change his clothes, intending to freshen up in the bathroom before accompanying Shiho out. "How are you feeling, you? Are you any better?" Shiho, already dressed, entered the bedroom to check on Shabuli. Leaning down, she pressed her warm cheek against his forehead. This gesture stirred something within Shabuli as he gazed at Shiho's approaching face. He momentarily fancied that she might be inclined to kiss him. It's nothing serious. I'll just change and then use the restroom. And we'll be on our way," Shabuli stammered in response to Shiho. Had she looked closer, she would have noticed the telltale flush behind his ears, a clear indication that his thoughts had wandered to inappropriate fantasies. 30 minutes later, they found themselves on a bustling street in Manhattan. Shibori and Shiho strolled hand in hand, aimlessly wandering about. As they gazed at the dazzling array of products displayed in the shop windows, their enthusiasm waned. Shibori's lack of interest in shopping was compounded by a slight fever that left him feeling unwell, while Shiho remained mentally unsettled due to the earlier incident with Belmode, lingering with a sense of trepidation. However, it wasn't long before Shiho was captivated by a large shopping center ahead, and with a hint of excitement. She tugged Shibori towards the entrance. "I saw in a magazine that Prada has released a new seasonal wallet. You must buy it for me," she urged, her eyes sparkling with anticipation as she gestured animatedly. "Buy it all, of course. How could one possibly settle for just one?" With Shiho's eyes beginning to shine, Shibori readily acquiesced. Zyabuli finally exhaled in relief, contemplating that he had successfully diverted Shurzwa's attention. For him, any matter that could be resolved with money was of little consequence. After all, Zyabuli belonged to a high-income demographic. Purchasing a Prada bag was hardly a significant affair. It was not as if you were required to abduct Mrs. Prada herself. As soon as they entered the mall, Shurzwa made a beeline for the Prada boutique, eager to select her items, while Zyabuli promptly settled himself into a sofa in the lounge area of the store. After more than half an hour had elapsed, Shurzwa remained surrounded by a throng of attentive sales associates, trying on various pieces. Having taken a moment to rest, Zyabuli, feeling exceedingly bored, rose to stroll about and observe his surroundings. It must be noted that, as a luxury brand, Prada's craftsmanship was indeed exquisite, and their predictions in fashion were remarkably precise, which explained their status as a leader in the world of haute couture. As Shibori strolled along, he stumbled upon a Prada boutique. Just as he was about to turn around and re-enter the store in search of Shiho, he noticed a conspicuously bulging black backpack tucked away in a discreet corner. Had it been anyone else, they might have dismissed it as merely a bag left behind by a passerby. However, a sense of foreboding clouded Shibori's brow. His instincts honed from years as a hitman warned him that this backpack posed a threat. The silhouette of the bag resembled something he frequently encountered during his missions. A bomb. The words surged in his mind, and his demeanor grew grave. To confirm his suspicions, Shibori hastened to inspect the bag, cautiously tugging at the zipper. Indeed, it concealed explosives. They had to leave immediately. The bomb could detonate at any moment. He needed to whisk Shiho away before devising a plan. With that thought, Shibori rushed back into the Prada store to find her. At that moment, Shiho had selected several items, including a few suitable accessories for Shibori. As she turned around, expecting to see him seated on the sofa, she was puzzled to find him absent. Just then, she spotted Shibori sprinting inside the store, panic etched across his face. "Why? What's wrong?" Shiho inquired, tilting her head in confusion as he approached her. "Shiho, don't ask questions, just come with me," Shibori urged, grasping her hand and pulling her towards the exit. "Huh?" Shiho's face was a canvas of questions. Yet, Shibori had no time to explain. He simply dragged her out. Recognizing the urgency in his actions, Shiho understood that something serious had transpired, and it was certainly not a matter of not wanting to buy her a bag. Therefore, she refrained from expressing any irritation or throwing a tantrum. Instead, as they made their way out, she called out to the staff, instructing them to hold her selected items for later payment. Shibori held on to Shiho, walking for 500 meters outside the shopping mall before coming to a halt. "What's wrong, you?" Shiho inquired as she noticed Shibori's sudden stop. "Shiho, while I was wandering outside, I stumbled upon a bomb in an inconspicuous corner. I have no idea when it might detonate, so I thought it prudent to bring you to a safe distance first," Shibori replied, his expression grave as he gazed towards the mall in the distance. "What? A bomb?" Shiho's pupils dilated in shock, clearly taken aback. Who would have thought that a simple outing to alleviate their spirits would lead to an encounter with a bomb threat? I will call the authorities right away, Shiburi said, retrieving his phone to dial 911. The call connected swiftly. Hello. I was out shopping with my girlfriend when I discovered a bomb in the corner wall next to the Prada store at the XXXXX shopping center. It is a black, bulging backpack. Initially, I thought it was just someone's forgotten belongings and was about to check it in at the front desk, only to realize it contained a timer bomb. Please send someone to handle the situation urgently. I have no idea when it might explode. Yes, I am not joking. This is serious. All right, we have moved to a safe location and are awaiting your arrival. Yes, understood. We will wait. Shiburi ended the call, finally breathing a sigh of relief. Task accomplished. As a law-abiding student, I have done all that I could. The rest is in the hands of 911. After reporting the incident, Shiburi turned to Shiho, his expression slightly lighter. Well, let's leave the rest to 911, he said. Nevertheless, Shiho's countenance remained grave. The presence of a bomb in a bustling shopping center was no trifling matter. If it were to detonate, the consequences would be dire. For Shiburi, the bomb was merely a minor nuisance. However, considering Shiho's presence and the difficulties in explaining how a mere student possessed such expertise in bomb disposal, Shiburi had made choices that aligned with those an ordinary student might make since the moment he discovered the bomb. Should the police require his testimony later, he would be able to provide a coherent account. Discovering a backpack containing a bomb in Manhattan's vibrant shopping district was indeed serious. After confirming with Shiburi that he was not jesting, the police mobilized within 10 minutes. Given the gravity of the situation, the FBI soon intervened upon verifying that it was indeed an explosive device. Approximately half an hour later, several FBI agents located Shiburi and Shiho at a nearby CAF. Hello, students. Are you the ones who reported the incident? The lead agent, a polite woman, inquired, with her short, golden hair and vintage glasses. Shiburi felt an odd familiarity upon seeing her, a reminder of an old acquaintance from the original narrative. Oh, isn't that Officer Judy? Indeed. I was the one who called, Shiburi affirmed, taking over the conversation. Hello, I'm FBI agent Judy Stein. You may call me Officer Judy, she smiled as she introduced herself. It was indeed Judy Stein, the former lover of Akai Shuichi. Ironically, Judy was also an adversary of his mother, making Shiburi, as the offspring of Vermouth, somewhat of a rival as well. Quite an awkward situation. My name is Lin Yuyi. My girlfriend and I are both students at Columbia University. Here is my student ID. Shiburi said, presenting his identification to Officer Judy. Wow, you are both so young and already attending Columbia, Judy remarked, examining the student ID with admiration. We accelerated our studies and were subsequently admitted to Columbia, Shiburi explained modestly. I see. Both of you are prodigies, Judy responded, impressed. Not at all. There are many who are far more accomplished than us. Shiburi quickly waved his hand, shaking his head. Please, do not be so humble. We have come to speak with you, as the first discoverer of the device, to gather detailed information regarding the circumstances of your discovery. My colleague will be taking notes. Officer Judy said, shifting back to a serious tone after some pleasantries. Of course, that is no issue. In fact, I noticed the backpack while I was heading back to the Prada store. Suddenly, I apologize. My initial reaction was to escape with my girlfriend before calling the police. That is essentially what transpired. Shiburi recounted in detail the events of his discovery. There's no need to apologize, Lin. It is entirely natural to prioritize the safety of your loved one when confronted with danger. Now, when you discovered the backpack, did you notice any suspicious individuals? Officer Judy reassured him. I did not observe anyone suspicious. That backpack had likely been there in the corner for some time, Shiburi replied, feigning contemplation before answering. As Shiburi had just finished speaking, Officer Judy and her two colleagues began to engage in hushed discussions about something. Faintly audible phrases regarding bomb investigation analysis, likely concerning the serial bomber. A few minutes later, after concluding her conversation with her colleagues, Officer Judy remembered Shiburi and Shiho, who had been left to the side. I sincerely apologize for being so engrossed in discussion with my colleagues that I overlooked you both, she said, somewhat embarrassed. Not at all, Officer Judy. You are diligently working for the safety of the public, Shiburi responded in agreement. In any case, I truly appreciate your prompt detection of the bomb. The quantity of explosives found in such a densely populated mall could have led to unimaginable consequences had it gone unnoticed. Officer Judy stated gravely, again expressing her gratitude to Shabri. From the conversation among Judy and her colleagues, Shabri gathered that the bomb had been safely dealt with within the past hour, and it could be confirmed that it was indeed the work of a recent serial bomber. Shabri was acutely aware that had the bomb detonated, it would have undoubtedly destroyed the entire shopping center. This mall fell under the jurisdiction of the local police, while the bomber was being pursued by the FBI. If an explosion had occurred, both the American police and the FBI would share culpability. Not at all. This is simply my duty as a student of Columbia, Shabri replied courteously. We must extend our gratitude to Lynn for her keen insight. If time permits, I shall treat you both to a meal, so we can sit down and converse properly, Judy said, rising to take Shabri's hand in appreciation. In summary, Shabri had rendered them a tremendous service, and the FBI now owed her a debt of gratitude. It was nothing. It was my responsibility, Shabri replied with a polite smile. Subsequently, Judy departed with her 2 search officer colleagues, and the mall resumed its operations, for it was the most bustling commercial district. Since the bomb threat had been neutralized, business could continue as usual, and the FBI had managed the situation discreetly, leaving most unaware of the incident. Thus, once the police had left, pedestrians resumed their shopping as if nothing had transpired. So, the matter is entirely resolved now, correct? Shiho remarked, observing the departing figures of Judy and her colleagues. Indeed, everything has finally reached a satisfactory conclusion, Shabri affirmed, echoing Shiho's words. Shall we return to the mall then? Shiho lifted her coffee from the table and leisurely finished the last sip. Why are we going back? Shabri, momentarily taken aback, looked at Shiho in confusion. To the Prada store. I had selected some items, and the staff were supposed to hold them for me. What is the matter? Have you forgotten and decided not to buy them for me? Shiho turned back with narrowed eyes, casting a somewhat intimidating glance at Shabri. And no, of course not. We shall return immediately to finalize the purchase, Shabri stammered, alarmed, and hastily promised to head back to Prada. Oh, then let us go, Shiho replied nonchalantly. Placing her coffee down, she then stood up, walking gracefully yet briskly ahead, hands clasped behind her back. Observing this, Shabri suddenly realized that she had fallen victim to Shiho's playful trick once again. Shiho's swift pace was an attempt to conceal her laughter from Shabri. Zyabulai shook his head in resignation and hurried to catch up with the slightly hunched and chuckling Shiho. Upon re-entering the shopping mall, he felt a twinge of temptation upon seeing the bubble tea shop on the first floor. Suddenly, he recalled that Shiho would undoubtedly not limit herself to just purchasing from that one Prada store. It was likely that they would browse through all the high-end shops upstairs. As a mere mobile rack for her shopping, he anticipated a tiring and tedious experience with no guarantee of finding a drink he desired. Contemplating this, Zyabulai decisively made up his mind and walked towards the bubble tea shop. Shiho, wait a moment. Let us grab something to drink. There is nothing refreshing to have while we shop later, he said, tapping Shiho, who was walking ahead of him, and gesturing towards the bubble tea shop he had set his sights on. Fine, you go ahead and buy it, Shiho replied nonchalantly, casting a sidelong glance at Zyabulai. In truth, she was aware that this sweet-toothed fellow simply craved bubble tea and was merely concocting an excuse. All right, I'll be right back, Zyabulai exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he set off with a spring in his step. After purchasing the bubble tea, the two returned to the Prada boutique they had initially visited. It was undeniable that the service attitude of high-end store staff was quite commendable. Zyabulai and Shiho had unexpectedly been away for what must have been 2 or 3 hours. Shiho had only casually remarked to leave things as they were, considering Zyabulai's hasty demeanor. By the time they settled down, even as the staff prepared to rehang the items upon their entrance, the 2 sales associates who had attended to Shiho immediately recognized them and warmly welcomed the pair. Welcome back. Please, this way, the 2 sales associates greeted with eager smiles, surrounding Shiho with attentive service, clearly aware of who held the true decision-making power. Are the items I selected still set aside? Shiho inquired, her tone laced with uncertainty as she turned to one of the associates. Rest assured, they are still reserved for you. You may continue selecting. The associate responded with a polished professional smile. Moreover, they did not neglect Zyabulai. Instead, they adeptly catered to the differing needs of the genders by ushering him to the sofa in the VIP lounge and providing some snacks to keep him occupied. Before long, with Zyabulai swiping his card, this shopping endeavor came to a close. However, it remained uncertain whether it was due to the recent commotion